Lei Hu briefly introduced the 4 veterans to Xia Ruofei. 2 of them had retired last year, while the other 2 had just retired. They had been in the same combat unit when they were in the army, and there was no problem with their tacit understanding. The most important thing was that they were comrades in the same company. As Lei Hu knew them well and could guarantee their reliability. After introducing the situation, Lei Hu lowered his voice and said, "Brother Xia, there are actually quite a few suitable candidates for this batch of newly recruited veterans. The reason why I chose the 4 of them, apart from their tacit cooperation, is for another more important reason." "Oh? Tell me about it," Xia Ruofei said with great interest. "Their family situation is relatively more difficult," Lei Hu said. "Suyogong's father and mother are like medicine bottles, and his wife's health isn't too good. The whole family depends on him to earn money to support the family. Xing Liang was scammed when he started his business after he retired from the military. Not only did he pay his retirement fees, but he also owed a debt of more than 200,000 yuan. The other 2 were in similar situations. I just think that their family's situation is very difficult in reality. Since you're willing to pay such a high reward, even if there's an accident, they definitely won't betray you for the money," Lei Hu said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Not bad, you're very thoughtful." "Who, I can't tell. You're also good at management. It seems that it's a waste of talent to be in charge of security." Lei Hu quickly waved his hand and said, "Brother Xia, don't make fun of me. My highest rank in the army is the squad leader. Now, I'm in charge of dozens of people, and I'm already a company commander. How would I dare to say that it's a waste of talent?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "How can this be compared to the army? Huzi, do your best. In the future, even if we're only in charge of security, our team will grow bigger and bigger. Now that I have quite a few businesses overseas, it's even possible for me to stay abroad permanently. However, you should learn more when you have time. It's not just in management, but also in foreign languages, and so on. They'll all be necessary skills in the future." "I know, Brother Xia," Lei Hu said. "Then I'll call them in?" he asked. Xia Ruofei nodded. Soon, Su Yugang and the other veterans returned to Xia Ruofei's office, looking slightly reserved. Lei Hu then formally introduced them to Xia Ruofei. When Su Yu had just joined the army, he had been their squad leader. He and Xing Liang had retired last year. The other 2 were Wang Chong and Zhang Ijuan. They had also been good soldiers in the army. However, due to the limited number of senior non-commissioned officers, they could only regretfully retire after serving a certain number of years. Xia Ruofei nodded kindly and smiled. "Sit down," he said. Lei Hu said to Xia Ruofei, "CEO Xia, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. If you have any missions, just tell the 4 of them." Xia Ruofei knew that Lei Hu was trying to avoid suspicion. Since he was not prepared to participate in this matter, he might as well not listen. This was also a very cautious approach, which made Xia Ruofei's impression of him better. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Good. Hu, you've worked hard." Before Lei Hu left, he looked at the 4 veterans and said seriously, "Old Su, Xing Liang, Wang Chong, Ijuan, we were all good comrades and brothers back in the company. But now that we're all retired, and the situation this time is rather special, there might be some things that might not sound nice, but I still have to make things clear. Squad leader Lei, please speak." Su Yugang looked at Lei Hu and said. Lei Hu's eyes were sharp as he said, I'm indebted to General Manager Xia for his knowledge and guidance. He also paid such a high reward for this matter. I recommended you guys, so I have to be responsible for my own recommendation. I'll say the ugly things first. If we fail this time, I hope that everyone can be more manly. President Xia has also said that even if anyone is trapped in the office, he will not let you have any worries. If anyone cowards and bites President Xia out, then don't blame me, Lei Hu, for not considering our friendship as comrades. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will definitely chase you down and cripple you. Su Yugang frowned. Squad leader Lei, it's not like you don't know what kind of person I am. And Liangzi and the others. Is one of them a shark man? There's no need for you to say such harsh words. Lei Hu snorted coldly and said, you can understand or blame me, but I have to give you a warning. As long as you do your best for President Xia, he will definitely not treat you badly. Look at my comrades who joined the company with me, they're all doing well now. If this matter is handled well, you guys won't be worse than them. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, we're all comrades. Why are you saying such hurtful words? Alright, you can go if you have things to do. Yes, President Xia. Lei Hu replied immediately. After Lei Hu left the office, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Lei Hu's words are not very pleasant to hear, don't take it to heart. Su Yugang quickly said, President Xia, we've been in the same company as squad leader Lei for many years. We know each other very well. He's doing this out of his loyalty to you. We understand it very well. Xing Liang, who had the same military experience as Su Yugang, also said, President Xia, I understand, but old Lei has underestimated us this time. Although we've left the army, we'll never lose our loyalty. Since we've promised President Xia and you've given us such a generous reward, we'll sell our 4 lives to you. Xia Ruofei laughed and waved his hand, not really. Not to that extent. I'm very confident in everyone. Come, I'll tell you about the mission. In detail, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation had reached a higher level, and his insight was many times sharper than ordinary people. If Su Yugang and the others had any ulterior motives, it would be difficult to escape Xia Ruofei's eyes. If they really met with an accident, Xia Ruofei could not be sure how they would perform. But at least when they said this, it was from the bottom of their hearts. Xia Ruofei asked, when you were in the army, did you learn how to track and monitor? Where's the evidence? It's a must for the special forces. Su Yugang said without hesitation. The 4 of us have no problem with it. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, very good. Your task is not complicated. You just need to follow and monitor a person. I need to know his daily itinerary. Who he met, where he stayed. In short, everything about him, the more detailed, the better. That's similar to the work of a private detective. Su Yugang smiled and said, President Xia, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but a few of us once thought of setting up a detective studio. It's just that we didn't have a source of customers or capital, so we could only think about it, Xia Ruofei chuckled. More or less. However, I'm worried about hiring a private detective. Our own people are more reliable. President Xia, you trust us so much, Su Yugang said. We will not let you down. Then, he asked again, President Xia, is there any specific information that we should focus on collecting? Also, do you have any other requirements, such as photos, videos, and so on? Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, you can focus on the lifestyle of the target you're tracking. Of course, you can also focus on honesty, but I don't think you'll get any useful information from this. People like Lu Haojuan, who came from a big family, might have problems in many aspects, and their abilities were average. But when it came to money, most people were relatively clean. This was because their families would give them enough money. They didn't need such a gray income, and there was no need to risk their political future. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, as for the type of information, the more detailed, the better. The clearer the photos and videos, the better. In short, this is up to you guys. Understood. Su Yugang answered without hesitation. Xia Ruofei looked at the four of them and said, I'll pay each of you 100,000 yuan in advance. After you finish your work, the rest of the money will be transferred to your account immediately. If you finish your work well, you'll even get an extra bonus. President Xia, you can pay after you finish the work. Su Yugang said quickly. Su Yugang was the squad leader of Xingliang and the others in the army, so the three of them secretly regarded Su Yugang as their leader. It was mainly Su Yugang who was communicating with Xia Ruofei, while the three of them just listened quietly. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I heard from Lei Hu that your families are in a difficult situation. I'm paying you a portion of the remuneration to help you solve your urgent needs. I don't want you to be distracted by money while working. It's settled then. In a while, each of you will leave an account number for me, and the money will be in my account today. Then thank you, President Xia. Su Yugang said. They were indeed in need of money, so Su Yugang did not reject Xia Ruofei's kindness. He just made up his mind to do a good job and not let Xia Ruofei down. In fact, Xia Ruofei was not worried that Su Yugang and the others would run away with the money. For one thing, 400,000 yuan was nothing to Xia Ruofei. Even if he lost it, it was not a big deal. Secondly, if Su Yugang and the others really took his money, they would not be able to escape if Xia Ruofei really wanted to find them. Xia Ruofei looked at the touched faces of Su Yugang and the other three and said lightly, I'll tell you the specific information of the target. Before that, you still have a chance to regret. Su Yugang looked at Xingliang and the other two. The four of them looked at each other. Then, Su Yugang said decisively, President Xia, we'll accept this mission. Please give the instructions. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay. The person I need you to follow and monitor is called Lu Haojuan. He's the Deputy Secretary of Chongqing County. At the same time, his family is very powerful in Beijing. Once this matter is exposed, the consequences will be very serious. As Xia Ruofei spoke, he had been paying attention to the expressions of Su Yugang and the others. When he revealed Lu Haojuan's identity, Su Yugang and the others' expressions changed slightly, but they quickly returned to normal. It was obvious that Lu Haojuan's identity had made them a little afraid. However, their mental fortitude had exceeded Xia Ruofei's expectations, and they quickly adjusted. No problem. Su Yugang said, I promise to complete the task. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay. After this is done, you will work for me. The last thing I need to remind you is that after today's incident leaves this office, I will never admit to what I said. If you fail to track Lu Haojuan and are arrested, I will pretend that I know nothing about it, but I will definitely fulfill the promise of 1,000,000 yuan reward and taking care of my family. Understood. Su Yugang said seriously, if anything happens, we'll take it on ourselves. Even if we die, we won't expose you, President. Xia, Zheng Liang, Wang Chong, and Zhang Lijuan also expressed their opinions. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction and asked, lastly, is there anything else you need? Mr. Xia, we need at least 2 cars, and we also need some money too. Buy equipment, Su Yugang said. I'll give you a sum of money. You can solve the car problem yourself. As for the equipment problem, do you have your own purchase channels? Xia Ruofei asked. No problem. Su Yugang said, we are very familiar with the tracking and monitoring equipment in the army. We also know a few underground channels. So we should be able to buy them very soon. The car thing is even simpler. We can buy 2 inconspicuous second-hand cars from the second-hand market, modify them to a certain extent, and then put on 2 fake license plates. It will be very safe. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, a problem that can be solved. With money is not a big problem. How much do you need? Su Yugang quickly calculated in his mind and said, President Xia, if we want to start the work normally, it might cost at least 2,000,000 yuan. The main problem is that some professional equipment is more expensive. I'll give you 3 million. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, don't save on the equipment. If you want to buy the good ones. Oh right, is 3 million enough? If it's not enough, I can add more. Enough. Su Yugang said excitedly. Enough. We can already get our hands on the best equipment. If you wanted to get a full set of top-tier private detective equipment, 3 million might not even be enough, but if it was just the equipment needed for this mission, this money was definitely enough. He could also buy very good equipment, including the wireless transmission equipment that he had always wanted but had no money to buy. Xia Ruofei nodded. The money will be transferred to your account. I hope you can start working as soon as possible. Let's split up and prepare. 3 days at most. No. Su Yugang said. I can start working in 2 days. Xia Ruofei said, very good. In that case, each of you can leave an account number for me and go back. During this time, you can rent a house outside, and I'll pay for your expenses. Yes. Su Yugang and the other 3 stood up at the same time and answered firmly. Then, the 4 of them each wrote down an account number for Xia Ruofei and left. Xia Ruofei took the paper with the account number and called Lei Hu over. Brother Xia, you've arranged everything? Lei Hu asked as soon as he entered. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. Su Yugang and the others were not bad. You have a good eye for people, but what you said at the end was a little unnecessary. We've been comrades for so many years, don't leave any gaps because of this, they wouldn't dare. Lei Hu chuckled. I'm just a former class monitor, giving them a reminder. But then again, if they really dare to be traitors, I won't show them any mercy. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, it's not that. I'm not any worse than you when it comes to judging people. Su Yugang and the others aren't that kind of people. Brother Xia is so wise. If you say it won't happen, then it definitely won't happen. Lei Hu scratched his head. You're flattering me now, Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded him. I called you here because I have something for you to do. Your orders. Lei Hu immediately puffed out his chest and said. Xia Ruofei handed over the paper with the account number and said, I have to transfer some money to them. You do it, don't leave any traces. Understood. Lei Hu said, I'll prepare a safe account and send it to you later. Lei Hu's so-called safe account was not his own. Although the real name system was very strict, there was always a way to operate it. Xia Ruofei did not have to worry about this. He was going to transfer the money from his overseas account to Lei Hu's account, and then let Lei Hu transfer the money to Su Yugang and the others' accounts. This way, even if Su Yugang and the others made a mistake, and Lu Haojuan found out that they had recently transferred a large sum of money, the final clue would be cut off and would never be traced back to Xia Ruofei. He had always been cautious, because he knew that a giant like the Lu family could never be too careful before they could completely overthrow Lu Haojuan. Once he was involved, he might not be in big trouble with his strong connections in Beijing. However, it was better to avoid trouble as much as possible. It was not appropriate to trouble Elder Song and the others, so he tried to avoid it as much as possible. Xia Ruofei nodded. Don't use your phone. Just write it down for me. Lei Hu chuckled and said, got it. Brother Xia, don't worry. When the money comes to me, they'll definitely withdraw it and transfer it to their account after a few rounds. They won't be able to find out that it's me. Oh right, Brother Xia, how much money should we transfer to them? Lei Hu asked. Xia Ruofei said, I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to everyone's account first. I'll pay them in advance. After all, their families are in a difficult situation. I'll give them some money first to solve some of the problems at home. Brother Xia, you're so thoughtful, Lei Hu nodded. Also, Xia Ruofei said, transfer another 3 million yuan to Su Yogang's account. What? Lei Hu's eyes widened and he asked, why are you giving so much money? Could it be that Su Yugang was demanding an exorbitant price at the last minute? I'll cut him to death. When can you change your fiery temper? Xia Ruofei frowned and said, you don't need to buy equipment to help me? This is the money I gave them for their activities. Since you didn't participate in it, don't bother about it. Just do as I say and send the money over. Lei Hu scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I see. I know, Brother Xia. Xia. Ruofei waved his hand and let Lei Hu go. Lei Hu was also very efficient. Before he even got off work in the morning, he had already sent a piece of paper with an account number written on it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei took a look. It was an account under the name of a woman named Gung Chrysanthemums. The bank was a branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China's Sanshan branch, which was quite far from the company's headquarters. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay, I'll let you know when the money is in. Get this done as soon as possible. Try to get it in by today. Don't worry. I guarantee that there won't be any problems. Lei Hu said with a smile. After Lei Hu left, Xia Ruofei started working on his computer. He transferred $600,000 from his overseas account to the account that Lei Hu had provided. To be safe, Xia Ruofei even used a proxy tool to find a few jumping boards overseas before logging into an overseas bank account. There was a period of time when he felt that computer knowledge would be useful, so he bought a few hacking books to learn. He also practiced on the computer a few times. As Xia Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation was getting higher and higher, his brain development was also much wider than ordinary people. The biggest advantage was that he learned things very quickly. Although he had only read a few books and practiced a few times, he could use some of the common methods used by hackers. Although his level was definitely not comparable to some of the top hackers, he was still very familiar with beginner-level operations such as avoiding IP tracing and erasing traces of online access. After transferring the money, Xia Ruofei used his phone to call Lei Hu. He only said 3 words indifferently, "Done." "Understood." Lei Hu immediately replied. "I'll get it done immediately." After arranging everything, it was time to get off work in the morning. Xia Ruofei packed his things and stood up to leave. He was going to have lunch with Ling Qingxue. Now that the company's headquarters had moved to the city, he had more opportunities to meet Ling Qingxue. It was much more convenient for them to have a meal together or even roll in the sheets together. The company's headquarters hadn't set up a cafeteria yet, but now that online takeaway was quite developed, it wasn't a big problem for everyone to eat. It was just that Xia Ruofei was not used to eating takeaway. Besides, he felt that it was not good for the health of the employees in the long run, so he was inclined to set up another cafeteria in the headquarters. After all, there were still so many empty floors. He would look for the Janda group to renovate it. It would be put into use very soon. Even though it was a little wasteful to use an office building as a canteen in such a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, Xia Ruofei did not care much about that. He always believed that in order to make his employees feel a sense of belonging to the company, the boss had to always think for his employees and think from their perspective. His suggestion was supported by Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and the other executives. They had already organized people to come up with a proposal. However, in the short term, it would be impossible to eat in the cafeteria here. Xia Ruofei had made a reservation at a French restaurant in the city. This restaurant had just opened in Sanshan recently and was said to be a Michelin star restaurant. Business was booming as soon as it opened. Xia Ruofei had only managed to make a reservation 3 days in advance. He drove a Mercedes-Benz to the headquarters of the Ling's restaurant. After picking up Ling Qingxue, the two of them went to the French restaurant called Corner. This restaurant was really located on a street corner. The restaurant had a 270-degree floor-to-ceiling glass, and most of the seats had a wide view of the street. As they had already made a reservation, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were quickly led by a waiter to a window seat along the street. Then, a waitress came over with an iPad and asked politely, "Sir, do you want to order now?" "Yes, I am." Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Do you have any recommended dishes?" "We're here for the first time. I suggest that the two of you try our signature dishes, premium beef ribs and white truffle mashed potatoes, as well as," the waitress explained with great familiarity. Then, she suddenly stopped and looked at Xia Ruofei for 2 seconds. She asked in surprise, "Are you Chief Xia?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, "My surname is Xia, but I can't be sure if it's the President Xia you're talking about," the waitress said excitedly. "It can't be wrong. He's the overbearing president, Xia Ruofei." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xia Ruofei was even more speechless. He thought that the popularity on the internet had dropped. So he didn't disguise himself this time. He didn't expect to be recognized by the waiter as soon as he came to the Western restaurant around the corner. The waitress suddenly turned into a fangirl. She held the iPad with both hands and said, "President Xia, I'm your super fan. We're all proud of you as the Three Mountains people." Xia Ruofei's expression was a little unnatural as he said, "Oh. Then thank you for your support. Can I have your autograph?" The waitress said with an expression of admiration, "It would be even better if we could take a photo together." Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "No problem. But I hope you won't take a picture of the lady beside me. Since I've already recognized you, how could I not recognize the one beside you?" The waitress chuckled. "You're President Ling, right? The netizens are saying that you're the overbearing president and that President Xia is the president's man." Ling Qingshua's face immediately turned red. She had been watching the show with a teasing expression on her face, but she didn't expect to get caught in the fire. It seemed like this waitress was really a huge fan of Xia Ruofei. She even knew Ling Qingshua's situation so well. The waitress quickly took out a small notebook from the pocket of her apron and removed the ballpoint pen from her back. She handed it to Xia Ruofei with both hands and a sincere look on her face. Xia Ruofei took the pen and paper, raised his head and asked, "By the way, what's your name?" "I'm Qing Xiaoxiao." "They're definitely your super fans," the waitress said. Xia Ruofei nodded and scribbled down a few words in his notebook. "I wish Qing Xiaoxiao happiness every day." The next line was his signature. Qing Xiaoxiao saw that Xia Ruofei had not only signed, but had also written a blessing to her. She almost fainted from happiness. She hurriedly and carefully put away the book, then took out her phone and said, "President Ling, please help me take a few more beautiful pictures." Ling Qingxue took the phone with a smile and said, "No problem." At this moment, a stern voice was heard. "Qing, what are you doing? I just emphasized yesterday that you're not allowed to disturb our customers. Your behavior is really disappointing." Qing Xiaoxiao's face turned pale with fright. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue followed the sound and saw a white man in a suit standing behind Qing Xiaoxiao with an angry face and a stern gaze. "Mr. Bastian, I'm sorry," Qing Xiaoxiao said carefully. It was not easy for her to get this job at the corner Western restaurant. She had to go through 3 rounds of interviews before she could get a job. The competition was so fierce because the average salary of this restaurant was at least 30% higher than that of similar restaurants. It also had many chain stores in the country. If she did well, her career prospects would be very good. Qing Xiaoxiao didn't expect that she would be caught red-handed by the manager after only a week. In such a high-end dining place, the requirements for the waiters were very strict, and one of them was that they were absolutely not allowed to disturb the customers. Qing Xiaoxiao had made a big mistake. Even if he was lucky enough not to be fired, this month's bonus would probably be gone. Xia Ruofei naturally couldn't bear to see his fan being punished. He smiled and stood up. "Sir, Miss Chang's service is very professional. I was the one who suggested the group photo, so I hope you don't blame her." Qing Xiaoxiao was suddenly moved. This feeling of being protected by her idol made her feel so warm that she wanted to cry. The manager named Bastian's expression eased a little, and he said in his still, stiff Chinese, "Sir, you don't have to exonerate Qing. We're turning the corner." Bastian's mouth and eyes opened wide as he spoke. He stared at Xia Ruofei for a few seconds before mumbling, "Oh my God." Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, and Qing Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what had happened. At this moment, Bastian said enthusiastically, "So it's the Honorable Mr. Xia. It's our honor to have you visit our corner Western restaurant." Ling Qingxue and Qing Xiaoxiao looked at each other. then turned to look at Xia Ruofei in unison, their eyes full of admiration. Ling Qingxue thought, is Ruofei that influential? Even the foreigners admired him so much. Qing Xiaoxiao's inner monologue was, my idol is indeed my idol. His personal charm could already ignore the restrictions of national boundaries. I didn't expect Mr. Bastian to be a fan of our President Xia. Xia Ruofei was also a little dumbfounded. He asked, Mr. Manager, we have met before? Bastian said enthusiastically, of course. Oh no. To be more precise, I've seen you before. And you shouldn't have any impression of me. As expected. Qing Xiaoxiao said in her heart. Because this was basically the standard answer for fans to their idols. You have seen your idol, but your idol has no impression of you. Xia Ruofei was still in a daze. He did not think that he was that influential. If he was an Australian, it might be possible, but the French. He probably had seen the news before. It was good enough that he could remember his name. Why would he worship him so much? Bastian then reminded Mr. Xia, Hong Kong. Hengfeng's truffle auction. I'm lucky to be able to attend it with my boss. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Ling Qingxue and Qing Xiaoxiao were at a loss. After all this talk, this manager, Bastian, was not a fan of Xia Ruofei. She was so excited just now, and she was even more of a fan than a fan. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, so Mr. Bastian used to be our customer. I really have to thank you for taking care of our business, Bastian quickly said, I don't deserve it. I don't dare. I was just following the boss. To see the world. That auction really opened our eyes, and our corner Western restaurant also won a piece of top-quality black truffle. When we were tasting the dishes, I'll never forget the taste, Mr. Bastian, you flatter me. Xia Ruofei said with a warm smile. In fact, some white executives who worked in China more or less had a kind of superior mentality, especially in front of local employees. However, in front of Xia Ruofei, Bastian was not arrogant at all. On the contrary, he was very humble, because the gap between the two was too big. Bastian had seen with his own eyes that Xia Ruofei was having fun with the super rich in Hong Kong. He had made a net profit of $10 to $20 million from an auction, while the Western restaurant around the corner could only pick up a few truffles that the rich people were not interested in. They were not on the same level as Xia Ruofei. Bastian asked enthusiastically, Mr. Xia, our boss still can't forget it. He said. When your company would auction truffles again? The truffle harvest season is almost over. Xia Ruofei was taken aback. It was spring all year round in the spirit map space, so he was not particularly sensitive to the harvest time. Truffles were stored in the space after they were dug out. They would not go bad anyway, so in theory, he could take them out for auction at any time. However, truffles harvest season was only a few months. From the end of the year to the beginning of the year, and they could only be stored for a very short time. Therefore, if truffles were taken out at other times, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, because it was already against the rules of nature. After the truffle auction with Hengfeng at the end of last year, he had been busy until now. The truffle season was about to end, but he had not organized a second auction yet. Xia Ruofei still had a lot of top-grade truffles in his storage space. He felt that he could take advantage of this harvest season to hold another auction. Otherwise, he would have to wait until November or December to make money again. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei suddenly had a better idea. This auction could not only sell truffles, but also some high-end products of the Paradise Corporation. Just imagine if pieces of super large top-grade truffles, top-grade one-headed abalones, top-grade old mountain ginseng, top-grade wormgrass, top-grade iron skin dendrobes appeared in the auction. How shocking would that be? Moreover, all of these products would be branded with the Paradise Corporation's trademark without exception. It was conceivable that the Paradise Corporation would happily reap another wave of fame. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but have the urge to immediately make arrangements. He smiled and said to Bastian, "We're planning to hold an auction soon, and the scale is expected to be much bigger than the auction at the end of last year. The items for auction might not be limited to only the best truffles. Some of our company's high-end ingredients and herbs, such as abalone, ginseng, cordyceps, and so on, will also appear in the auction." Bastian was very excited to hear this and said, "God, this was wonderful news. Mr. Xia, I think our boss Mr. Boris would be overjoyed if he knew about this." Xia Ruofei smiled. "You can tell him the good news. However, we haven't announced the details of the auction yet. I hope that this information won't be leaked out before that." Bastian immediately made a solemn vow. "Don't worry, Mr. Xia, I promise that our Western restaurant will keep this secret for you." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then, he glanced at Qing Xiaoxiao and asked, "Mr. Bastian, I want to take a photo with Miss Qing Xiaoxiao. This won't affect your work, right?" "Of course I want." Bastian did not hesitate to say, "I think Qing must feel very honored." In fact, Bastian was very clear that Qing Xiaoxiao had violated the work rules just now and asked Xia Ruofei for an autograph and a photo. However, Xia Ruofei had already made it clear that he wanted to protect this fellow fan of his. Unless Bastian's head was kicked by a donkey, he would definitely not come out at this time to sing a different tune. As for punishing Qing Xiaoxiao, that was even more impossible. Qing Xiaoxiao was both surprised and happy. She had thought that she would not be able to escape today, but she did not expect things to turn around. Xia Ruofei had even personally exonerated her, which made her even more moved to tears. As a fan, she felt that she was really lucky to meet such an idol. Xia Ruofei and Qing Xiaoxiao had finished taking a photo together. Ling Qingxue had taken the photo for the two of them and had even specially taken a few more photos. After the group photo was taken, Bastian immediately said, "Mr. Xia, and this beautiful lady, I won't disturb your meal anymore. I hope the restaurant will give you a good memory." Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue expressed their gratitude with a smile. After Bastian left, Qing Xiaoxiao patted her chest and said with a lingering fear, "I was so scared. I thought I was going to lose my job." "President Xia, thank you so much for this. You're indeed my idol. You've never disappointed us fans." "President Xia, I will be your loyal fan for life. I'll go to the forum and tell everyone about today's events." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't wait for the popularity to drop. The days when he had to wear a mask and sunglasses when he went out were really not free. However, Qing Xiaoxiao was so enthusiastic, so he didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. He could only smile awkwardly and express his gratitude. Qing Xiaoxiao added, "By the way, there's a Tieba named after you, and it has a lot of active fans every day. Can you go up and say hello to everyone? Everyone will be very excited when they see it." Although there are a few hardcore fan organizations now, they are all spontaneous actions after all. No one has as much appeal as you do. Xia Ruofei said, this. Okay. I'll go and take a look when I have time. Thank you for your support. Xia Ruofei's reply was obviously perfunctory, and Qing Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Ling Qingxue, who was at the side, saw this and said with a smile, Xiaoxiao, don't worry. I'll agree on Ruofei's behalf. Really? Qing Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. President Ling's words will definitely work. I thank you on behalf of the fans. Xia Ruofei was speechless. What did he mean by President Ling's words will definitely work? Do I look like a henpecked husband to you? Seeing Xia Ruofei's defeated look, Ling Qingxue could not help but smile. Qing Xiaoxiao reacted at this time and quickly said, by the way, you haven't ordered anything yet. It's all my fault. I was too excited to see President Xia and forgot about the important thing. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We'll pick the one you think is most suitable for us. Can I really? Qing Xiaoxiao asked, then I'll help you order. Qing Xiaoxiao was naturally quite excited to be able to pair her idol with a dish. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll leave it to you to decide what we want to eat. All right. Qing Xiaoxiao looked as if she had just received a glorious and great mission. She puffed out her chest and said, don't worry, President Xia. I'll definitely choose them carefully and guarantee that I won't let you down. Then, Qing Xiaoxiao reluctantly left the table. Xia Ruofei looked at Qing Xiaoxiao's back and then at Ling Qingxue, who was trying to hold back her laughter. He said in a bad mood, if you want to laugh, then laugh. The king's woman. When Ling Qingxue heard the nickname that the netizens had given her, she couldn't help but blush. Then, she burst into laughter. Qingxue, Xia Ruofei continued to complain, why did you agree to Qing Xiaoxiao just now? What? Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then she reacted. You're talking about going to the Tieba to say hello? I think it's pretty good. It was more cohesive to interact with fans often. I think Xiaoxiao's right. What kind of logic is that? Xia Ruofei was going crazy. I'm just wondering when the popularity on the internet will drop a little. You, on the other hand, even accepted this job for me. That's just the opposite. Ruofei, just give up. Ling Qingxue giggled and said, actually, you're still very popular on the internet. There's no sign of your popularity dropping. It doesn't seem to matter if you post something or not, don't tear it down when it's hard, okay? Xia Ruofei said gloomily. Ling Qingxue chuckled and said, since you've already promised the little girl, you have the nerve to go back on your word? In any case, the dishes hadn't been served yet. So he might as well fulfill his promise first. By the way, you don't have a Baidu account, do you? Don't worry. I'll provide a one-stop service, I'll help you register. Ling Qingxue reached out for Xia Ruofei's phone, lit up the screen, and said, unlock it. Why are you in a daze? Forget it, I'll do it myself. Ling Qingxue then grabbed Xia Ruofei's hand and pressed her finger on the fingerprint scanner. After 2 tries, both of her fingers were wrong. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. It's the left index finger. You should have said so earlier. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and unlocked her phone. She skillfully downloaded the Tieba app and started to register a new account. Xia Ruofei. His name has been taken. Ruofei has been taken as well. Ling Qingxue said as she tried it out. I don't believe it. There are actually so many people snatching your name? I'll change to another one. After Ling Qingxue typed in a few words, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, she showed the phone screen to Xia Ruofei and said, it's even taking up this. Xia Ruofei took a look and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ling Qingxue had just tried an ID called overbearing President Xia Ruofei, but it also indicated that the ID already existed. In the end, after several experiments, he settled for real Xia Ruofei and finally registered successfully. Ling Qingxue excitedly wrote a short paragraph of content on her phone and posted it. This post was actually quite normal. The title was, Hello, everyone. I'm Xia Ruofei, thank you for your support. The content of the post was nothing more than using Xia Ruofei's tone to greet his fans and hope that everyone would support him as always in the future. One had to admit that Xia Ruofei's fan activity on Tieba was quite high. Although there were many such posts every day, and 99.999% of them were fake, many people still clicked on it when they saw the title. After Ling Qingxue posted the thread, she refreshed the page a few times and realized that there were already a few comments. She said excitedly, Ruofei, someone left a message. However, when she saw the content of the message, her small face couldn't help but fall and she said, why does everyone believe it? The following posts were all filled with disbelief. Some said that this set of trickery had already been used to it. Some calculated it carefully and said that this was the 386th post on Xia Ruofei's forum that was pretending to be Xia Ruofei. There were also some who directly teased her and said that she was Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue was speechless. Xia Ruofei took the phone and looked at it. He couldn't help but laugh. He said, that's exactly what I wanted. He didn't go back on his word with Qing Xiaoxiao, nor did he start a rhythm. It's perfect. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, is there no basic trust between people? No. I don't believe it. It was me who posted this, but no one believed it. After that, Ling Qingxue took Xia Ruofei's phone. Xia Ruofei didn't stop him and just laughed. Wife, don't try it in vain. No one will believe me because I almost never interact with my fans. I don't even post much on Weibo. A sly look flashed across Ling Qingxue's eyes as she typed on her phone, that's not for sure. Who said I don't have a way? Just wait and see. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, sure. Let's see what other skills my wife has yet to show. While Ling Qingxue was competing with the Tieba forum, Xia Ruofei was watching the commotion from the side. On Qing Xiaoxiao's side, she quickly helped Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue order their dishes. She had just finished setting the menu when Bastion pulled her to the side and said, Qing, before Mr. Xiao leaves, you'll just serve that table. You don't have to worry about the rest. We must make sure that Mr. Xia and that beautiful lady return satisfied. Naturally, Qing Xiaoxiao couldn't ask for more, and she immediately said, all right. Mr. Bastion. Also, Bastion continued, add a Burgundian snail for them, and a bottle of 1990's Marquis Wang dry red wine. Just say that it's a gift from the corner restaurant for our distinguished guests. Qing Xiaoxiao couldn't help but take a deep breath when she heard this. She did not expect Bastion to be so generous. The Burgundian snail was a famous dish of the restaurant and one of the signature dishes of the restaurant's French chef. Not only that, but he also gave the Marquis dry red wine, and it was from 1990. This gift was not ordinary. The king of the Marquis was one of the most famous wineries in the Bordeaux region. The collection of dry red wine Bastien had just mentioned easily cost thousands of dollars a bottle. As far as Qing Xiaoxiao knew, this corner western restaurant only had a total of 3 bottles of 1990 King of the Marquis dry red wine, and they were not for sale. There was no list of drinks, so customers couldn't order them even if they wanted to. Bastien had actually gifted him a bottle. One could imagine how important Xia Ruofei was to him. Qing Xiaoxiao didn't understand why Bastien was doing this, but she was still proud that her idol was so respected. Soon, the dishes she had ordered for Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were ready. When Qing Xiaoxiao served the dishes for the two of them, she also served the authentic Burgundian snail and the precious bottle of Marquis Wang dry red wine that Bastien had given them. Mr. Xia, Mr. Ling, this is a gift from Manager Bastien. Qing Xiaoxiao placed the Burgundian snail and red wine on the table and said, I wish you a happy meal. Qing Xiaoxiao had a good grasp of the situation. After opening the red wine for the two of them, she quietly retreated. She knew that she had already disturbed the two of them when she asked Xia Ruofei for an autograph and a photo. Now, she definitely could not disturb their meal. Of course, Qing Xiaoxiao didn't go far. She just kept a close eye on Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue to make sure that she would be there at the first moment if they needed anything. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue enjoyed an authentic French meal. After paying the bill and preparing to leave, Bastien appeared and handed over his business card with both hands. Mr. Xia, thank you for patronizing Corner Restaurant. This is my business card. Please call me directly the next time you need to eat. Corner Restaurant will always have a seat for you. Xia Ruofei took the name card and kept it. He smiled and said, Okay, thank you, Mr. Bastien. He did not give Bastien his business card, and Bastien did not take it to heart. In Bastien's eyes, Xia Ruofei's status was naturally much higher than his. How could Xia Ruofei's contact information be given to others so easily? It was normal that she didn't give him her business card. Bastien did not expect to make friends like Xia Ruofei. He only hoped to make a good relationship and make Xia Ruofei have a good impression of him. That was enough. Xia Ruofei drove Ling Qingxue back to the company. On the way, Ling Qingxue smiled and said, Ruofei, that manager really values you. Food and wine were delivered, and it was actually a 1990s Marquis Uncle Wang dry red wine. The cost of a meal can't even compare to the price of a glass of wine. Xia Ruofei smiled. I'm being polite. I must have something to ask for. What does he need from you? Ling Qingxue asked curiously. You're also in the gastronomic industry, how could you not have thought of it? Xia Ruofei chuckled. Ling Qingxue suddenly understood. You're saying Bastien is hoping to buy some top-grade ingredients from the Paradise Corporation. For example, the top-grade truffle you were talking about, she asked. I guess so. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but he was too embarrassed to say it. But aren't your truffles all auctioned in Hong Kong? Ling Qingxue asked in confusion, aren't auctions for the highest bidder? What's the point of having a good relationship with you? We can't all be top-grade truffles that can be auctioned, right? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the lighter ones may not be up to the standard of the auction, but they are still very precious ingredients for Western restaurants. Oh. I understand. Ling Qingxue said. Then, she smiled and asked, Ruofei, you couldn't have been bribed by a bottle of wine, right? What? Do you think? Xia Ruofei laughed. It definitely won tea. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. Our president Xia runs a winery himself. By the way, the sweet wine that you asked me to bring back a few days ago. My dad praised it after drinking it. Is that so? Xia Ruofei said, if Uncle Ling likes it, I'll give him a few more bottles next time. It's good for middle-aged and elderly people to drink 1 or 2 glasses of this expensive rotten wine every day. I heard that it can soften blood vessels. I won't tell him yet. To prevent him from overdosing again. Ling Qingxue said, there's only 2 bottles now, and he'll drink it sparingly. Ha ha ha. I'll listen to you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, if you need anything, just let me know in advance. The 2 of them chatted as they talked, and they soon arrived at the Ling GF&B headquarters. I'm leaving. Ling Qingxue said, be careful when you drive. Ling Qingxue got out of the car. Qingxue. Xia Ruofei leaned forward and asked, are you coming back with me tonight? We haven't done that in a few days. Ling Qingxue's face heated up immediately. She had not kept Xia Ruofei's voice low. If the security guards at the door heard her, her reputation as the president would be ruined. Ling Qingxue quickly walked to the pilot's side and said in a low voice, are you Ruofei, do you want to die? Why are you speaking so loudly? Xia Ruofei said innocently, What's there to be ashamed of? I'm saying that we haven't cultivated together for a few days. You can't say this so loudly, right? You mean cultivation? Ling Qingxue's eyes widened. Of course. What did you think? Xia Ruofei asked. Then, he deliberately exaggerated a look of sudden realization and pointed at Ling Qingxue. You didn't think it was that, did you? My dear wife, I find that your thoughts are getting more and more dirty. Ling Qingxue flew into a rage out of humiliation. She kicked the car door and said, you deliberately misled me. Why are you so bad? After that, Ling Qingxue glared at Xia Ruofei and turned around to walk back to the company. Xia Ruofei shouted from behind her, hey, you haven't answered me. Do you want me to pick you up after work? Ling Qingxue really wanted to reject this bad guy, but she couldn't resist the temptation of cultivation. In the end, she turned around and said, I'm going to work overtime, come back later, sure. Xia Ruofei beamed. After teasing Ling Qingxue a little, Xia Ruofei felt that being cheeky for a while was quite fun. He hummed a song and drove back to Taoyuan building. Xia Ruofei recalled the thought he had at the Western restaurant around the corner. He called Feng Jing and Dong Yun to his office as soon as he returned. When the 2 of them arrived, Xia Ruofei went straight to the point and said, Director Feng, Director Dong, the truffle season is ending soon. What do you think if we hold another auction in Hong Kong? Feng Jing immediately asked, the chairman can get that kind of truffle? If we can hold another auction, it will definitely be very beneficial to our company. It just so happens that the company has been very popular on the internet recently, so we're striking while the iron is hot. Although Dong Yun hadn't been employed during the last auction, she had heard about the Hong Kong auction held by the Peach Blossom Company. She said, Chairman, if possible, the more auctions like this, the better. It's good for building our company's high-end brand image. The benefits are self-evident. Like Feng Jing, Dong Yun didn't mention anything about the profits. She had read the company's information after joining the company. She knew that the proceeds from the Hong Kong auction were not transferred to the company's account but to an overseas company that Xia Ruofei had full control of. However, Feng Rao and Dong Yun did not think that there was anything wrong with this. After all, the top-grade abalones and truffles were not produced by the Paradise Corporation. Xia Ruofei had obtained them from other channels and was only selling them under the name of the Paradise Corporation. Although most of the shares of Paradise Corporation belonged to Xia Ruofei, he still gave some to Feng Jing. The other senior executives also received a small amount of reward shares. Therefore, it was reasonable that these profits would not go into the company's account. To put it simply, in their opinion, the fame was given to the Paradise Company. They couldn't transfer the money they earned to the Paradise Company. If that happened, Xia Ruofei would have to pay Feng Jing and the other senior executives dividends. It didn't make sense. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I want to make this auction bigger. Not only truffles, but also top-grade abalones. I can also get a few 100-year-old mountain ginsengs, as well as our best iron maple and cordyceps sinensis. I'm thinking that since we're going to do it, we might as well make it bigger and make our name known. In the future, whenever people mention high-end food ingredients and Chinese medicinal herbs, they will think of our Paradise Corporation. Chairman, can you guarantee the highest quality of the ingredients and herbs you just mentioned? Feng Rao couldn't help but say excitedly, if that's the case, that's great. Other than the tin can, which was produced by Paradise Corporation, the other items, including the cordyceps, were actually provided by Xia Ruofei himself. Feng Jing only knew that Xia Ruofei had a strong network of channels and could get a lot of good stuff. In fact, even the iron skin fengdo was only processed at the Peach Blossom Company. The iron skin dendrobium, which was the raw material, was also provided by Xia Ruofei. No problem, Xia Ruofei said, just leave the auction items to me. What I'm worried about now is that the company has just moved its headquarters. Will you have enough energy to take care of it? No problem, Feng Jing said, our company's team is getting more and more mature. With the support of Hengfeng Group in Hong Kong, it's definitely not a problem to prepare for an auction like this. Chairman Dong Yun also said, we promise to complete the mission. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, that's good. This matter was temporarily settled like this. President Feng has dealt with Hengfeng many times. This time, you're still in charge of communicating with them. Let them know our intentions first. What items are being auctioned, including the specific number, I'll let you know as soon as I've confirmed it. All right, Feng Rao said. Then, Xia Ruofei turned to Dong Yun and said, as for the coordination between the front and back, including the specific work of the early preparation, I'll leave it to Director Dong. No problem, Dong Yun said, I will do my best to assist Chief Feng in making the preparations for the auction very detailed. Okay, Xia Ruofei said, if there's time, I hope that the auction can be held in Hong Kong in a week or two, no more than half a month. The overall plan, including how to hype up the early stage, how to promote, and what guests to invite, will be up to you to communicate with Hengfeng. I won't be involved in this matter. Feng Rao was already used to Xia Ruofei's way of doing things. She smiled and said, leave it to us. In the evening, Xia Ruofei first drove to Walmart to buy some groceries, then went to the Lingji restaurant headquarters to pick up Ling Qingxue. The two of them returned to Paradise Farm together. After dinner, the two of them immediately went upstairs to cultivate again. They ended their cultivation at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. In fact, they had been cultivating together for almost 3 or 4 days. Just as Xia Ruofei had expected, Ling Qingshua's cultivation level had broken through to Qi Disciple level 2, and her foundation was quite solid. Originally, Xia Ruofei wanted to send Ling Qingxue back to the city, but she insisted on driving herself. Ling Qingxue also felt that it was very hard for Xia Ruofei to accompany her in cultivation. Her heart ached for him to go back and forth so late at night. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and felt that there was nothing unsafe about driving. Besides, with Ling Qingshua's current cultivation, even if she encountered any danger or some rascal, even if she did not practice any martial arts, ordinary people would not be her match just by relying on her true energy. So, there was really nothing to worry about. Hence, Xia Ruofei finally agreed to let Ling Qingxue drive back by herself. Ling Qingxue drove the Mercedes-Benz that Xia Ruofei had been using for the past few days. Xia Ruofei was going to take the company bus to work the next day, and then he would have lunch with Ling Qingxue at noon and drive the car back to the company. After Ling Qingxue left, Xia Ruofei returned to his room and went into the medium to check his inventory. The truffles that were harvested the last time were stored in the storage space. He roughly counted the truffles that were about the same size as the last auction in Hong Kong. There were at least 20 pieces, enough for the auction. In addition, there were more than 50 relatively light truffles. Of course, this was only relative. In reality, 300 to 400 grams of truffles was already relatively large in the outside world. These truffles were obviously not suitable to be auctioned, because it would easily tarnish the image of Paradise Corporation's high-end food ingredient supplier. However, Xia Ruofei was not used to the taste of truffles. There was no use for them. Bastian's figure appeared in his mind. If the restaurant could sell them truffles, they would be more than happy to do so. After all, the restaurant was open to the public, and only a small group of people at the top of the pyramid could have a chance to taste the best ingredients. If the restaurant could bring in some relatively small but high-quality truffles, it would also improve the brand of the restaurant. However, Xia Ruofei did not immediately decide to sell the truffles that he did not plan to bring to the auction to the corner restaurant. Even if he wanted to sell them, he would definitely wait until after the auction. At this time, all the focus was on the auction. Anything that could distract the public's attention had to be done after the auction. Wild ginseng was also readily available. Xia Ruofei went to the Archean realm and dug out 3. Time flowed 30 times faster in the Archean realm, and the environment was so good, so the wild ginseng was constantly reproducing. Now, a small ginseng forest had formed there. If it was in the outside world, such a dense growth of ginseng would definitely cause a lack of nutrients. However, there were naturally no such hidden dangers in the spirit map space. The 3 old mountain ginsengs were basically 200 to 300 years old, and there was more than enough to take to the auction. Then, he arranged for Xia Qing to use the difference in the flow of time to cultivate some high-quality abalones as fast as possible according to the method she had used last time. He also used the time to directly make dried abalones. As for Awedo and Ironhide Fingdo, the Paradise Corporation had both ready-made ones. As long as they picked out the Best quality ones, they could send them to the auction together. Xia Ruofei stayed in the spirit map space for a while before returning to the outside world. He went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he returned to his room, he thought of the post that Ling Qingshui had posted on the forum at the corner restaurant today. He couldn't help but pick up his phone and open the forum to take a look. At first glance, Xia Ruofei's eyes widened in shock. Xia Ruofei had thought that the post would either be scoffed at by fans, or it would be deleted by the moderator. However, the truth was the opposite of what he had imagined. This post had already been highlighted at the top, and there was a reply from the moderator: "I've confirmed that this is our President Xia. Brothers and sisters, come and say hello to our overbearing president." Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. He looked at the data of the post again. In just one afternoon and half a night, there were already more than 1 million visits and more than 3,000 pages of replies. There were at least tens of thousands of replies. How did this happen? Xia Ruofei could not understand. He began to search for answers in the replies. The first few pages were similar to what he had expected. Most of the replies were disdainful. No one believed that Xia Ruofei had posted it himself. However, Xia Ruofei soon found the answer in the replies. One of the netizens with the ID Moonlight Cat occupied the sofa floor and replied almost instantly. He wrote in the post, "The daily posts were here again. If it's true, the manager will livestream him eating shit." There were already a lot of replies below this post. The story master: "Does your face hurt? Waiting for the floor master's live broadcast." The story master: "Your mother is calling you to go home and eat shit." Ha ha ha. I'm from Weibo, let's take a look at the internet celebrity floor master. It was also from Weibo. President Xia is very naughty today. The story master was in a sad state. Xia Ruofei quickly found a high-frequency keyword from the replies, Weibo. He raised his eyebrows and immediately opened the Weibo app on his phone. As expected, he saw that his latest Weibo post was posted this afternoon. The content was heart sanguinity. She had just gone to Tieba to say hello to her fans, but in the end, she had been treated as a fake. There were 3 pictures attached to the Weibo post. They were a screenshot of the background interface of the ID Real Xia Ruofei that had just registered today, a screenshot of the main post, and a photo of eating at a Western restaurant in the corner. Needless to say, this Weibo post was definitely posted by Ling Qingshui. Xia Ruofei did not even notice when this photo of them eating was posted. No wonder Ling Qingshui's smile was so strange. Even after the night's cultivation, Xia Ruofei always felt that her gaze was strange. So that was the problem. Not only was the post on Tieba flooded by fans, but this Weibo post also became a hot topic very quickly. It had already been read over 1 million times and had more than 10,000 replies. Xia Ruofei's down-to-earth style was well liked by everyone. Most of the replies expressed that they were happy to see this and then arranged to form groups to go to the Tieba to watch the fun. Actually, Xia Ruofei rarely posted on Weibo. Occasionally, he would post a few from the company's operations team. However, this Weibo post was obviously posted by him, so it was especially closely followed by fans. The popularity that had cooled down a little suddenly rose again. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had never been used to such a high-profile style. In comparison, he preferred a plain and low-key life. Perhaps it was an occupational habit left behind by the lone wolf assault team. He always lacked a sense of security under the spotlight. Even though he had already achieved success in his cultivation, he still subconsciously wanted to be low-key. However, things always turned out contrary to his wishes. Of course, this had already become a reality. Xia Ruofei naturally would not be bothered by it. Anyway, his life was very simple. Basically, he just had to go to the company and the farm. After that, he would go on a date with Ling Qingxue. As his girlfriend, Ling Qingxue had already made it public on the internet. The two of them did not need to hide their relationship, so it basically did not affect much. Xia Ruofei browsed through his own post bar with great interest. Soon, he saw Xiao's post. This post was also highlighted in red because she had put a photo of the two of them in the post. Xiao's ID was Falling Wood Xiao, and she wrote in the thread, "Waha. Guys, guess who I met today? Clang, 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 clang. I actually met our overbearing president. Are you guys envious?" Was he envious? There was a photo of her and Xia Ruofei below the message. In the photo, Xia Ruofei had a gentle smile on his face, while Xiao's face was filled with happiness and satisfaction. When Ling Qingxue took the photo, the composition and lighting were on point, and the corner restaurant's environment gave off a petty feeling, so the photo looked very beautiful. Xiao continued to write, "President Xia came to the restaurant where I work for a meal today, and he even brought the king's woman with him. Don't you think I'm too lucky? Let me tell you, our overbearing president is not overbearing at all. He's actually a warm man with a gentle attitude. I asked for an autograph and a photo, but the manager found out. President Xia even pleaded for me. Oh yes, there's also President Ling, he's a really nice person. She was the one who helped us take the photo above." It could be seen that Xiao was still very excited, so the post was a little incoherent. But even so, this post was full of content. At the end of the post, Xiao even took a photo of Xia Ruofei's signature and put it up. Naturally, this post became a hot topic very quickly. Its popularity was only second to the post that Ling Qingxue had posted on her behalf. Those who were active on this forum were definitely Xia Ruofei's fans, so they were extremely envious of Xiao's luck. Many people even asked what the name of the restaurant Xiao worked at was. It seemed that many local fans were ready to wait for an opportunity. Xia Ruofei also reminded himself to avoid going to the Western restaurant in the corner. To Xia Ruofei's fans on Tieba, today was obviously a good day. Not only did Xia Ruofei's real body appear on Tieba, but they also saw photos and autographs of him and his fans. There was enough information. Xia Ruofei had given everyone the impression that he was young, promising, and very responsible. Most of his fans had become fans because of the Qisheng incident. Through today's posts, Xia Ruofei's image in their hearts had become more down to earth and full of flesh and blood. The next morning, when Xia Ruofei arrived at the Peach Blossom building, he met Feng Jing at the elevator on the first floor. As soon as she saw Xia Ruofei, Feng Rao smiled and said, "Chairman, you've finally been enlightened. Your interaction with your fans yesterday was great. You have to keep it up in the future. Maintain a string." Xia Ruofei couldn't help rolling his eyes. However, he couldn't say that all of this was Ling Qingxue's doing, so he wisely remained silent and quickly changed the topic. President Feng, let's not talk about me. Have you contacted Hengfeng? Xia Ruofei asked. I was just about to report to your office. Feng Jing replied. Immediately. At this moment, the elevator arrived. Xia Ruofei said, let's talk while we walk. The two of them walked into the elevator on the top floor, and the elevator quickly went up. Feng Jing also said, I got in touch with Hengfeng yesterday. Hengfeng's chairman Ma is very interested in your proposal. He immediately said that Hengfeng auction house will do. It's best to support this auction. Boss Ma also asked us to send a liaison over as soon as possible to participate in the preliminary preparation work. Xia Ruofei had expected the Hengfeng group's attitude. He nodded and said, sure. It's good that we send people over earlier to get involved in the preparatory work. But you don't have to go early this time. After all, there are a lot of things to do at home, and it's hard to go on a business trip. Then who do you think is suitable? Feng Rao nodded slightly. Director Dong. Definitely can't leave so early. The work in the headquarters building has just begun to get on track. As the executive director, she should be in charge of the company at this time. I'll leave the problem of the candidates to you. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'm not as familiar with the people below as you are. Ruofei, it's not just unfamiliarity, right? Feng Rao pursed her lips and smiled. I see that you can't even remember the names of many of the middle management. Don't tear it down when it's hard, okay? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Do you have anyone in mind? Ruofei, what do you think about letting Lu Qian go? Feng Rao asked after some thought. Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Rao and asked, Sister Ran, are you going to put Lu Qian down? Feng Jing laughed, that's a thought indeed. There are pros and cons to working by my side. After all, she's the CEO's assistant right from the start, so she's not very familiar with many of the positions under her. For her future development, it's a good choice to train in other positions. Indeed, if one had been working with a leader all the time, they might have a better view of the overall situation than the bottom-level employees, but they would be relatively lacking in specific work experience. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you can make your own decision. As for going to Hong Kong to meet with Hengfeng, if you think Lu Qian is suitable, then let her go. Such a job is very good for improving coordination skills. It's good to train in advance. Although Lu Qian was a little inexperienced, the task of going to Hong Kong to meet with Hengfeng was not particularly heavy. Hengfeng Group would definitely cooperate. Well, so Lu Qian did not need to do much coordination work. All right then. Just let Lu Qian go. Feng Jing quickly made a decision. Oh right, Ruofei, when will the ingredients and herbs you mentioned yesterday be ready? We're going to shoot some material in advance to provide Hengfeng with publicity, as well as various materials and videos for the day of the auction. Xia Ruofei said, other than truffles, the other ingredients can be served at any time. How about this? I'll bring some samples to the company tomorrow, and you can let the photographer from the e-commerce department shoot the materials. Truffles could only be kept for a short time, so they had to wait until the auction was about to start before they could be taken out. If they had taken it out 10 days in advance, even if they had used the best preservation methods, most of the truffles would have gone bad by the day of the auction. All right. Feng Jing said happily, I'll arrange this work in the morning. When the elevator reached the top floor, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing returned to their respective offices. Not long after work, a female employee who had been temporarily transferred from the administration department to be Xia Ruofei's assistant knocked on the door and came in to announce that Lei Hu had come and wanted to meet Xia Ruofei. Then let him in. Xia Ruofei nodded. Very quickly, Lei Hu strode into Xia Ruofei's office and said, "Brother Xia, the money has been transferred to their accounts as you instructed. They've already started the preparation work today. If the purchasing of equipment and used cars goes well, they'll be able to devote themselves to work in a day or two at most." Then, Lei Hu took out a phone and handed it to Xia Ruofei, saying, "Brother Xia, Su Yugang asked me to pass this to you. For the sake of safety, you can use this phone to contact Su Yugang and the others during this period. If anything happens, they'll call this phone to contact you. Su Yugang and the others' numbers are already saved in it." Xia Ruofei took a closer look. It was a very retro-looking Nokia phone. This type of phone was very rare. Other than making calls and sending text messages, it had almost no other functions. Nokia was once the overlord of the mobile phone industry, but now it had gradually fallen to the second or third level. Xia Ruofei fiddled with the old Nokia phone and smiled. "Not bad. Su Yugang is really cautious. People in our line of work are all like this." Lei Hu smiled and said, "Brother Xia, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Okay, go. Do your work," Xia Ruofei said. After Lei Hu left, Xia Ruofei put his phone aside. He was about to turn on his computer to browse the news when his phone rang. Xia Ruofei saw that it was Wu Liqian and immediately picked up. He laughed and said, "Good morning, Sister Qian." "You bad boy," Wu Liqian said. "Didn't I tell you to keep my secret? Why did you tell Secretary Tian?" "I was scolded by her on the phone for half a day." Although Tian Huilan had been promoted, Wu Liqian was still used to calling her Secretary Tian. "So, Sister Qian, you've already received the notice for the training?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. I'm flying off this afternoon," Wu Liqian said. "The training class is about to start. I have to go there as soon as possible." "This is a good thing." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "At least you can have peace and quiet for 2 months. "That's true." Wu Liqian was obviously in a good mood. She continued, "But don't expect me to thank you. I haven't even pursued the matter with you yet." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Yes. It's all my fault. Sister Qian, this was all Aunt Tian's work. If you want to thank someone, you should thank her. That's for sure," Wu Liqian said. "But when I think about how Secretary Tian will definitely criticize me to my face when I go to Beijing, my heart is in a mess. What are you afraid of?" "Don't tell me that. Auntie Tian will eat you up?" Xia Ruofei said, "Oh right, what time is your flight in the afternoon? I'll send you off." "You don't need to send me off. The airport is very close to my place, so I'll just leave directly," Wu Liqian said. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's Nokia phone on the table started vibrating. Xia Ruofei immediately said, "It's settled then. I'll send you off in the afternoon and prepare a few portions of jaded skin cream for Aunt Tian. I don't think she'll be able to bear to criticize you anymore. Sister Qian, I still have something to do, so I'll hang up first. Remember to send me your flight number." Then, Xia Ruofei hung up the phone without waiting for Wu Liqian's reply. Then he picked up his Nokia and answered the call. Hello? Xia Ruofei asked calmly. Boss, we're ready. We'll be in position this afternoon. Su Yugang said. So fast? Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. Didn't Huzi say that you would need 2 to 3 days to prepare? After the funds arrived yesterday, the brothers split up. I went out of town overnight to get the equipment back, and Liangzi and the others modified the car overnight. We tested it today, and there's no problem. Su Yugang said, Boss, we'll start working this afternoon. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Yes. I can. Do you have any other instructions? Su Yugang asked. Xia Ruofei said, No, you guys take care of it. But there's one thing you need to do, you must ensure your safety before doing anything. Otherwise, you'd rather give up. Anyway, I won't give you a time limit, and I don't have any other requirements. Just keep a close eye on the target and report to me if you find anything. Understood. Su Yugang said, Boss, just wait for our news. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. In the afternoon, Wu Liqian left Sanshan. Su Yugang and the others also began to keep an eye on Lu Haojuan. The show was just about to start. If this was the second half, then Lu Haojuan was too arrogant in the first half and touched Xia Ruofei's bottom line. In the second half, Lu Haojuan was not in control. At 2 in the afternoon, Xia Ruofei drove to Sanshan Airport alone. Wu Liqian's flight took off at 3:30 p.m. Xia Ruofei had plenty of time when he left, but he was stuck in a traffic jam on his way out of the city. He had to take a long detour, so he was a little late when he arrived at the airport. Fortunately, he was not too late. Wu Liqian had just sent Xia Ruofei a WeChat message and she had just arrived at the airport. When Xia Ruofei parked the car, his eyes swept over an unremarkable van not far away. He could not help but frown. Although the screen of the van was dark, Xia Ruofei could still see Su Yugang sitting in the van. He didn't get out of the car. Instead, he took out his Nokia phone and dialed Su Yugang's number. Boss. Su Yugang said calmly. What's the situation? Why are you guys at the airport? Xia Ruofei asked, frowning. Su Yugang, who was in the van, was slightly shocked. He immediately looked around. Xia Ruofei said, You don't have to look. I'm in your Savino clock direction. I just came to the airport to see off a friend. Su Yugang was speechless. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to have such a sharp eye. There were so many cars in the parking lot, and he did not report their license plates, models, and other information to Xia Ruofei, but Xia Ruofei was able to discover him hiding in the car. Su Yugang had always heard from Lei Hu that Xia Ruofei was very good in the army. At first, Su Yugang did not have a concept of it, but today, Xia Ruofei had given him a very deep impression. Su, you just woke up. And quickly said, Boss, we followed the target to the airport. Liangzi is in the lobby, I'll stay in the car to support. He's at the airport? Xia Ruofei frowned and asked. The first person that came to Xia Ruofei's mind was Wu Liqian. His eyes turned cold and he said, I know. You guys follow the plan. I'll go in first. With that, Xia Ruofei hung up the phone and kept it. He opened the car door and walked quickly to the departure hall of the airport. Lu Haojuan was standing across from Wu Liqian, looking a little upset. Wu Liqian's face was frosty. She frowned and said, Lu Haojuan, what are you trying to do? Lu Haojuan gritted his teeth. Deputy Mayor. Wu, it looks like I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have this ability. You can go to such a training class, just like that. Wu Liqian snorted coldly and ignored Lu Haojuan. She had kept a low profile about her training. After receiving the notice, she only reported it to the leader. Then, she packed her luggage in the afternoon and asked the driver to drive her over. He didn't expect Lu Haojuan's nose to be so sharp. Not only did he find out immediately, but he was also like a dog, skin plaster that couldn't be shaken off. He directly drove the car over. Do you think that I can't do anything to you now that you're in the capital? Lu Haojuan sneered. You can't be that right? Don't forget where I'm from. The capital is my base. Lu Haojuan, what are you trying to do? Wu Liqian glared at Lu Haojuan. Do you still have the bearing of a leader? You're just a hooligan. Lu Haojuan chuckled, I'm a rascal. Wu Liqian, let me put it this way. None of the women that I, Lu Haojuan, have ever been able to escape from my grasp. You will be no exception. Don't worry, aren't you going to Beijing for 2 months? I'll make your life for the next 2 months quite exciting. Wu Liqian's expression changed slightly. She now knew Lu Haojuan's family background was terrifying. If Lu Haojuan was determined to make things difficult for her, she would not be able to live in peace even if she went to the capital. Perhaps Lu Haojuan didn't dare to go back to the capital, but his friends were all well-known figures in the circle of nouveau riches. How could he, a small leader at the bottom level, fight with them? She couldn't possibly trouble Tian Huilan for everything. Wu Liqian was angry, but when she saw Lu Haojuan's smug look, she felt a little nauseated. No matter what, it was better to stay away from this scoundrel. As for what would happen after they arrived in Beijing, they would just take it one step at a time. Thinking of this, Wu Liqian looked at Lu Haojuan coldly and said, Move. I'm going to the security check. Lu Haojuan stood in front of Wu Liqian and stared at her with bloodshot eyes. I'll give you one more chance. Give up this position and go back to Chongping. As long as you're willing to be my woman, I guarantee that you'll have a smooth life in Chongping. How was it? Please consider it. A trace of anger appeared on Wu Liqian's face. She bit her lower lip and squeezed out 2 words, in your dreams. After that, Wu Liqian dragged her suitcase and tried to bypass Lu Haojuan to go to the security check. Lu Haojuan, however, immediately changed his direction like a street gangster, and even reached out his hands to stop Wu Liqian. He revealed a cold smile and said, I like women with strong tempers like you. Because to me, conquering with such difficulty gives me a greater sense of achievement. Wu Liqian. You can't run away. So what if you go abroad, not to mention the capital? As long as I'm willing, I can make you unable to stay in any corner of this world in minutes. After saying that, Lu Haojuan actually reached out to pull Wu Liqian. He even said, a wise man submits to fate. I think you should return to Chongping with me. However, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed Lu Haojuan's wrist. Lu Haojuan's pulse was locked. He suddenly felt sore and numb, as if he couldn't exert any strength in his body. Then, he felt that the hand was slightly exerting force. He felt as if he was being clamped by a hard and hot iron clamp. A burst of severe pain came from his wrist. He even felt his bones creaking. He couldn't help but scream. Wu Liqian looked at Xia Ruofei, who had appeared in time, in surprise. Xia Ruofei ignored the wailing Lu Haojuan. He smiled at Wu Liqian and said, Sister Qian, I'm so sorry. There was a traffic jam on the way, so I'm a little late, it's fine. It's still early, Wu Liqian said. Lu Haojuan used all his strength, but he couldn't break free. He shouted in exasperation, quickly release me. You bastard. Xia Ruofei was expressionless, but he used a little more strength. Lu Haojuan suddenly screamed loudly. His entire body was hunched over as he cried out in a trembling voice, let go. Let go. My hand is going to break. Xia Ruofei glanced at Lu Haojuan and handed the bag to Wu Liqian. Sister Qian, the things I prepared for you are all inside. Keep them well. Wu Liqian knew that the paper bag must contain the jaded skin ointment. She reached out to take it and said softly, thank you. While Lu Haojuan was still cursing, some people had already noticed the small commotion and looked over. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Haojuan coldly and said, if you continue to spew shit, your arm will really break. Lu Haojuan was like a duck that had its throat clutched. He opened his mouth weakly, but he didn't dare to curse anymore. As Xia Ruofei let go, he gave Lu Haojuan a light push. Lu Haojuan immediately staggered back 6 or 7 steps and almost fell on his butt. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to Wu Liqian, Sister Qian, it's almost time. I'll send you to the security check. These things. Do we need to do a consignment check? Wu Liqian asked, waving the paper bag in her hand. It's okay. The jaded skin ointment can be brought directly onto the plane. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, let's go. N. Wu Liqian nodded her head. The two of them directly treated Lu Haojuan as heir. Lu Haojuan gritted his teeth in anger, but he was also scared out of his wits by Xia Ruofei. He did not dare to stand in front of Wu Liqian anymore. He looked at Xia Ruofei's back and shouted, do you know who I am? Xia Ruofei blinked at Wu Liqian and said, this child is so pitiful. He doesn't even remember who he is. Did he lose his memory? Wu Liqian couldn't help but burst into laughter. She didn't have a good impression of Lu Haojuan at all. Moreover, the two of them had already fallen out a long time ago, so she naturally wouldn't show any mercy at this time. Wu Liqian said directly, amnesia shouldn't be that bad, right? But there might be a problem here. As she spoke, she pointed to her head with her index finger, and her meaning was self-evident. Some of the onlookers almost burst out laughing when they saw the two of them echoing each other. Lu Haojuan's face was red and white, and his eyes were murderous. He shouted with hatred, who are you? Leave your name if you dare. Xia Ruofei stopped and turned around. Weren't you in a hurry to meet me? You don't even know me? Lu Haojuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately came back to his senses. During this period of time, he had been most concerned about the results of attracting investment into Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. Hence, when Xia Ruofei said that, he immediately guessed Xia Ruofei's identity. When he looked at Xia Ruofei again, the hatred in his heart grew. Initially, the Peach Blossom Company had sent people to inspect several other locations at the last minute and refused to meet with him. He was already filled with anger. Now that Xia Ruofei had come out to meddle in his business, he naturally hated her more. It's President Xia. Lu Haojuan said sinisterly, President Xia, you're such a big boss. Don't you know that it's illegal to hit someone? Idiot. Xia Ruofei spat out the word in disdain, then said to Wu Liqian, Sister Qian, it seems that you're right. This guy really has a problem with his head. Ignore him, I'll take you to the security check. After that, Xia Ruofei helped Wu Liqian with her luggage and the two of them walked towards the nearest security checkpoint. Lu Haojuan was infuriated by Xia Ruofei's disdainful tone. However, he knew that he was no match for Xia Ruofei. Lu Haojuan shouted from behind, Xia Ruofei, you've got guts. Shut down all of your company's businesses in the southeast province if you can. Or else. Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks, turned around and stared into Lu Haojuan's eyes. Are you threatening me? I really don't buy it. Not to mention a good, for, nothing like you. Even if your Lu family's elders came out, what could they do to me? Lu Haojuan was stunned. He thought that Xia Ruofei didn't know about his family's situation. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei wouldn't have the courage to be so rude to him. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Haojuan and said, You don't understand? It's okay if you don't understand. You can ask your brother who runs a leather company when you go back, and you'll understand. After that, Xia Ruofei ignored Lu Haojuan and dragged Wu Liqian's suitcase to the security check. Lu Haojuan stared at the back of the two people who were getting further and further away, and his expression was uncertain. After a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and took out his phone. He found Lu Haofan's number and dialed it. Big brother? Lu Haofan was a little surprised. Lu Haojuan glared at Xia Ruofei and Wu Liqian in the distance and asked, Haofan, let me ask you, do you know the boss of the Paradise Corporation, Xia Ruofei? It's the company that's been selling the jaded skin cream recently. Big brother, why are you suddenly asking about him? Lu Haofan was very surprised. You really know him? Lu Haojuan frowned and said, Tell me about this grandson's situation. The news of Lu Haofan and Xia Ruofei competing for the land in Xiaotang town had already spread in the capital. However, Lu Haojuan had already been demoted to Chongqing County by that time. Besides, he was Lu Haofan's older brother, so no one would mention the embarrassing story of the Lu family to him. In addition, Lu Haojuan followed the path of the government, which was completely different from Lu Haofan. He didn't care much about Lu Haofan's business, so he didn't know that Xia Ruofei had already made Lu Haofan suffer in the capital. Naturally, Lu Haofan was unwilling to take the initiative to mention such a shameful thing. Therefore, Lu Haofan didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he asked, Big brother, what's the grudge between you and Xia Ruofei? Lu Haojuan explained how the Paradise Corporation was originally planning to invest in Chongqing County, but after they learned that he was the one leading the negotiations, they immediately went to investigate other places. He didn't mention anything about Wu Liqian. After all, he had left the capital in a sorry state because of his lifestyle. After coming to Chongqing, he had returned to his old ways. The key was that he had repeatedly hit a wall in front of Wu Liqian. He really didn't have much face to show. Lu Haojuan said, Originally, if I had won this investment project, my work in Chongqing would have been smooth. I just had to work hard for a year or two. It would be very easy to return to Beijing and get a proper job. This grandson just had to go against me and block my future. You tell me, should I punish him or not? Big brother, this matter. I advise you to be a little more careful. Lu Haofan frowned slightly and said, What are you saying? Lu Haojuan said, He's Just a local boss of a small company. I can deal with him with just a word. Big brother, don't blame your little brother for speaking out of turn. Lu Hafan said, this Xia Ruofei is not as simple as he looks. You haven't been getting to know the situation in Beijing for the past few months. This guy is quite famous in our circle now. Oh? Could it be that this grandson is someone's illegitimate child? Lu Haojuan laughed. Weirdly. I don't remember a big boss with the surname Xia. Lu Hafan cursed under his breath and almost hung up the phone. You're the one who likes this. Do you think everyone is like you? Illegitimate child. However, they were still blood-related after all. Since Lu Hafan knew about this situation, he definitely had to remind Lu Haojuan. Otherwise, if Lu Haojuan were to really get into a bad situation, his family would definitely not spare him. Big brother, I'll put it this way. Lu Hafan said. This kid has connections with the Song family and is very close to Song Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and the others. They're as close as if they're wearing the same pair of pants. I'm not even afraid of that little bastard Song Ruofei. Why should I be afraid of his little follower? Lu Haojuan said in disdain. Let me finish. Lu Hafan said, if it's just a relationship between the younger generation, it might be nothing. But this Xia Ruofei is not that simple. I heard that even Elder Song admires him a lot. Every time he comes to the capital, Elder Song will meet him. Fuck. Lu Haojuan couldn't help but curse. Really? Don't tell me it's just a rumor in the circle? You don't have to care if it's true or not. I've already told you everything. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Lu Hafan was finally a little impatient. Big brother, I advise you not to use force on this matter. It's best to take a roundabout way. You're not fighting alone in the southeast province. Maybe we can coordinate with our people and this matter can still work out. Anyway, it didn't matter where they invested. At most, he would give them more preferential policies. He doesn't have any irreconcilable enmity with us, so he won't go so far as to fight us to the death. Lu Hafan thought to himself, if we're talking about losses, I'm the one who's at a disadvantage. He's the one who's at a huge advantage. Lu Haojuan fell into silence. After a while, he said, all right, I understand, Hafan. Thank you for telling me all this. I'll treat you to a drink when I get back to the capital. We're all one family. Big brother doesn't need to be so polite. Lu Hafan said with a smile. Family ties were usually very indifferent in the rich and powerful. Lu Haojuan and Lu Hafan did not have any feelings for each other, so the two of them naturally did not have much to talk about. They hung up the phone very quickly after they finished talking about business. Lu Haojuan looked at Xia Ruofei and Wu Liqian. He noticed that they did not go to the security check. Instead, they went to the check-in counter. There was a middle-aged man in a suit talking to Xia Ruofei warmly. He looked deeply at Xia Ruofei's back, gritted his teeth, turned around, and left the hall without looking back. Lu Haojuan didn't notice that in the crowd at the airport departure hall, an ordinary-looking young man was quietly following him from a distance. There was also a young man in a white T-shirt standing next to the trash can at the entrance of the hall. He had a Bluetooth headset and seemed to be listening to music. The young man also stubbed out his cigarette and walked directly to the opposite parking lot. The person who was talking to Xia Ruofei was Yang Wanqin, the vice president of the airport group, whom He had met once during the flight test of the business jet. It could be said that Yang Wanqin had a deep impression of Xia Ruofei. Not only was Xia Ruofei in the limelight recently, but his rise to fame was also because of the major events in the aviation industry. More importantly, Xia Ruofei had such a close relationship with the super-rich Li Yifu. Even the public jet that was still under the Kyushu Group's name was now parked at Sanshan Airport. The Kyushu Group had directly rented an exclusive hangar. Yang Wanqin heard that this public jet was specially used to serve Xia Ruofei. A plane that was worth hundreds of millions was just given to Xia Ruofei for free. There were also a lot of additional costs, including the crew's salary, airport rent, management fees, aircraft maintenance fees, and so on. One could imagine how important Xia Ruofei was to Li Yifu. Therefore, when Yang Wanqin saw Xia Ruofei from afar, he immediately took the initiative to come over and greet him. When he found out that Xia Ruofei was sending a friend to the plane, Yang Wanqin immediately asked Wu Liqian about her flight and class. As a member of the standing committee of the county party committee, Wu Liqian could travel by plane, but she could only claim the expenses of the economy class, so she naturally booked the economy class. President Xia, County Head Wu, please wait for the security check. Please follow me to the check-in counter, Yang Wanqin immediately said. Xia Ruofei thought that Yang Wanqin was going to arrange for a VIP staff member to take Wu Liqian through the security check at the VIP passage. Actually, there was still plenty of time. Since the security checkpoints were open, there weren't many people in line. Xia Ruofei didn't think it was necessary, but he couldn't resist Yang Wanqin's enthusiasm. At last, he exchanged a look with Wu Liqian and followed him. Xia Ruofei's mind power had been locked on Lu Haojuan. When he left, Xia Ruofei did not even turn his head, but he knew it clearly. Even Xing Liang and Zhang Aijuan, who were following Lu Haojuan, could not escape his detection. He believed in the abilities of Su Yugang and the other three. Unless Lu Haojuan was as clean as a piece of white paper, he would definitely give himself away. As long as they had enough ingredients, there would be many possible choices for the next step. The initiative was completely in Xia Ruofei's hands. Xia Ruofei looked through the glass in the lobby and saw the van parked in the opposite parking lot. Then, he quickly looked away. At this time, the three of them had arrived at the check-in counter. The staff saw Yang Wanqin and quickly stood up to greet him. Although the check-in staff at this counter was a staff member of Heron Island Airlines, and strictly speaking, he wasn't under the jurisdiction of the airport. However, the airline rented this counter and Yang Wanqin was a senior executive of the airport group. As an ordinary check-in staff, he naturally didn't dare to neglect him. Yang Wanqin told him Wu Liqian's flight number and asked, "Check if there are any empty seats in the business class and first class cabin." It was obviously not the first time the staff member had to deal with such a situation. He immediately entered the flight number on the computer and checked it. Then he looked up and said, "Mr. Yang, there are still empty seats in the first class and business class. I'll get this lady too." "First class?" Yang Wanqin nodded. Then, he said to Wu Liqian with a smile, "County Head Wu, could you please provide your boarding pass?" Wu Liqian was stunned for a moment and quickly said, "President Yang, there's no need to upgrade. It's only a 2-hour flight, so economy class will do." "Mr. Yang," Xia Ruofei said tactfully, "Sister Qian is traveling for official business. It's over the limit to take the first class." Before young Wanqing could speak, the staff member explained. With a smile, "Sir, madam, we're upgrading your cabin for free. There's no cost and we won't change your itinerary, so there's no impact on your subsequent reimbursement." Free of charge? Xia Ruofei was stunned. He knew that since young Wanqing had helped with the upgrade, Wu Liqian definitely wouldn't have to pay for the cost. However, if the itinerary was changed to first class, Wu Liqian wouldn't be able to claim the ticket, which meant that she would have to pay for the cost of the economy class. The flight was only 2 hours long, so it wasn't worth it. If it was Xia Ruofei himself, he would not care about such a small amount of money. In fact, when he went on a trip, he had basically booked a first-class ticket. However, this involved Wu Liqian's future reimbursement, so he had some concerns. Yang Wanqing smiled and explained, "Director Xia, County Head Wu, unless it's peak travel season, the airline's tickets are rarely sold out, especially the relatively expensive first-class seats. There are often empty seats. These resources are idle, so the airline will use these resources to provide free upgrade services for high-quality passengers. This is completely in line with the regulations. In fact, those who could enjoy a free upgrade were generally regular travelers or platinum customers of some banks. Of course, there were also ordinary passengers who were sometimes hit by a pie that fell from the sky, but this situation was very rare." After young Wanqing's explanation, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and didn't try to be pretentious. He smiled and said, "In that case, thank you, President Yang." "Thank you, Mr. Yang." Wu Liqian also said. "You're welcome. You're welcome. It's no trouble at all." Yang Wanqing chuckled and said, "President Xia is a big customer of our airport. It's our duty to provide you with the best service." Wu Liqian handed the itinerary to the flight attendant and looked at Xia Ruofei strangely. She could not understand why Xia Ruofei had become a big client of the airport. Did his company have any business dealings with the airport? Could it be that the airline's side dishes were all Taoyuan vegetables? Wasn't this too extravagant? Besides, the production capacity of Taoyuan Farm couldn't reach that. Wu Liqian couldn't understand. Xia Ruofei did not explain too much to Wu Liqian. The staff on duty quickly completed the upgrade procedures and stamped Wu Liqian's boarding pass with a special stamp for the upgrade. After that, the check-in staff took the initiative to arrange for a VIP ground service and led Wu Liqian directly through the empty VIP passage to go through the security check. Wu Liqian stood in front of the yellow prohibition line and said to Xia Ruofei, "Ruofei, thank you for this." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister Qian, you don't have to be so formal with me. You don't have to think about anything. Just focus on your training when you go to the capital. Don't worry about things in Chongping." Wu Liqian opened her mouth and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Ruofei, you have to be more careful when dealing with Lu Haojuan. He doesn't play his cards according to common sense, and his style is very overbearing." "Yes, I will." Xia Ruofei nodded, as if he had learned something. Wu Liqian rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "All right. Don't play dumb with me. I know you didn't take it seriously." "How can that be? I'll definitely remember County Head Wu's instructions." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "You're so glib." Wu Liqian glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, "I'm going in. Remember, don't be impulsive. Think twice before you act." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Don't worry, Sister Qian. I will definitely remember your words. Oh right, I heard that Lu Haojuan threatened you just now. Don't worry, I have a few brothers in Beijing, and they're no worse than Lu Haojuan. If you have any problems, you can go to them directly. They will definitely do their best to help you. I'll send the contact information to your WeChat later. Wu Liqian's heart felt warm and she said, yes. I know, she couldn't bear to see Xia Ruofei for 2 months. She couldn't help but say, Ruofei, if you're going to the capital, remember to come and find me. I will. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll be going there soon. Please come to my house then. Your family, Wu Liqian, was stunned for a moment, then she giggled and said, I almost forgot that you have a big rich man's courtyard in Jing City. I'll remember what you said. If you dare to forget, don't blame me for not being polite to you. No. It won tea. Xia Ruofei smiled. Sister Qian, it's almost time. You should go in, the two of them waved goodbye at the airport. Xia Ruofei watched as Wu Liqian's figure disappeared from the VIP waiting room. Then, he turned around and walked out. At the parking lot. Su Yougong's van was no longer in the parking lot. He must have left the airport with Lu Haojuan. Xia Ruofei didn't call Su Yougong again. Anyway, the task had been handed over to them. He didn't ask about the process, but only the results. Xia Ruofei found his night 15 and left the airport. Since it was already 2 in the afternoon, Xia Ruofei did not make another trip to the city. Instead, he returned to Taoyuan Farm. On the airport highway, Lu Haojuan's crown car was driving smoothly. His expression was a little ferocious. With his temper, Xia Ruofei had disrespected him time and time again. He would have used all means to deal with Xia Ruofei. However, Lu Haofan's words made him waver. Even though he didn't care about them, just Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruwei, and the others were enough to make Lu Haojuan afraid, especially Zhao Yongjun, who was very famous in the circle. Although his family background wasn't as prominent as Song Ruwei and Lu Haofan, Lu Haojuan didn't dare to look down on him at all. In fact, Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruwei, and the others had formed a strong circle of connections. This circle supported Xia Ruofei, so Lu Haojuan could not use his familiar methods on Xia Ruofei. However, it was impossible for him to swallow this. Lu Haojuan was the kind of person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The superior environment he grew up in had led to a flaw in his personality. He could not tolerate others being disrespectful to him. Lu Haojuan's hand unconsciously tapped on the armrest of his chair. He couldn't think of a reliable way to deal with Xia Ruofei at the moment. In the end, he returned to the project. Lu Haojuan dreamed of getting that project and turning it into a shining achievement. Therefore, Lu Haojuan couldn't help but think of Lu Haofan's suggestion. After much consideration, he finally took out his phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, Lu Haojuan said enthusiastically, Uncle Fan. I'm Haojuan. How have you been? Recently? It's like this, I have something to report to you. I don't know if it's convenient for you. Okay. Then I'll come to your office now. I won't leave until we meet. After hanging up the phone, Lu Haojuan said to the driver, change to the provincial government. Okay, Secretary Lu. The driver replied respectfully. Lu Haojuan and the driver did not notice that they had been watched for a long time. Su Yougong and the other 3 used 2 cars. One was the inconspicuous van that Xia Ruofei had seen, and the other was a black Jetta. The two cars had been modified by them. The van was large and had a lot of equipment. Su Yogong's tracking skills were very good. They did not follow him closely, but followed him from a distance with a few cars between them. They also changed positions from time to time to avoid being noticed by the experienced drivers. Lu Haojuan's car was supposed to enter the ramp and exit the highway when they arrived at Chongping exit. However, the car did not slow down at the exit, nor did it change lanes. Instead, it drove straight ahead and continued in the direction of the city. Wang Chong, record this down. Su Yugang turned around and said. At 14:38 p.m., the target did not return to Chongping County as planned. He is currently driving in the direction of the main city. Understood. Wang Chong immediately jotted down the information in his notebook. Wang Chong's speed of recording was extremely fast, and the book was filled with strange combinations of symbols and numbers. Even if this book was lost or picked up by someone else, it was impossible for them to understand the contents of the book. Only Su Yugang and the others could grasp the patterns of these symbols. The two cars followed Lu Haojuan's car into Sanshan City. Lu Haojuan's car drove straight into the provincial mansion's compound. No matter how powerful Su Yugang and the others were, it was impossible for them to follow him into the heavily guarded compound. They found a relatively hidden place not far away, but they could still see the provincial mansion's gate. They stopped the car by the side. Wang Chong had also recorded the time Lu Haojuan entered the courtyard, but he didn't know who he was meeting. Half an hour later, Lu Haojuan came down from the office building in high spirits. He had gained a lot from this trip to the provincial government. Although Uncle Fan didn't give him any guarantees out of professional habit, he provided him with a seemingly reliable solution. At least, in Lu Haojuan's opinion. There was still a lot of hope for the project to introduce Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. Lu Haojuan had buried his hatred for Xia Ruofei deep in his heart. He only wanted to settle the project first. When Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory was really in Chongping, it would be easy for him to control Xia Ruofei with such a big business. Even if he were to take a step back and let Xia Ruofei off for the time being, allowing the construction of the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory to go smoothly, it wouldn't be a loss to him. On the contrary, the more successful Xia Ruofei's pharmaceutical factory was, the more political returns he would receive. Every cent that Xia Ruofei's pharmaceutical factory earned was an achievement for him. It could be said that as long as the pharmaceutical factory project was settled in Chongping, Lu Haojuan would be in an invincible position. The driver drove the car to the front of the building. After Lu Haojuan got in the car, he let out a long breath, as if he wanted to vent out all the depression he had been feeling these days. Secretary, where should we go next? The driver asked respectfully. Back to Chongping. Lu Haojuan said. Yes. The car started slowly and drove out of the courtyard. Lu Haojuan leaned against the soft seat and closed his eyes to rest. Wu Liqian's figure appeared in his mind. From time to time. Sometimes, men were like this. The more they couldn't get something, the more they wanted it. Wu Liqian's resistance to him made him feel like his heart was being scratched. On this matter, his mentality had already developed in a serious direction of imbalance. Wu Liqian was far away from the capital, so Lu Haojuan couldn't launch an attack on Wu Liqian in a short time. It was because of this that the frustration in his heart didn't reduce much after the meeting with Uncle Fan today. On the contrary, he felt a ball of fire burning in his heart. If he didn't vent out this ball of evil fire, he felt that he would be suffocated. Lu Haojuan frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "Old Zhou, I'm not going back to Chongping. Send me to the Westlake Mansion." "Yes, secretary." The driver, Old Zhou, said. Old Zhou was brought over by Lu Haojuan from Beijing. He had been working for the Lu family for a long time and was loyal to the Lu family. Lu Haojuan basically did not avoid him in many matters. In fact, Lao Zhou was still paid by the Lu family. He was only responsible for driving Lu Haojuan in Chongping County. He was not under the jurisdiction of the government vehicles and was basically Lu Haojuan's private driver. Of course, this was not in line with the regulations. However, everyone turned a blind eye to such a small matter. They would not nitpick and ask Lu Haojuan to rectify it. Even though Ol Zhou had only been in the southeast province for a few months, he was still very familiar with the places that Lu Haojuan frequented. The Westlake Mansion was a place that Lu Haojuan visited very often. After Lao Zhou drove out of the provincial mansion compound, he turned the car left with ease and drove in the direction of the Westlake Mansion. Westlake Mansion was the name of one of the high-end buildings in Sanshan City. It was located next to Westlake Park in the heart of Sanshan City. The price of the second-hand houses in this building far exceeded the price of a new plot of land in the same area. Whether it was its geographical location or natural environment, there was nothing to be picky about. Even the plot of land was very good. It was suitable for a primary school, directly under Sanshan City that had been in the top 3 in the city for a long time. When the average price of real estate in Sanshan was only about 10,000 yuan, the average price of this building was already close to 20,000 yuan. With the rapid growth in the past few years, the real estate price in Sanshan City had reached about 30,000 yuan. The price of a second-hand house in Westlake Mansion was more than 50,000 yuan per square meter. It was definitely a high-end high-quality real estate. Xia Ruofei's deduction was also very accurate. A person like Lu Haojuan would never have a pure heart and few desires. He would never live an ascetic life. A dog would never change its habit of eating shit. In fact, Lu Haojuan already had a woman not long after he arrived in the southeast province. For this reason, he even bought a penthouse apartment in the West Lake Mansion so that he could have a quiet, private, and very safe place to have fun when needed. Su Yugang and the others naturally followed him immediately. In the car in front, Lu Haojuan didn't avoid the driver, Old Zhou. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Where are you?" "If there's nothing else, then get off work earlier. I'll be waiting for you at the Westlake Mansion." On the city channel of Sanshan TV station, the female host, Fang Qinchin, had just finished recording an episode of the show and was removing her makeup in the dressing room. When her phone rang, she asked the makeup artist to stop and took the phone to the bathroom to answer the call. After hanging up the phone, Fang Qinchin sighed. When she returned to the dressing room, she said, "Sister Ling, be quick. I have something urgent to attend to later, so I have to go first." "All right," the makeup room replied. After removing her makeup, Fang Qinchin tidied herself up and hurriedly took the elevator down with her bag. She found her red Beetle car in the underground parking lot of the TV station and quickly drove away in the direction of the Westlake Mansion. Along the way, Fang Qinchen's feelings were a little complicated. She hated herself for being vain, but at the same time, she kept telling herself that her current life was something she had never dared to imagine before. If she could endure it for another 1 or 2 years, she would be able to get a luxurious mansion in the Westlake mansion. The two voices kept clashing in her heart. Fang Qinchen and Lu Haojuan's meeting was a coincidence, but it was also inevitable. A few months ago, Fang Qinchen was still a foreign reporter at the TV station. She was busy running around every news site and often had to work overtime to write scripts. Her life was very hard. Not long after Lu Haojuan took office, Fang Qinchen came to Chongping County for an interview. It was her first time meeting Lu Haojuan, who was representing the county at the event. Her beautiful face and alluring figure made Lu Haojuan's eyes light up, so she became the envy of many reporters. After the event ended, Qianqian got the opportunity to interview Lu Haojuan. This encounter had completely changed the trajectory of Fang Qinchen's life. The two of them exchanged contact information, and Lu Haojuan had been contacting Fang Qinchen frequently since that day. At first, Fang Qinchen did not think too much about it. Although she knew that Lu Haojuan was definitely interested in her, she did not show any signs of rejection. Even though she already had a family and a 4-year-old child, she still wanted to change her life. Of course, Fang Qinchen did not have the intention to betray her husband and family from the start. She wanted to maintain this ambiguous relationship and use Lu Haojuan's influence to change her current situation. However, if Lu Haojuan had his eyes on her, how could Fang Qinchen escape his grasp? Fang Qinchen did not even dare to imagine that Lu Haojuan would do anything to achieve his goal. She had taken her first step after a dinner 3 months ago. That day, Lu Haojuan had organized a dinner party. Other than Fang Qinchen, the other people who attended were all from some of the powerful departments in the city and province. There was even a young division chief who had come from the capital for a business trip. That was also the first time Fang Qinchen had seen Lu Haojuan's power. At the dinner, those higher ranking leaders, including the division chief of the capital's ministry, were very friendly to Lu Haojuan. They did not address him as Secretary Lu but Young Master Lu instead. Lu Haojuan was the center of attention. From the conversations of those people, Fang Qinchen guessed for the first time that Lu Haojuan was from a big family in Beijing, which was the legendary XXX party. That night, Lu Haojuan had repeatedly asked the higher-ups to toast Fang Qinchen, and she had drunk a little too much in no time. After the meal, Lu Haojuan naturally took on the task of sending Qinchen home. Furthermore, he did not send Fang Qinchen home at all. Instead, he went straight to a 5-star hotel nearby and checked in. Although Fang Qinchen had drunk a little too much, her mind was still relatively clear. She knew very well what was going to happen next. When Lu Haojuan helped her into the room, she was a little hesitant, but when she thought of her plain and simple life and Lu Haojuan's high-spirited look at the dinner, her last bit of hesitation disappeared. Everything happened naturally under Fang Qinchen's half-push and half-agreement. Lu Haojuan seemed to be particularly fond of wives like Fang Qinchen. That night, he had performed beyond his usual standards. That was also the first time Fang Qinchen had stayed out all night. However, her honest husband was easy to fool. Just as the two of them were fighting, her husband even called to ask about it, but she dismissed him with a few words. She said that there was an urgent manuscript at the station, and she might have to work overtime until very late, so she went straight to the office to sleep. Her husband even kept reminding her to rest and not tire herself out. Lu Haojuan was already getting impatient. Fang Qinshan quickly dismissed her husband with a few words and hung up the phone. Otherwise, she was really worried that she would not be able to hold back and make that kind of sound. The next morning, Lu Haojuan went straight to the point and laid out his conditions for Fang Qinshan, saying that he wanted to provide for her. Lu Haojuan's conditions made it impossible for Fang Qinshan to reject Qianqian's 100,000 yuan monthly pocket money and a penthouse apartment in Westlake Mansion worth more than 3 million yuan. Of course, the house was under Lu Haojuan's name. He said that as long as Fang Qinshan accompanied him until he was transferred back to the capital, he would transfer the house under Fang Qinshan's name before he left. What made Fang Qinshan unable to refuse was that Lu Haojuan had also made it clear that as long as Fang Qinshan followed him, he would spare no effort in helping her in her career. Fang Qinshan agreed without much hesitation. Lu Haojuan's promise was fulfilled very quickly. Other than the fact that the house was ready, she received 100,000 yuan in her account on the same day. Moreover, as soon as she returned to the station, Fang Qinshan was informed that she had been transferred from the reporters department to a festival group to be a female anchor. For Fang Qinshan, who used to be a broadcasting host, being a reporter was never a job she wanted. She enjoyed the feeling of being on the broadcasting platform more. Not long after, Fang Qinshan replaced another female anchorwoman and became the anchorwoman of a popular show on the City Channel. In just a few months, she had gone from an unknown foreign reporter to a grand turn to a pillar of the City Channel. Fang Qinshan could be considered the number one of the City Channel now. The budget for the festival team was constantly increasing, and all kinds of publicity were also given full support. There was a team of 7 or 8 people just for the makeup artists and designers who served her, and her salary and bonus had also doubled. It could be said that Fang Qinshan's life had changed dramatically. On such days, Fang Qinshan's vanity was greatly satisfied, especially when she saw some streamers who did not even look at her in the past. When they saw her, they had to respectfully call her Sister Qinshan. She felt an indescribable sense of carefreeness. Of course, at the same time, Fang Qinshan also felt a little guilty. Her husband was an engineer in the Environmental Protection Bureau of the Zhonglu district. He was just a career editor. This honest man doted on her like a treasure. They also had a lovely daughter who was 4 years old and had just started kindergarten. Especially Lu Haojuan, who was very domineering. When he needed it, he would call Fang Qinshan over with a phone call, just like today, and Fang Qinshan had no reason to refuse. Sometimes, when Fang Qinshan was at home, or even accompanying her child, Lu Haojuan would give her a call and she would have to make up an excuse to go out. Fang Qinshan's husband was an honest man. Furthermore, after Fang Qinshan changed her anchor, her work had indeed become busier, so she had never given it much thought. However, Fang Qinshan still felt like she was walking on thin ice. While she was driving, her husband, Lu Dong, called. Fang Qinshan felt a little guilty, but she quickly pressed the button on her Bluetooth headset and answered the call. "What's wrong?" "I'm busy. Qinshan, my mom said that she hasn't been feeling well for the past 2 days. I want to go and visit her after work." Lu Dong said, "Can you find some time to pick up Meng Meng?" Fang Qinshan furrowed her brows and said, "I'm too busy with work here. I can't leave." You can go pick up Mang Mang and then go to Mom's. I see. Alright then. Lu Dong said. Don't forget to help her finish her work. Fang Qinshan reminded him, the teacher informed me in the group today. Don't worry. Lu Dong said. Lu Dong was in charge of all the handicraft work in the kindergarten. So Fang Qinshan basically did not have much free time. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. I'm busy. Here. Fang Qinshan thought for a while and added, oh right, I might have to work late again tonight. If it's too late, I'll just sleep in the office. Don't wait for me, I see. Lu Dong said dejectedly. Okay. Then. By the way, do you need me to prepare some supper for you? Fang Qinshan quickly said, don't worry about this. Just keep Mang Mang in check. If I'm hungry, I'll order takeout myself. I'm driving, and I'll be recording an outdoor shoot later. Oh. Alright. Be careful when you drive. Lu Dong hung up the phone in a hurry. Fang Qinshan sighed softly and threw her phone on the front passenger seat. She drove straight into the Westlake mansion. Her car was already equipped with an owner card, and the checkpoint at the entrance was automatically recognized. Fang Qinshan did not notice that in a van not far away, behind the dark, colored window, a long, focus lens was pointing at her license plate and pressing the shutter continuously. Naturally, Su Yugang and Wang Chong did not know that Fang Qinshan was the person Lu Haojuan wanted to meet. All they did was take pictures and record every car that entered and left the estate. Xingliang and Zhang Aijuan drove around the neighborhood to familiarize themselves with the terrain. When they saw Lu Haojuan's car entering the high-end neighborhood, they knew that this place would be very important for their future work. This was an instinctual reaction brought about by his job sense. Su Yugang paid close attention to the entrance of the community and said, I have to find out which building and which house he entered. Squad leader Su, I have a feeling that the breakthrough point is in this residential area. We must find an opportunity to sneak in. Wang Chong said with a nod. Yeah. Su Yugang said. We'll talk about it when Liangzi and the others come back. We'll go in at night. The security of such a high-end community was definitely very tight. Of course, for professionals like Su Yugang, it was not too difficult to sneak into the community without being noticed. However, it was too obvious during the day, so it was best to wait until night time. The two of them stayed in the car for more than 10 minutes before the door of the van was pulled open. Zhang Aijuan quickly got into the car and closed the door. How is it? Su Yugang asked. Squad leader Su, we've walked around the area. This residential area isn't very big. There are only 3 high-rise buildings in total, and there is an exit in the north. After squad leader Xing sent me here, he went to wait there. Zhang Aijuan said. He then handed a piece of paper to Su Yugang, who was sitting in the front row, and continued, we basically confirmed the surrounding cameras and the general situation of the community. We've drawn a sketch. Squad leader Su, take a look. As there's no way to enter the district for the time being, the accuracy might not be very high. Su Yugang took the piece of paper and looked at it carefully. Although Zhang Aijuan said it was just a draft, it was actually quite detailed. It included the distribution of the 3 buildings in the community, the location of the property management office and other buildings. The focus was on the distribution of cameras around the community. They were all clearly marked out. Of course, Su Yugang was not surprised. Zhang Lijuan was a soldier that he had trained. Drawing a sketch was a necessary skill for a scout. Moreover, their troops had higher requirements than the average reconnaissance company. Su Yugang basically came up with a plan for a night's infiltration through a sketch. Of course, when it came to the actual implementation, it still needed to be further optimized according to the actual situation at the scene. Just as Su Yu was carefully memorizing the sketch, his work phone rang. The call was from Xing Liang. Liang, what's the situation? Su Yugang answered the phone and asked. Old Su, I saw Lu Haojuan's car leaving from the north exit. Xing Liang said, I'm following behind, got it. Su Yugang raised his eyebrows and said. We'll continue to wait here. Be careful not to follow too closely, or you'll be exposed. We'll keep in touch if anything happens. Understood. Xing Liang answered calmly. There were two possibilities for Lu Haojuan's car to leave the community so quickly. One was that Lu Haojuan was only here to do something, such as picking up something, which took a short time and left with the car. The other possibility was that Lu Haojuan didn't plan to leave today, so he asked the driver to go back first. No matter what the situation was, Su Yugang would not give up on this important target until he was sure. So, the best plan was to let Xing Liang follow the car while they stayed to observe the situation. Moreover, Su Yugang's intuition told him that the probability of the second possibility was much higher. Zhang Lijuan, who was sitting in the back row, immediately said, Squad Leader Su, I'll go to the north exit and keep watch. I'll have to trouble you for a while. I'll have Wang Chong take your place later. Su Yugang nodded. Zhang Lijuan grinned and said, I'm fine. This isn't tiring. Su Yugang smiled. I think Lu Haojuan hasn't left this community yet. We have to be prepared to stay up all night. We'll take turns to go back to the car to rest. All right. Squad Leader Su, Squad Leader Wang, I'll go first. Zhang Lijuan said. Su Yugang's feeling was right. After about 40 minutes, Xing Liang called. Old Su, the target is not in the car. This car went straight back to Chongping, and the driver didn't drive the car back to the mechanical fleet, but to a 3-star hotel in the county. When he got off the car, he was alone. I found a chance to go over and take a look, and there was no one else in the car. It's expected. Su Yugang nodded. Liangzi, you don't have to keep an eye on the chauffeur, just come back. We need manpower here. Old Su, don't you think it's strange for the driver to enter the hotel alone? Xing Liang asked, do you want me to keep watch here for a while? No matter what's going on with the driver, we just need to keep an eye on the main target, Su Yugang said with a smile. We can't afford to be too distracted now, since we don't have enough manpower. And as long as the target hasn't disappeared, the driver will come to pick him up sooner or later. Su Yugang paused and continued, I heard that his driver was brought here from Beijing, and even his salary is paid by his family. Maybe the driver just booked a long-term room in the hotel to solve the accommodation problem. There's no point in you keeping an eye on him. Xing Liang said, fuck. Even the driver is so extravagant. However, the possibility of what you said is quite high. Alright, I got it. I'll be right back. Su Yugang nodded and said, you can go directly to the north exit of the community and meet Aijuan. He's keeping an eye on that area alone. Understood. Xing Liang said. Su Yu Gang and the others were waiting quietly. The process was very boring, but for them who had been professionally trained, waiting was like eating a meal. Even if they sat in the car all day, they would not be anxious at all, and they would still work meticulously. In the penthouse apartment of Westlake Mansions Building 3, Lu Haojuan was already lying on the big bed in the master bedroom. Fang Qianqian, who was also naked, was curled up like a kitten beside him. She had a satisfied look on her face. Of course, only Fang Qianqian herself knew how real her expression was and how fake it was. In fact, Lu Haojuan's unrestrained lust for women had long drained his body. Moreover, Fang Qianqian was at the age where her needs were the most exuberant. With Lu Haojuan's few moves, it would be difficult for Fang Qianqian to satisfy her. Fang Qianqian was just doing her job, and at the same time, she had to act like she couldn't stand being criticized to satisfy Lu Haojuan's vanity as a man. "My dear, how come you're so awesome here today?" Fang Qianqian said in a sweet voice. "I can't take it anymore." Ever since she became Lu Haojuan's lover, Fang Qianqian had learned how to please the man in front of her, who was a powerful man in her eyes. As for her integrity and dignity, they had long been thrown away. Lu Haojuan laughed and said, "We're not even there yet. Baby, don't go back tonight. I'll take you out for dinner later, and we'll have another 300 rounds of battle tonight." Fang Qianqian pretended to be afraid and said, "Big brother June, I can't stand your torture with my small body. You must take pity on me, don't worry, baby." Lu Haojuan laughed heartily. "If I don't pity you, who should I pity? By the way, one of my buddies is preparing for a new movie, and it's mainly going to be shot in Heron Island. Haven't you always wanted to enter the entertainment industry? I'll give him a call later and reserve a role for you to test the waters." Fang Qianqian was overjoyed when she heard that. She kissed Lu Haojuan on the cheek and said, "June bro, you're so good to me." Lu Haojuan laughed and said, "But I'll say this first. It's impossible for you to be the first or second female lead. After all, you've never acted before, I know that. It's my first time acting, so I don't dare to hope for the female lead." Fang Qianqian said quickly. Lu Haojuan said leisurely, "Of course. Even if it's a supporting role, there are more or less scenes. The importance is also not the same. As for what role can be given to you, then it will depend on your performance tonight." Fang Qianqian immediately showed a shy expression and said, "Brother June, you're so bad. You only know how to bully me, then, do you want a good role?" Lu Haojuan asked jokingly. "I want to. Of course I want to," Fang Qianqian said, without thinking. "Hee, then you know what to do?" Lu Haojuan laughed evilly. "Brother June, even if you didn't ask me to, I'd still serve you well," Fang Qianqian said, embarrassed. "Sensible." Lu Haojuan snapped his fingers, stood up, and said, "Let's go, baby. Let's go take a bath, and then Big Brother will take you to eat a big meal." As night fell, a red Beetle car drove out of the main entrance of Westlake Mansion. As usual, Yu Gang picked up his camera to take pictures. At this time, he saw a familiar face in the frame of the camera. The car window was open. Lu Haojuan was sitting in the front passenger seat, and his left hand was on the thigh of the young woman who was driving. Almost subconsciously, Yu Gang pressed the shutter continuously, then threw the camera on the passenger seat and started the car. In the back row, Wang Chong was fiddling with the equipment he had bought yesterday. Seeing this, he hurriedly asked, "Squad leader Su, what's the situation?" Su Yugang turned the steering wheel to drive the car out of the parking space as he said, "The target is in the beetle car in front." Wang Cheng's spirit was instantly lifted. He placed the miniature camera in his hand into his bag, then swiftly made his way to the front passenger seat and picked up the camera. As Su Yugang carefully followed the beetle from a distance, he said to Wang Cheng, "Call Liangzi and tell him what's going on here. Tell them to drive over as well." Understood. Whether it was Fang Qinshan or Lu Haojuan, their anti-reconnaissance ability was almost zero. Moreover, Su Yugang and Xing Liang had rich tracking experience. The two cars often followed each other, so they did not notice at all. They followed the car all the way to a Western restaurant about 4 kilometers away. Su Yugang saw the beat lemon turn in from a distance. He immediately drove to a good spot on the side of the road outside the Western restaurant and stopped. Behind the fence was the Western restaurant's small parking lot. Su Yugang soon saw the red beetle reversed into the parking space under the command of the security guard. Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan got out of the car. Lu Haojuan wrapped his arm around Fang Qinshan's slender waist, and Fang Qinshan leaned on Lu Haojuan like a little bird. The two of them walked into the Western restaurant very intimately. Su Yugong's long focus camera kept making shutter sounds, recording the intimate state of the two. "Wang Cheng, bring over the laptop," Su Yugang said. "All right." Wang Cheng took the laptop bag from the back seat, turned on the power, and passed it to Su Yugang. "I'll direct the photos, you keep an eye on them," Su Yugang said. "Understood," Wang Cheng said. He turned to the back seat and closely watched the situation in the Western restaurant through the dark, colored window. Su Yugang transferred all the photos from the camera to the laptop. He quickly found a few photos with their faces in the pile. The lens of this camera was very professional, and the hands were very stable when taking photos. The focus was also very accurate, so although the distance was a little far, the photos were still very clear. Su Yugang didn't have many resources at his disposal, so he couldn't find out the identity of the woman who was obviously close to Lu Haojuan through the license plate number. Therefore, he decided to start with these photos. Nowadays, the mainstream search engine had a picture recognition function. Through the uploaded pictures, they could find similar online pictures, and they could even circle the comparison range and then list them in order of similarity. Su Yugang was ready to try this method to see if he could find out the identity of the young woman. He opened Baidu Picture Search and uploaded one of the photos. He circled the young woman's face and searched for her. In fact, the success rate was not high, because it required the premise that the young woman's photo was already on the internet. This was a process of trying one's luck. After all, social media was so developed now. Some people liked to post their photos on Weibo and other platforms. Who knew, they might get something out of it. As it turned out, Su Yugang was quite lucky. Fang Qinshan was a foreign reporter, and later became a popular female live streamer on the City Channel. There were many photos of her on the internet. The first photo that Su Yu found was a recent photo of Fang Qinshan in the Feng Kai section of the City Channel. There were also a bunch of photos, including some from the local forum and some news pictures of Fang Qinshan. As soon as Su Yu clicked on the source of the first photo, a smile appeared on his face as he looked through the photos of Fang Qinshan in the streamer's elegance section. He immediately recognized the female. streamer as the young woman who was with Lu Haojuan today. Moreover, this program was originally meant to showcase the elegance of female streamers. Not only were there a set of photos of Fang Qinshan, but there was also a section of her resume. It really didn't take any effort at all. Done. Su Yugang closed his laptop and said in a relaxed manner. Squad leader Su, did you find anything? Wang Chong immediately asked. I've confirmed that woman's identity. Su Yugang nodded. Her name was Fang Qinshan, and she was a female host on Sanshan TV station City Channel. His popularity has been rising rapidly in the past few months, and it happened not long after Lu Haojuan took office in Chongping. Then it matches. Wang Chong said excitedly, Squad leader Su, our next goal is clear. Su Yugang nodded. He stared at the Western restaurant across the street for a while and said, Wang Chong, I think that we should head back to the Westlake residence and try to enter the residential area. What do you mean? Wang Chong asked. Su Yugang analyzed. There's no doubt that the Westlake mansion is where Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan met up. If we want to get useful information, we must first determine which house they are staying in. That's right. Wang Chong nodded in agreement. Lu Haojuan has already asked the driver to go back to Chongping, Su Yugang continued. What does this mean? This means that he won't be returning to Chongping tonight. He'll be spending the night at the Westlake residence. Wang Chong said after a moment of thought. That's right. Su Yugang said, this is an opportunity for us. As long as we sneak into the district in advance, it's possible to get their exact address when they return. The premise is that we have to have someone waiting in the community before they go home after dinner. Only then can we find an opportunity. I fully agree. Wang Chong nodded. Squad leader Su, then. Let's go back to the Westlake mansion first and let squad leader Zheng and Aijuan keep an eye on them. What do you think? Let's do this. Call Liangzi, Su Yugang said. All right. Wang Chong said. Su Yugang took another look at the Western restaurant, started the car, and drove in the direction of the Westlake mansion. The prey had already been targeted by the shrewd hunter, and this time it was difficult to escape. When they returned to the vicinity of the Westlake residence, Su Yugang turned off the engine and said to Wang Chong, I've decided to personally enter the estate. You'll be responsible for keeping watch on the perimeter. When they return, let Liangzi take charge of the perimeter. If anything happens, we'll communicate immediately. Squad leader Su, why don't I go in? Wang Chong asked. You can stay outside and take charge. Su Yugang shook his head and said, we need to be flexible this time. I have more experience than you. It's decided. After that, Su Yugang got up and went to the back seat. He opened a canvas bag and began to pick out equipment from it. Soon, Su Yugang was ready. He opened the door and got out of the car. He put a small Bluetooth headset in his ear and said, let's try the walkie-talkie. Since Xia Ruofei had provided sufficient funds, the equipment that Su Yugang bought this time was very advanced. For example, the walkie-talkie was very small and connected with Bluetooth, so ordinary people could not tell at all. All right. Wang Chong also picked up a set of walkie-talkie equipment, turned on the power, and adjusted the frequency. Then, he attached the microphone to his clothes. The two of them tried a few times to make sure that the communication was smooth. After that, Su Yugang strode toward the direction of the residential area opposite. This kind of high-end residential area had very strict access control. The owners all used their cards to enter and exit. Visitors not only had to report the name of the owner they were visiting, but the property management would also check and inquire through the call system. Therefore, Su Yugang didn't plan to sneak in from the main entrance. He went directly to the side of the community. It was already night time. Under the cover of the night, he walked along the road outside the wall of the community at a moderate pace. Su Yugang had memorized the sketch that Xing Liang and the others had drawn earlier. Looking at it now, he realized that the sketch was very accurate. He soon found a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. At the same time, the street lights were dim. Su Yugang took out a cigarette and stood by the roadside, smoking it as if he was waiting for someone. After a group of people walked past, Su Yugang looked around and immediately threw the cigarette on the ground. He jumped out like a leopard and grabbed the iron fence. With a strong force, his body immediately flew into the air and just happened to fly over the sharp tip of the fence. At the same time, Su Yu had just released his hand. After landing, he rolled to dissipate the force and hid in the shadow under a tree. The whole process only took 2 to 3 seconds. It was clean and neat. Even if Xia Ruofei was there, he would give Su Yugang a thumbs up when he saw Su Yugang's tactical movements. Su Yugang quickly observed the surrounding situation. This area happened to be a relatively quiet place in the community, and there were not many people around. He tidied up his clothes and walked out as if nothing had happened. He walked on the road of the community with a relaxed expression. Of course, Su Yu had put on some makeup before he took action. He was wearing a pair of black, rimmed glasses and had a thick stubble on his face. Through some makeup, although the shape of his face did not change significantly, some minor adjustments made it seem as if he had become a different person. Unless it was Xing Liang and other comrades who had been with him all the time, even if people who knew him walked past him, they would not be able to notice. Even Su Yugang's walking posture was different from usual. This was also a compulsory course for an excellent scout, and he had done his best in disguise. Su Yugang walked around the neighborhood as if nothing had happened. He was carrying a casual bag and looked no different from the residents of the neighborhood. It didn't take long for him to arrive at a small square between 3 buildings. It was much more lively here than the previous place. Many people were taking a walk with their children, and some elderly people were standing and chatting. The atmosphere was very happy. Su Yugang found an empty long chair at the edge of the small square and sat down. He took out a tablet from his casual bag. He looked like a young man who came downstairs for some air. In fact, he had chosen this location very carefully. It was not far from the 3 buildings. When Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan returned, no matter which building they entered, he would be able to approach them immediately. In addition, Su Yugang also took this opportunity to refine the topographic map of the neighborhood on his tablet. He had just walked around, so he basically knew the terrain of the entire neighborhood like the back of his hand. After he finished drawing the map, Su Yugang put away his tablet and took out a camera with a long, focus lens from his bag. He took pictures of the square. Of course, in such a situation, his behavior did not seem out of place. There were a lot of people doing photography now, and most of the residents in this community had better economic conditions. It was not rare to play with DSLR. The night was charming, and it was normal for owners who liked photography to look for inspiration in the small square. Su Yugang was taking photos casually, but when someone walked to the entrance of a building, his camera would inadvertently point over and slowly zoom in. Su Yugang did this because he had just discovered that each of the 3 buildings had only one entrance, and this entrance was also locked. Fortunately, it was not by card, but by entering the password manually. Therefore, he was using the camera as a telescope. When someone was about to enter, he pointed the lens at them. Because of the angle at which everyone was standing, and some people would consciously block their view when entering the password, sometimes they couldn't see all the passwords. However, there were many people coming in and out. After a while, Su Yugang successfully obtained the access password to 3 buildings. He quickly memorized the password, put away the camera, and sat on the bench to rest. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, there were fewer people in the small square. Su Yugang wondered if he should find a place to hide. Otherwise, the security guards would inevitably be suspicious when they saw him sitting there for a long time. At this moment, Wang Chang's voice came through his earpiece. Squad Leader, Su, the target is about to enter the community. Squad Leader, Zheng, and I are in position. Su Yogang's spirit was lifted. He stood up and walked around the small square unhurriedly. When he entered, he had already observed that although this community was very high, and, because it had been built 7 or 8 years ago, it was not the popular separation between people and cars in high-end communities. The parking spaces of the owners were scattered on the ground. Of course, this was also because the residential density was very low when the community was originally designed. The space between the buildings was very large, and there was a large amount of green space. Just the parking space on the ground was enough for the owners to use. Therefore, Su Yugang knew that Fang Qinchen's red beetle would pass by the small square. Sure enough, 2 or 3 minutes later, the beetle sedan slowly drove past the driveway of the community next to the square. Su Yugang didn't turn his head to look. Instead, he looked at it out of the corner of his eye. The beetle stopped in a parking lot next to Building 2. Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinchen got out of the car. Su Yugang walked slowly toward building number 2 without a word, but he quickly changed his direction and walked toward building number 3 with Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinchen. Su Yugang walked in a straight line from the small square to building number 3. Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinchen had to either take a small detour or go through the small square, so Su Yugang walked ahead of them. He came to the entrance of the 3rd building and entered the password he had just memorized. The unit door opened. Su Yugang pushed the door open and walked in. He quickly scanned the area to determine the location of the surveillance camera. This building had a 2 elevator, 2 unit design. The 2 elevators were not on the same side, but one on the east side and one on the west side. The elevator shafts of the 2 elevators were next to each other in the middle of the entire building. There were 2 houses on each floor. Generally speaking, the residents on the east side would naturally use the elevator on the east side, and the residents on the west side would use the elevator on the west side. They would not disturb each other. Su Yugang went straight to the right after entering the door. After turning a corner, he came to the elevator door on the west side and pressed the up button. He had 2 plans. If Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinchen did not take the elevator, he would immediately turn to the opposite side and see which floor the elevator stopped at. He would be able to determine which floor they were staying on. If the two of them also came to the elevator on the west side, he had already prepared a set of excuses. Of course, if it was the first case, it was not completely confirmed just by looking at which floor the elevator stopped. After all, the residents on a certain floor might press the elevator button. Or, if there was a resident upstairs who happened to be using the elevator after Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan got off, the elevator would continue to go up. However, for Su Yugang, the scope could be greatly narrowed down. He had other ways to continue his investigation. The elevator door in front of Su Yugang opened. At the same time, he also heard the unit door open. Lu Haofan and Fang Qinshan's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Su Yugang was overjoyed. As he stepped into the elevator, he reached out and pressed the open button. As expected, he soon saw Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan at the elevator door. The two of them saw that Suyu had just helped them hold the elevator down, so they quickly walked into the elevator. Fang Qinshan even said politely, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Su Yugang said with a smile. Fang Qinshan took out her card and swiped it, then pressed the button for the 19th floor. At the same time, she also noticed that Su Yugang did not press the floor button. She could not help but look over curiously. Su Yugang was already prepared. He searched his body and said with some annoyance, "I forgot to bring my card again." After that, Su Yugang took out his cell phone, found a number, and dialed it. He said, "Hey, Dad. I forgot to bring my elevator card when I went out just now. Please come out and help me press the elevator button." Fang Qinshan immediately dispelled her suspicions. The owner's elevator card could only be swiped to the corresponding floor of their house. In the case where they forgot to bring the elevator card, if there was someone in the house, and the family came out and pressed the elevator button, whether it was up or down, the elevator would naturally be summoned and open automatically. That way, the owner who forgot to bring the elevator card would naturally reach the floor of his house. If there was no one else at home, then he could only go back to the first floor and ask the property management to swipe the card for him. There was no need to swipe the elevator card to go to the first floor from any floor, and the property management's elevator card could reach any floor. After Su Yugang hung up the phone, he smiled at Fang Qinshan and said, "I have a bad memory, and I often forget things. Fortunately, my dad is at home, that's normal. I often forget this and that too." Fang Qinshan smiled. Even if they were neighbors, Fang Qinshan was still very unfamiliar with them. She only responded politely, then held Lu Haojuan's hand and stood there quietly, staring at the floor number displayed on the LCD screen. As for Lu Haojuan, he didn't say a word the whole time. He even carefully lowered the brim of his cap. Su Yugang also looked at the LCD screen and said to himself, "Fine. It's already past my floor. It looks like I'll have to follow you to the 19th floor first before going down." The elevator soon reached the 19th floor. Fang Qinshan nodded politely at Su Yugang, then took Lu Haojuan's hand and walked out of the elevator. Su Yugang graciously helped to press the elevator's door button. When the two of them walked out of the elevator, he soon heard a melodious electronic voice. The door of the west side apartment was opened. Su Yugang snapped his fingers, closed the elevator door, and pressed the first floor. A few minutes later, Su Yugang had taken the same route and climbed over the wall of the community without anyone noticing. After returning to the car, Su Yugang took off his glasses and Bluetooth earphones as he said, "I've already confirmed the location. Building 3, room 1902. That's great. Wang Chong said, Squad Leader Su, the next step of our work is very clear. N. Su Yugang nodded and said, call Liangzi and Aijuan over. I'll assign them some simple tasks. Very quickly, Xing Liang and Zhang Aijuan also arrived in the van. Su Yugang believed that it was almost impossible for Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan to go out at this time, so he temporarily relaxed the surveillance and only asked Wang Chong to pay attention to the situation at the entrance of the community. He briefly explained the process of his investigation and then said, from tomorrow onwards, we'll focus on monitoring Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan. I'll split up the work. Tomorrow morning, I'll sneak back to the district. Wang Chong will be in charge of following Fang Qinshan. Liangzi will be in charge of Lu Haojuan, and Aijuan will be my backup outside the district. Understood. The three of them nodded at the same time. Everyone had been comrades for many years, and they were very familiar with each other's coordination. Su Yugang briefly mentioned a few things to take note of, mainly emphasizing the issue of safety. Finally, he said, all right, everyone, get into position. We'll take turns to keep watch tonight. Try to ensure that you get enough sleep. Xing Liang and Zhang Aijuan returned to their Volkswagen Jetta and went to the north exit of the residential area. I'm going to sneak into the neighborhood before the sun rises tomorrow. I might need to wake up earlier so you can rest for the night. It'll be your turn after midnight. Is that all right? Su Yugang said to Wang Chong. No problem. Wang Chong grinned and said, Squad Leader Su, actually, it's fine for me to stay up all night. You can go to sleep. I'll wake you up at 5 o'clock. Su Yugang waved his hand and said, you must also ensure that you get a certain amount of sleep. Tomorrow's task is very heavy. If you don't sleep well, it's easy to lose focus. I don't need to teach you this, do I? Quickly go to sleep. Yes. Wang Chong said. He crawled to the last row, quickly put on his sleeping bag, curled up in the seat, and closed his eyes quietly. Quickly entering deep sleep was also a skill that they had to master in the army. Only by making good use of all the time that they could rest, could they always maintain an abundance of physical strength. Thus, after lying down for a few minutes, Wang Chong began to snore softly. Su Yugang leaned back in his seat, his eyes glancing at the gate of the community from time to time, maintaining a moderate state of vigilance. At around 11 o'clock at night, Wang Chong had already woken up before Su Yugang could call for his shift. He quickly tidied up his sleeping bag and walked to the front row. Class Monitor Su, it's almost time. You should quickly go and sleep. Su Yugang didn't argue. He said as he moved to the back, wake me up at around 5 o'clock. If there are any special circumstances, wake me up at any time. Understood. Wang Chong said. They were all old comrades who had worked together for many years. They trusted each other very much. Su Yugang did not say anything more. He quickly found his sleeping bag, lay down in the back of the van, and quickly fell asleep. At 5 a.m., Wang Chong woke Su Yu up. Su Yugang sat up and asked, Is there any situation? It's so calm. Wang Chong smiled and said, Class Monitor Su, the sky is still dark. Do you want to sleep for another hour? Su Yugang got out of his sleeping bag and said, the visibility is quite low. Now we have to get into the community first, otherwise there will be more people doing morning exercises later. He packed up the equipment he needed for the day as fast as he could and stuffed them into his casual backpack. Then, he changed into a set of gray sportswear and tied a headband around his forehead, looking like someone who was doing a morning run. Su Yugang opened the door of the van and said, "Wang Chong, I'm going in. If there's any situation, inform me through the walkie-talkie immediately." "Don't worry. Class monitor Su." Wang Chong made an okay gesture at Su Yugang. Su Yu had just closed the car door and jogged toward the wall on the side of the community. At this moment, Xing Liang's voice came from his headphones. Squad leader Su, Lu Haojuan's car just entered the community from the north exit. Following which, Wang Chong's voice sounded from the earpiece. "So early. It can't be, right?" Su Yugang said calmly. The driver must have come in advance and was ready to serve Lu Haojuan at any time. Lu Haojuan shouldn't have left so early. "Liangzi, Wang Chong, you two focus your attention. I'll be keeping you updated of the situation even if I'm in the estate." "Understood. Understood." Wang Chong and Xing Liang's voices came through his earpiece. Su Yugang quickly found the blind spot of yesterday's surveillance camera. He looked around and saw no one. He immediately jumped over the fence. The street lights in the neighborhood were dim, and it was very quiet. At this hour, most people were still asleep. Other than the patrolling security guards, everyone else should be asleep. Su Yugang quickly found a hidden place. It was a flower garden on the east side of the square. He hid in the low bushes. Even if it was dawn, it was hard to see him from the outside if he did not deliberately go into the bushes to look for him. However, he was able to lock onto the exit of building number 3. Nothing could escape his eyes. Soon, Su Yugang saw Lu Haojuan's car park in an empty parking space in front of building number 3 from a distance. Then, Lu Haojuan's driver, Old Zhou, got out of the car, stood next to the car, and smoked a cigarette. Then, he got back into the car. Su Yugang patiently hid in the bushes. Time passed by, and the sky gradually brightened. On the road of the neighborhood, there were more and more old men and women doing their morning exercises, but no one would notice that there was a living person hiding in the bushes behind the flower garden. At around 8:30, Su Yu saw Lu Haojuan's driver start the car and drive directly to the entrance of the unit in building number 3. His spirits were lifted, and he said through the walkie-talkie, "Liangzi, Wang Chong, Lu Haojuan's car should be out soon. Keep your spirits up." "Yes. Understood." After a while, Su Yugang saw Lao Zhou get out of the car quickly and open the back door. Then, Lu Haojuan walked out of the unit door while yawning and sat in the car. Old Zhou closed the car door, walked quickly to the front, and sat in the driver's seat. Then, he slowly started the car. Su Yugang observed for a while and said, "He's out. It looks like we're going from the north exit. Liang, get ready." "Understood," Xing Liang said in a relaxed manner. A few minutes after Lu Haojuan's car left, Su Yugang saw Fang Qinchen's figure. She walked out of building 3 in a hurry and went straight to her red Beetle car. Fang Qinchen was probably rushing back to work at the television station, and she happened to be walking through the main entrance of the estate. Su Yugang had Wang Chong get ready in advance, so he followed her. After Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinchen left, Su Yugang's spirits were finally lifted. It was time to show off his skills. He found an opportunity when there was no one around to come out of the bushes, tidied his clothes a little, and then walked briskly to the 3rd building. He had already obtained the access code yesterday, so he was able to enter the building smoothly. Since he didn't have an elevator card, Su Yugang didn't plan to take the elevator. He dashed into the stairwell and quickly climbed up. 19 stories wasn't too high, but if one were to climb the stairs, it definitely wouldn't be considered low. Su Yugang's physical strength was still quite good. 10 minutes later, he was already on the 19th floor. He was only a little out of breath. He rested for a while in the stairwell. When his breath evened out, he put on a mask, pulled up the hat of his tracksuit, and put on a rubber headgear. Then, he pushed open the door of the stairwell and walked out. When they arrived at the door of room 1902, Su Yugang breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad that Lu Haojuan did not install a camera at the door. Nowadays, internet cameras were very common. Many people installed these cameras at home and at their doors. Not only could they record videos on memory cards, but they could also be saved on the cloud. Once they detected a moving object, they would immediately send an alarm to the owner's phone. However, Lu Haojuan did not install any surveillance cameras, mainly because he did not live in the Westlake mansion every day. Besides, the security here had always been very good. Of course, more importantly, the surveillance cameras were all connected to the internet. Once a hacker cracked it, it would be equivalent to a live broadcast on the internet. Lu Haojuan naturally did not want to be watched by countless netizens while he was having sex with Fang Qinshan in the living room. This also saved Su Yugang a lot of trouble. The interference equipment he had prepared in advance was not used. The door of room 1902 had a fingerprint lock, which Su Yugang had noticed yesterday. He deliberately delayed the closing of the elevator door for a while, and he could clearly hear the sound of the fingerprint lock unlocking. The lock looked advanced, but it was not difficult for Su Yugang at all. He squatted down and found a keyhole under the control panel of the fingerprint lock. He took out a wire from his backpack, stuffed it into the keyhole, and turned it a few times. Soon, he found the pattern. As he gently pushed, he heard a click from the lock. Then he pressed the door handle, and the anti-theft door opened. In fact, there was an even simpler way. He could just place a coil on the control panel of the fingerprint lock and power it up. Most of the fingerprint locks would crash and then reset automatically. After restarting, any fingerprint puppet could open the door. For a period of time, lock-picking devices were sold on the internet, and Su Yugang had bought similar equipment, which was much more advanced than the ones sold on Taobao. However, Su Yugang did not take it out to use, because once he used it, the fingerprint data that was previously recorded would disappear. Then, when Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan returned, they would soon realize that something was wrong. Therefore, Su Yugang chose the most traditional way of unlocking the door, which was not difficult for him. Su Yugang pushed the door open a crack. He listened carefully to make sure that there was no one in the room before he quickly went in. Even though he knew where Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan were meeting, and the possibility of a third person appearing was close to zero, Su Yugang was still very careful. He checked all the houses carefully, then went to lock the security door. Once there was someone in the house, opening the door that was left unlocked was naturally faster than opening the door that was locked. This way, Su Yugang could leave faster. The success or failure of a matter often depended on these very small details. Su Yugang had always paid great attention to the details. Su Yugang said to the microphone in his inner pocket, "Ijuan, I've entered Unit 1902. Find a high point nearby where you can use binoculars to observe the entrance of Building 3. Once the target returns, report immediately." Understood, Zhang Ijuan said calmly. Then, Su Yugang quickly took action. He put his casual backpack on the ground and took out the micro camera and listening device from inside. Su Yugang looked around. He pulled a chair over and planted a bug on the crystal light in the living room. This was one of the most commonly used lampshades. On one hand, once the light was turned on, very few people would look directly at the light source. Even if the light was not turned on, ordinary people would not deliberately look up at the lampshades, so the probability of being discovered was extremely low. On the other hand, there was a ready-made power source here. Just connecting one would ensure that the bug would continue to work. Then, Su Yugang installed a miniature camera at the corner of the curtain box. The power source was connected to the electric motor of the curtain, so it was very hidden. Su Yugang checked the image through a handheld receiver device and adjusted the angle of the camera to ensure that the image could cover the entire living room. Next, Su Yugang entered the bedroom and did the same thing. He installed a micro camera and a bug in the bedroom. In the bedroom, Su Yu just found a socket under the TV facing the big bed. He thought for a moment, then took out a screwdriver, opened the socket box, and connected a short wire from inside to power the camera. Then, he stuffed the small camera into one of the screw holes and put the socket box back. The missing screw did not affect the fixing of the socket box. Unless it was a professional like Su Yugang, it was almost impossible to notice that there was a camera hidden in the screw hole. After the installation was completed, Su Yugang said into the microphone, "Ijuan, check the long-range image and audio reception." "All right." On the rooftop of an old residential area, Zhang Ijuan placed the binoculars aside and took out a laptop from his bag. He quickly turned it on and inserted a small receiver into the USB port. A client had been installed on the desktop. After Zhang Ijuan turned it on, the images from the two cameras immediately appeared on the laptop. The image is very clear, and there's no lag at all. "Squad leader, Su, you really get what you pay for," Zhang Ijuan said. "Take off your headphones and try out the sound, receiving effect of the eavesdropper," Su Yugang said. Understood. Zhang Ijuan took off the Bluetooth headset from the walkie-talkie and put on the headset from the computer. "Done," he said. "Sound test." "A sound test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Su Yugang said. "No problem. The sound is very clear," Zhang Ijuan said. Su Yugang went to the living room and tried the audio recording function. After confirming that the equipment was working, he said, "Ijuan, continue monitoring. I'm preparing to leave." "Received," Zhang Ijuan said. Su Yugang quickly put all the things that he had just touched back to their original places and cleared all traces of his entry. Then, he opened the door of room 1902, flashed out, and locked the door. There were surveillance cameras in the elevator, so Su Yugang took the stairs directly. He soon reached the first floor. Although there would often be people passing by after dawn, he still found an opportunity to climb over the wall and leave the community. Su Yugang quickly found Zhang Ijuan outside the residential area and urged him to leave room 1902. Zhang Ijuan did not need to monitor the situation from the high ground anymore, so he immediately withdrew. In reality, both Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinchen had people following them. Su Yougong's arrangement was just a precaution. After all, Lu Haojuan's identity was special, and it was never too much to be careful. Ijuan, can you check if there are any houses for rent in this neighborhood? We need a temporary safe house, Su Yougong said. I walked around the neighborhood just now. There were quite a few small advertisements for rental. I've memorized them all. Zhang Ijuan grinned. Su Yougong gave him a thumbs up and said, contact them immediately. We need the one along the street, and we need one that can be checked in immediately. Understood, Zhang Ijuan said. His comrades had a good rapport with each other. Zhang Ijuan knew that they had to find a place to stay after installing the monitoring equipment. After all, the signal had a limited range. Unless they stayed in the car and parked at the edge of the neighborhood, the old neighborhood opposite was the most suitable. When he went downstairs, he took note of the rental information and took a picture with his phone. The houses on the side of the street could not only ensure signal reception, but they could also monitor building number 3 on the opposite side. If Lu Haojuan did not close the windows, he could even directly observe the situation in room 1902 through a high-power telescope. It was naturally the best choice. In this kind of old community, there were relatively more houses for rent. Generally, owners with a certain financial ability would buy a new community elsewhere. However, because the location of this community was good, and some of them were even in the school district, the rising trend of house prices was very obvious. Unless they were short of money, they were rarely in a hurry to sell, so many people rented out. Zhang Ijuan quickly got in touch with a house owner. It was a 2-bedroom apartment on the top floor of the building. After discussing the price on the phone, they soon met a middle-aged woman. It was obvious that this person often rented houses and was very experienced. He did not go through an agent but handled the rental matters himself. The rent for the house was not cheap, 3,000 yuan a month. At this price, one could at least rent a 3-bedroom apartment in a slightly worse area. If it was in the suburbs, the rent of a duplex building would only be at this price. However, Su Yougong didn't care about the rent. He signed the agreement quickly. The landlady wanted to sign a 1-year contract. Su Yougong also knew that the contract period was basically non-negotiable. People usually wanted a stable lease, but you said you were only renting for a week? 2 weeks? Wouldn't that be even more suspicious? Therefore, he could only try his best to negotiate, hoping to pay less down. Originally, the landlady wanted to pay 2-to-1, but Su Yougong said that the brothers had just come to San Shan to work and did not have much money with them. In addition, they looked honest and dutiful. In the end, the landlady finally agreed to pay 1-to-1, which was a one-time payment of 6,000 yuan. Su Yougong signed the contract quickly, but he was still a little worried about the 6,000 yuan rent. At most, it would only be for a week or 10 days. If he didn't renew the lease, he wouldn't be able to get back the 3,000 yuan deposit. When the landlady saw the 6,000 yuan in cash, she immediately took out the contract. She didn't even check Su Yougong's fake ID and signed the contract directly. Then, she handed the key to Su Yougong and left on her electric bike. Su Yougong and Zhang Ijuan cleaned up the house and started setting up the equipment. A tripod was placed at the window of building number 3 of the Westlake Mansion district across the street. A high-powered telescope was fixed on it. they moved the dining table to the living room and used it as a work desk. There were 2 laptops and some equipment on it. Su Yugang personally checked the signal reception and found that the image was very clear and the signal transmission was stable. As for the sound, there was no one in the house, so he couldn't evaluate the effect. However, Zhang Ijuan had tested it just now, and it shouldn't be a big problem. The computer would remain on for the rest of the time, so the real-time signals collected by the 2 cameras and bugs would be recorded and stored in the hard disk. Then, Su Yugang told Zhang Ijuan to keep an eye on the surveillance footage. He went to the master bedroom and took out his phone to call Xing Liang and Wang Chong to ask about the situation. After Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinchen left the Westlake residence, they went to their respective units. Everything seemed normal, and Xing Liang and Wang Chong were only keeping an eye on them from the outside. Su Yu thought for a while and decided to call it a day. He would gather everyone in this house at night and then redistribute the tasks. Considering the limited manpower, 1 person was left in the room to keep an eye on the surveillance cameras and pay close attention to the situation in room 1920. The other 3 took turns to keep an eye on Fang Qinchen and Lu Haojuan so that one of them could get some rest. Then, Su Yugang called Xia Ruofei with his special mobile phone. Xia Ruofei was in the chairman's office on the top floor of the Taoyuan Tower. He was preparing for a large auction in Hong Kong. The related preparations were going on in an orderly manner. He was also personally in charge of the headquarters. Feng Jing's assistant, Lu Qian, had already left for Hong Kong. The Ma family didn't look down on her just because she was a small assistant. Ma Jiming immediately hired a vice president of the auction house to meet Lu Qian. The Hengfeng auction house did its best to meet all of Lu Qian's requests. Whether it was the venue, layout or the publicity plan, they respected Lu Qian's opinions very much. The communication between the 2 sides was very smooth. In addition, the site selection for the pharmaceutical factory was still in progress. After a round of inspection, Shui, Jinshan and the others were actually more inclined to stay in Chongping. Especially after hearing about the preferential policies in Chongping County, everyone was even more tempted. However, Xia Ruofei had his own plans. He just didn't say it out loud. He asked Shui Jinshan and the rest to continue their investigation. They could go to a few more places. And they didn't have to be confined to the area of Sanshan City. When Su Yu's call came in, Xia Ruofei was in the middle of a face-to-face discussion with Shui Jinshan. The special ringtone of the mobile phone rang. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said to Shui Jinshan, "Kanayama, that's all for today. You can send a letter in the name of the company first, and then go to the local government to investigate. I think the local government will be very welcoming." Shui Jinshan laughed bitterly to himself. Of course they welcomed him, and they were so enthusiastic that he even felt a little uncomfortable. In the end, he could only choose one place to build the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. It was like there was only one daughter in the family, but there were many young men who admired her. It was a headache to choose someone to be her mother. It was better to just choose a young man who had been very pleasing to the eye before. However, since Xia Ruofei had given the order and he was obviously going to answer the call, Shui Jinshan naturally did not waste any more time. He stood up and said, "I understand, Chairman. However, we still have to be careful with the location. If we don't complete this step, the subsequent plant design and even the production line will be affected. I know what I'm doing, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Shui Jinshan did not say anything more. He bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and left his office. Xia Ruofei waited for Shui Jinshan to leave before he took out his phone and answered the call. Old Su, did you find anything? Boss, there's been some progress. Su Yugang said, we've already found out that the target has a mistress in Sanshan City. The two of them often meet up in a high-end apartment in the Westlake Mansion. The identity of this mistress has also been confirmed. It's the host of Sanshan TV station City Channel, Fang Qinchin. She's a married woman. Well done. Xia Ruofei clenched his fist excitedly and said, Old Su, not bad. You're very efficient. You're too kind, boss. Su Yugang said humbly, we've already installed audio and surveillance equipment in the apartment. If everything goes well, we should be able to collect the information you want very soon. Remember, you must ensure your own safety while carrying out this mission. I still stand by my words, this mission will not give you a time limit, Xia Ruofei said. In fact, the reason why the location of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory had not been chosen was because of Lu Haojuan. Before he made Lu Haojuan look bad, Xia Ruofei would not let this project be settled in Chongping and give Lu Haojuan his achievements for nothing. However, he did not rush Su Yugang because of this. From his point of view, the safety of the staff was always the top priority. As for the pharmaceutical factory project, it was just a delay in making money. The market was there, and it was an exclusive business. The money would be earned by him sooner or later. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He was like a hunter waiting for his prey to fall into a trap. I understand. We'll be very careful, Su Yugang said, feeling touched. Xia Ruofei replied, yes. One more thing, after you succeed, remember to remove all traces and don't leave any traces. Yes. Su Yugang said, if you don't have any other instructions, we will continue working. Good, you've worked hard, brothers. Xia Ruofei said, after the mission is completed, I'll treat everyone to a vacation. The company will pay for it. Thank you, boss, Su Yugang said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei leaned back on the soft office chair. There was a trace of coldness in her eyes as she muttered to herself, Lu Haojuan, you'll pay for your arrogance soon. He had received a message from Zhao Yongjun today. After Wu Liqian arrived in the capital, she had been picked on for no reason during her registration for the training class. She didn't want to trouble Tian Huilan with such a small matter, so she found the phone number that Xia Ruofei had sent her and found Zhao Yongjun. With Zhao Yongjun's help, this small problem was naturally solved. Needless to say, this kind of underhanded means must be Lu Haojuan's doing. Xia Ruofei's hatred for this person deepened. He was obviously from a big family, but he always liked to do these disgusting little tricks. It was really not presentable. Su Yugang had thought that Lu Haojuan would be quiet for a few days after his rendezvous with Fang Qinchin. He was prepared to wait for a few days. What he didn't expect was that Lu Haojuan's thirst was even more unbearable than he had imagined. Perhaps it was because life at the grassroots level was too boring, or perhaps it was because the weather was gradually getting hotter. Su Yugang received a call from Wang Chong, who was in charge of keeping an eye on Lu Haojuan today, on the afternoon of the third day. He was informed that Lu Haojuan's car had left the Chongping County Party Committee compound and was heading in the direction of the city. After a while, Zhang Lijuan, who had been keeping an eye on Fang Qinshan, called and said that Fang Qinshan had left the TV station in her car. She seemed to be heading in the direction of the West Lake Mansion. Su Yugang immediately perked up. He ordered them to follow him closely and to report the situation at any time. Then, he went to the small bedroom and woke up Xing Liang, who was taking a nap. Liang, stop sleeping. Su Yugang said, we should have work to do today. Xing Liang rolled out of bed and said, they're coming? Yes. Su Yugang nodded. You go to the window and watch. I'll watch the surveillance. All right. Xing Liang said excitedly, this adulterous couple is really impatient. Isn't that good? Su Yugang laughed and said, the earlier we finish, the earlier we can get the money. Besides, although the boss didn't rush us, I can see that he should be more anxious. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked out of the bedroom and quickly got into position. Wang Chong and Zhang Lijuan's information kept coming in, and they had basically confirmed that Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan were at the West Lake Mansion. After about 20 minutes, Xing Liang said, Fang Qinshan's car has entered the estate. Su Yugang also ran to the window to take a look. He saw the red beetle car slowly driving into the community. After parking the car, Fang Qinshan got out of the car alone and quickly walked into building number 3. Lu Haojuan had come from Chongping district, so he would probably need some time. 2 minutes later, Su Yu saw the door of Unit 1902 open on the surveillance screen and Fang Qinshan walked in. After she changed her shoes at the door, she began to take off her clothes as she walked to the bedroom. She didn't notice the existence of the camera in a very hidden position at all. Su Yugang quickly looked away. He did need to monitor Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan, but he could not peek at a woman's body under such circumstances. Even though he knew that Lu Haojuan's arrival would definitely be a lot more erotic than this, it was still part of his job to record the scene of the two of them being intimate. Now that Fang Qinshan was the only one in the room, it was not part of his job. It was a matter of principle. Su Yugang turned his head, but the headphones were still on. Soon, he heard the sound of running water. He turned back to look at the screen and saw that the door of the master bedroom was closed. The lights were on. Fang Qinshan must be taking a shower. This once again proved that the audio recording effect of the monitoring equipment was excellent. After more than 10 minutes, Fang Qinshan came out in a bathrobe, drying her hair with a towel as she walked. It was also at this moment that Xing Liang said, Old Su, Lu Haojuan's car is here too. After a while, Su Yugang saw Lu Haojuan on the surveillance screen of the computer. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Fang Qinshan, who had just taken a shower and looked like a lotus flower out of the water. He immediately hugged her and his mouth, which reeked of alcohol, was close to her face. Fang Qinshan's eyes flashed with a hint of disgust, but she quickly hid it. She dodged and smiled. So annoying. His body reeked of alcohol. Hurry and take a shower. Otherwise, you're not allowed to touch me. Lu Haojuan chuckled and said, Baby, you smell good. We'll be fine once we balance it out. With that, Lu Haojuan picked Fang Qinshan up by her waist and knocked open the bedroom door with his back as she screamed. He then threw her on the bed and pressed her down heavily. After Lu Haojuan entered the gate of the residential area, Xing Liang had left the surveillance position of the window and moved closer to the computer screen. Seeing this, he clicked his tongue and said, "This guy is really impatient. Could it be the reincarnation of a lecher?" Su Yugang saw that the clothes on the two people in the surveillance screen were getting less and less. He frowned slightly and reached out to pull a piece of tablecloth to cover the computer screen. When Xingliang saw this, he said with a smile, "Old Su, why do you have to do this? Don't you have to edit the video later? I don't want to listen to this kind of story." Su Yugang said, "I'm going to smoke a cigarette. You listen to your earphones. After they're done, remember to save another copy of the video at this time. If you don't want to hear it, then let me hear it." Xingliang said, "Everyone's wife is not by their side. Isn't this asking for my life?" Su Yugang patted Xingliang's shoulder and said, "If you want to vent your anger, there are many hair salons in the West Camp Lane not far away. Don't worry, I promise I won't tell sister-in-law. Go to hell." Xingliang scolded him with a smile, "Do I look like that kind of person?" Even though he said that, Xingliang still put on his headphones quickly. Then, he immediately frowned and lowered the volume. He sat there obediently and listened. Su Yugang went to the window to smoke. Out of sight, out of mind. Not long after he finished smoking, Su Yu heard the sound of Xingliang taking off his headphones and placing them on the table. He couldn't help but turn around and see that Xingliang had already removed the tablecloth covering the computer screen. "What's wrong?" Xingliang spread his hands and said, "It's done. Damn. This kid looks quite strong. I didn't expect him to be a silver spearhead." Su Yugang looked at his watch subconsciously and said, "It's over?" He rushed over from Chongping in the middle of the day just for these 6 or 7 minutes? Xingliang almost burst out laughing and said, "Comrade Old Su, don't discriminate. Isn't it just a short time? I heard that woman screaming quite happily." "Nonsense." Su Yugang pouted and said, "She's Lu Haojuan's mistress, so she has to play along and pretend. This is an issue of professional ethics." "Are they leaving already?" Su Yugang asked. Xingliang pursed his lips and said, "No. They're taking a couple's bath." Looking at Lu Haojuan's posture, he probably wants to have a second round, but I think it's going to be tough. As the two of them were talking, the micro camera in the bedroom showed Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan coming out of the bathroom. The two of them sat in front of the computer, again listening and monitoring. They saw Lu Haojuan lying on the bed and resting for a while. During this time, Fang Qinshan also tried very hard, but to no avail. Lu Haojuan got up and took out a medicine box from the drawer. He took a pill from it and ate it with mineral water. "He's really going all out," Xingliang said with a smile. "You even used medicine." Su Yugang glanced at Xingliang, stood up, and said, "Don't make such sarcastic remarks. Hurry up and work. Please don't make any mistakes. If we don't save these videos, we've been working for nothing these past few days." "Me again?" Xingliang shouted hurriedly. "It's your turn now." Su Yugang walked to the window and said, "It's just a matter of a few minutes. We're all good comrades, so why are you so calculative? Besides, this kind of erotic scene is rare, so don't take advantage of it." Xingliang almost choked and couldn't say anything. After a while, he said, "Only a grandson would take advantage of this." However, Su Yugang was the person in charge of this operation. Xingliang could only grumble at most. In the end, he had no choice but to sit down, endure the various restlessness in his heart, and continue to monitor. Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinchen only left the Westlake Mansion estate at around 2 in the afternoon and returned to their respective units. Su Yugang and Xing Liang quickly sorted out today's video. From Lu Haojuan's entrance to the two of them leaving, the entire video had not been cut. They saved it all and made a CD. In addition, Su Yugang had asked Xing Liang to take about 15 pictures from the video, all of which had good angles and expressions. Since the video was taken by a high-definition camera, the quality of the screenshots was also very good. These photos were also engraved on the CD. Su Yugang took out another laptop that was not connected to the internet and stuffed the CD into the computer bag. Then he said to Xing Liang, "Liangzi, keep an eye on him for a bit this afternoon. I'll go report the progress to the boss." "All right," Xing Liang said. "I reckon that Lu Haojuan is currently in his sage phase. The possibility of him coming back to the Westlake residence today is very low. Wang Chong and Aijuan can just keep an eye on him." "Yeah." Su Yugang nodded. "Tell the two of them not to let their guard down. They might find other useful clues." "Understood," Xing Liang said. With his laptop bag in one hand, Su Yugang took out his mobile phone with the other and dialed Xia Ruofei's number. Naturally, he dialed the newbie number that they had prepared in advance. Xia Ruofei was having an afternoon nap in the executive suite of the chairman's office on the top floor. His phone was placed on the bed. He woke up immediately when the phone rang. He sat up and answered the call immediately. "Old Su, is there good news?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Yes, boss," Su Yugang said. "We've already obtained sufficient information. If it's convenient for you, I'd like to let you have a look. Also, please give us your instructions on our next step." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. "No problem." Then, half an hour later, let's meet at the Rain Listening Tea House on Shibin Road. "Okay, boss," Su Yugang said. After he hung up the phone, he bade Xing Liang farewell and left the rental house with his laptop bag. As the two cars had been driven away by Wang Chong and Zhang Aijuan, Su Yugang hailed a cab and headed straight to Shibin Road. More than 20 minutes later, Su Yu had just arrived at the Rain Listening Tea House. He was about to call Xia Ruofei when his cell phone rang. He looked at it and saw that it was Xia Ruofei. As soon as Su Yu answered the call, Xia Ruofei's voice came from the phone. "I've already seen you. You can go directly to the bright pavilion on the second floor. I'll be waiting for you here." "Understood," Su Yugang replied. Rain Listening Tea House, bright front pavilion private room. As soon as Su Yu opened the sliding door, he saw Xia Ruofei sitting in front of the misty tea table. Hearing the noise, Xia Ruofei raised his head and smiled at him. "Come over and sit." "Close the door." "Yes," Su Yugang said. He closed the door and went to the tea table. He sat down opposite Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei pushed a cup of tea in front of him and smiled. "Try this tea. I brought this to Hong Pao myself. I didn't use the tea leaves from their tea house, thank you, boss," Su Yugang said. Then he picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Although the tea was a little hot, he didn't even frown. He just wiped his mouth and said, "Boss, I don't know about this. I'm ruining your good tea." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Drinking tea is about one's state of mind. What's there to Not understand? But I don't think you're in the mood to drink tea, so let's talk about serious business. This was exactly what Su Yugang wanted. He nodded and took out his laptop from his bag. He turned it on and said, "Boss, please take a look at the information we took." Xia Ruofei nodded. Seeing that the computer was still on, he asked, "Was it taken in the apartment at the Westlake Mansion?" The video of Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinchen having an affair. Su Yugang said, "The video and sound are very clear, and we didn't cut a single cut. No matter where we go to verify it, it's absolutely impossible to come to the conclusion that the video is fake. This is the proof. Let's take a look first." Xia Ruofei nodded. Soon, the computer was turned on and entered the system. Su Yugang put the CD into the CD drive and opened the video file on the CD. Then, he turned the computer screen in Xia Ruofei's direction and handed him the headphones. Xia Ruofei put on his headphones and looked at the computer screen. He listened to the sound quality for a while, then reached out for the mouse and played the entire video at 8 times the normal speed. "Not bad, not bad," Xia Ruofei said. "The effect of the shooting was very good. Old Su, you guys really have some skills. It's done so quickly." "It's mainly because the equipment is good," Su Yugang said humbly. "You get what you pay for." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "The equipment is for human use. I've done this before. To install the equipment in such a good position without anyone noticing, it's impossible without some real skill, so you don't have to be humble." Su Yugang smiled and did not continue Xia Ruofei's words. Xia Ruofei touched his chin and said, "Old Su, everyone did well this time. When you go back, tell Xing Liang and the others that I'm very satisfied. I will convey it." "Boss, what's our next step? Do you have any instructions?" Su Yugang asked. Having one such video was already solid evidence. If they continued to watch, they would at most shoot a few more of such videos. There was no substantial meaning to it. After all, they were not selling small movies. The more, the better. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Yes. I have the items, but how to use them to maximize the effects is a problem. Old Su, do you have any suggestions?" Su Yugang had obviously thought about this before. He didn't think much and said, "The most convenient way is naturally to spread this information on the internet. The mobile internet is very developed now. Once things get online, it's basically a virus spread. It's very fast and has a great influence." Xia Ruofei nodded. "If we're dealing with an average person, this move would be enough. But our target is Lu Haojuan. I'm afraid this won't hurt him much." "Yeah." Su Yugang nodded. "If you have enough connections in the publicity system, it's not difficult to block the information on the internet. The internet control is very mature now, and the official technology is very advanced. As long as the higher-ups pay attention, it's not difficult to clean up the entire internet." "Yes, that's a very important reason." Xia Ruofei said, "There's one more thing. These videos have seriously crossed the line of the law. If they are not dealt with and are put on the internet, it is illegal in itself. If we do something about it, the exposé will not achieve the effect we want." "Yup." Su Yugang said, "Boss, can we send this information to the relevant departments in the city and province through the official reporting channel?" Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't have confidence in our party committee and government. From an official point of view, they definitely don't want things to get out of hand. Even if they want to deal with it, it'll be done internally. With the Liu family's power, this kind of style problem will probably be reduced to a small one. Do you have any better ideas, boss? Su Yugang asked. He felt that he was at his wit's end. He had no problem in fighting and killing, but he felt that his brain was not enough to use to trick people. Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows and thought for a long time before asking, regarding Fang Qinchen's situation, have you done any relevant investigations? Especially about her family. Su Yugang immediately said, we've done some investigations. The current situation is like this. Her husband's name is Lu Dong. He's an engineer in the Environmental Protection Bureau of the Bell Tower District. He's a technical staff and a career editor. They have a 4-year-old daughter who is in a small class at Beilei Kindergarten in the Bell Tower District. Most of the time, Fang Qinchen's mother-in-law is taking care of the child. However, her mother-in-law's heart hasn't been in good condition recently and she's recuperating at home, so Lu Dong is the one who takes her to and from school. How much do you know about Lu Dong? Xia Ruofei nodded and asked. Su Yugang was a little embarrassed and said, Boss, due to our limited manpower, we've only been working with Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinchen. As for Lu Dong, we've only gotten some surface information. He seems honest, but we don't have any more detailed information on his personality and social relations. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, that's normal. There are only 4 of you in total. Moreover, the time is so short. How about this? I need detailed information on him. I feel that if we want to make this matter influential enough, this Lu Dong should be the key. Yes. Su Yugang stood up and said, just like how he did when he received a mission in the army. Xia Ruofei smiled and pressed his hand down. Sit, sit, sit. Now that we're done with business, let's sit down and have some tea. In addition, I've also said last time that in addition to the remuneration I promised you, I'll treat you to a vacation. After this matter is over, he could choose any location in the country. All the expenses will be covered by the company. When you have free time these few days, you can also discuss and see where you want to go. No need, boss. Su Yugang quickly said, you've given us too much. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, you deserve this. Let's not discuss this anymore. Besides, you can't make decisions for your brothers. Go back and discuss it with them. Let me know when you have made a decision. You brothers can find a place with beautiful scenery to relax. I still need you guys when I come back. Su Yugang saw that Xia Ruofei was so determined, so he had to say, all right. Then, thank you, boss. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, next time when we meet in private, just call me Brother Xia like Lei Hu. All right, Brother Xia. Su Yugang said. In fact, Su Yugang was a few years older than Xia Ruofei, so he should be 2 or 3 years older than Xia Ruofei. However, he still called her that naturally. In fact, when he was on the phone, although the possibility of being monitored was very small, Su Yugang was still very cautious. He usually only called Xia Ruofei boss and tried not to exchange sensitive words over the phone. Su Yugang didn't stay in the tea house for long. After drinking a few cups of tea, he got up and left. He said that he would arrange to investigate Lu Dong later, but in fact, he did not want anyone to notice his contact with Xia Ruofei. After Su Yugang went back, he gathered his other comrades and passed on Xia Ruofei's instructions to them. Then, he readjusted the focus of his work. He told Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinchen not to keep an eye on them. Instead, he assigned someone to keep an eye on the Westlake mansion. This was because most of the time, the people they wanted to meet on a date would come here. The remaining 3 were fully focused on investigating Lu Dong's situation. Of course, everyone still took turns on duty. Otherwise, the people who stayed behind to guard the rental house would have to keep an eye on the movements of Unit 1902. They would basically not be able to rest for 24 hours, and even iron men would not be able to stand it. After the re-arrangement of the staff, the investigation was very effective. It took Su Yugang about a day and a half to figure out Lu Dong's situation. Rain listening tea house. Su Yugang had asked Xia Ruofei to come here again. Under normal circumstances, they could have communicated over the phone. However, it would be difficult to report so much information over the phone and it would be easy to leak information. Moreover, he still needed Xia Ruofei's next instructions, so he chose to come out and talk. As soon as Su Yu entered the room, he took out a brown envelope from his bag and handed it to Xia Ruofei. With both hands. He said, "Brother Xia, Lu Dong's information is basically all here," he said. Xia Ruofei nodded and opened the envelope. There was a stack of paper documents and a few photos inside. Xia Ruofei browsed through the photos first, then quickly read through the documents. "Lao Su, now that we know about Lu Dong's situation, do you have any ideas?" Xia Ruofei asked after some thought. Su Yugang had also thought about it. He said, "Brother Xia, from what we know, Lu Dong is an honest man. He was Fang Qinchen's university classmate and he put in a lot of effort when he was pursuing her. After their marriage, Qinchen has always been the dominant party. In addition, Fang Qinchen's career has been doing well recently, while he's just an ordinary technical staff in the business. In general, in family life, he seems a little useless." At this point, Su Yugang suddenly changed the topic and said, "But I think that's just a superficial phenomenon." Xia Ruofei smiled and said with great interest, "Continue." "Yes. The reason why Lu Dong is so obedient to Fang Qinchen is because he cares about her. Once he finds out that he has been betrayed by his wife, this kind of love will probably turn into a strong hatred. The more honest a person is, the more intense his reaction will be." Su Yugang said, "Also, we noticed a piece of information that might be more important. Don't say it yet, let me guess." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You're talking about Lu Dong's family background, right?" "Yes, I am." Su Yugang said, "Lu Dong's hometown is in Sanshan's Pingzheng County. Although it's not a rich and influential family, the relatives in his family are deeply rooted. Basically, the entire town has a lot of relatives. He grew up in this kind of environment with a strong clan atmosphere. Lu Dong must be very traditional in his bones. He must have a very low tolerance for his wife cheating on him." And Su Yugang continued, "Although Lu Dong is an honest technician, he has a relative called Lu De. In terms of seniority, Lu Dong is Lu De's uncle. This Lu De is quite popular in Sanshan. A few years ago, he came to the city from Pingzheng to make a living. I heard that he is very good at fighting and is highly regarded by the boss. Over the years, he has made a lot of money and has gradually begun to clear his name. However, no matter how much he tries to clear his name, he can't change his social habits. If we can get de Lu involved in this matter, it's very likely that we'll be able to expand our influence. Xia Ruofei looked at Su Yugang with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, old Su. You're not simple to be able to analyze so much with the limited information you have. If Brother Xia didn't remind me to focus on Lu Dong's situation, I wouldn't have thought so much," Su Yugang said, feeling a little guilty. According to my plan at that time, I would have just uploaded the photos and videos we got onto the internet. As for whether it would work or not, I would leave it to fate. Xia Ruofei laughed. To deal with someone like Lu Haojuan, simple methods won't work. At this point, Xia Ruofei rubbed his chin and said, "According to the information you provided, I have some ideas. Let's discuss them, Brother Xia, please tell me," Su Yugang said quickly. Half an hour later, Su Yugang looked at Xia Ruofei with admiration. He had received Lu Dong's information before Xia Ruofei, but Xia Ruofei had only looked at it for a few minutes and had come up with such a flawless plan. If it were him, he would not have thought of all the possibilities. At the same time, Su Yugang felt a chill in his heart. He was glad that he was on Xia Ruofei's side. If he was Xia Ruofei's enemy, it would be a nightmare for the rest of his life. "Why are you looking at me?" Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Do you remember everything I've said?" Su Yu just came back to his senses and quickly said, I've remembered it. "Brother Xia, I'll repeat it to you." "No need, just remember it in your heart." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "When the plan is carried out, there may be other unexpected situations. You will have to adapt to the situation." Su Yugang thought to himself, "You've already considered all possible situations. If we follow your plan, the possibility of an accident is almost zero." However, he still replied respectfully, "I understand, Brother Xia. If there are no other instructions, then I'll go back and prepare." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "When it's being implemented, send me a message. I might go and take a look." "All right." Su Yugang stood up, bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei, and then left the room quietly. In the next few days, Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan would sometimes go to the Westlake mansion for dates at noon. However, old Zhou's car was always waiting downstairs, so Su Yugang and the others did not act rashly. They only collected more erotic material. On the evening of the third day, Zhang Aijuan, who was in charge of monitoring Fang Qinshan, sent news that Fang Qinshan had already driven out of the city TV station and was heading to the Westlake mansion. He was very sure that Fang Qinshan would be spending the night there. Over the past few days, Su Yugang had found a place to install a micro-listening device in Fang Qinshan's car. The device was powered by a high-density lithium battery and could work for about a week. As long as it was within the signal range, it could transmit sound signals to the receiver any time. Fang Qinshan had called her husband in the car earlier that day. She told him that she had to work overtime to record a show and that it might be very late. She also had some material that needed to be sorted out overnight, so she was staying at the office for the night. Combined with the fact that she drove directly to the Westlake mansion before it was time to get off work, Su Yugang and the others naturally made the judgment easily. At about the same time, Wang Chong, who was in charge of keeping an eye on Lu Haojuan in Chongping County, called to inform him that Lu Haojuan's car had already left the county party committee's compound and was heading in the direction of the city. Su Yugang and Xing Liang immediately perked up. They had been waiting for so many days just for this adulterous couple to spend the night at the Westlake mansion. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, "Begin the plan." Su Yugang felt like he was walking to the work desk. He felt like a brilliant director, while Lu Haojuan, Fang Qinshan, Lu Dong, and even Lu De were all putting on a good show at his request. To be more precise, Su Yugang felt that he was more like an executive director. Because the real executive director was Xia Ruofei, who had never shown up but knew the situation well and had been planning strategies. Lu Dong was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen with an apron on, while his 4-year-old daughter, Meng Meng, was watching cartoons on her iPad in the living room. In fact, he knew that it was not good for a child to look at mobile phones and tablets at such a young age. Not only did it affect their vision, but it also affected their concentration greatly. Children who often played with mobile phones would be very distracted and have a hard time concentrating in the future. However, Lu Dong had no choice. His mother had been taking care of the child, but not long ago, her heart condition acted up. Although she was discovered in time and handled well, and her life was not in danger, her health was greatly affected. The doctor had also specifically told the old man not to overwork or stay up late. Under such circumstances, Lu Dong could no longer let the old man pick up the children or cook for them. The old man couldn't stay idle and wanted to help out with any work, so Lu Dong had sent his mother to Pingzhang's hometown last week to recuperate. He had a few brothers and sisters in the hometown, so the old man would have someone to take care of him. In this case, he could only take care of the child himself. His wife, Fang Qinshan, was getting busier and busier. Not only did she get off work late every day, but sometimes she would even work overnight and live in the office. The heavy responsibility of taking care of the child fell on Lu Dong. Their daughter, Meng Meng, had almost forgotten what her mother looked like. When Fang Qinshan returned home, Meng Meng was already asleep, and she had to rush out to work early in the morning. In fact, the little fellow might not see her mother for a few days. It was the same today. Fang Qinshan had just called to say that she would be working late again and would not be coming home. Lu Dong sighed as he prepared dinner. When the two of them had just graduated from university, although life was tough, they had a very good relationship. Fang Qinshan was a little delicate, and he always gave in to his wife in life, but there was no doubt that they were very loving. In the past few years, Fang Qinshan had been a foreign reporter and often ate and slept in the open. He was also very distressed. In the past few months, Fang Qinshan's luck had been on the rise, and her career could be said to be skyrocketing. It had only taken a few months for her to transform from a penniless reporter to a famous female live streamer. Fang Qinshan's career was becoming more and more successful, and her income was getting higher and higher, but Lu Dong could not find the feeling he had in the past. He always felt that there was a barrier between him and his wife. The two of them seemed very close, but there was always an insurmountable distance between them. In fact, when it came to married life, Fang Qinshan would often reject Lu Dong's idea on the grounds that she was too tired after a long day of work. Sometimes, Lu Dong even thought that if he had known this would happen, he would have let Fang Qinshan get into the Environmental Protection Bureau with him. In this day and age, it didn't matter if the profession was right or not. He didn't major in environmental protection back then, but he could do technical work now, right? This job did not feel like it had any real power, but it was very relaxing. What was the point of working so hard? Wasn't it just a happy and healthy family? Just as Lu Dong was lost in his thoughts, His phone, which was placed beside the stove, rang. He had received a new text message. Lu Dong was cooking some vegetables, which required a lot of heat control, so he didn't pay attention to it for the time being. After all, more and more people were using WeChat now, and the frequency of text messages was very low. In most cases, the text messages they received were either all kinds of notification messages, such as bank deductions, housing loan amounts, etc., or all kinds of junk messages. Lu Dong poured the stir-fried vegetables into a plate and washed the pot. He then remembered the text message, so he wiped his hands on his apron and took out his phone to take a look. It's a multimedia message, Lu Dong mumbled to himself. People still send multimedia messages these days? It took some time to load the multimedia message. While Lu Dong was waiting for it to load, he was wondering if it was another advertisement poster or something. However, since he was using the internet at home, he didn't turn it off. After a while, the multimedia message was loaded. Lu Dong clicked on it and looked at it. Suddenly, he looked as if he was struck by lightning. His eyes were fixed on the phone screen, and the expression on his face was completely stunned. At that moment, Lu Dong's head buzzed as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. In the photo, in front of him, there were two naked people. The man's back was facing the camera, so he couldn't see his face, while the woman was facing the camera. The two were kissing passionately, and half of the woman's face was blocked. However, Lu Dong recognized the woman immediately. She was his first wife, Fang Qinchin. Lu Dong could not believe what he was seeing. When he was with Fang Qinchin, he would go along with her in everything. In his opinion, his love for Fang Qinchin had reached the limit. Even though Fang Qinchin often complained about him, even calling him a good-for-nothing and a good-for-nothing, he had never doubted the feelings between husband and wife, and he had never thought that Fang Qinchin would betray him. It must be fake. Lu Dong mumbled to himself. This photo must be fake. It's photoshopped. Then, he suddenly came to his senses and opened the multimedia message with trembling hands. He found the number that sent the text message and dialed it. I'd like to see who's so vicious to intentionally drive a wedge between us. Lu Dong's lips trembled as he muttered to himself, answer it. Why don't you pick up the phone? The other party seemed to be trying to make Lu Dong anxious. Other than the cold ringing sound, there was no other sound. Just when Lu Dong thought that the other party would not pick up the phone, the call suddenly connected. Hey! Who are you? Why did you send me such a fake photo? Lu Dong asked in a hurry. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then asked calmly, Mr. Lu, do you really think this is a fake photo? Lu Dong was taken aback. He had been trying to convince himself that this was a photoshopped photo. It made sense if he said so. After all, Fang Qinchin was a public figure, and her photo could be easily found on the internet. It was not difficult to use a software to connect her head to such a photo. However, there was a voice in Lu Dong's subconsciousness that kept reminding him that the photo was not fake. The moment he saw the photo, he had a strong feeling. Lu Dong's eyes flickered, but he forced himself to say, nonsense. I understand my wife, she's not that kind of person. Speak. What is your purpose? Why did you intentionally come to ruin our relationship? The person on the other end of the phone chuckled and said, Mr. Lu, if that's the case, then we have nothing more to say. You can continue to live in your dream. How did the saying go again? You can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Mr. Liu, good luck. Goodbye, wait. Tell me, where did you get this photo? Lu Dong asked. The person on the other end of the phone said indifferently, if you want to know more, add my WeChat. This is the number. After that, the man hung up the phone. Lu Dong was a little flustered. He knew that the person would not send him such a photo for no reason. There must be a purpose, so he thought that the person would continue to disclose more information and finally reveal the purpose. Unexpectedly, this person didn't play by the rules at all. He lightly said to add her on WeChat and then hung up the phone. Lu Dong frantically dialed the number again. But it was rejected after only one ring. He didn't give up. He called several times in a row, but without exception, he was hung up firmly. Sometimes, the phone was hung up before it even rang. Lu Dong knew that the other party had probably blacklisted his number. Add me on WeChat? Wouldn't it be more convenient to talk over the phone? Why did he add her on WeChat? Lu Dong did not understand, but he had almost lost his ability to think. He had no choice but to open the WeChat app and add her as a friend through his phone number. Lu Dong's hands were shaking so badly that he had entered the short string of numbers wrong 4 times. Finally, he entered the correct number and pressed the search button. A WeChat account with the nickname Justice is not absent was displayed. The picture of the head portrait was a half-drawn sword, and the personal signature was I'll help you when you see injustice on the road. Lu Dong could not help but smile self-deprecatingly as he chose to add her as a friend. This time, the other party responded very quickly, and the friend request was accepted a few seconds later. Before Lu Dong could ask, Justice is not absent sent him 3 pictures and wrote, you decide for yourself whether it's photoshopped. Come find me after you've thought it through. Lu Dong's hands trembled as he looked at the picture on his phone. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a man-eating beast. The main characters in all 3 photos were Fang Qinshan and the man. One thing was the same, the male lead did not show his face, while Fang Qinshan's face was exposed in all 3 photos. Lu Dong did not need a professional agency to verify that the photos were not photoshopped. He was an amateur photographer, so he was quite familiar with Photoshop software. With one look, he knew that Photoshop couldn't have perfectly blended the people in the photos with the surrounding light. The lighting of the head and body was also very natural. The other party seemed to have deliberately chosen a few photos like this. There was a chandelier above the 2 people in the photos, and the light cast a complex shadow on the 2 people. It was impossible to synthesize such a flawless photo under such circumstances. In fact, when Lu Dong saw the photo sent through the multimedia message, he had already believed most of it. It was just that he subconsciously felt that it was hard to accept, so he kept giving himself psychological hints. Lu Dong panted heavily. After a long while, he typed a line of words into WeChat with trembling hands. Who the hell are you? What was his purpose? It doesn't matter who I am, replied Justice is not absent. As for the purpose, I just can't stand to see an honest man being kept in the dark. He doesn't even know that he's being cheated on. The word green hat was like 3 sharp swords, stabbing into Lu Dong's heart. At this moment, Justice is not absent sent another message. I have more information and even videos, including the man's identity. You can find the answer in the photos and videos. When Lu Dong saw the message, he immediately gritted his teeth and replied, how much do you want? Justice is not absent sent a silly smile emoji with the following words. I've said it before, I'm just helping out when I see injustice, why would I want your money? If you want to know more, go to the night bar at 186 Chunfeng Road to find Brother Da. Lu Dong's eyes widened. Could it be De Lu? He knew that the Spring Breeze Road area was the territory where De Lu hung out all year round. Although De Lu had kept a much lower profile in the past few years and had a lot of legitimate business on the surface, he was still the boss of the Spring Breeze Road area. In reality, no one else dared to call themselves brother to there except him. Lu Dong's mind was already in a mess because of Fang Qinchen's betrayal, and now that he knew that Lu De had found out about it, he was even more troubled. If Fang Qinchen's affair would make him suffer, then if De Lu found out about it would be a fatal blow to his reputation. Lu Dong and Lu De both came from Lujieling village, Xiaolu Town, Pingzhang County. They were considered relatives, and they were brothers 3 or 4 generations above them. In the clan, the traditional view was still deeply rooted. If a man was betrayed by his own woman, then he would really be disgraced and would not have the face to see his ancestors. He would probably choose to end his own life. Although Lu Dong was not as pedantic as the older generation, he definitely did not want this kind of thing to spread in his hometown. He could imagine that once this matter spread to Lu Jiaoling, his relatives would be disgraced along with him, and they would be criticized no matter where they went. Lu Dong did not even dare to imagine that scene. He typed a few words with trembling hands. You are De Lu? Ding dong. A WeChat notification rang out, and Justice is not absent replied, of course not. It's just that only Brother De can help you with this. Seeing this, Lu Dong felt as if he had found a life-saving straw. He asked, did Lu De know about this? Justice is not absent immediately replied, what do you think? There was even a meaningful smiling emoji at the end. Lu Dong almost fell to the ground. He reached out to hold the stove and steadied himself. At this moment, Justice is not absent sent another message. You have half an hour. I won't wait for you if you don't. After the message was sent, Justice is not absent seemed to have disappeared. No matter what Lu Dong sent, there was no reply. Lu Dong also tried to contact the other party through the voice call function, but there was only the same ringtone, and no one picked up. Lu Dong threw his phone aside dejectedly. At this time, his phone rang with a WeChat notification. Lu Dong quickly unlocked his phone. It was still a message from Justice. There were only a few words, you still have 27 minutes. Lu Dong snapped out of his daze. Without any hesitation, he took off his apron, stuffed his phone into his pocket, and strode out of the kitchen. His 4-year-old daughter, Meng Meng, was watching a cartoon in the living room. Lu Dong walked over and picked her up, saying softly, Meng Meng, Daddy has something urgent to attend to. I'll drop you off at Uncle Zhang's house next door. Can you play with Brother Chong Chong for a while? Meng Meng nodded and said, all right. But Dad, you have to come back soon. I can't sleep without you telling me stories. Lu Dong almost burst into tears. He nodded and said, I will. But if Meng Meng feels tired, you can sleep at Uncle Zhang's house for a while. Daddy will carry you home when he comes back. Meng Meng, wait for Daddy. The little girl looked at her father and asked, Daddy, why are your eyes red? I'm fine. Lu Dong quickly turned his head and said, I was in the kitchen just now because of the smoke. He carried Meng Meng out of the house quickly and came to the door of the house next door. He rang the doorbell and called, "Elder Zheng. Are you home, Elder Zheng?" Soon, the door was opened, and a man in his mid-30s appeared. He was stunned when he saw Lu Dongzi. "Yo. Meng Meng is here too?" "Hello, Uncle Zheng," Meng Meng said very sensibly. "Hello, Meng Meng. You're here at the right time," Zheng said with a smile. "Your sister-in-law made some dumplings today, come and have some with." Meng Meng, Zheng and Lu Dong were colleagues from the same unit. They had a good relationship. Later, they came to this building to look at houses together and bought 2 adjacent houses as neighbors. The 2 families often visited each other. Even when the house was renovated, they chose a similar style. Lu Dong said, "Old Zheng, I have something urgent to attend to. I need to go out." Chen. She's working overtime at the office. So I want to leave Meng Meng at your house first. Is that okay? Why can't I? Elder Zheng smiled and said, "It's good that you have a companion with our Chong. Then, Elder Zheng looked at Meng Meng with a smile and asked, "Right. Meng Meng? Do you like to play with brother Chong? "I like it," the little girl said in a crisp voice. "Look." Elder Zheng smiled and said, "Meng Meng is at our house. Don't worry." Thank you, Old Zheng," Lu Dong said. He then put Meng Meng down and said, "Meng Meng, quickly go in and play with brother Chong. Remember to listen to uncle and auntie. Don't be naughty, understand?" "I know, Dad," Meng Meng said. The little girl often came to the old Zheng family to play and was not shy with strangers. After changing her shoes, she happily went to play with her little friends. "Dongzi, do you want to eat some dumplings before you leave?" Elder Zheng stood at the door and asked. "No, I really have an urgent matter," Lu Dong said. "By the way, Elder Zheng, Meng Meng hasn't had dinner yet. I'll have to trouble you and sister-in-law." "Hey. What's the trouble? Your Meng Meng is so sensible," said Elder Zheng. "Then I'll be leaving," Lu Dong said. "By the way, if I come back too late, let Meng Meng sleep in your house first." "All right. No problem." Elder Zheng could tell that Lu Dong really had something urgent to attend to, so he said, "You should get back to your work. Meng Meng, don't you worry." Lu Dong cupped his hands at Zheng and then quickly walked to the elevator. In the old neighborhood opposite the Westlake mansion, a phone on the table rang. Su Yugang picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID on the screen. He immediately answered the call. "Speak. I understand. We'll act according to the original plan." After he hung up, he turned to Xing Liang and said, "It's Ijuan. He said that Lu Dong has already left. He took a taxi and is heading towards Chunfeng Road." "Boss, you're really good at predicting things," Xing Liang said. "Old Su, what do you think boss's brain is made of? How did he know that Lu Dong would call him after he received the first photo instead of calling his wife to question her? And why did she ask him to add her on WeChat instead of talking over the phone? I really don't understand what's going on here." "Boss is taking advantage of the information asymmetry," Su Yugang said with a smile. "Lu Dong's mind is already in a mess after the sudden change. As long as we give him a little guidance, he will definitely follow the path we set." The boss was well versed in psychological games. Lu Dong's reactions were all within his calculations. Su Yugang paused and continued, as for WeChat communication, it's for two reasons. First, it's convenient to send pictures, and second, it's also to avoid leaving messages with your own voice. Although we used a voice changer, some of the characteristics of a voice, including habits such as tone, can't be changed by a voice changer. I'm just taking precautions. Xingliang couldn't help but click his tongue and say, that's too cautious. Su Yugang smiled. We can't help it. Our opponent's background is too strong. We can't be too careful. This is also what the boss wants. Understood. Xingliang said lazily, we've already calculated to this extent. No matter how strong the opponent is, it's hard for him to escape. This time. Hee. Boss's plan is almost flawless, and all kinds of situations have been anticipated, but the result still depends on the effect of our execution. So, we can't be careless. Su Yugang said. Don't worry. Xingliang said. Then, he stood up and packed his equipment as he said, you take command in the middle, I'll be in position. Be careful. Su Yugang said, keep the communication going. Okay. Xingliang grinned at Su Yugang, put on his shoulder bag, turned around, and walked out of the rented apartment. Lu Dong's taxi soon arrived at the entrance of the night bar on Chunfeng Road. He was so anxious that he didn't notice that there was a car following him from a distance. At the entrance of the bar, Lu Dong bumped into a young man in a cap who was looking at his phone while walking. Lu Dong, who was in a bad mood, could not help but glare at the young man. However, the young man in the cap had a good attitude and apologized repeatedly. Lu Dong was not in the mood to argue with an irrelevant person. He said in a bad mood, next time, be careful when you walk. With that, he pushed open the door of the bar and walked in. The young man in the cap pressed his Bluetooth headset as he walked and said, Wang Chong, try the signal. This man was Zhang Aijuan. After he followed Lu Haojuan into the urban area, he didn't go to the Westlake mansion. Instead, he came to Chunfeng Road to wait for orders. Zhang Aijuan's mission was to find an opportunity to place a very small bug in Lu Dong's pocket when he arrived. The bug was small and light, almost made into a thin sheet. Even if Lu Dong put his hand into his pocket, he would not be able to find it unless he looked for it. Of course, the side effect of making it so small was that it could not last long. The bug could only work for 3 hours, but it was enough for the mission. On the road not far from the night bar, Wang Chong sat in the van. After adjusting the parameters on a small device, he put on his earphones and chuckled. Very clear. I'll send the signal to squad leader Su. All right. Then I'll be on standby in the car. Zhang Aijuan said. The middle row of the van had been modified. There was a work desk in front of the seat, a listening device, and some other equipment. The power source came from an inverted computer, which directly used the van's battery. As long as the van didn't turn off the engine, there was plenty of electricity. Wang Chong used an audio cable to connect the audio signal he had received to his laptop. Then, he opened a software and established a connection with the laptop in his rented apartment several kilometers away, quickly sending the real-time audio signal back. Su Yugang, who was in the rental house, easily realized long-distance monitoring. Lu Dong walked into the night bar, which was filled with strong sound waves, and struggled to move forward in the crowd. The bar's business was very good. In the midst of the loud music, people raised their arms high under the flashing lights and twisted their bodies to the rhythm of the music, looking like a group of demons dancing. Lu Dong pushed his way through the crowd and found the first private room of the bar. De Lu had brought Dong Lu to the night bar once, so Dong Lu knew that this was De Lu's private room. Whenever he appeared in the night bar, he would definitely be in this room. If he didn't come to the bar, the private room must be empty. No one would dare to open it for other customers. Two burly men in black suits were standing at the door of the private room, and they stopped Lu Dong. "I'm De Lu's relative." Lu Dong quickly said. "I'm Lu Dong, he brought me here before. I have something urgent to talk to him about. Please go in and tell him." The two men looked at Lu Dong from head to toe, and the man on the right said, "Just because you say they're brother Da's relatives, they're brother Da's relatives? What if brother Da doesn't know you at all? Aren't we going to be scolded by brother Da?" "I have De Lu's number," said Lu Dong. "If you don't believe me, I'll call him directly." After that, Lu Dong took out his phone and quickly found De Lu's phone number, showing it to the two men. The two of them looked at each other. It was indeed De Lu's phone number. "I hope you're not lying to me, or else," the man on the right said. After that, he looked at Lu Dong deeply, then pushed the door open and walked into the private room. The soundproofing of the private room was very good, and it was not as noisy as the outside at all. Soft music was playing here, and expensive red wine was placed on the coffee table. De Lu and several of his subordinates were sitting on the sofa with their legs crossed, drinking and chatting. There were two enchanting women sitting beside each of them. The big man went straight to De Lu's side, bent down, and whispered in De Lu's ear, "There's someone outside looking for you. He says his name is Lu Dong, and he's your relative." A strange look appeared on De Lu's face as he said to himself, "Uncle Dong?" De Lu and Dong Lu were about the same age, and they had a good relationship when they were young. Although they were a generation apart, they were basically of the same generation. However, after Lu Dong got into university, and Lu De came to Sanshan to work, the two gradually lost contact. After that, Lu Dong was admitted to the Sanshan Environmental Protection Bureau, and De Lu had made his own name. They were in the same city, so they kept in touch more often than before. However, the two had very different personalities. Lu Dong was an honest, family man, while De Lu had been through so many years of fighting and killing, so he had an unruly temperament. The two of them naturally did not have much in common. In fact, when Lu Dong was invited to the night bar with De Lu, he felt out of place. Later on, De Lu invited him out to drink and sing a few times, but he declined. De Lu didn't expect Lu Dong to come to him. He thought for a while and said, "Invite him in." The burly man heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Lu Dong was bluffing. If Lu De did not know this relative, then he would be in trouble. "Yes, sir," the burly man quickly replied in a low voice. Then, he bowed slightly and quickly left the private room. "Brother De wants you to go in," the burly man said as he looked at Lu Dong and stepped aside. "Thank you," Lu Dong said quickly as he pushed the door open and walked into the private room. De Lu saw that it was really Lu Dong, so he stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Dong, what wind blew you here? Why didn't you call me in advance? I can send someone to pick you up." Lu Dong seemed to be a little absent-minded. He looked at De Lu and asked, "Xiao De, where did you find out about Qinchen's matter? What are you talking about, Uncle Dong? Asked Lu De, confused. You don't know? Asked Lu Dong, with his eyes wide open. De Lu laughed and said, what's wrong with my little aunt? I knew that she's been appearing on screen a lot recently, and she's already a popular person on the city channel. Are you talking about this? Lu Dong's face changed. The mysterious man who had sent him the photo had given him a very strong hint that this was De Lu's idea, and that was why he had rushed over in a hurry. However, from De Lu's expression, it was clear that he had no idea that Fang Qinchen had cheated on him. Lu Dong's mind raced. Since Lu De didn't know, he couldn't tell him. Although he had been cuckolded, at least the scandal wouldn't spread to the clan. It was a blessing in disguise. Oh. It's nothing. It's nothing. I made a mistake, Lu Dong quickly said. Having been in the underworld for so many years, how could De Lu be bad at observing people? The anxiety was written all over Lu Dong's face, and he didn't know how to hide his emotions at all. De Lu could tell at a glance. He looked into Lu Dong's eyes and said, Uncle Dong, you can't write two Lu in one stroke, not to mention that we are relatives of the same clan. If you have any difficulties, you must not hide it from me. Tell me, what happened to little aunt? Was someone bullying her? Tell me a name, and I'll bring some people to beat the shit out of him. Lu Dong avoided his eyes and said, it's really nothing. Qinchen is fine. The leaders in the unit think highly of her now. Just as Lu Dong was about to give up, his phone rang. Lu Dong picked up the phone in a panic. It was that familiar number again, and his heart skipped a beat. He looked at De Lu, walked to the side with the phone, and pressed the answer button. What do you want? Lu De doesn't even know about this, Lu Dong said in a low voice. What are you up to, luring me here? In the rented house, Su Yugang was listening to the live audio signal sent back by Wang Chong with his earphones. At the same time, Lu Dong's voice was on speaker mode on his phone. Because the signal in the earpiece was transmitted over the network, there would be a delay of 1 to 2 seconds. Which sounded a little strange. Su Yugang quickly typed a line of words on another computer. Soon, a mechanical male synthetic voice came out of the speaker connected to this computer. Su Yugang put the phone close to the speaker. This was the electronic voice that Lu Dong had heard in the private room of the night bar. Does it make a difference whether Lu De knows about this or not? The cold, mechanical voice said at a constant speed, you're not so naive as to think that we can't find De Lu's mobile number, are you? Is it that hard to send him a few photos or even a few videos? Lu Dong was instantly stunned. De Lu did not know anything about Fang Qinchen, but if the other party wanted to let De Lu know, it would be a piece of cake. There was no point in hiding it from De Lu. What do you want? Lu Dong asked, gritting his teeth. Su Yugang was a little excited. His fingers flew on the keyboard. After typing a sentence, he pressed the enter key. Up until now, everything was going according to Xia Ruofei's plan. It could be said that the situation was completely under their control. Xia Ruofei had also explained to him that the reason why he had gone through so much trouble to lure Lu Dong to Lu De was to make him burn his bridges and leave him with no way back. If Lu Dong was asked to seek help from Lu De alone, Lu Dong might be afraid that the scandal would spread back to his hometown and develop a rebellious mentality. He might even come straight to Fang Qinchin and tell her everything, no longer insistent on finding the man who only showed his back in the photo. If he had sent the photos and videos to Lu before Lu Dong arrived, Lu would have been calmer and would have investigated the matter first. Once he found out that Lu Haojuan was Fang Qinchin's lover, he would not have dared to get involved in this mess. Only when Lu De and Lu Dong met, and Lu Dong took the initiative to tell them about it, could the show go on according to the script they designed. Suyo Gong's electronic synthesized voice, which was converted by the software, was emotionless. If you take the initiative to tell Lu De about Fang Qinchin's affair and ask him to make the decision for you, I will naturally provide you with more detailed information. I can even tell you the location of the rendezvous of the adulterous couple. Lu Dong fell into silence. He was having an intense mental struggle. At that moment, the electronically synthesized voice sounded again. By the way, your wife is having fun with that man. If you're more efficient, you might be able to catch them in bed. Lu Dong immediately felt blood rush to his head. He panted heavily and said without hesitation, "Good. I'll do as you say. I hope you won't break your promise." Suyu Gang didn't say anything else and hung up the phone. His attention was focused on the monitor. He had to make sure that Lu Dong wasn't playing any tricks, because the show wouldn't be able to go on without him. Dong Lu put his phone away and turned to Lu. I do need your help with something, but, speaking of this, he looked at several of Lu's subordinates and the drinking girls in the private room and said, "It's not convenient to talk now." Lu got the hint and waved his hand. "You guys go outside and play for a while." "Yes, brother, De." Everyone replied in unison and quickly left the room. De. Lu looked at Dong Lu with a smile and said, "Uncle Dong, there's only the two of us left here now. If there's anything you want to say, you can say it." Lu Dong knew what it meant to tell Lu about this, but when he thought of what the electronic voice had said, he couldn't help but imagine his wife having sex with another man in bed. All the previous thoughts disappeared. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the photos he had received today. Then he handed the phone to Lu and said, "It's embarrassing to say it out loud. You should see for yourself." Lu took the phone and glanced at it. His eyes widened, and he looked up at Lu Dong. "This is my little aunt?" Lu Dong nodded dejectedly. Lu didn't ask if the man was Lu Dong. Who would be so stupid as to show people intimate photos of him and his wife, and with such a dejected look? "Uncle Dong, you have to be careful about this." Lu asked, "Where did you get this photo?" "Don't tell me. It was photoshopped?" "Little Aunt has been quite popular recently, so she might attract jealousy and hatred. The photos must be real." Lu Dong sighed. "Little Da. You know that I don't know anyone in Sanshan. I'm just a technician in my unit. I really have no choice but to ask you to help me." Lu frowned slightly and said, "So you've already confirmed it?" Lu Dong nodded weakly. Although Dong Lu and Lu had very different personalities, they both grew up in the same environment. Traditional ideas were deeply rooted in their hearts, and they had the same opinion on this matter. Lu even felt angry because he felt the same way. Fuck. Who is this man? Lu Da's eyes widened as he said, "Uncle Dong, tell me who he is. I'll help. You cripple him. And little Ba. And this Fang Qinchin, I'm going to ruin her reputation. Shameless thing. You actually dared to steal a man. In the rental house, Su Yugang quietly listened to the sound from the monitor headset. He admired Xia Ruofei even more. Lu Dong's heart warmed slightly. Although De Lu had not put his plan into action yet, he suddenly felt like he had a backbone. Even hearing De Lu's harsh words made him feel a sense of pleasure. Lu Dong said after some thought, I've come to you because I have no other choice. I hope that this matter will end with you. Don't let word of this get back to our hometown. Otherwise, we'll all be embarrassed. What kind of person do you think I am, Uncle Dong? Asked Lu De. The kind of person who would gossip? Besides, what good will it do me if this matter is spread? That's good, Lu Dong felt relieved and said, I'm just afraid that it'll cause a huge commotion. Don't worry. Lu De said, our village is so closed off, and we are the only ones who are working outside. There are only the two of us here at Sanshan. Some of the younger generation are working outside, but who would know that Fang Qinshan is your wife? As long as I don't go back and tell them, no one will know. Yes. Lu Dong nodded and said, thank you in advance, De. I owe you a favor. Uncle Dong, why are you being so polite with me? De Lu said, back then, we went to school together. After you passed the exam, I became a hooligan, but you, a college student, never looked down on me. You even brought me things when you went home during the holidays. I really treated you as a brother. If an outsider had heard Lu De's words, they would have thought that the seniority was a mess, but this was the truth. Although the two of them were uncle and nephew in the clan, and they were used to calling each other uncle and nephew, they were actually of the same age. Their relationship was more like that of good friends and brothers. After De Lu finished, he said anxiously, Uncle Dong, let's not talk about this useless stuff. Quickly tell me, who is that man? I'll find someone to cripple him tonight. I don't know. Lu Dong was stunned for a moment. What? De Lu opened his mouth wide. Then, where did you get this photo? Someone sent it to me. Lu Dong said. Just as he was about to tell her the whole story, the phone in his pocket rang. Again. Lu Dong quickly took out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and answered the call. Before he could speak, the familiar electronic voice came from the phone again. Not bad, you kept your word. To show my sincerity, I'm sending you something. Then, before Lu Dong could say anything, the call was hung up. Who is it? Uncle Dong, why aren't you saying anything? De Lu asked, looking at him. At that moment, Ding Dong received a new message on WeChat. He did not bother to answer De Lu's question and quickly opened his WeChat. It was a message from Justice is not absent. Lu Dong opened it and saw that it was a short video. The WeChat message showed that it was about 15 seconds long. He clicked on the video with a complicated expression. De Lu subconsciously moved closer to take a look. Lu Dong and De Lu's faces turned ugly. In the video, the man was lying on his back on the bed, and Fang Qinshan was sitting on him with her back facing him, twisting her body with all her might. The camera was from the end of the bed, so Fang Qinshan could be seen clearly. The man's face was blocked by Fang Qinshan's upper body. The video had been edited, and there was only one scene. The man's face was not revealed at all. However, the video completely shattered Lu Dong's last bit of hope. If there was a small possibility that the photos were composed by an expert, then this video was definitely irrefutable evidence. Although the video was not long, it was completely impossible to move the people in the motion image. Even if it was a video that was only a dozen seconds long, it had been hundreds of frames. Was it possible to edit every frame? The amount of manpower and time it would take was simply unimaginable. Uncle Dong, is this the person who sent it to you? Asked Lu De. Yeah. Lu Dong nodded. I don't know who he is, but he promised me that he would give me more information, including the man's identity and their date tonight. Tonight's location, what is he trying to do? De Lu asked with a frown. Su Yu Gang didn't give the two any more time to think. He made another call. Lu Dong had been holding his phone in his hand the whole time, so he answered the call without hesitation and put it on speaker. He heard the mechanical, electronically synthesized voice say, Mr. Lu, you have 15 minutes to prepare. You can think about what you need to prepare to catch an adulterer. After 15 minutes, I will tell you what to do next. The other party did not wait for Lu Dong's reply and hung up the phone. De Lu asked, damn, why does this person's voice sound so weird? It's like a robot. Lu Dong smiled bitterly. That's the voice of the reading app. This person is too cautious. Other than the first call, he's either communicating on WeChat or speaking on his behalf through the app. I didn't even have the chance to record his voice, ignore him. De Lu said. Anyway, we were already prepared to catch them in the act of adultery. Let's do as he said. I'll let you make the decision for these matters. Lu Dong said tiredly. De Lu nodded and thought for a moment before saying, Uncle Dong, we definitely can't do this alone. I'll have to call a few brothers, but don't worry, they're all people who can be trusted absolutely, and they're very tight-lipped. All right. Lu Dong said. You decide. De Lu immediately took out his mobile phone and began to contact them. Several of his confidants had been playing at the night bar, so he quickly called 4 or 5 people. Brothers, De Lu said with a serious expression, come with me to do something later. Prepare 2 cell phones with higher resolution. Also, bring the guys in the car. And 2 barrels of red paint. Several of De Lu's confidants nodded one after another. De Lu had a guarantee company business, to begin with, and red paint was a must-have when he went to collect debts. As for steel pipes, watermelon knives, and other things, these people had them in their cars. Remember, De Lu continued, just listen to my orders. Tonight. Later, no matter what you see, keep your mouth shut. Don't let it rot. Understand? Yes. De Lu's confidants all agreed. Go and prepare. De Lu waved his hand and said. Not long after De Lu's men left the private room, Lu Dong received a WeChat message from Justice is not absent, you can go now. Get in the car and drive in the direction of Lakeside Road, he said. Lu Dong immediately handed the phone to De Lu and said, he wants us to go in the direction of Lakeside Road. De Lu took a look and couldn't help but swear, this guy is definitely up to no good. He's just playing tricks, so what if I know? Lu Dong smiled bitterly. Don't we have to do as they say? Don't let me find out who he is. De Lu snorted coldly. Don't talk so much, Lu Dong quickly said. I feel like that person is right next to us. Our every move can't escape his eyes, so what? Lu De said, this kind of person only dares to hide in the dark. Do you have the ability to come out openly? In the rented house, Su Yu Gang couldn't help but laugh. Lu was still too wild. To be honest, he felt that the feeling of controlling everything in the dark was much better than fighting and killing on the front line. Even if he really stood in front of Lu, he was afraid that a gangster leader like Lu and a few gangsters couldn't even touch a hair of his. Forget it, Lu Dong said, just cut it out. We still have to rely on other people to point the way. Lu snorted unwillingly and said, I understand. Uncle Dong, let's go. Lu led Dong Lu out of the private room, and the two burly men who were guarding the door immediately followed. As he walked out of the bar, the people who were drunk here all made way for him and respectfully greeted him. In this bar, Lu was the king at the top of the food chain. Lu walked out expressionlessly, occasionally nodding slightly to one or two familiar-looking people, which was enough to make those people feel proud. When Lu Dong came in, it took him a lot of effort to squeeze in. But it was much easier when he walked out. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the bar. Lu's confidants had already prepared a Jinbei van and were respectfully standing in front of the door, waiting. Is everything ready? Lu came to the car and asked. Brother don't worry. Everything has been prepared as you've instructed. A big man with a fierce-looking face said with a smile. He could not help but ask, Brother, whose house are we going to collect debts from? Scar, it's not a good thing to be too curious. Lu glanced at him and said. The muscles on the face of the burly man nicknamed Bazi twitched and he quickly said, Brother I've spoken too much. I deserve a beating. After he finished speaking, he made a gesture of slapping himself. Lu said indifferently, all right, stop acting with me. If you're ready, then set off. Yes. Lu and Dong Lu sat in the middle row of the van, squeezing 3 people out of the back. This time, Lu brought 5 people with him, including the driver and Scar, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Drive towards Lakeside Road. Lu said indifferently. All right, brother, The driver quickly replied. The Jinbei bread set off slowly and soon left Chunfeng Road. It turned into the second ring road and sped in the direction of Lakeside Road. A Jetta and a van also started quietly in the night, following the Jinbei van from a distance. At this time it was already past the evening peak hour, and the road conditions were not bad. The Jinbei car drove for about 20 minutes and arrived at Hubin Road. Hubin Road was built along the east side of Westlake Park, and on one side of the road was the glistening Westlake Park. The stone bridges and pavilions in the park were all lit up, and the outlines of these buildings were faintly visible in the dark night. In the man-made lake in the park, many small boats were slowly moving forward. They could faintly hear the laughter coming from the lake, and the atmosphere was very warm and quiet. Uncle Dong, what's our next move? Didn't that guy send you a WeChat message? Lu asked. Not yet, Lu Dong said, I'm just asking. His voice trembled slightly because he knew that he was getting closer and closer to his betraying wife. His intuition told him that Fang Chinchen should be in the vicinity. Lu Dong didn't call the man because he knew that he would be rejected. He directly asked on WeChat, We've arrived at Hubin Road, where do we go next? In the rented house, Su Yugang stared at the real-time image on the computer screen and sent a one-word reply to Lu Dong on WeChat, wait. Lu Dong could not help but mumble to himself, he told us to wait at Hubin Road, then, let's stop at the side Delu said to the driver. All right, brother, De. The driver said. In fact, no parking was allowed on Huban Road, and the surveillance cameras and global cameras were very closely distributed. If you parked in a non-motorized lane, you would definitely be caught and fined. However, Delu naturally didn't care about the violation. As for the fine, he naturally didn't care. Fortunately, Suyu Gang didn't make Lu Dong and the others wait for too long. After a while, Suyu Gang received a WeChat message from Xing Liang, telling him that Lu Haojuan's driver, Lao Zhou, had already left Westlake Mansion in Lu Haojuan's car. They were heading straight out of the city. It looked like they were going back to Chongping. After seeing the message, Suyu Gang immediately sent a message to Lu Dong. When the WeChat notification rang, Lu Dong quickly unlocked his phone and saw a message from Justice is not absent. Destination, the Westlake Mansion. The security there is very tight. I hope you can find a way to enter the community before you arrive. Good luck. He just sent the address over. It's the Westlake Mansion. Lu Dong said through gritted teeth. Delu immediately said to his subordinate, who was driving, go to the Westlake Mansion. Hurry up. Yes. Lu Dong handed the phone to Delu with a worried expression and said, Shouda, he said that the Westlake Mansion's security is quite strict. How are we supposed to get in with so many people? Let's drive in. Delu said casually. A few security guards wouldn't dare to stop us. We can't force our way in, Lu Dong said. If we make too much noise and alert Chen, Fang Chen, and that man, we won't be able to catch them in the act. Delu frowned and said, I'll think of a way. Lu Dong nodded. Seeing that Delu was thinking about how to get into the community, he did not dare to disturb him. After a long while, Delu slapped his thigh and said, How could I have forgotten about him? Have you thought of a solution? Lu Dong asked, quickly. Delu nodded and said, I'll try to make a call first. After saying that, he took out his phone and searched through his address book for a while, before he found a number and dialed it. Hello? Strong. I'm Delu. Delu asked, casually, there's something I want to ask you for help with. On the other end of the phone, a forthright male voice said, Brother, if you have something to say it. Are you at home now? Delu asked. He's here. De Chong replied, I just came back from the company. Is it the house at the Westlake Mansion? Delu asked again. De Chong couldn't help but smile and said, How many homes can I have? Wasn't that the Westlake Mansion? I say, brother, don't tell me you're here to have a drink with your brother. No problem, I'm free today, let's get drunk. Chong opened a printing company in Sanshan. The business wasn't particularly big, but it was considered well off. He was a forthright person by nature, and he met Delu at a dinner party. The two of them hit it off at first sight and had a good chat. Later, De Chong's company was extorted by a few gangsters, and Delu helped to solve the problem. Therefore, he was very grateful to Delu. Of course, one of them was a proper businessman, and the other was a gangster who wandered in the gray area. They were not the same side of the road, so they did not contact each other often. Occasionally, they would meet up for a drink, and it felt like they were friends of gentlemen. Delu smiled and said, I'm really not free today. I'll treat you next time. De Chong, I just want to ask you for a small favor, just say it. As long as it's within my means, I'll definitely do it. De Chong said straightforwardly. De Lu said, I have to go to the Westlake mansion to do something, but I heard that the security is quite strict. There. I think I will tell the security guard at the door that I went to look for you. They will definitely call you to verify it. Then, you can help to verify it. I see, De Chong pondered for a moment and said, no problem. Don't worry, De Lu said again. I'm not going into the community to kill or set fire. It's just that one of my brothers encountered something, and he wants to find one of the owners here to judge. De Chong laughed and said, even if you're here to commit murder and arson, I'm not afraid of being implicated. Anyway, when they asked me, I'll insist that you did tell me that you were here to drink with me. But you didn't come after we entered the community. I can't do anything about it. De Lu couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. That's right. You just said that. This has nothing to do with you. The two chatted for a while, and the gate of the Westlake mansion was already in sight. De Lu hung up the phone and turned to Lu Dong. Done. In the rental house opposite the Westlake mansion, Su Yu Gang had been monitoring the situation on Lu Dong's side. When he heard that De Lu had successfully solved the problem of entering the community, he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said, they'll be back soon. Are you guys in position? Cave 4, in position. Dong Liang, get into position. Cave 3, in position. The voices of Wang Chong's group of 3 sounded from the walkie-talkie. Brothers, Su Yu Gang said into the walkie-talkie, it's time for the final battle. Whether you succeed or fail, it's up to you. Understood. Class monitor, don't worry. Our tough Bones 3rd Company's soldiers never drop the ball at critical times. Su Yu Gang smiled and said, everyone, maintain communication. Act according to the plan. The Jinbei car slowly stopped in front of the parking pole at the main entrance of the Westlake mansion. Seeing that it was not a car from the community, a security guard immediately walked over. De Lu stuck his head out of the window and said with a smile, we're looking for Chen Xinqiang, Unit 1202, Block 1, wait a moment. The security guard said. Then, he picked up the walkie-talkie and said, confirm with the owner of room 1202 if there are any visitors. The car plate number is AAA, alright. The security guard's walkie-talkie rang and a voice came out. De Lu saw that another security guard in the security room at the door had picked up the phone and was contacting someone. He leaned back in his chair and waited quietly. Lu Dong, on the other hand, had mixed feelings. On one hand, he was a little nervous, as he did not know if they could successfully enter the community. On the other hand, there seemed to be a fire burning in his heart. As long as he thought of his wife having sex with another man in an apartment in this community, he had an impulse to destroy himself. Soon, the security guard in the security room opened the window and made an okay gesture. The security guard who came to check immediately took a step back and said, you can go in now, thank you for your cooperation. The bar slowly rose, and the Jinbei van drove smoothly into the Westlake Mansion community. Uncle Dong, which building is it on that floor? Asked Lu De. He hasn't given me any new information yet. Lu Dong's voice was trembling. Lu De complained, one look and I can tell that he's not in a good mood. It's just a small matter, like squeezing toothpaste. As soon as De Lu's voice fell, Justices not absent seemed to have heard it. A new message was immediately sent over, with only 2 words, 3 buildings. Lu Dong silently turned his phone screen to Lu de fuck. De Lu cursed, then said to the driver, drive to block 3. Alright, brother, da. The driver said. The Jinbei van stopped next to the 3rd building. Lu Dong, Lu De, and the other lackeys all got out of the car. De Lu and the others kept a low profile. The guys they brought were all hidden in their coats. Only 2 of them were carrying paint barrels, which looked a little strange. The group of them arrived at the entrance of the unit. Motherfucker. We don't know the password, De Lu said. If it was in building 1, it would be easy. He would call De Chong and ask De Chong to help him press the open button. However, it was in block 3. Even if he asked De Chong, the owner, it was impossible for him to know the password to the unit of the other building. He sent another message. It's a string of numbers. Could it be the unit's password? Lu Dong suddenly called out. Won't you know if you try? De Lu said. Then, he gave one of his underlings a look. The underlings took the phone from Lu Dong's hand, walked to the front of the unit, and entered the string of numbers. With a click, the unit door opened. He's really good, De Lu said, let's go in. The group walked into building number 3. He didn't say the specific house number. Where are we going to find them? Lu Dong asked. De Lu lazily said, just wait. I'm sure this guy who can't see the light must be watching our every move from some corner. We're already here, he'll definitely let us see that adulterous couple. Sure enough, not long after, Justice is not absent sent another WeChat message. He turned right and walked up the stairs to the 8th floor. 8th floor. Lu Dong's voice trembled as he spoke. Let's go. De Lu waved his hand and was about to walk to the elevator. He told us to take the stairs, Lu Dong quickly said. There's an elevator, but you didn't take it. Are you stupid? De Lu pursed his lips and said, Uncle Dong, ignore him. Let's just take the elevator. After that, he was the first to step into the elevator. Lu Dong and his lackeys naturally followed him in. 8th floor, right? De Lu said as he pressed the button for the 8th floor. There was no response. De Lu couldn't believe it. He pressed the button for the 8th floor a few more times, but the button didn't light up, and the elevator stayed on the 1st floor. At this time, one of the underlings pointed at the bottom of the floor button and said carefully, Brother does this require a card to use? After being reminded, De Lu also saw the black credit card area. He slapped the back of the underling's head and said, why didn't you say so earlier? The underling was full of grievances, but he didn't dare to show it. He just lowered his head and looked at his feet. So, after a round of trouble, De Lu, who didn't believe in evil, had to follow the instructions of Justice is not absent and lead everyone up the stairs. Continuously climbing the stairs was actually very physically exhausting. When they reached the 8th floor, their breathing became a little heavy. De Lu took the mineral water from his underling and took 2 sips. He asked, I still haven't given you a room number? No, I didn't. Lu Dong said. I think there are only 2 households on this floor. Why don't we go and check it out first? De Lu said. Lu Dong could not help but feel tempted when he heard that, especially when he thought of the possibility that Fang Qinchin and the man were in one of the 2 houses. He could not wait any longer. Justice is not absent had led them to the 8th floor, and they naturally thought that Fang Qinshan and her adulterer were staying on the 8th floor. Just then, Justice is not absent sent another message. Don't act on your own, or you'll never be able to find Fang Qinshan's real stop. Lu Dong's restless mind was immediately frightened back. And he quickly said, wait. Is there any new information? De Lu asked, casually, which one is it? He didn't say anything. He only warned us not to act on our own, or he won't tell us anything else. Lu Dong said. De Lu subconsciously felt a little repulsed. He said, what are you bragging about? There are only 2 houses. On the 8th floor, we can keep an eye on Fang Qinshan until. The more De Lu spoke, the less confident he was. He was thinking about what happened in the elevator just now. So far, the mysterious Justice is not absent had not made any mistakes. It was as if he had been following them all the time. And knew everything that happened here like the back of his hand. Another message? Lu Dong said. Let me see. De Lu took the phone from Lu Dong's hand and read it. Out loud, on the top of the fire hydrant on the left, there's a black box. Take it, what the hell is going on? De Lu couldn't help but complain. Although he was complaining, he still had to follow the other party's instructions. Soon, they came to the fire hydrant on the left side. De Lu walked over and groped over the top of the fire hydrant box. He found a black box. There's really something. Let's see what it is. De Lu said. The box was opened, and there was a piece of device slightly larger than a business card. Inside. One side of the device had a faint ring shadow under the shell. What's this for? De Lu couldn't help but ask, have you met him before? Lu Dong and Lu Die's underlings all shook their heads. They had no idea what this was. At this moment, Justice is not absent sent another message. Alright, now that you've got the item, you can continue to climb the stairs. This time, you'll go directly to the 17th floor. After seeing the message, De Lu couldn't help but wail, it's really tiring. Lu Dong said, a little embarrassed, Shouda, I'm sorry. Because of my matter, you and the brothers have all been tired, we're family, so don't say these polite words. De Lu waved his hand. Let's go. Continue to climb the stairs. The group of people climbed up the stairs, while Su Yugang focused his attention on the surveillance screen. When Lu Haojuan entered the room, he had already pulled Fang Qinshan to have sex with him. Now, the 2 of them were eating at the dining table. Su Yugang believed that with Lu Haojuan's personality, he would definitely have sex with Fang Qinshan again after he was done eating, even if he was not as strong as he used to be. On the other hand, Lu Dong and the others finally reached the 17th floor. They were exhausted and sat down on the stairs, gasping for breath and chatting softly. Justice wasn't absent's next order had yet to arrive. Lu Dong anxiously sent him a lot of WeChat messages, but Justice wasn't absent seemed to have disconnected, and there was no reply. De Lu didn't have the energy to curse. Justice is not absent this time. After climbing 17 floors, he was exhausted. He just wanted to go back early, take a hot shower, and then sleep until the end of the day. He waited for nearly 20 minutes. Just as Lu Dong was getting anxious and impatient, Justice is not absent finally sent a message. To the 19th floor. De Lu, who saw the message, was also unhappy. He climbed the stairs again. He had probably climbed more stairs today than he had in the past half a year. Now, he felt like puking at the sight of the steps. Under Su Yogong's constant guidance, the group finally reached the 19th floor. On the surveillance screen, he saw Fang Qinshan and Lu Haojuan kissing each other passionately as they walked towards the bedroom. Lu Haojuan was obviously very anxious. Fang Qinshan was still wearing an apron. She was carried up by him. Su Yugang saw that the two were already entangled in the bed in the bedroom, so he sent a WeChat message to Lu Dong. They were in Unit 1902. However, I advise you not to knock on the door. Take out the things I left on the 8th floor first. What's this? De Lu took out the card-like electronic device from his pocket. What can this do? I think it's too small to even smash a door. At this moment, Justice is not absent sent another WeChat message. There is a switch on the side of the device. After turning it on, there will be a short charging process. After 2 or 3 seconds, the green light will light up. Stick it on the password input panel of the fingerprint lock, and the fingerprint lock system will reset. Then, you can open the door with any fingerprint. In fact, this was the Teflon coil that was all over the internet. It was invincible in front of various brands of fingerprint locks, and most fingerprint lock brands were not spared. Of course, the Teflon coil that Suyu had just prepared was also specially made. The effect was much better than the coils that were secretly sold in Taobao stores. De Lu picked up the Teflon coil in the shape of a card doubtfully. He flipped it over and found a small switch on the side. He tried to turn the switch to the other side, and after a soft beep, the green indicator light lit up after 2 seconds. De Lu tried to move the Teflon coil in the direction of the fingerprint lock, but he pulled back his hand halfway. Lu Dong's heart was beating so fast that he felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. He was feeling conflicted. On one hand, he hoped that he had made a mistake and that Fang Qinshan was not inside. On the other hand, he had a strong urge to catch her in the act. After all, he had accepted the cruel reality that Fang Qinshan had cheated on him. De Lu's movements also dodged Lu Dong's tense heart skipped a beat, and he looked at De Lu in confusion. De Lu turned to his underlings and said, "Get the weapons ready and the mobile phone to record the video. We'll start recording now." "Yes, brother, De." The underlings replied in a low voice. Although De Lu hadn't told them the purpose of this trip, everyone had already guessed most of it by this time, so they didn't dare to speak loudly for fear of alarming the people in the house. Seeing that everyone was ready, De Lu patted the nervous Dong Lu. Then slowly put the test wire on the fingerprint lock. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At first, there was no movement, but after a few seconds, there was a slight sizzling sound, and then the fingerprint lock's panel flashed on its own. The system had been interfered with by the strong magnetic field generated by the coil and had begun an automatic reset. After a while, the fingerprint lock panel showed that the reset had been completed. De Lu put away the Tessie collar, then turned his head and pointed at one of the underlings, pouting at the fingerprint lock. The underling immediately understood and stepped forward to press his fingerprint. Lu Dong and Lu De watched nervously, worried that their joy would be in vain. They had never thought that such a high-end fingerprint lock would be broken so easily. Ding dong. A crisp sound was heard, and the micro-engine in the lock buzzed, connecting the handle and the lock. The underling pulled the handle, and the anti-theft door opened. De Lu didn't hesitate. He went up and pulled the door open. Then, he waved his hand, and a group of People swarmed in. When Lu Dong and the others rushed into the house, Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan were in the living room doing some primitive exercise. The high-class apartment was like an independent kingdom, and it was also Lu Haojuan's soft spot for fun. He never cared about the space. It could be said that there were traces of him and Fang Qinshan having sex in every corner of the apartment. After dinner, Fang Qinshan went to the bathroom to take a shower, while Lu Haojuan stayed in the living room to watch TV. By the time Fang Qinshan came out, Lu Haojuan, who had already taken a small pill, was already waiting anxiously. He went up impatiently and tore the bathrobe Fang Qinshan had just put on. Then, he started to put on a sexy battle in the living room. Su Yugang was a little worried that Lu Haojuan's combat power was too weak and that he would stop before Lu Dong and Lu De arrived at the battlefield. Therefore, the pace of this segment was very tight. He asked them to wait on the 17th floor first, then rush to the 19th floor in one go. From the 17th floor to the 19th floor, he was delayed for 1 or 2 minutes by opening the door. The whole process didn't take long, and Lu Haojuan had taken medicine in advance, so he didn't miss the ball. When Lu Dong and the others rushed in, Fang Qinshan was standing in front of the sofa with both hands on the coffee table, and Lu Haojuan was standing behind her. The apartment was very large, and the living room and the entrance door were quite far apart. In addition, the two of them were in the middle of a passionate night, so the faint sound of the fingerprint lock unlocking did not alarm them. It was not until a group of people rushed into the house that Fang Qinshan, who was facing the direction of the entrance, suddenly woke up. The first thing she saw was Lu Dong's ashen face. Fang Qinshan was stunned. Then, she let out an earth-shattering scream and her face turned pale. Lu Haojuan was so scared that he almost went limp on the spot. He never dreamed that someone would break into his house. This was the Westlake mansion, with strict security. Moreover, in the eyes of a third generation like him, the remote southeast province was just a rural area. Who would have the guts to do so? Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan separated pathetically. Fang Qinshan's legs were already weak from Lu Haojuan's impact earlier, and now that she had been given a shock, she fell to the ground. Fortunately, the carpet was soft, so she was not injured. Lu Haojuan hurriedly pulled the bathrobe over to cover Fang Qinshan's naked body, and at the same time, he pulled out a piece of clothing to cover his lower body. Then, he roared angrily, "Who are you people? You don't want to live, do you?" Dong Lu and De Lu's eyes turned red when they saw this. De Lu was even more furious when he saw how arrogant Lu Haojuan was. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fuck. Brothers, let's go. Kill him." He was the first to rush up and kick Lu Haojuan to the ground. Other than the two underlings, who were recording the whole process with their phones, the rest of the people also swarmed up and punched and kicked Lu Haojuan mercilessly. Lu Haojuan wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf, "Fuck. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Stop. Stop. Ah. Quickly stop. I beg you, please stop." In the beginning, Lu Haojuan tried to use his identity, but Lu De and the others didn't give him a chance to speak. Their fists and feet fell on Lu Haojuan like raindrops. These were all people who mingled in the underworld every day. Fighting was a common occurrence for them, even if their martial arts skills were average. And they did not know any moves, they knew very well which parts of their bodies would cause severe pain. At the same time, it was not easy to kill them. Lu Haojuan was a pampered young master. How could he bear such a beating? Soon, he lost his initial arrogance and began to beg for mercy with snot and tears. Fang Qianqian clutched the bathrobe tightly as she sat on the ground, trembling. She looked at Lu Dong, who was standing in the middle of the living room, in despair. Lu Dong's eyes were fixed on Fang Qianqian, and their gazes met. Fang Qianqian had never seen Lu Dong look at her like that. The love and care in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by a coldness that made Fang Qianqian's heart tremble, and a bottomless despair. Duh. Lu had only kicked Lu Haojuan a few times in the beginning, but he retreated after the underlings went up. He glanced at Fang Qianqian and suddenly got angry. He rushed over and pulled at the bathrobe she was using to cover her embarrassment. De Lu cursed, "You have the nerve to do such an immoral thing, and you're still afraid of being seen. Why didn't you cover yourself so well when you were having sex with that wild man just now?" Then, De Lu turned his head and shouted to one of his underlings who was filming, "Come closer, take a few close-ups of this shameless woman." Fang Qianqian screamed and grabbed her bathrobe, but how could she be stronger than De Lu? Soon, her bathrobe was torn to pieces, and her body was exposed everywhere, covering this part and exposing that part. Fang Qianqian looked at Lu Dong in despair, her eyes pleading. In the past, even if Fang Qianqian had sprained her ankle, Lu Dong would have gone over to her and asked about her well-being. But now, Lu Dong was only looking at Fang Qianqian's embarrassed look coldly and had no intention of helping her. All of this was clearly captured by the phone. Lu Haojuan screamed and shouted, "Quickly stop! Stop! I'm Lu Haojuan, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Committee of Chongqing County. You are beating up a national staff. You'll have to go to jail." De Lu separated his underlings and walked up to Lu Haojuan. He scolded, "Go to hell. Are you trying to scare me? I don't care who you are, but since you dared to steal my brother's wife, I'll cripple you." After saying that, De Lu grabbed a steel pipe from one of his underlings and smashed it down on Lu Haojuan's leg without thinking. Crack! Ah! Lu Haojuan let out a heart-wrenching scream. The severe pain from his broken leg made him tremble all over. After a few wails like ghosts and wolves, he actually fainted from the pain. On the other side, Fang Qianqian's bathrobe had been thrown away by De Lu. She could only squat on the ground and curl up into a ball, hoping to cover her sensitive parts as much as possible. And the little brother in charge of filming was still faithfully recording. When Lu Haojuan's leg was broken, Lu Dong, who had been unmoving with a livid face, finally spoke, That's enough. Don't kill anyone." Although Lu Dong wanted to kill Lu Haojuan, he still had a bit of rationality left in him. At least he knew that he had to pay with his life for killing someone. Besides, it was Lu De who stood up for him today, and he could not drag him down with him. De Lu gave the steel pipe back to the underling, then clapped his hands and said, "He's getting off easy. I'll ask about this grandson's identity later and go loosen his bones every few days. Unless he runs out of the 3 mountains and never comes back, he won't be able to live well." At this moment, there was a commotion outside the door. We're here. 1902. Right? I think I heard the sound of fighting, hurry. When the machine is turned on, then, a group of people appeared at the door of Unit 1902. They were much more professional than Lu Dong and Lu De. Some of them were carrying professional cameras, while others were holding windbreakers. After taking a look at the situation in the room, they immediately rushed in. Lu Dong saw the Southeast Province TV station's logo on the camera and was a little confused. Why are the media here? What he was most worried about now was that this matter would spread like wildfire, so he had only gone to find De Lu when he had no other choice. He had also repeatedly reminded De Lu to keep it a secret. Now, the media had actually come, and it was even the provincial media. If this matter were to be broadcast on television, wouldn't everyone know about it? A female reporter in a light blue suit walked up with a microphone. When she saw the scene in front of her, she knew that the informant was most likely right. A man in rags was lying on the ground, his thigh swollen. There was also a woman who was completely naked. She was curled up into a ball and her eyes were dull. The female reporter felt that the woman looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. They were all from the media circle of Sanshan, and they had the opportunity to meet on various occasions. Moreover, Fang Qinshan had been quite popular in Sanshan recently, so it was not surprising that the female reporter had an impression of her. However, Fang Qinshan was in a sorry state. De Lu had slapped her in the face when she was snatching the bathrobe. The corner of her mouth was swollen, and her hair was disheveled. She was very different from the graceful and imposing appearance she had on screen, so the female reporter did not recognize her. She only thought she looked familiar. The cameras had already started rolling. The female reporter asked, "May I ask what happened here? Why did you guys fight?" Before Lu Dong could stop the reporters, De Lu already said angrily, "Do you still need to ask? This woman is having an affair behind her husband's back, and we caught her in bed." De Lu was in a fit of anger and had long forgotten about Lu Dong's instructions. Of course, the main thing was that it did not happen to him, so he was more angry than Dong Lu was in deep despair. Similarly, when the reporters appeared, Dong Lu's first thought was to stop them from reporting the news, while De Lu's first thought was to expose the adulterous couple and ruin their reputation. The female reporter looked at the camera and said, "Hello, everyone. I'm Lu Yuan, a reporter from the City Intelligence Station. We're currently in a residential building. There were two groups of people fighting over a family dispute just now. Let's interview the parties involved to see what exactly happened." Then, the female reporter put the microphone close to De Lu and asked, "Sir, can you tell us what happened?" Dong Lu saw De Lu's indignant face in front of the camera and felt like he had just been cursed. He tried to pull at De Lu's clothes twice, but De Lu shook him off each time. De Lu, who was facing the camera, didn't even pay attention to him. Lu Dong felt that everything was out of his control. He looked at the reporters and cameras, but he was puzzled. Why did the reporters suddenly appear? And they came too quickly? It had been less than 10 minutes since he had rushed into the room, and the reporters had already arrived at the scene. Could it be that they had wings and could fly over? Lu Dong could not figure it out, but he had a vague feeling that all of this must have something to do with the Justice is Not Absent WeChat. Unit 1902 was in chaos. At the same time, in the rental house of the old community opposite, Su Yugang saw the scene he directed in the surveillance video. He smiled and picked up the walkie-talkie, saying, "Cave 4, Cave 2, Cave 3, prepare to wrap up." Going back to half an hour ago. In the Haishi Satellite TV's Urban Intelligence Station team, which was under the Southeast Province Television Station, the editor on duty, Xiao Zhu, was reviewing a news video sent back from the front. As the only high-ranking TV station in the Southeast Province, Haishi Satellite TV's audience was not limited to the Southeast Province. In theory, the entire country could watch it. Although Haishi Satellite TV's influence was not as great as Xiangnan Satellite TV and other provincial stations, it was still above average among all the satellite TV channels in the country. Many of the programs had high viewership ratings, so the review system was also more complete. After the editor-in-charge reviewed and proofread, he had to mark it backstage and then report it to the deputy editor-in-charge for final review. Only after the final review passed could the broadcast be arranged. Just as Xiao Zhu was carefully reviewing the news video, the phone in the news office rang. He immediately put down the work in his hands and quickly registered the phone number with practiced ease. Then he picked up the phone. "Hello, I'm from the Haishi Satellite TV City Information Station program team. I have a piece of news here." A low voice was heard. Xiao Zhu quickly jotted down the information. After hanging up the phone, he thought for a moment and then dialed a number. This was a social news lead. The woman's affair was discovered by her husband, and the husband was caught in bed with his men. It wasn't a very special news lead, but the person who broke the news also said that the woman might be a public figure. Moreover, the man had brought many people, including steel pipes and other things. The scene might be quite hot. Xiao Zhu felt that this kind of news was worth reporting. Moreover, a group of reporters had just returned from the scene, and they had the manpower, so he decided to inform this group of reporters to take a look at the Westlake mansion. After a while, an interview vehicle with the logos of the provincial TV station and Haishi TV station drove out of the TV station's gate. Su Yu, who had been giving orders in the rented house, received news from Zhang Aijuan, who had arrived in advance near the entrance of the TV station. He immediately gave Xing Liang, who had successfully infiltrated the community, a task. To be honest, there were only 4 of them. To complete Xia Ruofei's plan, they were indeed short on manpower. Every link had to be calculated very accurately. Fortunately, they had been doing well so far. Lu Hajuan's car had just entered the Westlake mansion when Haishi TV's interview car set off. The time had to be calculated very accurately, with an error of at least 5 minutes. When the interview vehicle of Haishi TV was about to arrive at the Westlake mansion, the head of security was patrolling the neighborhood with a security guard. As he passed by the central square, a young man wearing a cap was looking at his mobile phone as he walked. The security captain was used to this kind of low-head people, so he deliberately dodged to the side when he passed by. The young man in the cap was looking at his mobile phone. As he walked, the path he took was a little crooked. When he met the security captain, he also took a step to the side, and the two of them just happened to bump into each other. At this time, the young man in the cap seemed to come back to his senses and quickly apologized to the security captain. The security captain's attitude was not bad, and he even specially reminded her, "Young man, it's best not to look at your phone when you're walking. It's not safe." The young man in the cap said, Okay, thanks for the reminder." It was just a small interlude, but the security captain didn't take it to heart. Instead, he continued to patrol with another security guard. He did not realize that something was missing from his pocket. The young man in the cap was Xing Liang. He didn't stay in the central square after he got what he wanted. Instead, he walked along the road toward Building 3. Wearing a mask, Wang Chong walked over. As the two of Them passed each other. Xing Liang swiftly passed a card to Wang Chong. Xing Liang, on the other hand, made a small detour and walked toward the entrance of the residential area. Of course, he didn't go out, but sat by the flower pond near the door to rest. Not long after, the interview vehicle of Haishi TV appeared in Xing Liang's line of sight. The interview car slowly stopped at the entrance of the community. The reporter of the interview team, Lu Yuan, was already ready to negotiate with the security guard to let them in. There was indeed a security guard coming over from the guardhouse. Neither Lu Yuan nor the security guard noticed that Xing Liang, who had his hands in his pockets, was holding a remote control and pressing it hard by the flower pond, not far away. Then, the fence at the entrance of the neighborhood was raised. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then she reacted and quickly said, "Brother driver, let's just drive in." The bar rose by itself, which surprised Lu Yuan. But she quickly realized that this was an opportunity. News leads were usually fleeting, and Westlake Mansion was a well-known high-end community. The management of people and vehicles entering and leaving the community was relatively strict. Even if they stopped to negotiate, they might not be allowed to enter, since the roadblock had been raised. By itself, Lu Yuan naturally decided to drive in directly. Lu Yuan knew that if she followed the rules obediently, she might not be able to get into the community at all. Even if she managed to get in successfully, this news clue might have lost its value during the time they were wrangling at the door. Rather than this, it would be better to just barge in, even if she was interrogated by the security guards. After the incident, she was not afraid that her identity as a reporter from the satellite channel would still be very useful. Thus, the interview vehicle drove into the community area under the security guard's command. The security guard actually didn't know what had happened. He thought that it was his colleague in the guardhouse who had pressed the lift button. When he came back to his senses, the two interview vehicles had already driven far away. He quickly called for people to chase after them. "The third building is over there." Lu Yuan pointed to the side and said, "Let's hurry up. Otherwise, the security guards might come up. Camera teacher, please prepare the necessary equipment first. We'll head straight to the entrance of the unit after parking the car." "All right." Soon, the interview vehicle arrived at the entrance of Building 3. Lu Yuan, the cameraman, and the others quickly got out of the car, carried their filming equipment, and quickly walked to the main entrance of Building 3. In fact, she and her colleague still had to face 2 checkpoints, but the considerate Su Yugang had already helped her remember that what Gong Jia had taken from the security captain wasn't just the remote control, but also an elevator card. Unlike the owner's elevator card, which could only go to a specific floor, the elevator card used by the property management could be used to go to any floor. And Xing Liang had just passed the elevator card to Wang Chong. At this moment, Wang Chong was at the entrance of Building 3. He had already used the password to open the door. Just like that, Lu Yuan and the others walked directly into Building Number 3. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to catch up with a four-wheeled car on foot. Hence, the security guards were still quite a distance away from Building 3. After Lu Yuan and the others entered, Wang Chong immediately stuffed the elevator card into the hands of the cameraman. After which, he whispered a few words into the cameraman's ear before heading into the stairwell. "Brother Su, who is this? What did he give you?" Lu Yuan was a little baffled. The cameraman, Brother Su, waved the card in his hand and said, "I don't know him." He said this is the elevator card, and you can go up to the 19th floor with it. Lu Yuan raised her eyebrows and felt that there was something strange about today's incident. First, when they entered the door, the bar rose by itself without waiting for them to waste their breath. Then, someone helped to open the unit door and even stuff the elevator card in. Lu Yuan felt as if someone was secretly helping them clear the obstacles, but wasn't this service a little too thorough? Through the glass of the unit door, she saw the security guards getting closer and closer. She didn't have time to think and quickly said, "Go. Let's enter the elevator." No matter what, it was definitely not wrong to complete the interview task first. At least up until now, the other party had been helping him and did not have any malicious intentions. Just like that, Lu Yuan's interview team successfully took the elevator to the 19th floor. After completing their mission, Wang Chong also rushed up the stairs to the 19th floor. When the security guards caught up to them, they could only see the elevator moving up. The smart Luing pressed a few more floors, which caused the security guards to see the elevator stop, go up, stop, and go up again on the first floor. They had no way to judge which floor the reporters went to. Before they could get more information, they could only go to these floors to check one by one, which also gave Lu Yuan's interview team more time. In the chaotic room 1902, Lu Yuan's interview went very smoothly. Before she came, she had already mentally prepared herself. Usually, both parties involved in this kind of thing would definitely not be willing to cooperate with the interview, so usually they could only shoot some live videos and interview some neighbors and other people as a supplement. In fact, as long as one could arrive at the scene in time and record videos of the two sides tearing at each other, it would be very eye-catching. Lu Yuan didn't expect the person involved to be so cooperative. He didn't even need her to guide him, and Lu De just said a lot. In fact, De Lu was just being impulsive. When he saw the media reporters, he wanted to use the sharp weapon of the media to completely ruin Fang Qinshan and the man who claimed to be the deputy secretary. When he was almost done, he suddenly came to his senses. His expression changed slightly. And he quickly said, okay, don't ask so many questions. There's nothing to shoot. Lu Dong wanted to cry, but had no tears. Wasn't it too late to think about the consequences now? Su Yugang saw everything that happened in room 1902 through the surveillance footage. He did not expect things to go so smoothly. In fact, when Xia Ruofei made the plan, he had considered all kinds of backup plans, including the media's failure to arrive at the scene and the interview's failure. Now, it seemed that these plans would not be needed for the time being. Of course, in the end, it still depended on whether the interview could be broadcast smoothly. When Lu Yuan's interview came to an end, the security guard finally arrived at room 1902. They were shocked by the chaotic scene, especially the unconscious man. He was clearly the owner of this house. The security captain rushed in and shouted, "What are you guys doing here?" He was simply too lawless. And those reporters, stop taking pictures. No filming is allowed here. Then, the security captain turned around and said, "Xiao Cha, call the police immediately." One of the security guards quickly took out his phone and called the police. De Lu picked his ears and said, "What are you shouting for?" "I'm here to catch you in the act of adultery. This bastard slept with my brother's wife. No matter how much you say, we're still in the right." "Nonsense," the head of security said sternly, "what you're doing is illegal. I'm telling you, none of You can leave. We'll talk when the police come. You think you can stop me with just a few of you? Delu sneered. Delu's underlings also burst into laughter. They patted the steel pipes in their hands and looked at the security guards with ill intentions. The head of security subconsciously took a step back. The security force in the Qingqing community was not strong. There were only a dozen security guards at most, and only 5 or 6 people followed him here. The few people in front of him looked fierce, and they were all holding weapons in their hands. They were not to be trifled with. Even if he called all the security guards over for reinforcements, they might not be their opponents. More importantly, this was just their profession and their means of making a living. No one was really willing to risk their lives with these punks to help the owners. Uncle Dong, we've vented our anger, so let's go back first, said Lu De, curling his lips. Right, hurry up and divorce this woman. We've already taken a picture of the evidence. I heard that in this kind of cheating case, the judge will sentence the guilty party to leave the marriage with nothing. Fang Qinshan trembled when she heard that. She was not concerned about leaving the marriage with nothing, but whether Lu Dong would really divorce her. Fang Qinshan finally remembered Lu Dong's kindness. Back in the university, Lu Dong had waited for her outside her dormitory on a cold day, just to give her breakfast. After graduation, the two of them studied together to prepare for the exams. Lu Dong made her delicious food every day. After they got married, Lu Dong gave in to her and doted on her. He did almost all the housework. The scenes from the past appeared in her mind. Fang Qinshan felt that she had been possessed for a long time. She had actually become Lu Haojuan's lover after a bit of rejection. She had to admit that after being with Lu Haojuan, she had gained a lot of benefits both in terms of material and career. But now, in her opinion, these benefits were nothing compared to a considerate husband who loved her deeply. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Under Fang Qinshan's remorseful gaze, Lu Dong's expression became firm. He nodded and said, "All right." Then, Lu Dong calmly said to Fang Qinshan, "I'll prepare the divorce agreement. I'll find time to settle the procedures. Don't worry, I won't let you leave the marriage with nothing, but Meng Meng must follow me. I don't want my daughter to have a mother who doesn't know shame." Dong Lu said to Delu, "Let's go." Delu nodded and waved to his underlings. The group of them swaggered toward the door. The head of security hesitated for a moment, then stood up and reached out to stop them. "You can't." He had only said a few words when Delu pushed him back a few steps. Delu slowly put the cold steel pipe on the security captain's neck, and asked, with a sneer on his face, "You want to keep us here with just the few of you? If you don't want to break your arms and legs, then get lost." Delu's unruly eyes made the security captain's heart tremble, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck. After 2 seconds of silence, the security captain finally waved his hand and motioned for the security guards to make way. Their salaries were not high to begin with, so there was no need for them to fight to the death for this kind of thing. To put it bluntly, if they really ended up with broken arms and legs, they might even lose their jobs. No one would praise them for their bravery, but would only think that they were stupid. Besides, even if they tried their best to stop them, would they be able to stop Lu and his men? The answer was no. Therefore, the security captain made a wise decision. Lu put the steel pipe away and led Dong Lu and his men out of Unit 1902. Then Lu turned back and said, "Tell the security guards at the entrance to be smart. Don't be stupid enough to stop us." The head of security looked humiliated, but he still nodded silently. After Lu De and Lu Dong left, Fang Qinshan was still sitting on the ground in a daze. Her face was as pale as paper, and there was no life in her eyes. The reporter, Lu Yuan, had already put some clothes on Fang Qinshan before she entered the room. As a woman herself, although she despised Fang Qinshan, she still felt that no matter what crime she had committed, she should at least have some clothes to cover her body and preserve her last bit of dignity in a room full of men. Now, Lu Yuan felt a little sympathetic. She walked up to Fang Qinshan and patted her gently. "I've already called the ambulance. Let's take your friend to the hospital first." Lu Yuan had not recognized Fang Qinshan yet. Fang Qinshan lowered her head and replied with a dazed look, "Thank you." Seeing this, Lu Yuan didn't know what to say. She gave her companions a look, and everyone put away their machines and got ready to pack up. The material for today's news was already complete. If they rushed back early to edit and sort it out, they could still make it in time for the news program at 9 o'clock in the evening. Without waiting for the security captain to speak, Lu Yuan said first, "We are reporters from Haishi Satellite TV. We were informed to come here for an interview by the person involved. Don't tell me you want to keep us here?" Lu Yuan thought that the explosive phone call was made by De Lu and the others, which explained why she could enter the community smoothly. And someone even gave her the elevator card. In her opinion, De Lu, who had a trace of bandit like aura, should be able to do it. The head of security opened his mouth, but the words changed when they reached his mouth. He said, "We don't have the authority to detain him. This reporter, I hope that you will interview us through the proper channels in the future. It will be very difficult for us to do this today." "Okay, thank you for your reminder," Lu Yuan said with a smile. They just wanted to find a way out, and Lu Yuan didn't have to give them no face at all. If they were forced into a corner, even if the property management and security guards couldn't do anything to them, they were still trouble. Besides, he was in a hurry to go back and edit the program. The reporters had also left. The head of security then walked forward to check on Lu Haojuan. Lu Haojuan's breathing was steady, but his leg was swollen. It was obvious that he had fractured his leg. He had fainted from the pain just now, so his life should not be in danger. The head of security heaved a sigh of relief and walked up to ask, "Madam, do you need any help?" Fang Qinshan's eyes were still dazed as she stared at a certain spot on the floor and said, "No need. If the ambulance comes, please help guide them." "No problem," the security captain said. "In that case, we'll go down first. If you need anything, you can call the property management at any time." Fang Qinshan nodded slightly and did not say anything else. Seeing this, the head of security led the security guards out of room 1902. The house that was in a mess just now became quiet again. In the rental apartment in the old community opposite Westlake Mansion, Su Yugang had been staring at the surveillance screen. He was worried that Fang Qinshan would not be able to take the shock and end her life. This was what Xia Ruofei had specifically instructed when he was making the plan. Although Fang Qinshan was not worthy of sympathy, she did not deserve to die. Even if Fang Qinshan really wanted to commit suicide, this matter would blow up and Lu Haojuan would be in a situation beyond redemption. Xia Ruofei had never thought of it. On the contrary, he specifically instructed Su Yugang to prevent such a situation from happening. As such, Wang Chong was actually waiting for orders on the stairs between the 19th and 18th floor. If Fang Qinshan really showed signs of suicide, Su Yugang could call for Wang Chong to stop her at any time. At the same time, Su Yugang also informed Zhang Aijuan and Xing Liang that they could return to the rental house. They only needed to finish some of the finishing touches and pay attention to the program of Haishi TV. If today's event was successfully broadcasted on the news program, Xia Ruofei's plan would basically be realized. And the backup plan would be useless. What Su Yugang was worried about did not happen. Fang Qinshan just sat on the ground quietly with a blank expression. She did not even look at Lu Haojuan, who was lying beside her like a dead dog. Soon, the ambulance arrived at the neighborhood. The medical staff carried Lu Haojuan into the elevator on a stretcher and sent him to the ambulance. Fang Qinshan had to follow the ambulance, so room 1902 was empty. Su Yugang immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Dong Liang, you can go and clean up, understood?" Wang Chong said crisply. Wang Chong walked down the stairs and headed straight for Unit 1902. Although DeLu had already used the Tesla coil to reset the fingerprint lock system, allowing any fingerprint to easily open the door, Wang Chong did not choose to do so. He did not want his fingerprints to be recorded by the fingerprint lock. Thus, Wang Chong chose the same method as Su Yogong's when he first came to Unit 1902. He used a metal wire to insert into the hidden lock hole at the bottom of the fingerprint lock control panel. After a few tries, the fingerprint lock, which was said to have excellent security features, was easily unlocked. Wang Chong entered the room and quickly closed the door. He was here to retrieve the monitoring equipment, mainly to avoid leaving any traces. Once Lu Haojuan came back to his senses and sent someone here to carry out a blanket inspection, the monitoring equipment would definitely be exposed. Although it might not involve Su Yugang and the others, it was naturally safer to be more cautious in such matters. Moreover, the equipment was very advanced and expensive. They could be used for similar missions in the future. Wang Chong was very clear on the location of every micro-camera and eavesdropping device. Su Yu had just drawn a rough sketch for him. In addition, he had seen surveillance footage of his rented apartment more than once, so it wasn't difficult for him to deduce the exact location of the cameras. Wang Chong deftly removed the surveillance cameras and monitoring devices from the living room and bedroom, and then quickly restored them to their original state. Su Yugang watched the image on the computer screen shake a few times before it disappeared completely. After a while, he could not hear the voice in the headphones anymore. Following which, Wang Chong's voice sounded from the walkie-talkie. "Boss, it's done. I'll come back now?" "Okay, be careful," Su Yugang said. Provincial television station, Haishi Satellite TV. After Lu Yuan's interview team returned, the first thing they did was to export the material they had just taken to the computer. Then, Lu Yuan personally sat in front of the computer and began editing. As a reporter, it was far from enough to just show off in front of the camera and write a few articles that did not hurt. The pace of work in the media industry was very fast, and there was never enough manpower, so reporters were multi-talented. Basically, every reporter could do things like video editing, but their proficiency was different. Lu Yuan's work efficiency was very high, and she quickly edited a news video that was more than 3 minutes long. Then, she went to the recording room to record a few narration and synthesized the audio track into the news video. This was basically the finished product. Lu Yuan sent the news video to the review stage, then called the editor on duty and asked him to review it quickly and add it to the live news at 10 o'clock tonight. The editor on duty read it a few times seriously and didn't find any problems. The whole news was very clear, and the tone was very objective. In addition, the parties involved had a thin mosaic on their faces, so it basically did not constitute a violation of privacy. Thus, the editor on duty immediately marked it as approved, and the news video would be automatically pushed to the deputy editor on duty tonight. The deputy editor-in-chief on duty was in the office. When he heard the notification from the review platform, he immediately opened it to take a look. The news was quite normal, but there was a lot of truth to it. The deputy editor read it back and forth a few times, but he didn't see any content that violated national policies. Even the privacy of the parties involved was well protected. Therefore, the on-duty deputy editor-in-chief immediately gave this news video a mark of approval. At the same time, the deputy editor-in-chief on duty also commented on the manuscript in the review platform. The evening news program will include this social news in the Urban Intelligence Station segment. In addition, the new media group can push it on Weibo in advance. Just like that. Haishi Satellite TV's official Weibo posted the news video on the Weibo platform 5 minutes after the on-duty deputy chief editor's final approval. Moreover, the evening news program, which would start live in 10 minutes, would also broadcast this news at the emergency department of the provincial hospital. Lu Haojuan woke up from the pain again when the orthopedist who came for consultation was setting his bones. What happened at the Westlake mansion was like a nightmare. However, the pain all over his body, especially the piercing pain in his leg, told him that it was not a nightmare, but something that had really happened. Lu Haojuan knew that he had been sent to the hospital when he saw the busy people in white coats beside him. He struggled to search his body for his phone. The doctor who was working immediately frowned and said, "If you don't want to be in pain again, don't move." And then the bones were dislocated. Lu Haojuan was so scared that he quickly lay down obediently, but his eyes were still looking around. Old Zhou has already returned to Chongping. I wonder if Fang Qinshan has informed him, Lu Haojuan thought. His heart was filled with anger, and he secretly swore that he would make the hooligan who broke his leg pay a painful price. However, no matter how much he gritted his teeth, he could only lie on the medical bed without moving. After the orthopedist treated his fracture, he put a thick cast on his leg. Then, the doctor from the emergency department came to help him deal with the trauma. In addition to the fracture on his leg, he was also beaten and kicked by De Lu's underlings for a few minutes. There were bruises all over his body, and he was in a very sorry state. After a full 30 to 40 minutes, the doctor was done. He left Lu Haojuan behind, pulled open the curtain of the emergency treatment room, and walked out. Fang Qinshan was sitting on a bench outside. When she saw the doctor come out, she quickly stood up and went to him. "Are you the patient's family?" the doctor asked. Fang Qinshan had a complicated look in her eyes. She nodded and asked, "Doctor, how's the situation?" "His leg is fractured, and he has many external injuries." The doctor asked, "Do you need us to call the police?" No need, no need," Fang Qinshan said quickly. The doctor nodded. Since the patient didn't plan to call the police, they didn't want to interfere. If Ying had been shot, the hospital would call the police immediately. There was no need to force her to do so. The doctor said, "We've already taken care of the external injuries. His most serious injury is a fracture in his leg, so I've arranged for him to be transferred to the orthopedics department for follow-up treatment. Go and settle the procedures. In addition, deposit 10,000 yuan in advance for the medical expenses." "Okay, thank you, doctor," Fang Qinshan said. At this moment, Lu Haojuan, who was in the emergency treatment room, also heard the noise outside. He could not help but call out, "Qinshan, come in for a moment." Fang Qinshan quickly greeted the doctor and walked in quickly. There were many people coming and going in the emergency department. Lu Haojuan asked in a low voice with a gloomy face, "Is it your husband who came today?" Fang Qinshan nodded her head lightly, her expression exceptionally bleak. "And those hooligans, did your husband call them over?" Lu Haojuan asked hatefully. "I'll definitely make them regret being born into this world." "Have you informed old Joe?" "Not yet," Fang Qinshan replied in a low voice. "Motherfucker. I'll make the call myself." Lu Haojuan asked, "Where's my phone?" "Hurry and give it to me." Fang Qinshan was worried about Lu Dong when she saw how Lu Haojuan was gritting his teeth in anger. However, she thought of something even more serious and quickly said, "June bro, when you were unconscious, a bunch of reporters from the TV station came to our house." Lu Haojuan's expression changed drastically, and he cried out, "What? Can you repeat that?" Lu Haojuan's reaction was very big. He pulled on the part of his face that had been injured, and it hurt so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. However, he still got up from the bed and held on to Fang Qinshan tightly. "What's going on?" The doctor who was stitching up a wounded patient on the next bed turned around and said in dissatisfaction, "Lower your voice. This is a hospital. Do you think you're in your own house?" "Shut up," Lu Haojuan roared. "It's none of your business." "What's wrong with you, patient?" The doctor was immediately indignant. "If you want to fight, go home. I'll call security if you keep doing this." Fang Qinshan quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He's not in a good mood, don't take it to heart," Lu Haojuan said impatiently. "All right. All right. Hurry up and tell me. What's with the reporter?" "I don't know either," Fang Qinshan said. You fainted not long after, and the reporters barged in. They even brought their cameras. "Which unit are you from?" Lu Haojuan quickly asked. "Hurry up and tell me." Provincial station," Fang Qinshan said. "I have some impression of that reporter. I think he's from Haishi TV, my phone." "Ah?" Fang Qinshan did not react immediately. "Give me the phone," Lu Haojuan shouted. "Where's my phone? Hurry up." I didn't take it." Fang Qinshan panicked. Maybe I left it at home." Lu Haojuan was furious. "What else can you do? Where's your own phone?" "Over here." Fang Qinshan quickly took out her phone and handed it to Lu Haojuan. Lu Haojuan only remembered the phone number of the driver, old Joe, and immediately called him. "Miss Fang, how are you?" Old Joe said. "It's me, Lu Haojuan said. "Secretary Lu. Do you have any instructions?" Old Joe said respectfully. Lu Haojuan lowered his voice and said, "Something happened. Fang Qinshan's husband is here with his men." "What?" Old Joe was shocked and quickly asked, "Secretary, are You injured? Can I be fine? Lu Haojuan said unhappily, I'm at the hospital. I'll be there immediately. Old Joe said. Immediately. Don't come over yet. Old Joe, there's an urgent matter. Lu Haojuan said, they even brought reporters with them today. I have to coordinate with them immediately. We can't let this news be broadcast. But I left my phone at home. Send me Uncle Fan's number immediately. Okay, Secretary Lu. Old Joe quickly said. He knew that it was an urgent matter, so he hung up the phone and found Uncle Fan's number to send to Fang Qinchen's phone. After Lu Haojuan received the text message, he immediately called. Uncle Fan, I'm Haojuan. Yes. I left my phone at home. There's something I need to trouble you with today, and it's quite urgent. Then, Lu Haojuan didn't dare to hide anything. He told them everything that happened today and said, Uncle Fan, that's what happened. That reporter is probably from Haishi TV. I hope you can help to coordinate and remove this news. In the provincial capital's courtyard, a stern-looking old man hung up the phone. He revealed a bitter smile and shook his head repeatedly. The young master of the Lu family really made people worry. Before the new year, he was sent to the southeast province because of his lifestyle. By right, he should have learned from his mistakes. However, Lu Haojuan did not reflect on his actions. Instead, he became even worse because the emperor was far away. This time, she had actually gotten involved with a married woman, and was even caught red-handed by her husband, and was even photographed by reporters. If the old leader were to know about this, he would probably be so angry that his heart would go crazy. To be honest, Fan Tianfeng was really sick of it. He didn't even want to touch this kind of bullshit thing. Could he not care? No matter how good, for nothing Lu Haojuan was, he was still the grandson of the old leader. He sighed to himself, thought for a moment, and picked up the phone on the desk to make a call. Hello, is this Comrade Xia Tai? I'm Fan Tianfeng. He was calling Xing Xintai, the deputy director of Haishi Satellite TV, who was in charge of the provincial station. Xing Xintai heard the familiar voice on the phone and quickly said respectfully, Hello, Governor Fan. Do you have any instructions? Fan Tianfeng was the deputy governor of the southeast province. He was ranked third in the provincial government team, second only to the executive vice governor. He was also one of the big shots of the provincial party. Although Fan Tianfeng was not in charge of the publicity work, Xing Xintai naturally did not dare to neglect his position and status. Xintai, Fan Tianfeng said affably, I can't really give you instructions. I have something I need your help with, please tell me, Governor Fan. I'll do my best, Xing Xintai said. Fan Tianfeng considered for a moment and said, It's like this, a female reporter from Haishi TV went to Shihu Mansion today to interview about a family dispute. If possible, I hope that this news can be taken down and not broadcasted, no problem, Xing Xintai said without hesitation. It was just an ordinary social news. It didn't matter if it was published or not. The provincial government's big boss personally called and his attitude was so gentle. How could Xing Xintai refuse? Fan Tianfeng smiled and said, Thank you, Mr. Xia Tai. By the way, I was asked by someone to do this. There's nothing wrong with the news itself. Don't blame the reporters who worked hard to interview. It's best to persuade them. After all, it's very tiring to go to the scene. If the news is collected but can't be broadcasted, it's easy to dampen their enthusiasm for work. You're too thoughtful. Xing Xintai said, I will definitely carry out your instructions. You. Fan Tianfeng said, I already said that it's not an instruction. It's just a personal request. Comrade Xia, there's no time to waste. I won't chat with you any longer. Alright. Goodbye, Governor Fan, Xing Xintai said. After Fan Tianfeng called Xing Xintai, he called the director of the provincial hospital and asked him to arrange the best doctor for Lu Haojuan's consultation, as well as a better single ward for him. He was in charge of the medical and health field in Xuanji, so this kind of small matter was easy for him to handle. 10 minutes later, Xing Xintai, the deputy station head of the provincial station, sat in his study with a worried look on his face. As soon as he finished the call with Fan Tianfeng, he did not dare to delay and immediately called Haishi TV. Although the information provided by Fan Tianfeng was vague, there was a key piece of information, and that was the Westlake Mansion community. The probability of multiple news events happening in the same neighborhood at the same time was very low, so with this information point, it was easy to lock onto the news video. But what Xing Xintai didn't expect was that his call was already late. The evening news program that Ran was broadcasting was already broadcast about 5 minutes ago. If it was just that, Xing Xintai's face wouldn't be so ugly. After all, Haishi TV was not like Xiaonan TV, which had a sky-high viewership rating. In addition, he also knew that when the news was broadcast, both parties were censored. The number of views for the first broadcast and how many people who saw the news would recognize the person in the video should not be a high number. As long as he remembered to delete this part when he replayed it, there should not be a big problem. However, what made Xing Xintai depressed was that a while ago, the official Weibo of Haishi Satellite TV had already pushed this news video. Xing Xintai took a look at the Weibo platform. The number of views on this Weibo post had already exceeded 100,000. The number of views on Weibo was a little high, but the reposts and comments were real. The data of hundreds of reposts and comments made Xing Xintai's head hurt. He quickly instructed Haishi Satellite TV to delete the Weibo post immediately. At the same time, before replaying the evening news, they had to remove the news as well. After that, Xing Xintai could finally calm down and think about how to reply to Fan Tianfeng. Although he wasn't responsible for this matter, it was already too late when Fan Tianfeng called. But no matter what, this was the first time the big boss of the provincial government had asked him for help, and things had ended up like this. Even if he didn't say it out loud, he would definitely have a lot of complaints about him in his heart. Most of the time, the leaders didn't care who was responsible. They were more concerned about the outcome of the matter. Xing Xintai thought hard, but he couldn't think of any good way. He could only tell the truth. He sighed and laughed bitterly in his heart. He had thought that this was a great opportunity for him to get close to Fan Tianfeng, but he had not expected that the opportunity had become a hot potato. At the provincial hospital, Lu Haojuan, who had been transferred to a high-class ward in the orthopedics department, was anxiously waiting for news. Fang Qinshan was also sitting in front of the hospital bed in a daze. Fang Qinshan missed her daughter Meng Meng and her husband, Lu Dong, very much. She regretted it so much. If she could turn back time, she would never have made such a choice. After losing it, she realized that the ordinary daily life was the original taste of life. Mr. Zhou was still on his way from Chongping, and he had to go to the Westlake mansion to get Lu Haojuan's phone. Therefore, Lu Haojuan could only use Fang Qinchen's phone to contact the outside world. In fact, he couldn't remember the phone number in the mobile phone's address book. Fortunately, he had made the most important call, so he wasn't too worried. He felt that with Fan Tianfeng's help in coordinating the rest of the things, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. A melodious ringtone sounded. Lu Haojuan quickly picked up his phone and saw that it was Fan Tianfeng's number. He quickly answered the call. "Hello, Uncle Fan? How's the matter?" "Haojuan, there's a problem," Fan Tianfeng said with a heavy tone. Lu Haojuan's heart skipped a beat. After the call, Lu Haojuan fell into silence. Fan Tianfeng told him that it was already too late when he called. The news video had already been broadcast on the evening news at 9 o'clock. Of course, this was not the most serious thing. What was more troublesome was that as early as half an hour ago, the official Weibo of Haishi Satellite TV had already pushed the news. Fan Tianfeng said that he had already coordinated with Haishi Satellite TV to delete the news video in the rebroadcast. At the same time, he had also asked them to delete their Weibo posts. However, the impact had already been caused. There were hundreds of reposts on Weibo. Deleting the original Weibo post might not eliminate the negative impact, because there must be people who had saved the video and continued to spread it on Weibo and other platforms. This was a news video released by the TV station, so there was no problem with breaking the law at all. There was no need to worry about what would happen if it reached 500 reposts. Fan Tianfeng made it very clear that this was all he could do for Lu Haojuan. After all, he was not in charge of the publicity department, and Weibo was a national platform. The Southeast Province's publicity department did not have absolute power to influence Weibo. In fact, a provincial publicity department could do something like this if they were to coordinate it carefully. However, Fan Tianfeng was obviously not willing to spare no effort in doing it. To put it bluntly, this was not something to show off. He had done so much for Lu Haojuan within his ability, and he had already done his best. Fan Tianfeng also tactfully suggested that Lu Haojuan ask for help from the Lu family in the capital to eliminate the negative impact of this incident. After all, the news videos were all censored, and it had not caused a viral spread, so the impact was limited. Once it became a hot topic of public opinion, and his identity was exposed, his power would be gone, and his political future would be bleak. The power of human search was well known in the internet age, not to mention that Fang Qinchen's husband's side was also filled with righteous indignation. If they were to reveal any information, Lu Haojuan would be in a very passive position. Therefore, Fan Tianfeng also advised Lu Haojuan to get rid of Lu Dong as soon as possible. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to make Lu Dong shut up. Lu Haojuan's face was frighteningly dark. He held Fang Qinchen's phone tightly as he was having an intense mental struggle. He really didn't dare to ask for help from his family at this time. One could imagine how furious the old master in the capital would be if he knew about this. When he left the capital, the old man had made it clear that this was his last chance. If he caused any more trouble in the local area, the family would give up on his training. In other words, he would come to an end in the system. But if he didn't ask his family for help, what else could he do? All of his connections were built on the foundation of his family, especially the connections within the system. It was simply a fool's dream for him to use these connections without his family's knowledge. Fang Qianqian quietly sat by the bed and peeled an apple for Lu Haojuan. When she saw Lu Haojuan sitting there in a daze, she passed him the peeled apple and said, "June. Bro, have an apple first." Lu Haojuan suddenly flew into a rage and pushed the apple away, causing it to roll far away. Then, Lu Haojuan slapped him again and scolded, "Get lost. Stinky bitch. It's all because of you. That's why I'm in such a sorry state." Fang Qianqian held her burning cheek and looked at Lu Haojuan in disbelief. Ever since they met, Lu Haojuan had always been sweet, talking her, putting aside the guilt in her heart. And Lu Haojuan's ability in that aspect, she sometimes had the illusion that she was being pampered. But today, Fang Qianqian had seen another side of Lu Haojuan. She was the biggest victim of this incident. Not only did Lu Haojuan not comfort her, but he also put all the blame on her. He was no longer as gentle and considerate as before, and his attitude had become so rough. This made Fang Qianqian's heart turn cold, and at the same time, the regret in her heart grew stronger. Lu Haojuan glared at Fang Qianqian and shouted, "What are you looking at me for? Get lost." Fang Qianqian was filled with hatred for Lu Haojuan. It was her own vanity that had led her to where she was today. Back then, she had also slept with Lu Haojuan after a bit of hesitation. If Lu Haojuan had not tried to please her back then, how would things have turned out? This way? She knew very well that Lu Haojuan had his eyes on her since the first time they met. He didn't even try to hide the desire in his eyes. Now that something had happened, not only did he insult her, but he also kicked her away, wanting to immediately cut off their relationship. How could Fang Qianqian not hate him? However, no matter how much she hated him, Fang Qianqian did not dare to show it. She had been with Lu Haojuan for a few months and knew very well what kind of power he had. He was not someone ordinary people like her and Lu Dong could compete with. Fang Qianqian looked at Lu Haojuan with a sad look, got up, and walked to the door of the ward. "Wait," Lu Haojuan said coldly. Fang Qianqian stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at Lu Haojuan silently. "Take your phone away," Lu Haojuan said. "Also, go back and tell your husband to watch his mouth. As long as this matter doesn't spread, I can consider letting him go. If he dares to go around and say that you know my strength, I don't need to say more. Right? Your husband. Oh right, you guys have a cute daughter, right?" Fang Qianqian's body trembled violently, and a chill ran down her spine. "Big brother June, I'll remind him," she quickly said. "Get lost," Lu Haojuan said as he looked at Fang Qianqian in disgust. Fang Qianqian picked up her phone and walked out of the ward. Her legs felt weak and the fear in her heart could not be any greater. Although she did not know how to face her husband who had once loved her deeply, she had no choice but to go back. Lu Haojuan was lying in the hospital waiting for Ol Zhou. He had to come up with a plan as soon as possible. At this time, in the rental house in the old community opposite the Westlake mansion, Su Yugang and the others had already packed their things and were ready to leave. The whole plan was executed perfectly. Some of the expected accidents didn't happen. In fact, the situation was even better than expected. For example, Lu Haojuan actually fainted at the critical moment, which also allowed the news on Haishi TV to be broadcast smoothly. It was already close to 10 at night. Wang Chong and the other two were resting in the rented house, while Su Yugang went to a tea house near Shibin Road alone. Although it was called a tea house, it mainly provided mahjong and mahjong tables for customers to entertain themselves, so it was basically open all night. Of course, compared to the tea houses that could be seen everywhere on the streets of the Three Mountains, this tea house was more high and in its decoration and more elegant environment. Smoke rose in the private room, and the sandalwood incense in the incense burner burned quietly. Xia Ruofei smiled at Su Yugang, who was sitting opposite him, and said, "Old Su, well done. The execution of my brothers has exceeded my expectations. Although I didn't go to the scene, I've been paying attention to your actions today, and the results were very good. It's all thanks to your good planning, brother Xia." Su Yugang said humbly. "We're just in charge of the execution." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "A good plan has to be carried out properly. After all, the situation is ever changing, and the four of you have to keep an eye on so many clues. It's impossible to do it without good planning and super ability, so don't be modest." "Thank you for the compliment, brother Xia," Su Yugang said. Xia Ruofei reached out and picked up a backpack by his feet. He threw it to Su Yugang and said, "This is the reward I promised you." In order to prevent any accidents, Xia Ruofei was very cautious in choosing cash. For this reason, he had specially made an appointment to withdraw money in advance and had prepared the money in advance. In fact, Xia Ruofei had also withdrawn a lot of cash and stored it in the spirit map space. Although mobile payment was very common now, cash was more suitable in many cases, such as this situation. "Thank you, brother Xia," Su Yugang said gratefully. "Count it," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Yes." Su Yugang didn't hesitate. He opened his backpack and took out the stacks of money. After all, this wasn't his money alone. There were 3 brothers waiting for the money, so it was better to count clearly in person. Of course, he couldn't count them one by one. Otherwise, he might not be able to count them even by the second half of the night. The money that Xia Ruofei gave him was directly withdrawn from the bank. It was 10,000 yuan per stack. He just had to count how many stacks there were. To be honest, the feeling of a stack of red bills in front of him was still very shocking, especially for Su Yugang, who was very short of money. His heart could not help but race. As he counted, Su Yugang raised his head in surprise and said, "Brother Xia, the amount doesn't seem right. You're giving too much." There were 100 stacks of 100 yuan bills here, which was a full 1 million yuan. Xia Ruofei had promised to pay each of them 200,000 yuan, and he had already paid half of it before the operation started. Now, he only needed to pay Su Yugang another 400,000 yuan. There was too much money here. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You've completed your mission very well. This is your reward." Including the money they had paid in advance, each of them would receive 300,000 yuan. The remaining 200,000 yuan is for your vacation funds. Tomorrow, you guys can go to Sanya for a dozen days of vacation. This money should be enough to spend. Anyway, I'll refund more and make up for less. Su Yugang and the others were taking a big risk to help Xia Ruofei, so Xia Ruofei would not be stingy to them. On one hand, they had been very tense these days and needed to relax. On the other hand, he more or less wanted to go out and lie low for a while. Although Su Yugang and the other 3 had been very careful and professional during the execution of the plan and had not left any traces, there was always a possibility. "Brother Xia, this is too much." Su Yugang quickly said. We can't take it. Actually, Liangzi and I both think that 200,000 is too much, and we didn't do anything. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, there's no need to talk about this. You've done a great job. You deserve this money. I've already promised you that we'll go on a vacation, so let's not delay it any longer. Book a plane ticket tonight and leave early tomorrow. Su Yugang hesitated for a long time, then raised his head and said, then I'll thank you on behalf of my brother Xia. Xia Ruofei finally showed a satisfied smile and said, that's the way. Old Su, take your brothers to Sonia to relax. Don't worry about the money, and adjust your body and mind to the best state. I'm still waiting for you to come back and help me with my work. Yes. Su Yugang said, Brother Xia, we'll give you our lives. In the future, if you have any instructions, we'll definitely go wherever you point us to. Su Yugang knew very well that Xia Ruofei gave them so much money to shut them up. After all, if this matter were to be disclosed, it would be a big deal. Of course, this didn't prevent Su Yugang from being grateful to Xia Ruofei. The four brothers were really at their wits' end. Their families were extremely short of money in various situations. Xia Ruofei's money could be said to be a timely help. Su Yugang, Xing Liang, and the others were ready to die for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'm not a bandit who takes over a mountain. I don't need you to help me conquer the world. It's just that in the future, as the company grows bigger and bigger, it'll be inconvenient for me to show my face in some matters. When the time comes, I'll need you to show your skills. Su Yugang understood tacitly and nodded. Brother Xia, don't worry. Then, Su Yugang hesitated and said, by the way, Brother Xia, before I left, I saw that the official Weibo of Haishi Satellite TV had deleted that post. I'm afraid Lu Haojuan has already started to use his own connections to remedy the situation. Lu Haojuan may be a bastard, but he's not an idiot. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, this is within my expectations, Su Yugang said anxiously, then we have to think of a way to deal with it. I took a look. Although that Weibo post is quite popular, with hundreds of reposts and comments, once the original Weibo post was deleted, those reposts on Weibo can't see the specific news video anymore. It's equivalent to cutting off the source. And, needless to say, when the evening news rebroadcast, that news will definitely be removed, so? Xia Ruofei shrugged and asked. Su Yugang gritted his teeth and said, Brother Xia, we still have a lot of Lu Haojuan's videos. They are not censored like the news videos. Why don't we, without waiting for Su Yu to finish, Xia Ruofei immediately said, no, we can't use those videos unless we have to. Once we use it, we can't guarantee that it won't leave behind any traces. If the Lu family really finds out, it'll be evidence that we plotted against Lu Haojuan. Xia Ruofei emphasized, you're not allowed to use the videos you've taken these days without permission, and you're not allowed to leave any backups. Before we set off tomorrow, give me the laptop that stores the videos. Do you understand? I see, Brother Xia, Su Yugang nodded and said, but we have to think of something, right? Otherwise, wouldn't our efforts these past few days have been in vain? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, don't worry. You've done your job well, and I'll take care of the rest. It's impossible for Lu Haojuan to get away so easily. This time, even if he doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. Su Yugong's eyes lit up. Brother Xia, you've already thought of a solution? After This incident, Xu Gang had a blind admiration for Xia Ruofei. The image of Xia Ruofei's flawless plan had been established in his heart. Subconsciously, he felt that no problem could stump Xia Ruofei. Xu Gang was deeply involved in this matter, so Xia Ruofei did not plan to hide anything from him. He smiled and opened the laptop he brought on the table, waving at Xu Gang. Xu Gang immediately stood up and went behind Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei showed him a page on the computer screen. Xu Gang took a look and was surprised. He said to himself, "So many posts. This is just one of the forums," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he opened a few pages that had been opened for a long time and refreshed them to show Xu Gang. Tianya, Maopa. Weibo, today's headline, TikTok. Almost all of the largest forums, news convergence platforms, and short video platforms in the country were covered. In just half an hour, many posts about this news suddenly appeared on these platforms. The video in the post was extracted from the Weibo post posted by Haishi Satellite TV on the Weibo platform. When Xu Gang saw the content of these posts, he could not help but widen his eyes. These posts were not just reposts of censored videos. The post clearly pointed out that the person lying on the ground like a dead dog was the Deputy Secretary of Chongping County, Liu Haojuan, and the person trembling and squatting next to him was the married woman, the head female anchor of Sanshan TV station, Fang Chenchen. Liu Haojuan could be considered a leader, and Fang Chenchen appeared on camera a lot. There were also many photos of the two of them on the internet in the posts, and they were compared to the people in the videos. After all, the news video only covered their faces with a thin layer of mosaic, and many of their physical features were not covered. Even the cell phone, watch, and clothes scattered on the coffee table in the video were circled in red. Photos of Liu Haojuan and Fang Chenchen at other events were found, and the corresponding items were also circled. In addition, because the news video mentioned that the incident happened in the Westlake Mansion community, the poster somehow found the information of the house registration. The owner of the house in the Westlake Mansion, Community Building 3, Room 1092, was Liu Haojuan. The poster also analyzed that from the news video, one could see the lit Ferris wheel in the distance and a landmark building further away, the Baofeng building. The design of the building was very strange, as if it had been cut in the middle by a knife, so it was still very obvious from a distance. Then, the poster posted the distribution map of the Westlake Mansion and the surrounding area. It could be clearly seen that the balcony of Unit 02 of Building 3 was facing the direction of the Ferris wheel and the Baofeng building. The angle was almost the same as in the video. In the end, the poster concluded that the news that was immediately deleted after the broadcast was so short-lived because the person involved in the news was Liu Haojuan. At the end of the post, there was also Liu Haojuan's resume, which made all the bottom-level civil servants envious. Xu Gang was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xia, these are all your masterpieces?" From Xu Gang's point of view, only Xia Ruofei could analyze so many things from an edited news video. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "I'm the one who provided the material, but I'm not the one who posted it. There are so many websites and forums, and I have to use different accounts to top the posts. I can't finish it in such a short time even if I die of exhaustion." That's true. Xu Gang also found that these posts were very popular, and there were a lot of replies. If it was all spontaneous replies from netizens, no matter how naive Xu Gang was, he would not believe it. Xia Ruofei smiled. "A lot of things can Be solved with money. Why should we put in so much effort and take the risk? This is also the reason why I didn't let you continue to be in charge of this plan, because the premise is that you have provided enough shells. Dangerous work like firing the cannons should be left to those who are not afraid of death. Internet Water Army? Su Yugang also came to his senses. Xia Ruofei chuckled and nodded. While you're busy, I'm not idle either. I've already contacted 3 internet water armies in advance and paid them well. They're ready to launch a tidal wave of public opinion attacks at any time. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, tonight, I'm just going to prepare all the hot news after this news is posted on Weibo. Then, I'll send it to the Internet Water Army, and it'll be done. Xia Ruofei made it sound easy. In fact, it was not easy to find so many valuable clues in the video in just half an hour, even with the answers and evidence. At least, Su Yugang felt that he could not do it. Brother Xia, I'm really convinced. Su Yugang prostrated himself in admiration. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, okay, now you don't have to worry, right? Tomorrow, you can go and play in peace. You must be gone for at least 10 days, and you are not allowed to come back before the time is up. Yes. Su Yugang said. Also, don't try to save money for me. You'd better spend that 200,000 yuan. They stayed in the best hotel, ate the best food, and played the best games. Just pick the best of everything. Xia Ruofei laughed. But don't mess around outside. I don't want to affect your family's harmony. 200,000 yuan was only enough for a meal at a top club. However, if 4 people went on a vacation in China, they could definitely enjoy the best conditions. I know, Brother Xia. Su Yugang said, touched. Don't forget to save the money tomorrow. Xia Ruofei reminded them again, if you need money, use cash first. Try to avoid transferring large amounts of money into your account. We'll be careful. Su Yugang said. Then, the 2 of them drank tea and chatted while paying attention to the situation of the troll army's overwhelming promotion on the internet. At the provincial hospital, Lu Haojuan finally saw Old Joe. Not only did Old Joe go to the Westlake mansion to get his phone, but he also brought a laptop with him. Secretary, I took a look online before I came out. This matter shouldn't have spread much. The main thing is that after the Weibo was deleted, many of the reposts can't be seen anymore. I don't think it's a big problem. Old Joe analyzed. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. Lu Haojuan said, there are 2 things that are more urgent now. Give me some ideas. One is to shut Fang Qinchen's family up. I understand what you mean, Uncle Fan. Spend as much money as you can and try not to cause any trouble at this time. Old Joe nodded. Lu Haojuan continued, the other thing is to eliminate the negative influence on the internet as fast as possible. It's best to get it done on the internet, but I can't let my family know about it. I don't have any good ideas, for the time being, Secretary Lu, I think we should try to settle it with money first. I heard that some companies are quite powerful these days. They can help. Delete the posts with money, Old Joe said after a moment of silence. Lu Haojuan's eyes lit up. He was used to solving problems through connections, because it was often the easiest and most convenient way for him. However, Old Joe's words provided him with a new way of thinking. That makes sense. Lu Haojuan said, Old Joe, go and ask around. As long as there's a company that provides this kind of crisis public relations service, money is not a problem. All right. I'll immediately ask around. Old Joe said. Remember to keep it a secret. Lu Haojuan said sternly, don't let it slip. If the old man finds out about this, I'll really have to bear the consequences. As soon as Lu Haojuan finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. He took a look at the caller ID, and his little heart couldn't help but tremble. This was really what he said. It's already so late, and the old man actually called me personally. What could it be? Lu Haojuan had a bad feeling about this. However, even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to not answer the phone call from the old man. So, he made a shushing gesture to Old Joe, and then nervously swiped the phone to answer. Grandpa. It's so late, why aren't you resting? Lu Haojuan tried to make his voice sound normal, but it was still inevitably trembling. The majestic voice that made his heart tremble came from the phone. How can I sleep with a good grandson like you? Lu Haojuan's heart skipped a beat. He was already panicking. However, he definitely couldn't admit it at this time. What's more, the old master didn't say anything specific. What if something else made the old master angry? If he messed up, wouldn't he be confessing? Therefore, Lu Haojuan forced himself to say, Grandpa, I've been pretty well behaved recently. He had already devoted himself to the grassroots work. These few days, he had been busy coordinating an investment project for Chongping County. Once this project can be settled in Chongping, it can bring in thousands of jobs, and the tax revenue will also be substantial. Lu Haojuan, the old master, couldn't take it anymore. Enough. I didn't call you to listen to you talk about these useless things. Grandpa, what did I do wrong? Lu Haojuan said innocently, I really didn't know. Tell me, I'll definitely change. You really don't know? The old man's voice was cold. Lu Haojuan, I'll just ask you one thing. Who is Fang Qinchin? When he heard the name Fang Qinchin, Lu Haojuan felt as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer. With a bang, he lost all ability to think. Grandpa, Lu Haojuan said awkwardly, aren't you good at talking? Why did you stop? The old man said sternly, now, our Lu family has become the laughing stock of the whole capital. It's all your fault. I've already dealt with this matter. Lu Haojuan's face was full of disbelief. Weibo and the program have already been deleted. That's why I said you have a pig's brain. The old man said without any mercy, go online and see for yourself. There are ugly scenes of you everywhere. Are you that desperate? You're even provoking a married woman. Grandpa. I was wrong. Lu Haojuan immediately panicked and didn't dare to quibble anymore. The old man sighed. His tone was no longer as angry as before, but rather a little bleak. Come back to Beijing tomorrow. Grandpa, what? What do you mean? Lu Haojuan asked in a trembling voice. I'll get someone to take care of the organization's procedures. In the future, you shouldn't stay in the organization. You are not suitable. The old man said. Like a bolt from the blue, Lu Haojuan was stunned. The old man was serious this time. Organization program? What organizational procedures? It's definitely to settle the procedures for his automatic resignation. The rank of the vice director and the position of an even higher one in the future were all gone just like that? Was he abandoned by his family just like that? Lu Haojuan felt like he was in a dream. Grandpa, please don't, Lu Haojuan begged, I really know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please give me another chance. I'll definitely work hard and not embarrass the Lu family. Haven't I given you enough opportunities over the years? The old man retorted indifferently, when have you ever truly repented? Besides, this matter has blown up so much. Do you really think you can still stay in the southeast province? Could it be that this country is owned by our family? Lu Haojuan's face was ashen. But he still said unwillingly, Grandpa, I can go to a more difficult place. Enough. The old man chided, Lu Haojuan, when have I ever changed my decision? Go back to the capital tomorrow, don't force me to send people to catch you. Lu Haojuan's face was full of despair. He still struggled and said, Grandpa, my leg was broken by someone. I can't even get out of bed. He was pretending to be pitiful. If the old master's heart ached for him, he might just soften and take back his order. Lu Haojuan knew very well that he would only have a glimmer of hope if he stayed at the Three Mountains. Once he returned to the capital, he would be completely abandoned by his family. There were many people in the Lu family. Even in the direct line, there were many uncles and brothers. The son of his third uncle, Lu Haoping, graduated from the National College entrance examination 2 years ago. It was said that he was already doing very well in the ministry. He was only the eldest grandson of the eldest branch of the family. If he failed this time, the family could turn to train Lu Haoping. In the future, he, Lu Haojuan, would have no future to speak of. He might still be able to live a carefree life, but at best, he would just be a useless person. Raised by his family. His status would not even be as high as Lu Haofan, who started running a business after graduating from university. However, what made Lu Haofan's heart turn cold was that the old man said without thinking, it doesn't matter if you can't get out of bed. You can apply for the airline to provide medical monitoring and transfer services. I'll get someone to make an appointment for you tonight, and it'll definitely be ready tomorrow afternoon. It's decided. Passengers who could not move freely could apply for medical service from the airline in advance. For Lu Haojuan's case, he needed to be transferred while lying down, so it would take some time to modify the seat. However, these were all standard components, and the modification speed was very fast. It would definitely not be a problem to make an appointment a day in advance. The old man hung up the phone right after he finished speaking. He didn't give Lu Haojuan any chance to beg for mercy. After Lu Haojuan heard that, he was in complete despair. Elder Xuanji was determined to send him back. The phone was already dead, but Lu Haojuan was still holding the phone tightly and sitting on the bed with a dull expression. Secretary Lu, what did the old man say? Old Zhou asked with concern. Lu Haojuan slowly turned his head to look at Ol Zhou and muttered, It's over. Old Zhou, it's all over. The old man knows everything. He wants me to return to the capital tomorrow. In the future, I'll have no hope. Secretary Lu, please admit your mistake to the old man when you get back. Old Zhou quickly comforted him. You're his grandson, he won't ignore your future. Impossible, Lu Haojuan laughed bitterly. The old man is completely disappointed in me this time. He won't care about me anymore. Then, Lu Haojuan unwillingly said, Old Zhou, Hurry up and turn on your computer. Didn't you say that there wasn't much on the internet and that after Haishi Satellite TV deleted their Weibo post, the news basically stopped spreading? Why did the old man say that the entire internet was flooded with it? This doesn't seem right. Old Zhou quickly turned on his laptop. Lu Haojuan took it and randomly opened a few forums with relatively high traffic. Through the navigation website, he was immediately dumbfounded. This post could be seen on almost every forum, and it was basically a hot post with a lot of views and replies. Several forums even pinned the post to the top. Because the post was more popular, Lu Haojuan didn't want to give up. He clicked on a few more websites. Every time he opened a few, his heart would turn cold. In the end, he couldn't help but shout and smash his laptop on the ground. How could this be? How did this happen? Lu Haojuan was like a trapped beast. His eyes were red as he shouted, "It's only been a short while. Why? Why are there so many posts on the internet? And he even mentioned me." Old Zhou looked at Lu Haojuan with pity. He had worked for the Lu family for more than 10 years and knew old Lu's character and temper very well. When he saw the posts on the internet, he knew that old Lu was serious this time because Lu Haojuan's behavior had crossed the line and was something that old Lu would not tolerate. "Young master, someone must be behind this," old Zhou said. He no longer called Lu Haojuan Secretary Lu because Lu Haojuan's position as the deputy secretary was definitely over. Now, he called Lu Haojuan Secretary Lu, which was even more exciting for Lu Haojuan. Therefore, he simply changed back to the address he used in Beijing. Who would it be? Lu Haojuan said. Then, he frowned and said thoughtfully, "Perhaps, this whole thing was planned by someone behind the scenes. It's definitely not a coincidence." Old Zhou nodded. "If we investigate carefully, we should be able to find some clues. But young master, you're going back to the capital tomorrow. There's no point in talking about this now." At that moment, Lu Haojuan's phone rang again. This time, it was his father. Lu Haojuan answered the phone without a second word. Lu Bo was even more impatient than the old man, and as soon as the call connected, he couldn't help but curse, "Lu Haojuan. What the fuck did you do? The old master is almost sick from anger. Can't you just stop for a while? You unfilial son. You'll die on a woman's stomach sooner or later." "Dad," Lu Haojuan said with a sad face. "You have to help me. Grandpa, he wants to kick me out of the system," Lu Bo said unhappily. "Help? How can I help? You've done such an embarrassing thing, I can't even lift my head in the family. Besides, when has the Lord Master ever changed his decision? Dad, this time I've been tricked," Lu Haojuan said. Hatefully, "This is obviously planned by someone behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could it spread so fast?" "Humph." Lu Bo snorted and said, "Do you think your grandfather and I are old fools? If you can see it, how can we not? However, no matter what, a fly wouldn't bite a seamless egg. If there was no shit under your butt, would others be able to harm you? Lu Haojuan, you're getting worse and worse. Isn't it easy to get a woman? Why do you have to find a married woman of all people? Dad, I know I'm wrong," Lu Haojuan said. "I've regretted it for a long time. But I'm really not willing to accept this. Are we just going to suffer in silence?" "Humph. You don't need to worry about that. Lu Bo said, this matter must definitely be investigated. But no matter what the result is, it has nothing to do with you. You better come back here tomorrow. You're not allowed to leave the house as long as the old man is still angry. Lu Haojuan said pitifully, Dad. My legs are broken. I can't go out even if I want to. Hearing this, Lu Bo's facial muscles couldn't help trembling. No matter how good, for nothing Lu Haojuan was, he was still his son. As the saying went, father and son were connected by heart. When he heard that Lu Haojuan's leg had been broken by Fang Qinchen's husband and his men, he was very distressed. All right, that's enough. Lu Bo gritted his teeth and said, the person who hit you will pay the price. The person who planned this behind the scenes would have to pay the price. You don't have to act pitiful here. There was no room for discussion about returning to the capital. Just like this. With that, Lu Bo hung up the phone. Lu Haojuan threw his phone to the side and stared at the ceiling with an ashen face. His heart was filled with despair. Young master. Old Zhou called out softly. Lu Haojuan waved his hand and said, Old Zhou, go and make the arrangements. I'm going to be discharged tomorrow. We should go back to the capital. Young master, is there no room for discussion? Even though Lao Zhou had already expected this, he still couldn't bear to ask. Lu Haojuan shook his head dejectedly and closed his eyes. You go. I want to sleep for a while, yes. Lao Zhou got up and dimmed the lights in the ward. He then walked out and gently closed the door. On the afternoon of the second day, a Boeing plane headed for Sanya took off from Sancheon Airport. Su Yugang, Xing Liang, Wang Chong, and Zhang Aijuan were on this plane. Almost at the same time, an ambulance arrived at the airport. The aviation medical team received Lu Haojuan, who was lying on a stretcher, from the doctors of the provincial hospital. They then transported him to the tarmac on an electric transportation vehicle. Old Zhou was also with Lu Haojuan. On the tarmac, an empty plane was waiting quietly. The plane had undergone the necessary modifications in the morning. A row of seats had been dismantled, and the stretcher had been fixed. Lu Haojuan was settled at the back of the cabin. After the preparations were done, the ordinary passengers began to board the plane. About half an hour later, the vacant flight to Beijing also took off smoothly. The three mountains seemed to have calmed down in an instant. But in fact, the storm of public opinion on the internet did not stop. Instead, it was becoming more and more intense. What Xia Ruofei provided to the Internet Water Army team was solid and could withstand any scrutiny. It was originally just social news about an ordinary woman having an affair and her husband catching her in the act, but once it involved a certain level of cadre, it immediately became different. Coupled with the deliberate guidance of the Internet Water Army, after half a day of preparation, this matter successfully became a national hot topic. Although the traditional media didn't participate in the report, online media and self-media reposted it one after another. Lu Haojuan had become famous. This time, Chongping County Secretary Xing Jianzhong was sitting in his office, looking very upset. Nowadays, the party committee and government at all levels had done a perfect job of public opinion monitoring, mainly because of the highly developed online media. If they did not pay attention to this aspect and accidentally became a hot topic of negative public opinion, the leaders would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, in terms of public opinion monitoring, all levels were willing to spare no expense. It was so that when a hot public opinion appeared, it could be discovered immediately. And appropriate responses could be made. Public opinion monitoring in Chongqing County was the same as many other county-level units. It was entrusted to a professional company in Heron Island. The company had its own data room. Through big data analysis, it would capture hot keywords on the internet 24 hours a day. Once they matched with the customers, public opinion monitoring warnings would be triggered. The company also had a special team to form a public opinion monitoring report through professional data analysis when public opinion appeared. Chongqing County received a public opinion warning from this company at around 11 p.m. That was the time when the Internet Water Army hired by Xia Ruofei was fully activated. After the system developed by the company captured keywords such as Luhaojuan and Chongqing County, it automatically triggered an alarm mechanism and informed the publicity department of Chongqing County overnight. When the staff on duty in the publicity department saw this, they didn't dare to delay and quickly reported it to Xinjianzhong. Xinjianzhong had already fallen asleep, but when he heard this, he rushed back to his office. A preliminary report automatically generated by the system provided by the public opinion monitoring company was presented in front of his desk. The detailed analysis report still needed time, and a professional team was analyzing it overnight. But just looking at the preliminary report gave Xinjianzhong a headache. The overwhelming number of posts on the internet pointed out Luhaojuan and his position. This was equivalent to throwing Chongqing District into the whirlpool of public opinion. The preliminary report also reminded that, from the graph of public opinion, it was likely that the Internet Water Army team was manipulating this topic. It was recommended to prepare for the outbreak of public opinion hotspots tomorrow in advance. Xinjianzhong tried to contact Luhaojuan immediately, but no matter how many calls he made, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. No one picked up. In fact, Luhaojuan had already muted his phone at this time. Although he saw Xinjianzhong's call, he had no strength to deal with him. Anyway, he was going back to the capital tomorrow. In the future, there was a high probability that he would leave the system. Even if he was lucky enough to get the old man's forgiveness, he would definitely have to move to another place. It was impossible for him to return to Chongqing, so he couldn't be bothered about the feelings of the leaders in Chongqing. Xinjianzhong had a sleepless night. When he saw the posts on the internet, he was shocked and his heart was in a mess. He gathered the people in the publicity department overnight to discuss how to deal with the media. The next day, the detailed analysis report from the company in Heron Island was finally sent. The situation was not optimistic, and the curve of public opinion was very steep, which meant that it was in a hot outbreak period, and the pressure of public opinion would be very high in the next few days. In terms of response plans, the professional team came up with a few plans, but no matter which one, they all had one thing in common, and that was to respond to the media's concerns as soon as possible. According to their experience, negative public opinion like this should be responded to as quickly as possible, and the truth must be disclosed truthfully and sincerely. Because at this time, public opinion was at a high level, and all kinds of discussions were growing exponentially, many of which were completely unreliable rumors. At this time, only by releasing an official voice and the real voice at the first moment could the survival space of the rumors be reduced. This was the first rule of public opinion management nowadays. However, what gave Xinjianzhong a headache was that he had no way to verify the truth of the incident and the details of the process, because by noon, Luhaojuan had simply turned off his phone. It was as if a dignified deputy secretary had disappeared from the world. Chongping didn't have any useful information, so how could they disclose it to the outside world through the golden window of public opinion management? The publicity department had already made the report. Since this morning, the media had been calling non-stop, asking for interviews. By noon, the publicity department's public phone was about to explode with calls. All of them were asking about Lu Haojuan. Xing Jianzhong couldn't help but be upset. Ever since Lu Haojuan, this wastrel, came to Chongping, he didn't do a single proper thing, but instead, he got into a lot of trouble. Beijing, party school. Wu Liqian, who had just finished her training class, turned on her phone and immediately received several messages on WeChat. Most of them were news links from various platforms sent to her by her old colleagues from Chongping County and the original Sanshan city. Wu Liqian clicked on it, and her beautiful eyes suddenly showed a strange look. These news links came from many platforms. The titles were all unique, but the content was mostly the same. They were all about Lu Haojuan's big scandal. Wu Liqian suddenly felt extremely relaxed, as if a big stone that had been pressing down on her heart had been lifted. She had been in the system for so many years, and the most basic judgment she had was, after all this, Lu Haojuan would definitely not be able to stay in Chongping County. In other words, after she finished her training and returned to the southeast province, she would no longer have to endure Lu Haojuan's endless harassment. At this thought, Xia Ruofei's figure suddenly appeared in Wu Liqian's mind. Could he have done it? Wu Liqian had such a thought. The main thing was that the timing was too coincidental. Lu Haojuan had been working in Chongping for a few months. There had always been rumors about his lifestyle, but it had never become such a hot topic of public opinion. However, this time, when the pharmaceutical factory was trying to attract investment, Xia Ruofei found out that he was being pestered by Lu Haojuan. Lu Haojuan suddenly had bad luck. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Wu Liqian's heart was beating very fast. She had visited Tianhuilan in the past few days since she came to the capital. Now, she was very clear about Lu Haojuan's background and power. She was very clear that if it was really Xia Ruofei who did it, then Xia Ruofei would have to bear a considerable risk. Wu Liqian's heart trembled at the thought of Lu Haojuan's powerful family. She felt a warm current in her heart. Her intuition told her that this matter was definitely related to Xia Ruofei. At almost the same time, in a courtyard within the red walls of the capital, a spirited old man put down the documents on his desk, stood up, stretched, and walked out of the room. The health doctor often reminded him to stand up and move his muscles every hour or so of work. After all, he was already in his 70s. The old man walked out of the room, and the secretary, who was in her 40s, quickly put down her pen and followed. Little Wu, is there any interesting news these past 2 days? The old man asked with a smile as he moved his hands and feet. This was also his habit. As he was in a high position, what he saw and heard was often filtered information, so he was used to chatting with the staff around him when he was relaxed. Although the information given to him by his secretary was definitely selective, it was still more down to earth than the documents and internal reference. Secretary Wu thought for a while and said, "Chief, I did notice some rumors about Lu Haojuan on the internet this morning." "Oh, Lu Haojuan is the eldest grandson of Elder Lu. Oh? Since you're free, tell me about it," the old man said with great interest. He was from the same generation as the old man of the Liu family. However, the old man had failed to reach a higher position and retired, while he continued to work in this important position. Liu Haojuan was transferred to the southeast province's Chongqing County a few months ago, Secretary Wu nodded. The old man quietly listened to Secretary Wu's words and asked, with a slight frown, "How true is this information?" Secretary Wu said cautiously, "It looks like it's close to the mark. I noticed that Chongqing County has responded to the media this afternoon. They said that Liu Haojuan has taken sick leave and can't be contacted for the time being. The details have yet to be verified. Such a response was basically a solid proof." The old man shook his head with a complicated expression and sighed, "This old Liu, he's not doing enough in the education of his children. I heard that Liu Haojuan's life in the capital wasn't good." Secretary Wu couldn't help but look surprised. He didn't expect the bureau chief to know about Liu Haojuan, and it seemed like he had heard of the rumors about Liu Haojuan in Beijing. Should Liu Haojuan feel honored? Or should he feel sad? Secretary Wu felt that it should be the latter. After all, this was not something to show off. Sure enough, the old man continued, "You took time to give it to Liu's eldest son. His name is Liu Chuanfeng, right? Just give him a call and give him a good beating." "What is he doing?" "Yes, Chief," Secretary Wu said quickly. The old man didn't say anything more. After all, it was a small matter for him. After chatting for a while, he returned to his room to continue working. Secretary Wu thought about what to say and called Liu Chuanfeng. The old man didn't give any specific instructions, so he had to grasp the standard himself. Of course, Secretary Wu had been working by the old man's side for a long time, so he understood a lot of things and didn't need the old man to waste his breath. After Liu Chuanfeng finished the call with Secretary Wu, his face turned pale. He hurried to the backyard to report to his father. Liu Haojuan, who was still on the plane, had no idea that the last bit of hope in his heart had been completely destroyed by this phone call. The old man was already angry, but after hearing Lu Kun's report, he became even more determined and decisive. He immediately made arrangements. Liu Chuanfeng, as Liu Haojuan's father, didn't dare to plead for mercy. He was also shocked by the phone call. Half an hour later, Chongqing County took the initiative to hold a press conference. Xing Jianzhong personally attended the press conference, and at the press conference, he announced to the reporters, the deputy secretary, Liu Haojuan, had decided to resign from all his positions for personal reasons. The county party committee had already received Liu Haojuan's personally signed resignation letter and had reported it to the higher-ups for approval as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei was about to leave for Hong Kong when he saw the news. After a period of warm-up, the auction in Hong Kong had entered the final preparation stage. This time, the ingredients and medicinal herbs that Taoyuan Company planned to auction in Hong Kong included the top, grade 1, headed abalone, cordyceps, iron, skinfingdo, dahongpo tea leaves, as well as the top, grade black truffle and white truffle. Besides, Xia Ruofei had also found a few old mountain ginsengs in the medium and added them to the auction catalog. These old mountain ginsengs were planted by Xia Ruofei in the spatial zone. After being bathed in the extremely rich spiritual qi for such a long time, they were at least 300 years old according to the standards of the outside world and were considered extremely precious medicinal herbs. The special auction this time had become a product exhibition for Paradise Corporation. Except for the jade skin cream and heart-nourishing soup produced by the manufacturing factory, which did not participate in the auction. Basically all of Paradise Corporation's high-end products would be revealed. Xia Ruofei also attached great importance to this auction. He saw it as an opportunity to showcase the image of Paradise Corporation. After more than a year of rapid development, it was time for the Paradise Corporation to show its comprehensive strength to the outside world. After waves of publicity, the attention of the auction was very high, especially the rich who had participated in the auction before. They all expressed great interest. In addition, people in the food and beverage industry were also paying special attention to the auction. Many Michelin-starred restaurants sent people to Hong Kong to register at Hengfeng auction house in advance and pay the deposit for the auction. Because the value of the auction items was different, the security deposit was also divided into several levels. Different levels allowed different items to participate in the auction, and the auction house would give out different colored plates. This was also to lower the threshold. For example, some people only wanted to buy iron-keyed dough, and their economic strength was average. If they standardized a high deposit standard, it was equivalent to directly rejecting these people at the door. The highest level of security deposit was 10 million Hong Kong dollars, and any item could be auctioned. The minimum security deposit was only 500,000 Hong Kong dollars, and the bidding scope was limited to iron, skinned fingdao, and dahongpo tea leaves. According to the feedback from Hong Kong, the bid deposit received during this period had exceeded 300 million Hong Kong dollars. It could be seen that everyone's enthusiasm for registration was quite high. While Su Yugang and the others were busy keeping an eye on Liu Haojuan, Xia Ruofei had already started preparing. The top-grade truffles that were going to be auctioned had all been packaged and stored in the space. Xia Qing had also cultivated 10 pairs of top-quality one-head abalones using the same method as last time and made them into dried abalones. The dahongpo tea leaves were also the most precious, second generation of the dahongpo tea tree in the realm. They were the most essential parts of the tea tree. Xia Qing had done her best to produce them. There were only about 1,500 grams in total. Xia Ruofei planned to split them into 5 portions and auction them off in units of 300 grams. The rest of the herbs, such as Cordyceps sinensis, iron, skinned fingdao, and old mountain ginseng, were also prepared. These few days, Xia Qing had become the busiest person, especially the cordyceps, which was more time consuming. Xia Ruofei even took some time to go to the medium to help Xia Qing dig. They had picked about 2,700 of the highest quality. These 2,700 stalks of cordyceps weighed 3,000 grams, which meant that every 900 of them weighed 1,000 grams. This quality had already far exceeded the 1,100 stalks per kilogram that he had previously harvested. The standard of 1,500 stalks of special grade grass per kilogram had also far exceeded that. Of course, the planting area this time was much larger than the first time, so they had harvested more cordyceps. Xia Ruofei and Xia Qing had specially picked up a larger cordyceps to process, so it was normal that the quality was much higher than the last time. All the items prepared for the auction had already been sealed in the spirit map space. Other than the tin bucket that was made in the outside world, the rest of the auction items were basically selected and made in the space. The auction was approaching, but there were still no signs of the auction items. Feng Rao was not in a hurry, because she knew that Xia Ruofei would never fight a battle that he was not confident of winning. She would never fire an empty cannon, so she did not urge him at all. She just did her job with all her heart and did her best. She kept in touch with Lu Qian, who was sent to the front line, and made sure that the preparations were flawless. Taoyuan Building, Chairman's Office. Feng Jing walked into Xia Ruofei's office with a laptop and asked with a smile, "Chairman, Lu Qian just called and said that the auction will be held in 3 days. Is that okay with you?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Everything is ready. We can go to the port at any time. You tell Lu Qian that I've already prepared the actors. It's up to them to set up the stage." "All right. I'm relieved then." Feng Rao pursed her lips and smiled. "By the way, there aren't many things at home on this trip to Hong Kong. Many senior executives will go with you." Xia Ruofei said, "Sister Ran, you must go too." "All right, then I'll go ask for everyone's opinion." Feng Rao said, "Going to Hong Kong isn't a difficult task. I'm sure everyone will be very happy to participate. However, I don't think Manager Shui and Director Xiao will be able to leave. Director Dong and Director Peng should be fine. Just say it in the group." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "There's no need to send an email for such a small matter." Sometimes, Feng Jing still maintained her habit of working overseas and communicating with her colleagues through email. She wasn't being pretentious, but she was already used to this kind of work mode. Feng Rao was stunned for a moment before she pursed her lips and smiled. "All right then." Paradise Corporation had a special WeChat group for directors and above. Xia Ruofei was also in the group, but he didn't really speak. Of course, people rarely chatted in this kind of work group. They mainly talked about work. Feng Jing sat opposite Xia Ruofei and took out her phone in the WeChat group. At the company's auction in Hong Kong 3 days later, the chairman instructed, "Those who are free, try to participate. Register now." Xiao Chong, from the marketing department, "Cover my face. Cover my face. Cover my face. I really want to go." Unfortunately, he couldn't. Pharmaceutical factory Shui Jinshan, "Cover my face, cover my face, cover my face. I'm busy inspecting the location of the new factory. Can I get a discount?" Finance department Peng, "How, count me in." She asked meekly, "Can I bring my family?" Other than Dong Yun, everyone else quickly replied. Feng Jing was right. Shui Jinshan and Xiao Chong had been very busy with work these past few days and couldn't leave. Xia Ruofei saw Peng Hao's reply and could not help but laugh. He picked up his phone and replied, "At Finance Department Peng Hao, do you have a family member?" Smug. Peng Hao from the Finance Department, she had forgotten that the overbearing president was also in the group, so she was trembling. Feng Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Everyone was usually serious when they communicated at work or through email, but in an environment like WeChat, they unconsciously became more casual. She couldn't help but think, should I send less cold work emails in the future and communicate more like this? The atmosphere seemed to be much more harmonious. Everyone chatted for a while in the WeChat group before Dong Yin replied, "How long will you be gone?" "The administrative work at the headquarters has just been sorted out. If it's not a hard request, I won't be joining." Feng Jing thought for a moment before privately messaging Dong Yun, "Xiao Yun, the chairman means that this auction is very important to the company. It can be considered a milestone in the company's development. He hopes that everyone can attend it if their work is available." Feng Jing knew that Dong Yun was a workaholic. She Probably thought of this as a benefit that Xia Ruofei gave to the executives, so she had no intention of going to Hong Kong. As expected, after Feng Jing's private chat, Dong Yun quickly replied, "So it was like this. Then I'll arrange the work at hand and participate." Feng Rao replied, "Okay. This was the way. Then I'll talk to the chairman." Feng Jing put away her phone and said, "Done. Dong Yin will come with us." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "If you have free time, you can stay in Hong Kong for a few more days. The company will pay for the expenses. Everyone's been working very hard and almost no one has ever taken a break. This is a small scale team building." "All right," Feng Jing said, "since the staff has been confirmed, I'll get the administrative department to book plane tickets as soon as possible. Ruofei, I'll book a first-class ticket for you. The rest of us can't waste it, Sister Che." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "You don't have to book the ticket." "Ah?" Feng Rao was stunned and confused. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Isn't it too low for half of Paradise Corporation's executive team to travel together and take a civil flight? This time, we'll take the Gulfstream business jet." Feng Jing didn't know that Li Yifu had gifted Xia Ruofei a Gulfstream G650. She couldn't help but smile and say, "Woof." The cost was not low. "Chairman, you're prepared to bleed this time. Are you sure you're not joking?" "I've really asked the administration department to contact the public service company." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You don't have to worry about the plane. I'll take care of it." After that, Xia Ruofei looked for the person in charge of the public business jet team, Luan, who was the more senior of the two pilots, and dialed his number. Luan and his team had been on standby at Sanshan these days. They were so idle every day. They felt a little guilty staying in a high-end hotel every day without doing any work and getting such a high salary. Xia Ruofei made the call and Luan immediately picked up. "President Xia, is there a flight mission?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "Captain Liu, you seem to be a little impatient. You're not working, but you're getting such a high salary, Liu." And chuckled. "Everyone's feeling uneasy, that's just right, there's work to do." Xia Ruofei said. "President Xia, please wait a moment. I'll get a pen and paper to record it down," Luan said immediately. A moment later, Luan's voice rang out again, "President Xia, please speak." "We'll fly to Hong Kong from the Three Mountains in 3 days, said Xia Ruofei. "If you apply for the route now, you should have plenty of time. In addition, there will be about 4 to 5 passengers on this flight. Please prepare meals and other guarantees in advance." Luan quickly jotted it down and then said, "No problem. We'll start the preparations immediately." A business plane might seem convenient, but in fact, before flying, one had to first apply for the route, contact the departure airport and the destination airport, and the flight crew had to prepare meals and other security measures in advance according to the situation of the passengers. After landing, the accommodation of the crew members, and so on. In fact, the preparation work was relatively complicated. Xia Ruofei nodded. "If time permits, try to arrange for the departure to be at 8 or 9 in the morning the day after tomorrow." "Understood," Luan said calmly. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows at Feng Yi and said, "Done." Feng Jing wasn't surprised that Xia Ruofei was willing to use a business jet for travel. Xia Ruofei had always been very generous to his subordinates, and he didn't lack money. However, what she did not expect was that Xia Ruofei had arranged everything with just a phone call. He did not even mention the price, any procedures, deposits, and so on. It was settled just like that? Since when did the service of a business jet company become so thoughtful? At this moment, someone knocked on the office door. "Please enter," Xia Ruofei said loudly. It was a 20-year-old girl in professional attire. Jia had been working at the Peach Blossom Mansion as usual. And her work was rather complicated. Hence, Feng Jing had asked the administrative department to arrange for this girl named Zhou Yu to come over. She was basically a temporary assistant to the chairman. The front desk called and said that Zhu Zhihong, the mayor of Chongping, is here to visit you. Zhou Yu said, because they didn't make an appointment in advance, the front desk couldn't make a decision. They asked me to ask you, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing looked at each other and said, "You actually came uninvited?" It seems like the people in Chongping County can't hold it in anymore. They're afraid that the project might go awry, Feng Jing chuckled. They're really worried, aren't they? I think they can't hold on much longer, Xia Ruofei smiled. He was well aware of the pressure that Chongping district was facing. Lu Haojuan's incident was a huge scandal. Now that Lu Haojuan had left, the group of people in Chongping district would have to deal with the mess left behind. This negative public opinion was probably enough to make things difficult for the team in Chongping. In addition, the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory was constantly conducting site selection inspections, but they had no intention of going to Chongping to take a look. How could they not be anxious? If this project was also snatched away by other districts and counties, especially by competitors from other cities, they would definitely not be able to explain themselves to the leaders of Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei knew that Zhu Zhihong had come to visit in person because he wanted to get this project to Chongping as soon as possible. When the time came, they would publicize it and let such a super-quality project be settled in Chongping. It would definitely dilute the impact of Lu Haojuan's incident. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Go and tell them that I'm in the middle of a very important meeting. I don't have time to receive them at the moment." Ah? Zhou Yu was stunned. Zhu Zhihong was the second in command of Chongping. Although he did not make an appointment to visit directly, Zhou Yu felt that Xia Ruofei would still receive him out of courtesy. She did not expect him to refuse so firmly. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei and said after a moment of silence, "Zhou Yu, stop daydreaming. Reply according to the chairman's instructions." Zhou Yu came back to her senses and quickly nodded. "All right." After Zhou Yu left the office, Feng Jing asked with a slight frown, "Are you au fait? Isn't this a little inappropriate?" After all, County Head Zhu, Feng Jing didn't support Xia Ruofei's decision, but she still had to protect Xia Ruofei's authority as the chairman in front of Zhou Yu. Now that there were no outsiders, Feng Jing finally voiced her opinion. Xia Ruofei pouted and said indifferently, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. I don't have a good impression of the leaders of Chongping County. So what if he was left hanging? We're not begging him." Feng Jing couldn't help but smile bitterly. After working together for so long, she knew Xia Ruofei better than anyone else. Xia Ruofei usually looked very kind and didn't put on airs, but when he was serious, he wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. She looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "I've been meaning to ask you. What did the leaders of Chongping County do to you?" "Didn't. We have high hopes of expanding our farms and building pharmaceutical factories in Chongping." From the moment you asked factory manager Xue to inspect the other places, I felt that something was wrong. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, these people don't follow the rules. Then, Xia Ruofei told Feng Jing about the negotiation with Wu Liqian, but the Chongqing County had a change of personnel at the last minute. They had openly stolen Wu Liqian's political achievements. Then, he said, Sister Ran, tell me, what kind of good feelings can I have for these bureaucrats? Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't mention that Lu Haojuan kept pestering Wu Liqian and even used some underhanded means to push Wu Liqian aside at work. On the one hand, it involved Wu Liqian's privacy. On the other hand, he didn't want Feng Jing to link it to Lu Haojuan's scandal and resignation. So it's all for a female confidant. Feng Jing thought to herself. She knew about the relationship between Wu Liqian and Xia Ruofei. She also knew that Xia Ruofei had looked for Wu Liqian immediately after the incident at Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. Now that she thought about it, Xia Ruofei had also wanted to give this heavy political achievement to Wu Liqian. In the end, there was a problem. In Chongqing County, someone came out of nowhere. No wonder Xia Ruofei was so angry. Thinking about this, Feng Jing couldn't help but feel a little sour. She said to herself, if I'm treated unfairly like this, will he also be angry? Sister Che. Sister Che. Xia Ruofei's voice brought Feng Rao back to her senses. Ah? Feng Rao said subconsciously. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, what's the situation? Why did she get distracted while talking? Did you not sleep well last night? No, I didn't. I don't have any. Feng Jing quickly said, now that you've said that, I also think that the leaders of Chongqing County have gone too far. So, you agree with what I'm doing? Xia Ruofei asked. Happily. I think we can just give them some time to think about it. There's no need to push things too far, Feng Jing said. Firstly, we don't know the inside story. Maybe County Head Zhu and the others have their own reasons. Also, our farm is still in Chongqing, and from a strategic point of view, Chongqing is the most suitable location for the manufacturing factory. The terrain there is flat, the transportation is developed, and the preferential conditions given by the county are very sincere. The most important thing is that it's very close to the airport. In the future, when the production capacity is increased, it will be very convenient to ship goods to the country. Even if we don't do business in Chongqing, there's no need to make our relationship with the local government so stiff. Peace is the most important thing in business. We seek wealth, not qi. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but look at Feng Rao with a smile and said, Sister Ran, I find that you have the potential to be a political commissar. It's a pity that our company is not the army and we don't have such a position. Feng Rao glared at Xia Ruofei and said, I'm talking about serious business with you. You're starting to be naughty again. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, all right. I've heard everything you said. How should I put this? I agree to part of it. To forge iron, one needs to be strong. The reason why we are so apprehensive is because we are not strong enough. Think about it, if it was Tycoon Wang or Father Ma, would they care? If they offended a county-level administrative organization? You'll have to wait until you're the richest man in the country. Feng Rao laughed. At least, we don't have the confidence to do so now. This is also a result of our national conditions. If we want to have as few constraints as possible, we have to compromise. Understood? Xia Ruofei said. Lazily, Sister Che, let's see if they're sincere enough this time. If they can't even take this little bit of anger and just leave, then don't blame me, you. Don't overdo it, Feng Jing said. Alright, I won't try to persuade you anymore. You can do it yourself. I'm going back to my office first. I'll be going to Hong Kong in a few days, so I have to arrange some work in advance. Sister Che, take care, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. At the front desk of the company on the 11th floor of the Taoyuan building, Shaoli, the clerk in charge of the reception, picked up a phone call and couldn't help but look at Zhu Zhihong and the others with a slightly embarrassed look on her face. However, she quickly calmed down and said, County Head Zhu, I'm sorry. The chairman is in a high-level meeting and may not have time to receive the leaders, Shi Qingyuan, the director of the government office who came with Zhu Zhihong, heard this and his face suddenly sank. He said, What? Did you make it clear that the person who came to visit Director Xia today is County Head Zhu? I've given a detailed report, but that's the board of directors' reply, said Shaoli. Leaders, I'm really sorry, Shaoli was on the verge of tears. She was just a little girl who had just graduated from junior college. Facing Zhu Zhihong, Shi Qingyuan, and the other powerful leaders, she was already under a lot of pressure. When Shi Qingyuan glared at her, her little heart could not help but beat faster. Isn't he too arrogant? Shi Qingyuan said angrily. Zhu Zhihong's face also darkened slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. He waved his hand to stop Shi Qingyuan. It wasn't a good thing to show off in front of a young receptionist. Zhu Zhihong also knew that it was useless to say so much to this little girl. She was just a messenger and could not decide anything at all. Zhu Zhihong thought for a while and said to Shaoli with a pleasant expression, Young comrade, when will President Xia's meeting end? I really don't know about this, County Head Zhu, said Shaoli. I asked just now, but the board of directors said that the time is not easy to grasp. This meeting is very important and it concerns the company's development strategy. In fact, these words were added by Zhou Yu himself. The purpose was to show that Xia Ruofei was indeed unable to leave because of a very important matter, so as to reduce the unhappiness in the hearts of Zhu Zhihong and the others as much as possible. However, the speaker had no intention, but the listener paid attention. Zhu Zhihong's face changed slightly. He thought to himself, the company's development strategy? Could it be that he wanted to choose the location for the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory branch? With the terrifying ability of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory to make money, building a new branch factory was indeed a big problem for the company's development strategy. He was even more anxious because up until now, the Paradise Corporation had yet to inspect Chongping County. If they decided on the location now, it went without saying that it would definitely have nothing to do with Chongping County. However, no matter how anxious he was, Zhu Zhihong couldn't do anything. He couldn't just barge in. He thought about it and felt that he could not leave no matter what. He had to wait here. No matter how long he waited, he had to see Xia Ruofei as soon as possible. Regardless of whether they had decided on the location, he had to work hard. Right now, Chongping County was in a state of turmoil. The negative impact caused by Lu Hajuan's problem was too great. The Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project was like a life-saving straw that had to be seized no matter what. Once this project is ruined, then the life-saving straw will become a deadly poison. The Peach Blossom Company initially had its eyes on Chongping County, so why did it turn to invest in other areas? It must be. Because the investment environment in your Chongqing County is too bad. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhihong said with a pleasant expression, "Little comrade, in that case, can we wait here for President Xia to finish his meeting? Please report that we're waiting here and hope that President Xia will find time to meet us after the meeting. We have very important things to discuss with him." Xiao Li also heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Zhu Zhihong and the others would be furious. "All right," she quickly replied. "County Head Zhu, please take a rest here. I'll contact the board of directors immediately." Xiao Li led Zhu Zhihong and the others to the reception room at the door and served them hot tea. Then, he returned to the front desk and called Zhou Yu with the landline. On the 15th floor, in the chairman's office. After Xia Ruofei heard Zhou Yu's report, he looked interested and said, "Since they're willing to wait, then let them wait." At this point, Xia Ruofei raised his hand and looked at his watch. After a moment of silence, he said, "If they haven't left after an hour, go downstairs and pick them up." Zhou Yu was slightly stunned. At the company, they got off work at 12 o'clock, had an hour of lunch, and then continued to work at 13 o'clock. It was already 10:30 in the morning. An hour later, it would be 11:30. Including the time it took for the elevator to go up and down, Xia Ruofei had less than half an hour left for them. Although her mind was spinning, Zhou Yu was not dazed for too long this time. She quickly nodded and said, "I understand, Chairman." She knew that it was impossible for her to understand her boss's intention, but she was determined to carry out the order. In the reception room on the 11th floor. As time went by, Zhu Zhihong sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, like an old monk in meditation. On the other hand, the director of the government office, Shi Qingyuan, seemed a little anxious. He kept pacing back and forth in the reception room, raising his hand to check his watch every few minutes. "I say, this Paradise Corporation is too arrogant," Shi Qingyuan said to the new secretary, Luo Jingxian, who came with Zhu Zhihong, "Mayor Zhu came here personally. Even if there's something important, can't you just put it aside? It's been almost half an hour, and there's still no movement." Luo Jingxian had always been a staff member of the government office and an old subordinate of Shi Qingyuan. This time, he was working beside Zhu Zhihong to replace Jin Yuan, who had been demoted to be a village cadre. It could be said to be a rare opportunity in his life, so he had been cautious with his words and actions. On such an occasion, County Head Zhu did not say anything. As subordinates, it was inappropriate for them to say anything. As an old comrade, it was fine for Shi Qingyuan to occasionally complain. If Luo Jingxian went along with him, he would definitely be called immature. So, Luo Jingxian just smiled at Shi Qingyuan and said, "Director Shi, why don't you take a seat and drink some water? Half an hour. 40 minutes. As time went by, Zhu Zhihong's anxiety became more and more intense. He couldn't show it on his face, or he would lose his dignity as a superior in front of his subordinates. "I don't know when this kind of waiting will end," Zhu Zhihong thought anxiously. He could even imagine Xia Ruofei and the high-ranking officials in the meeting room of the Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory discussing the location of the branch factory. He became even more anxious. Finally, at around 11:30, the door of the reception room was pushed open, and a girl in black, rimmed glasses and business attire walked in. "Are you County Head Zhu?" Zhu Zhihong immediately opened his eyes and said, "I am." "Hello, County Head Zhu." I'm Chairman Xia's assistant, Zhou Yu. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Zhou Yu smiled and said, the chairman has finished his meeting. He asked me to come and take you upstairs. That's great. Zhu Zhihong shouted in his heart. On the surface, he was still very calm. He said very politely, all right, thank you for your trouble, Assistant Zhou. Zhou Yu took Zhu Zhihong and the others to the 15th floor by elevator. Zhou Yu knocked on the door of the chairman's office, then pushed the door open, turned sideways, and said, County Head. Zhu, leaders, please come in. Zhu Zhihong and the others walked into Xia Ruofei's huge office. Looking at the spacious and luxurious office, Zhu Zhihong could not help but secretly click his tongue. There was still some distance from the entrance of the office to Xia Ruofei's desk in front of the floor, to ceiling window. Xia Ruofei had been sitting in his seat and reading the documents in his hand. When Zhu Zhihong and the others were almost at the desk, he seemed to have just realized it. He quickly put down the documents in his hand, stood up, and walked out. Xia Ruofei walked quickly to Zhu Zhihong and said, County Head Zhu, I'm sorry. There are too many things on hand, I've neglected you. Although Zhu Zhihong and Xia Ruofei had never met face to face, Xia Ruofei was an internet celebrity. Zhu Zhihong was no stranger to Xia Ruofei and often saw his photos and news on the internet. Even so, when Zhu Zhihong saw Xia Ruofei in person, he was still secretly surprised by his young age. Zhu Zhihong felt that Xia Ruofei was about the same age as his son, who had just graduated from college. He was only a few years older than Xia Ruofei, but his son was living off of his parents and did not even have a proper job. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei already had such a big business, and his social influence was growing day by day. It was really infuriating to compare people. Zhu Zhihong muttered in his heart. No, no, no. Zhu Zhihong said with a smile, President Xia is so busy. It's a little rude of us to come uninvited, you're too kind, County Head Zhu. You're an important guest. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, come, this way please. Xia Ruofei led Zhu Zhihong to the reception room next door and said to Zhou Yu, go and make a few cups of tea. Use my precious Dahong Pao. Yes, Chairman. Zhou Yu immediately responded. Of course, Xia Ruofei had his treasured Dahong Pao tea leaves, but they were all stored in the spirit map space. The Dahong Pao tea leaves in his office were only used for guests. In fact, they were the same kind sold in the flagship store of Paradise Corporation's Heavenly Cat. Although the price and quality were very high, no matter who came to visit, the tea served was the same. Of course, Zhou Yu would not be stupid enough to expose him. After responding, she quickly went to make tea. Zhu Zhihong naturally didn't know about this, and quickly said, you're too kind. President Xia, County Head Zhu, is an honored guest. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, come, this way please. Xia Ruofei led Zhu Zhihong and the others through the big office. After pushing open a door on the side, it was a different world. It was a reception room of more than 100 square meters. The reception room was covered with soft wool carpet and was surrounded by a circle of wide, soft leather sofas. Calligraphy and paintings hung on 3 walls, and the entire side was a glass wall. The height of the top floor made the view of the reception room excellent. The entire reception room was very high, and in both decoration and style. Zhu Zhihong looked at it and sighed again. This reception room was much better than the reception room in the county government. Moreover, This was only a small part of the chairman's office. It was still the same saying, it's infuriating to compare people. Xia Ruofei went straight to the side facing the door and against the wall. There were 2 sofas in the middle of this side, while the other sofas were on both sides in the shape of stars surrounding the moon. Highlighting this position, Xia Ruofei and Zhu Zhiheng took their seats, respectively. Zhu Zhiheng's entourage also naturally found their seats on both sides according to their positions. Zhou Yu quickly carried a tea tray and served everyone a cup of hot tea. Zhu Zhiheng took a sip of the tea and smiled. It's really good tea. President Xia, I can only drink such authentic De Hong Pao at your place. Xia Ruofei smiled. You're too kind, County Head Zhu. It's our family's tea. It's not a precious variety. No. Zhu Zhiheng said, although the production of Taoyuan De Hongpo is not high, it has a good reputation. It is definitely a treasure among the high-end tea leaves. Not to mention, this is President Xia's private collection. Xia Ruofei saw that Zhu Zhiheng was making small talk, but he was not in a hurry. He smiled and accompanied Zhu Zhiheng in circles. Zhu Zhiheng was actually quite anxious, but he hoped to find a more natural entry point, or Xia Ruofei could just ask. This way, he could smoothly lead the topic to the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project. However, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry at all and had no intention of taking the initiative to ask. Seeing that a few minutes had passed, Zhu Zhiheng finally could not hold it in. He cleared his throat and said, President Xia, I've come here to discuss something with you. Oh? Please go ahead, County Head Zhu. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I heard that your company is preparing to build a new pharmaceutical factory. Zhu Zhiheng went straight to the point. I wonder how far this project has progressed. Xia Ruofei had already expected what Zhu Zhiheng would ask. He smiled and said, it seems that County Head Zhu is quite concerned about our company's development. On behalf of the company, I thank you first. Zhu Zhiheng thought to himself, although Xia Ruofei is young, he's obviously a cunning one. How could he not know that our Chongqing County has always wanted to introduce this project? He was afraid that County Head Wu had already told him about the preferential conditions. Now, he was actually pretending to be confused. However, Zhu Zhiheng did not say anything and did not show any displeasure. He just smiled at Xia Ruofei and waited for him to continue. Our company is preparing to expand the scale of Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory in the near future. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, we're building a new branch. This project is progressing in an orderly manner, and it's going very smoothly so far. I think it shouldn't be long before we can start construction. Zhu Zhiheng's heart trembled. Start the construction. Could it be that they had a meeting just now and had already decided on the location of the pharmaceutical factory? In that case, there was no more hope for Chongqing. For a moment, Zhu Zhiheng could not help but feel confused. Shi Qingyuan, the director of the government office, saw that Zhu Zhiheng was distracted at the critical moment and could not help but feel anxious. He could not help but ask, President Xia, may I ask where you plan to build the pharmaceutical factory? 1941, steadily sitting on the fishing platform. 2. Xia Ruofei looked at Shi Qingyuan, then turned to Zhu Zhiheng and asked, County Head Zhu, who is this? Shi Qingyuan could not help but feel that he was being looked down on. He was the head of the government office. Although he was not a regular person, he was still the head of the government. In his opinion, Xia Ruofei should know him. Zhu Zhiheng came back to his senses and said, oh, I forgot to introduce him. Director Xia, he is Director Shi Yuan, from the government office. Oh, it's Director. Sure. Xia Ruofei glanced at Shi Yuan and said lightly, as for the location of the project, it's still a business secret before my company officially disclosed it to the public. I'm afraid it's not convenient to tell you. I hope Director Shi can understand. Shi Yuan felt embarrassed. He had been rebuffed. Zhu Zhihong couldn't care less about being reserved at this time. He quickly said, President Xia, we noticed that your company's inspection team has already gone to several neighboring districts and counties, even to the neighboring cities. But why haven't they come to our Chongqing County? We also welcome and support this project. County Head Zhu, I didn't ask about the specific arrangements. Xia Ruofei lied without blushing. Our company has a very professional team. I also believe in the team's ability and judgment, so I've been letting them do it. I didn't interfere with the site selection work of the pharmaceutical factory, so, Xia Ruofei shrugged and continued, I don't know why the inspection team didn't consider Chongqing County, but I think there must be a good reason. I believe in my team on this. These words were as good as not saying anything. Zhu Zhihong could not help but criticize in his heart. He would never believe it. Without Xia Ruofei's permission, the inspection team of the Paradise Corporation would dare to completely bypass Chongqing County. According to Wu Liqian's feedback, the Paradise Corporation's first intention was to build a factory in Chongqing County, and it was Xia Ruofei who talked to Wu Liqian personally. It was very likely that it was Xia Ruofei's own idea. But now, Xia Ruofei had completely pushed it aside, as if he did not know about this at all. Zhu Zhihong was a little anxious. He thought for a while and said, President Xia, I won't hide it from you. Our Chongqing County has also attached great importance to the pharmaceutical factory project of your company. For this, we even held a special standing committee and customized a series of preferential measures for this project. Secretary Zeng also attached great importance to this and has given instructions many times on this matter, asking us to form a capable team to specifically take over this project. It would have been fine if Zhu Zhihong did not mention this competent team. Once he mentioned the connection of the team, Xia Ruofei was even angrier. So your so-called competent team is in charge of picking peaches, directly kicking Sister Qian away, and then openly snatching political achievements, is that what you do? County Head Zhu, Xia Ruofei said lightly, first of all, on behalf of the company, I would like to thank Chongqing County for your concern. However, I also said just now that I didn't interfere with the specific arrangements of this project. After all, I have a lot of things to deal with every day. The company doesn't only have one Paradise pharmaceutical factory. How about this, you can directly contact the person in charge of this project, which is also the factory manager of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, Shui Jinshan. I will also let him know, so it will be more convenient for you to directly communicate with him for the specific problems. There was nothing wrong with this sentence, but how could Zhu Zhihong, who had been in the officialdom all year round, not see that Xia Ruofei was just playing ball? Without Xia Ruofei's approval, it would be strange if there was any progress with Shui Jinshan. Xia Ruofei's hard and soft approach did not work, and Zhu Zhihong was at his wit's end. The rest of the people could not even get a word in, especially after Shi Yuan hit a soft nail. Zhu Zhihong's entourage did not dare to come and touch this bad luck. Zhu Zhihong's brain was spinning rapidly. This seemed to be a dead end. The only good thing for Chongqing County was that Xia Ruofei had his eyes on it at the beginning. His intention to invest in Chongqing County was the strongest. However, as far as he knew, the preferential conditions given by the other counties were not worse than those given by Chongqing County. Moreover, for a technology-intensive enterprise like the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory, although transportation conditions were important, they did not occupy a dominant position. As long as the conditions were right, the increase in transportation costs was nothing compared to the amazing profits of the Yushir ointment. Moreover, the volume and weight of the jade skin cream and heart nourishing soup were very small, so the logistics cost was even divided between each product. And the cost was next to nothing. Not to mention that the other counties would take the initiative to compensate for these increased costs in terms of tax. For the Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory, there would be no loss at all. The conversation had reached a stalemate. How could he break it? Zhu Zhihong was deep in thought, and Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He just drank his tea with a smile. At this moment, the clock on the wall showed that there were still 10 minutes before work ended. Xia Ruofei had already made up his mind. If Zhu Zhihong was still saying these useless things when it was time to get off work, he would not hesitate to ask him to leave and not waste time with them. At this time, Zhu Zhihong's mind flashed and he thought of the words, "The person who tied the bell must untie the bell." Although Wu Liqian guaranteed with her party-like personality that she did not take personal revenge on this project or make things difficult for him, Zhu Zhihong had always suspected that the reason why Paradise Corporation's attitude had changed 180 degrees was because of Wu Liqian's elimination. Perhaps Wu Liqian would not take the initiative to ruin the introduction of this project, because she was aware of the big picture, but there was no guarantee that Xia Ruofei would not stand up for Wu Liqian. There had always been a rumor that Wu Liqian and Xia Ruofei had a good personal relationship. If that was the case, even if the project was settled in Chongqing, Wu Liqian would have nothing to do with the political achievements. Why would Xia Ruofei let Lu Haojuan have it? Let's just go our separate ways. In Zhu Zhihong's opinion, this was in line with Xia Ruofei's identity as a young man. He was also young once. When he was Xia Ruofei's age, he was also impulsive and always wanted to settle grudges. He would not think too much about the long term. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhihong seemed to see a glimmer of hope. He quickly considered his words and said, "Director Xia, I heard from County Head Wu that you mentioned to her that you wanted to expand the farm, and you seem to have the intention of connecting the factory with the farm. It was because of County Head Wu's report that we quickly convened the standing committee to discuss preferential measures. I'm just wondering why your company suddenly changed your mind? Finally, I can't hold it in anymore." Xia Ruofei laughed coldly in his heart. Since Zhu Zhihong had brought up Wu Liqian, Xia Ruofei did not beat around the bush anymore. He said lightly, "County Head Zhu, a company's development strategy must be constantly adjusted and revised. Sister Qian didn't lie about this matter back then. We did have such considerations at the time, but when we went to other districts and counties to investigate, it was also necessary for the company's development strategy." Of course, Zhu Zhihong did not take Xia Ruofei's words seriously. He only caught the most important word, Sister Qian. This was the only message that Xia Ruofei wanted to pass on to him. His relationship with County Head Wu was indeed not ordinary. Zhu Zhihong thought to himself. At this point, Zhu Zhihong was very sure that the only reason for the change in attitude of Paradise Corporation was to express their dissatisfaction with them kicking Wu Liqian out without permission. It was indeed not right, but even Xing Jianzhong could not do anything about it, let alone Zhu Zhihong. Of course, after making this judgment, Zhu Zhihong had a strong hope, because Lu Haojuan had left, so this matter naturally had a chance to turn around. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhihong immediately said with an apologetic face, President Xia, speaking of this, we haven't done enough in our Chongqing County. Secretary Xing has told me more than once that we couldn't withstand the pressure and let Wu Liqian suffer. Of course, this is just an individual who doesn't abide by the political rules. It doesn't represent the attitude of our entire team. In fact, we highly approve of County Head Wu's work. 1942 Dark clouds all over the sky scattered. 1. Is that so? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I heard that, sister. Qian's work in Chongqing didn't seem to be going well, Mr. Xia. At the end of the day, it's all because I didn't stick to my principles as the vice-class monitor, Zhu Zhihong said sincerely. That's why Wu Liqian's enthusiasm for work has been dampened. Of course, Secretary Xing has his own difficulties. Sometimes, we don't have a choice. Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face and did not say anything. Zhu Zhihong continued. President Xia, actually, County Head Wu also places a lot of importance on the pharmaceutical factory project. She didn't care about personal gains and losses. After she found out that she was no longer in charge of the specific work of this project, she still wanted to make this project come to our Chongqing. Yup. She's a fool, Xia Ruofei sighed. To Zhu Zhihong and the others, Xia Ruofei's words did not sound like he was mocking Wu Liqian. Instead, they felt that Xia Ruofei and Wu Liqian were close. Zhu Zhihong also said with some emotion, County Head Wu's awareness is really high. Ever since she took office, she had put all her heart and soul into the work of Chongqing County. She's been having some problems at work recently, and I'm worried about her, but her ability is limited. This time, she's able to get a chance to go to the capital for training through her own efforts. We're really happy for her. Xia Ruofei saw that Zhu Zhihong was not pretending to be scared. In fact, in front of a cultivator with strong spiritual power like Xia Ruofei, if an ordinary person lied, his subtle expressions would not escape his eyes. He had already done what he needed to do. Chongqing County had already lowered their stance. Besides, Xia Ruofei had no intention of choosing another place to build the factory. The most suitable place was still Chongqing County. However, he naturally couldn't let it go so easily. It should be Wu Liqian's political achievement. Even if the emperor came, it wouldn't work. In the end, it had to be given to Wu Liqian. Xia Ruofei deliberately pondered for a while before saying, County Head Zhu, I can see that Chongqing is very sincere. The development of an enterprise cannot be separated from the support of the local government. I believe that if the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factories project is really set up in Chongqing, you will also receive full support from the county head. Zhu Zhihong looked happy and quickly said, that's for sure. A high-quality enterprise like the Peach Blossom Company must be on our county government's priority list of support. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, County Head Zhu, how about this? The location of the Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory hasn't been completely decided yet. Since your Chongqing County also has this intention, you can send a team to connect with our pharmaceutical factory and discuss some specific problems with the project. When necessary, we will also go to the site to inspect it. All right. Zhu Zhihong was overjoyed and said, Mr. Xia, we'll set up a working group today to be in charge of contacting your company about the pharmaceutical factory project. Xia Ruofei nodded and said casually, County Head Zhu, county head Wu has always been in charge of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project, so she's more familiar with the situation. Do you think we should let county head Wu take charge of this task force this time? Zhu Zhiheng was stunned for a moment and said in his heart, I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. I was just wondering why President Xia was so easy to talk to all of a sudden. It turned out that he was still trying to give Wu Liqian an achievement. Now, she had changed from Sister Qian to county head Wu. Although he thought so in his heart, Zhu Zhiheng naturally did not show any dissatisfaction on his face. Besides, he had no intention of stealing Wu Liqian's political achievements. People in the officialdom were more or less superstitious, or rather, it was a psychological suggestion. The last person who wanted to steal Wu Liqian's political achievements had now packed up and left. Furthermore, he had directly resigned and was put out of the system. Although Zhu Zhiheng also knew that Wu Liqian, who was far away in Beijing for training, certainly did not have the ability to make Lu Haojuan so miserable. Lu Haojuan's incident this time was also his own doing. It probably had nothing to do with him pestering Wu Liqian and seizing Wu Liqian's political achievements. However, this still made Zhu Zhiheng feel that this project was a bit strange. He had never wanted to touch it. However, it was not a matter of whether Zhu Zhiheng wanted to snatch this political achievement or not, but the problem of Wu Liqian not being able to come back at all. President Xia, by right, county head Wu, is the most suitable candidate. I think Secretary Xing will definitely support him, Zhu Zhiheng said with a troubled expression. But, as you know, county head Wu is currently in the capital for training, and it will take 2 months. Besides, the standards of the training course in the Ministry of State Affairs in Beijing are very high. I'm afraid he won't be able to come back to take charge of the task force during this period of time. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, County head Zhu, as long as Sister Qian wants to come back, it's not a problem to take a few days off. And there's no need for the county to show up, Xia Ruofei added in his heart, even if the county came forward, it would be useless. How could the training classes of the ministry let people go just because of the words of the county leader? Zhu Zhiheng heard this and pondered for a while. He looked up and said, all right. Since President Xia has said so, I personally agree. Of course, we have to report to Secretary Xing when we get back. I don't think Secretary Xing will object. 1943, dark clouds all over the sky scattered, too, then I'll wait for the good news. Xia Ruofei smiled and took a sip of the tea. Zhu Zhiheng saw this and knew that Xia Ruofei was going to send them off. Today's purpose had been achieved, and the result was very satisfactory, so Zhu Zhiheng immediately stood up and said, President Xia, then we won't hold you up from your work. I wish your company and our county can reach a happy cooperation. Goodbye. Xia Ruofei did not ask them to stay for dinner. He stood up and smiled. Good. County head Zhu. Take care. Xia Ruofei personally sent Zhu Zhiheng and the others to the door of the office. Zhu Zhiheng thought for a while and said to Shi Qingyuan, Director Shi, please wait for me at the door. Then, he looked at Xia Ruofei and said, President Xia, can I have a word with you? Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned, but he immediately nodded and said, let's go to my office. The two of them walked back to Xia Ruofei's desk. Zhou Yu had already closed the office door. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, please have a seat, county head Zhu. If you have anything else to say, feel free to say it. The soundproofing here is very good. Zhu Zhihong said, President Xia, there were too many people just now. I think it's necessary to explain to you more about the matter of County Head Wu being removed from the project negotiation team. I hope it can eliminate your misunderstanding of our Chongqing County team. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and gestured for her to come in. Please speak, County Head Zhu, I'm all ears. Zhu Zhihong carefully chose his words and said, as I said just now, this is a personal matter. There's no need to hide this. It's the personal behavior of the former deputy secretary, Liu Haojuan. This comrade's family background is better, but his personality. How do I put it? He's showing off a little. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I've heard of him. He's the one who's been appearing on the internet for the past 2 days, Deputy Secretary Liu. The third generation of the capital is indeed a little arrogant and despotic, it seems like you know Liu Haojuan quite well, Mr. Xia. Zhu Zhihong said, that's good. I don't have to waste too much time. Actually, Liu Haojuan wanted to get involved in this project himself. He contacted Secretary Xing directly through a leader in the province. Zhu Zhihong also showed a helpless expression and said, President Xia. We really had no choice. Whether it was Secretary Zeng or me, it was very difficult to stick to our principles under such pressure. Of course, as the direct leader of County Head Wu, I expressed my opposition at the time. Secretary Xing also tried to mediate, but it was to no avail. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already deduced the general course of events, so he was not particularly surprised when he heard Zhu Zhihong's words. Zhu Zhihong said sincerely, President Xia, I'm not trying to absolve the team from Chongqing County. I just hope you don't misunderstand us too deeply. Because if this project is settled in Chongqing, we'll have a long-term cooperation in the future. I don't want everyone to have any ill feelings. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Thank you for your honesty, County Head Zhu. Liu Haojuan had already been kicked out of Chongqing. Let this matter end. I hope we can have a long-term cooperation in the future. Zhu Zhihong said happily, Definitely. Definitely. President Xia, I'll take my leave now. Alright, County Head Zhu, I'll send you off. Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei sent Zhu Zhihong and the others to the door of the office. After watching them go into the elevator, he turned back to the office and took out his mobile phone to make a call to the capital Beijing party school. Wu Liqian, who had just finished class, was walking to the cafeteria with a file bag in her hand when she received a text message notification on her phone. She took out her phone and swiped it open. It was a notification message that said, Heron Island Airlines has successfully purchased a ticket. Friendly reminder, please go to the airport 1 hour before departure to check in to avoid missing the flight. The flight number. Wu Liqian was a little confused. She didn't buy a plane ticket. Why did the airline suddenly send such a message? Could it be that someone else had left the wrong phone number when buying the plane ticket? Just then, she received a WeChat message from Xia Ruofei. Sister Qian, I bought you a plane ticket and applied for leave. Don't miss your flight. Wu Liqian was confused, but she quickly replied, Are you Ruofei, what's going on? Xia Ruofei sent a smiling emoji and replied, You'll know in a while. Wu Liqian mumbled to herself, This kid, what is he up to this time? You're still keeping me in suspense. Just as she was about to call Xia Ruofei to clarify, her phone rang. This time, it wasn't Xia Ruofei who called. It was the secretary of Chongqing, Zeng. Jianzhong, seeing this, Wu Liqian didn't have the time to question Xia Ruofei anymore. Instead, she picked up the phone. Hello. Secretary Zeng. Wu Liqian said very politely. Although the leader of Chongping didn't do the right thing last time, Wu Liqian knew that an arm couldn't win against a thigh, so she didn't blame Xing Jianzhong and Zhu Zhihong. In fact, Wu Liqian's work ability was outstanding. When she was working in Chongping County, Xing Jianzhong and Zhu Zhihong were relatively supportive of her, and there were not many obstacles in her work. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that Wu Liqian didn't like to fight and just wanted to do her job well. Comrade Liqian. I hope I didn't disturb your class, Xing Jianzhong said with a smile. Secretary Zeng, class just ended. Wu Liqian smiled. I'm preparing to go to the dining hall. The secretary called. Do you have any instructions? I can't call it an instruction. Xing Jianzhong laughed and said, I have good news for you. With the hard work of county head Zhu and my comrades, there's finally some progress on the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project. The Peach Blossom Company has agreed to contact and discuss with us. When necessary, they will also send people to our Chongping County to investigate. Oh, really? That's great. Wu Liqian was happy from the bottom of her heart. Secretary Zeng, this project is very important for the development of our Chongping County. We must seize this opportunity. Yep. That's why I'm calling you for help. Xing Jianzhong said with a smile. Ask for my help? Wu Liqian was confused. Secretary Zeng, what do you mean? It's like this. Our county has set up a task force specifically in charge of contacting the Peach Blossom Company. Xing Jianzhong said, the organization has initially considered handing over the responsibility of the working group to you. It might conflict with the training time, but I believe you can overcome it. Of course, you don't have to be involved in the entire process. You might need to personally follow up on the early stages. As for the follow-up work, you can lead the team through phone calls, emails, and fax when you're in Beijing training. We only have one goal, and that is to successfully bring the Paradise Corporation's project to Chongping County. Comrade Liqian, do you have the confidence to complete the task the organization has given you? Wu Liqian thought of the WeChat message that Xia Ruofei had sent her and the text message that the ticket was successfully booked. She suddenly understood that Xia Ruofei had arranged everything. Her heart was filled with warmth. Wu Liqian composed herself and said firmly, Secretary Zeng, I promise to complete the task. Good. This is the attitude I want. Xing Jianzhong said happily, Comrade Liqian, you should take the time to take a leave and come back. Arrange the early work, and sit down with the Peach Blossom Company as soon as possible to discuss the specific issues. Okay, Secretary Zeng. Wu Liqian said. Let the comrades in the county party committee know after the schedule is set. Xing Jianzhong said, we'll give you a welcome party. Okay. Goodbye, Secretary Zeng. I'll see you in Chongping. After hanging up the phone, Wu Liqian had an urge to cry. These days, she seemed to have been shrouded in a haze. Now, the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the clear blue sky was restored above her head. 1944 The difference between heaven and earth. 1. At 10:15 p.m., a Boeing plane from Beijing landed smoothly at Sanshan Airport. It was already 10:30 p.m. when Wu Liqian dragged her suitcase out of the passage, looking tired. She was indeed very tired. The schedule of the training class was quite tight, and she had been reading until very late these days, so she didn't have enough sleep. In addition, the night flight she was on encountered traffic control at the busy Beijing airport. The plane that was supposed to take off at 6 in the evening was delayed for 2 hours and only took off from Beijing at 8. According to the plan, they should have landed on the Three Mountains by now. In order to ensure that the plane could be pushed out and taxied, as soon as it was released, the flight crew chose to let the passengers board the plane in advance. Wu Liqian had been trapped in the cabin for more than an hour, and after more than 2 hours of flight, she was very tired by the time the plane landed. However, as soon as she got out of the passenger passage, Wu Liqian was stunned. She saw that the secretary of Chongping County, Xing Jianzhong, had come to the airport in person. Similarly, the county head, Zhu Zhihong, was standing beside Xing Jianzhong. As soon as they saw Wu Liqian, they greeted her with a smile. Xing Jianzhong gestured for his secretary to take Wu Liqian's luggage, then said with a smile, "County head Wu, you've had a long journey." Wu Liqian came back to her senses and quickly said, "Secretary Xing. County head Zhu, why did you come here personally?" The secretary and the county head coming to the airport to welcome the executive deputy county head at the same time sounded like a fantasy, but it really did happen. The most important thing was that the flight was delayed by more than 2 hours. Did this mean that Secretary Xing and county head Zhu had been waiting at the airport for more than 2 hours? Thinking of this, Wu Liqian felt even more incredulous. Xing Jianzhong laughed and said, "County head Wu is the hope of our Chongping County. Didn't I say that I would give you a welcome dinner today?" Zhu Zhihong also joined in the fun. "We just didn't expect the plane to be so late. It said that the accuracy of the plane in the direction of Beijing is very low. This time, we've finally seen it for ourselves." Wu Liqian quickly said, "Leaders, you're really putting me to shame. How could I dare to let you welcome me? This, ha ha ha. We're all comrades of the same team. There's no need to be so particular." Xing Jianzhong smiled broadly. "County head Wu, let's go." The car was waiting outside. "I'm sure you didn't eat well on the plane. I've already ordered supper. I'm going to give you a welcome dinner today." Wu Liqian was still in a daze after she got into the car. There was something wrong with the 2 class monitors today. In fact, the reason why Xing Jianzhong and Zhu Zhihong were so courteous today was that they attached great importance to the project of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. Whether the project could be successfully introduced to Chongping depended on Wu Liqian alone. The most important reason was that Wu Liqian's importance in Xing Jianzhong's eyes had far exceeded the past. After listening to Zhu Zhihong's report today, Xing Jianzhong's curiosity about Xia Ruofei increased. He tried to ask about Xia Ruofei and did not expect to get some useful information. After working as the secretary for 2 years, he was fortunate enough to attend a training course at the party school. The lowest rank in the class was an advanced student, which was the minimum threshold to enter the highest school in the party. The training course had allowed him to accumulate a lot of connections. Today, Xing Jianzhong was actually just trying his luck by giving a call to a student from the party school who was working in the Beijing ministry. This student from the party school was already a deputy director back when he was attending a training class. Now, he had been promoted by 1 rank and became the head of an important department. Xing Jianzhong's phone call was mainly to catch up and to mention Xia Ruofei. He didn't expect his classmate from the Communist Party school to know Xia Ruofei. And according to this student from the party school, Xia Ruofei was quite famous among the second and third generation. In the capital, he was very close to a few nouveau riches with strong backgrounds. Xing Jianzhong's mind was jolted when he heard this. He thought of Zhu Zhihong's report that Xia Ruofei had said that Wu Liqian's leave of absence did not need the county to show up. At first, Xing Jianzhong thought that Wu Liqian would ask Tian Huilan for leave. After all, she was Tian Huilan's former secretary. Now it seemed that Xia Ruofei had asked for the leave. A successful entrepreneur with powerful connections at the top. In Xing Jianzhong's eyes, this was someone worth befriending. Xia Ruofei and Wu Liqian were obviously very close, so Xing Jianzhong quickly decided to pick them up personally. This was not only a form of compensation for the grievances that Wu Liqian had suffered, but also a way to express his goodwill to Xia Ruofei. Wu Liqian didn't know about Xing Jianzhong's thoughts, so she was a little reserved all the way. She only felt a little more at ease when she returned to her dormitory after having supper at the hotel. Wu Liqian didn't even bother to take a shower. She took out her phone and called Xia Ruofei. "Sister Qian, have you reached the Three Mountains?" Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "I saw that today's flight is quite late." On the flight monitor, Xia Ruofei was the one who had booked Wu Liqian's flight ticket, so he naturally knew the details. When Wu Liqian found out that Xia Ruofei was still following her flight information on the internet, she could not help but feel warm inside. She smiled and said, "Yes." He had been in the capital for a long time. "After I landed, Secretary Zhang and County Head Zhu insisted on welcoming me, so I'm only home now." 1945 The difference between heaven and earth, too, that's really tiring. Xia Ruofei said, "Rest early today. You'll be officially taking over the job tomorrow." Wu Liqian smiled and said, "It might be difficult for others to do this job, but it's not a challenge for me." "Don't tell me you're going to set up an obstacle for me?" "Ha ha ha. That's hard to say. This is business." Xia Ruofei laughed carefreely. "You represent the Chongqing County government, and I represent the Peach Blossom Company. We're on different sides." "How could it be different?" Wu Liqian also laughed. "This is a win-win cooperation. Okay? We're all on the same side." Woof. She's already in working mode. "Sure," Xia Ruofei said. Wu Liqian couldn't help but giggle. After teasing Xia Ruofei for a while, she felt more relaxed. After chatting for a while, Wu Liqian said, "Ruofei, Secretary Zhang and County Head Zhu went to the airport to pick us up today. I was shocked when I walked out of the passage." "There's such a thing?" Xia Ruofei was also surprised. "Isn't that so?" Wu Liqian said, "And when we had supper at night, the two leaders were very polite and kept toasting me. To be honest, I was a little flattered. Ruofei, I feel like something's not right. This doesn't seem like their style." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Hi. What are you thinking about?" Perhaps they were placing too much importance on the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project. This was called treating the wise with respect. "Who asked you to be the key person in bringing in this project?" "Sister Qian, although you're in Beijing, I'm sure you're aware of the situation in Chongqing County. Secretary Zhang and County Head Zhu are in urgent need of a big project to strengthen their hearts. At present, they were in a very passive situation. You're helping them when they're in need, so it's only right that they be polite to you." After Wu Liqian heard this, she smiled and said, I don't want to think too much about it. I'll try to get this job done as soon as possible, and then I have to go back to Beijing for training. You're going back? Xia Ruofei said. Lu Haojuan has already left. This is a formal training class, and the standards are so high. You can't just quit if you want to. Moreover, the teaching professors were all of high standards. How can we waste such a rare learning opportunity? Wu Liqian said. All right then. Xia Ruofei said, you're a good kid who loves to study. The next morning, Wu Liqian, who was exhausted from the journey, did not follow Xing Jianzhong's instructions to rest at home. Instead, she came to the office early. Regarding the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project, a task force had been set up in Chongqing County. As the person in charge of this task force, Wu Liqian gathered everyone for a meeting on the first day she returned to work. In the past, Wu Liqian's prestige had plummeted because of Lu Haojuan's various constraints. Everyone looked at her with contempt. But this time everything had returned to normal. Everyone even looked at them with more respect. It was no secret that Xing Jianzhong and Zhu Zhihong had personally gone to pick them up and waited at the airport for more than 2 hours. Almost everyone in the agency knew about it. What's more, Lu Haojuan, who had always been against Wu Liqian, had left with his tail between his legs. Wu Liqian had taken a step further and firmly held the project that everyone was drooling over in her hands. Her authority was immediately different, and everyone could not help but respect her. The task force was made up of elite personnel, including the director of the government office, Shi Qingyuan, who was the deputy team leader of the task force and assisted Wu Liqian in handling some specific affairs. Wu Liqian mobilized everyone and divided the work. Some were in charge of coordination, some were in charge of communication, and some were in charge of logistic support, etc. At the end of the meeting, Wu Liqian said, Director Shi, contact the Paradise Corporation immediately after the meeting. I hope to have our first business meeting with them today. All right. County Head Wu Shi Qingyuan said. However, it might not be so easy to talk to the Peach Blossom Company. We've been rebuffed a lot before. Even though President Xia has given us a heads up this time, we can't expect them to be very efficient. Wu Liqian frowned slightly. She had not even started work, and she was already discouraged. How was she going to progress in the future? She said indifferently, you'll be in charge of contacting them. Report to me immediately if you encounter any difficulties. All right. Shi Qingyuan said lazily. It wasn't that he had anything against Wu Liqian. In fact, he was a little uncomfortable with the Peach Blossom Company's attitude. He had been rebuffed by Xia Ruofei last time. To Shi Qingyuan's surprise, when he contacted the Peach Blossom Company, they immediately became much more enthusiastic. When they heard that he was from Chongqing County and that it was Wu Liqian who asked him to contact them. When Shi Qingyuan mentioned that he hoped to meet with the Paradise Corporation today to discuss the specific investment matters, the company agreed without much hesitation. The time was set at around 10 a.m., and it was not to go to the Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory, but to the company's headquarters, the Paradise Building. Calculating the time, it should be just right for him to leave Chongping and drive to the Taoyuan building in the city. Shi Qingyuan quickly reported the situation to Wu Liqian. Let's go now. Wu Liqian said immediately. After a while, a Buick Junua and a Buick minivan drove out of the government compound one after another and headed toward the city. At the Peach Blossom Mansion, when Shi Qingyuan got out of the car, his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He saw the chairman of Paradise Corporation, Xia Ruofei, standing at the entrance of the building, waiting with a smile on his face. After seeing Wu Liqian, Xia Ruofei even took the initiative to greet her and said very politely, "Mayor Wu. Welcome, welcome. I was wondering why I heard the chirping of magpies today. So it's an important guest." Shi Qingyuan could not help but think, "You're on the 15th floor, can you hear the magpies?" He thought of the scene when he accompanied Zhu Zhihong to visit here yesterday. They almost couldn't even enter the door. Not only did Xia Ruofei not welcome them personally, but he also made them wait in the reception room for more than an hour. In the end, they talked for more than 20 minutes. It was really infuriating to compare people. The difference in treatment before and after was too great. Wu Liqian felt warm inside when she saw Xia Ruofei's bright smile. She took a step forward and said, "President Xia. Hello there. Everyone, please come in." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Today, I've gathered factory manager Shui and the two experts he invited. We can have a good talk about the investment." Then, Xia Ruofei said, "Oh right, I've already booked a private room at the Lingji private kitchen. I think it's almost lunchtime after the discussion. County Head Wu, how about giving me a chance to treat everyone to a meal?" "Mr. Xia, we should be the ones treating," Wu Liqian said with a smile. "It's the same no matter who's treating." Xia Ruofei said, "It's decided then. Come, County Head Wu, please come in." In the working group, other than Shi Qingyuan, there were two other people who had accompanied Zhu Zhihong here the day before. When they saw the scene, they were also shocked. Xia Ruofei personally brought Wu Liqian and the others to the meeting room. On the Paradise Corporation's side, Shui Jinshan, the two experts invited from outside the pharmaceutical factory, as well as Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and the others were already waiting in the meeting room. Seeing this, Shi Qingyuan felt that there might be a chance. Xia Ruofei was planning to talk to the people from Chongqing County personally. He had been rather cold to them yesterday and had directly kicked the ball to the pharmaceutical factory. Today, Wu Liqian was the one who came, and the standard was immediately different. As expected, after everyone was seated, Xia Ruofei said, "County Head Wu, everyone here is quite familiar with each other, so I won't introduce you. Let's get straight to the point. I want to hear what kind of preferential treatment and support measures can Chongqing County give us if the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory project is located in Chongqing?" 1946, showing off their acting skills. 1. The treatment is indeed different. Shi Qingyuan thought to himself, let's get straight to the point. It seems like there's a high chance of winning this project. Wu Liqian opened the folder and said, "President Xia, after our standing committee's discussion, if the Paradise Corporation chooses to invest in Chongqing, we will provide preferential policies in land acquisition, tax collection, and many other aspects. As far as I know, these preferential policies are already quite large, and are rarely seen in recent investment projects." After that, Wu Liqian turned her eyes to the folder in front of her and said, "To be specific, it's like this. Regarding land acquisition, we can fully cooperate with the Paradise Corporation. We will be in charge of coordination regarding the collective land. The entire land will be transferred to the Paradise Corporation as industrial land, and the transfer fee will be 30% off this year's base price. In terms of tax, the first 3 years of enterprise income tax and value-added tax were exempted, and the second 2 years 60%, as for the basic facilities and supporting construction, including the construction of power supply lines, road construction, water supply network, etc., the cost will be borne by the Chongqing County government. Of course, this part of the cost will need to be funded by your company and then deducted from the land transfer fee. Wu Liqian briefly explained the preferential measures that the Standing Committee had decided on the last time. Then, she looked up at Xia Ruofei and said, President Xia, our Chongqing County is very sincere. These preferential measures are basically the highest authority of the county level. As for the basic facilities and land transfer fees, we still need to ask the higher ups, but this shouldn't be a big problem. Xia Ruofei tapped his fingers on the table and said non-committally, County Head Wu. Our company has been inspecting several nearby districts and counties during this period of time. Everyone can see that the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory project is a super high-quality project. It will have a very obvious pulling effect on the local economy, so the districts and counties we inspected are all welcoming this project with both hands. In terms of preferential policies, the plan provided by Chongqing County doesn't have much competition. Hearing this, Shi Qingyuan could not help but look at Xia Ruofei deeply. He had thought that the negotiation would go smoothly with Wu Liqian's help. At the beginning, Xia Ruofei had given off the same feeling. He had personally come downstairs to welcome them with a kind attitude. However, when they got to the main point, Xia Ruofei did not speak so easily. Business was business, and no one could find fault with Xia Ruofei's actions. Wu Liqian's expression didn't change. She smiled and said, Director Xia, what about the preferential policies that the other districts have given? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, I don't think it's convenient to disclose this. This is also considered a trade secret. If I say it directly, won't the leaders of the other districts and counties blame me? Feng Rao, Shui Jinshan, and the others could not help but laugh in their hearts. In fact, the offers given by everyone were more or less the same. Most of the places they inspected were the districts in the outskirts of the Three Mountains. These places had the same authority as Chongqing County. If Chongqing County couldn't give them any offers, these places couldn't make their own decisions. However, Xia Ruofei's current situation was just right. Furthermore, it was the Chongqing County that needed the Peach Blossom Company's help. Even if Chongqing County asked other districts about the specific preferential measures, let's not talk about whether these competing districts and counties would be willing to tell them. Even if they took 10,000 steps back and asked, what could they do even if they found out? All of these were just verbal promises, and they had not been carried out on paper. However, it was very useful as a negotiation strategy. Wu Liqian smiled and said, Director Xia, we very much welcome Peach Blossom Company's investment in Chongqing. We're also very sincere about the relevant preferential policies. It's basically the biggest discount we can offer within our authority. Of course, for a high-quality company like Paradise Corporation, we can still give more support, but we need to ask the higher-ups for instructions. No problem, Xia Ruofei nodded, we're very patient. I hope that this investment is a win-win cooperation, and this cooperation plan has to satisfy both of us. All right. Wu Liqian nodded. President Xia, let's stop here for today. I still need to report to County Head Zhu and Secretary Zheng. There are some questions that I need to ask the city County Head Wu. Stay for lunch, he said. Xia Ruofei immediately replied, I've already made a reservation. The Buddha jumps over the wall from Ling Ji's private kitchen is still very special. Wu Liqian immediately recalled the scene where Xia Ruofei treated her to Ling. Ji's private restaurant Buddha jumps over the wall and her heart warmed. She smiled and said, let's wait until we reach an agreement next time. I still have to report to my leader today, so I won't bother you anymore, President. Xia. Shi Qingyuan and the others could not help but shout in their hearts, it wouldn't be too late to go back after eating. What did it matter if he reported a few hours earlier or later? Ling Ji's private kitchen. Buddha jumps over the wall was something that one couldn't get to eat normally even if they had money. Of course, no one would be willing to spend half a month's salary on a Buddha jumps over the wall with the normal income of the system. However, Wu Liqian, the leader, had already stood up. Even if Shi Qingyuan and the others were reluctant to leave, they had to stand up as well. 1947 showing off their acting skills, too, they consoled themselves by thinking, even if I didn't succeed this time, I'll definitely be able to succeed next time. As long as I'm still on the working group, I'll definitely have a chance. President Xia, we'll take our leave first. Wu Liqian said, we'll come up with a new preferential policy as soon as possible. I hope both sides can reach a consensus by then. Then I'll wait for the good news. Xia Ruofei stood up and smiled. He personally sent Wu Liqian and the others downstairs, which could be said to be full of etiquette. Xia Ruofei watched as Wu Liqian's car left the Peach Blossom mansion. He couldn't help but think of the scene in the morning. As soon as he arrived at the office on the 15th floor of Taoyuan building, he received a call from Wu Liqian. Sister Qian, why are you up so early? Xia Ruofei joked, you were so tired yesterday. You should have a beauty sleep today, right? You've given me so many things to do, how can I sleep? Wu Liqian smiled and said, Ruofei, I'm going to call for a meeting with the members of the working group later. Let's cut to the chase. Xia Ruofei stopped joking and asked, Sister Qian, why did you call me so urgently? Is there something wrong? Today, I'll officially start to get involved in the project to bring in the Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory. Wu Liqian said, I'll mobilize the team and divide the work. Then I'll get someone to contact your company and request a meeting to discuss. Xia Ruofei replied casually, no problem. I've already informed the people below, just bring your people over. Since Sister Qian is back in charge of this work, it doesn't matter if we talk about it or not. We'll just go through the motions, sign the letter of intent, and you can just wait to receive your political achievements. I knew you would be like this, Wu Liqian said coyly. I called you first. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Xia Ruofei asked in confusion. Of course it's wrong. Wu Liqian said. I'm telling you, during our meeting today, you have to express your dissatisfaction with Chongping's offer. It's best if you compare it with the offers from other places, and then I'll fight for a bigger offer for you. Ah? Xia Ruofei was stunned. To be fair, the preferential policy that Chongping County has given us is actually quite good. If I were in charge of the negotiations from the start, I would also think that this preferential policy plan is not bad. Wu Liqian said, but the situation is changing every day. Based on the current situation, you can totally ask for more benefits and support. And Secretary Zhang and County Head Xu will definitely do their best to make it happen. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and teased, Sister Qian, this isn't your style. You've always had a high level of awareness, why are you helping an outsider today? Wu Liqian could not help but ask, so you're treating yourself as an outsider? Ruofei, what? You said makes me very sad. I didn't mean it that way. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Wu Liqian laughed and said, I'll get you more discounts. Pretentious. Of course, the more preferential policies, the better. Xia Ruofei said, but you're now in charge of bringing in this investment. The smaller the cost, the better your results will be, right? You don't have to worry about that. As long as I can successfully complete this project, it will be my greatest achievement. As for the price, there's basically no difference in the system. This is not a private company, so there's no KPI. Or anything. Wu Liqian said, it's mainly because there was a problem with what Chongqing County did. If Secretary Xing had been more determined from the beginning, I think the pharmaceutical factory would have already started construction. Therefore, we have to pay a little more price to teach them a lesson and make them remember. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, sure. I quite agree with this. We'll do as you say. Hence, Xia Ruofei and Wu Liqian's question and answer session in the conference room of the Taoyuan building in the morning had actually been discussed over the phone and even rehearsed. The two of them put on a show together. Other than Shi Qingyuan and the other members of the Chongqing County Task Force, Feng Jing, Shui Jinshan, and the others were also kept in the dark. They followed Xia Ruofei to see Wu Liqian off. After the car left the Taoyuan building, Feng Jing smiled and said, Chairman, you're taking advantage of the situation. Aren't you afraid that Chongqing County will be eliminated and not play? Xia Ruofei shrugged and laughed. I don't care. Even if they don't want to play, there are plenty of people who are willing to play with us. Moreover, it's not like we're taking money out of their personal pockets to subsidize the company. They won't be angry. They'll only do their best to help us fight for it in a higher level organization. After all, they're more eager to get this project than anyone else. You're right. Feng Jing said, but Mayor Wu is your friend. You're even taking advantage of your friends. How am I scamming her? I'm clearly helping her, okay? Xia Ruofei said, at first, Chongqing County was already eliminated. Now that she's back, I've given them another chance to enter the arena. This is the greatest result. Fine, fine, fine. You're right anyway. Feng Rao smiled and said, by the way, Chairman, don't forget about the Hong Kong auction the day after tomorrow. That's the most important item of all, and all of our auction items are prepared by you. The promotion has been going on for a few days now, and everyone in Hong Kong is watching us with wide eyes. If you screw up at the critical moment, you'll be embarrassed. CEO Feng, I don't like what you're saying. Shui Jinshan said, why is it that you lost a great deal? Because of a small gain? The pharmaceutical factory is also a big deal, okay? Feng Rao couldn't help but burst into laughter. I forgot that factory manager Shui is here too. Right. The pharmaceutical factory is a big deal too. We must take it seriously. Why do I feel like you're being perfunctory? Shui Jinshan said with a depressed expression, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Actually, Shui Jinshan was mostly joking. He also knew that the pharmaceutical factory project would most likely fall in Chongqing. The previous inspection was just a smokescreen. Now that the negotiation for this project was very close to success, his mood was naturally quite bright. It turned out that Wu Liqian's analysis was quite accurate. After she went back, she reported to Zhu Zhiheng and Xing Jianzhong that the leader and vice leader of the Chongping team quickly decided to give Paradise Company more preferential policies. They were really eager to introduce this project. The three of them had a small meeting in Xing Jianzhong's office and roughly decided on a new discount plan. In this new plan, the preferential rate of land transfer would be increased from 30% to 50%. In other words, the Paradise Company could use 50% of the base price of industrial land in that year to get the land they needed. The tax preferential treatment was directly reduced from a complete exemption for the first 3 years, and a 40% discount for the next 2 years to a complete exemption for 5 years. In terms of basic facilities, Chongping County had once again given them preferential treatment. As a result, the profits of the power companies and water companies might decrease a lot, but they couldn't care so much now. Of course, in the previous plan, Chongping County would be responsible for the basic facilities, but this required the Peach Blossom Company to pay for the construction. If the price in this area was discounted, the amount of funds that the Peach Blossom Company needed to pay would naturally be less. The land transfer fee could also be paid for a long time, divided into 3 years. Xing Jianzhong even proposed that if the Paradise Company was still not satisfied, they would promise to give preferential electricity prices within 3 years. One had to know that once the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory was built, with their snowflakes of orders, they would basically be working 24 hours a day. With so many production lines running together, the consumption of electricity was also huge. Even if the electricity was discounted by 10 cents and 50 cents per kilowatt hour, it would still be a rather large figure in a year. This was equivalent to cutting a piece of meat from the power system. Only a senior secretary like Xing Jianzhong had the ability to coordinate it successfully. Although this was not included in the new plan, they had a mole, Wu Liqian, among them. This electricity bill discount policy was most likely inevitable. 1948 full of yuan 1, the rest of the work progressed quite quickly. The next morning, Wu Liqian brought the team to the Taoyuan mansion again. Xia Ruofei personally came out to receive them. After a short discussion, Xia Ruofei seemed to be interested in the new preferential policy proposed by the Chongping County, but he had not agreed yet. Hence, Wu Liqian invited the inspection team from the Paradise Corporation to investigate the location of the factory in Chongping County. At the same time, she expressed that she would report Xia Ruofei's opinion to the two leaders in the county. Xia Ruofei agreed happily and instructed Xue Jinshan on the spot to have his inspection team go with the Chongping County inspection team after the meeting. In fact, the site selection had already been decided in the early stage, and the inspection by Xue Jinshan and the others was naturally just a formality. In the afternoon, Xue Jinshan and the others came back with good news. Chongping County said that they could give preferential treatment to the pharmaceutical factory's electricity price within 3 years. Specifically, on the basis of the industrial electricity price calculated by the power company, they would give a discount of 10 cents per kilowatt hour of electricity during peak and valley hours. The production line made in Germany was a large consumer of electricity. Xue Jinshan estimated that after the new pharmaceutical factory started production, the electricity bill would be saved at least 1 or 2 million yuan. Chongping County was very sincere. Naturally, Xia Ruofei already knew this. He thought for a while and asked Xue Jinshan to inform Chongping County that the Peach Blossom Company had agreed to let this project land in Chongping County. Xing Jianzhong and Zhu Zhihong were overjoyed after hearing Wu Liqian's report. The two of them immediately asked Wu Liqian to bring some people to the Paradise Company on the same day to discuss some specific terms. Because of Lu Hajuan's incident, the topic of public opinion had been at its peak. It was said that the city leaders were also dissatisfied with Chongqing County. The two of them felt like they were being roasted on a fire. This news was like charcoal in the snow. According to Xing Jianzhong, he naturally hoped that this matter would be settled on paper as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei didn't want to delay any longer. He had to fly to Hong Kong tomorrow to prepare for the auction, so they hit it off. In the afternoon, Wu Liqian brought Shi Qingyuan and the others to the Paradise Company. Together with them were the leaders of the County Power Company, Water Company, Public Road Bureau, and other related units. Xia Ruofei didn't show up at the Peach Blossom Company. The general direction had been set, so Feng Jing, Dong Yun, Shui Jinshan, and the others would follow up on the rest of the details. Since 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two parties had been in the conference room on the 14th floor of the Peach Blossom building. They talked and discussed one by one, putting the previous consensus on paper and forming the first draft of the letter of intent for investment. This letter of intent not only clearly stated all the preferential policies that Chongqing County had promised, but it also marked the specific scope of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory and the land acquisition for Taoyuan Farm. At the same time, the Paradise Corporation also made corresponding promises. For example, the first investment would not be less than 500 million yuan, and they would provide no less than 500 jobs for Chongqing County. These were all written in black and white in the letter of intent. Even though the general direction had been set, the specific terms still needed to be negotiated and coordinated by both parties. Therefore, it was not until 10 p.m. that the first draft was finally out. Xia Ruofei didn't leave either. Feng Jing immediately sent the first draft to Xia Ruofei's office. Xia Ruofei glanced through it and signed a line on the cover. Agree to use this letter of intent to sign a contract with Chongqing County. It was a success. After Shi Qingyuan and the rest saw Xia Ruofei's signature, they all heaved a long sigh. Wu Liqian also nodded secretly. In her opinion, although this matter had gone through many twists and turns, it was finally perfect now. Wu Liqian and the others declined Xia Ruofei's invitation for supper and rushed back to Chongqing County overnight. Xing Jianzhong hoped to sign the contract as soon as possible, so the contract signing was set for tomorrow morning. Xing Jianzhong and Zhu Zhihong naturally hoped that the signing ceremony would be as grand as possible, so Wu Liqian had to prepare for the signing ceremony tomorrow morning with the team. Some of the staff had already contacted the major media outlets, while the two sides were still discussing the specific terms in the afternoon. There were also staff members who were in contact with the advertising company and the conference management company to prepare some materials in advance, including the design of the background board, spray painting, and so on. Tonight, they still had to set up the venue, adjust the lights, sound system, and so on. They would basically be busy all night. Shi Qingyuan and the others wished to taste the Buddha jumps over the wall was once again in vain. At the very least, it would have to be pushed back a little. The next morning, at around 9 a.m., Xia Ruofei, Feng Jing, Dong Yun, Shui Jinshan, and the others arrived at Chongqing County in a Mercedes-Benz that Taoyuan Company had just purchased. Today's contract signing ceremony was held at Li Gang Hotel in Chongqing County. This was the best hotel in Chongqing County. It was built to the standard of a 5-star hotel. Most importantly, Li Gang Hotel had a grand meeting hall. When Taoyuan Company's car stopped at the entrance of Li Gang Hotel, the main leaders of Chongqing County, Xing Jianzhong, Zhu Zhihong, and Wu Liqian had been waiting for a long time. As soon as the car stopped, Xing Jianzhong led the group to welcome them. It could be said that the standard of reception was quite high. 1949, full of roly-poly, 2, President Xia. President Feng. Welcome, welcome. Xing Jianzhong said with a red face. Secretary. Zeng, you're too kind. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we can't afford to be welcomed by you personally. Where? President Xia's decision can be said to benefit the 700,000 people of Chongqing. Xing Jianzhong laughed and said, anyone who can help the development of our Chongqing County is our honored guest. Of course I have to personally welcome him. Xing Jianzhong was a wily old fox in the system, so these polite words naturally came out of his mouth. Xia Ruofei said a few humble words and walked into the hotel with Xing Jianzhong. The contract signing ceremony was at 10:00. Before that, Xia Ruofei and the others were arranged to rest in a lounge next to the conference hall. Accompanied by Xing Jianzhong, Xia Ruofei saw that Wu Liqian looked tired and was still busy with the signing ceremony. He couldn't help but feel concerned. He wanted to let Wu Liqian sit down and rest, but he thought about it and decided not to. Xia Ruofei knew that the more Wu Liqian did, the greater her achievements would be. It would be best if she could complete it all by herself and the other leaders could not interfere. At 10:00 sharp, all the reporters in the conference hall were already there. The photojournalists were busy looking for seats to set up their machines, while the text journalists were mostly editing scripts or conceptualizing today's press release on their laptops. Some people were also chatting with other media reporters who were familiar with them. The lights in the conference hall changed, and the lights on the podium in front were brighter. The next moment, Xing Jianzhong and Xia Ruofei walked out side by side, followed by Zhu Zhihong, Wu Liqian, Feng Jing, and Shui Jinshan. The stage lots were already set up on the stage, and everyone took their seats according to their names. The venue gradually quieted down. The reporters looked curiously at Xia Ruofei, who was sitting beside Xing Jianzhong. The notice of the interview they had received was not very detailed. It only said that the government of the Chongqing County Party Committee had important news on investment attracting, and now that Xia Ruofei had appeared at the press conference, it meant that the news about the construction of a branch of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory that had been spreading around was true. Furthermore, this project that had become popular had been pulled in by Chongqing County. The reporters' interest was immediately piqued. The reporters who had originally wanted to come over to take a transportation fee, then take a draft and go back to edit it. If the coverage was enough, they would post a piece of news for the sake of Chongqing County, but they also put away their indifferent attitude and looked towards the stage. Ever since the Chouhang incident, Xia Ruofei's popularity on the internet had not decreased. As long as he updated his Weibo, even if there was nothing interesting, there would be thousands of comments at the end. This kind of popularity could not even be compared to some A-list celebrities. It could be said that Xia Ruofei was now the main source of traffic. As long as there was news related to him, it would definitely be a hit. As a reporter, which one of them didn't want the news they wrote to be a hit? After everyone was seated, Wu Liqian, who was sitting on the far left side of the podium, opened the microphone in front of her. She was the MC of today's signing ceremony. Xing Jianzhong had arranged for Wu Liqian to host the signing ceremony, which was also a form of recognition of Wu Liqian's position in the project. Wu Liqian looked around at the reporters below the stage and said, "Thank you to all the media friends present for coming to our signing ceremony and press conference today. First of all, please allow me to introduce the leaders and guests who will be attending the signing ceremony. There. The Secretary of the Committee of Chongqing County, Comrade Xing Jianzhong. Zhu Zhihong, Head of the Chongqing County People's Government. Mr. Xia Ruofei, Chairman of Paradise Corporation. Mrs. Wu Liqian, the President of Paradise Corporation. Mr. Shui Jinshan, the Director of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. I'm Wu Liqian, the Deputy Head of Chongqing County. I'll be the host of today's press conference," Wu Liqian said. There was a round of sparse applause from the audience. Next, I'll first invite Secretary Xing to announce the news, Wu Liqian said. Xing Jianzhong opened the microphone in front of him with a smile, cleared his throat, and said, "Welcome to the media. I have good news to announce today. After a long discussion, the Paradise Corporation has decided to build a branch of the Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory in Chongqing County." The reporters had an "I knew it" look on their faces, and all of them were eager to ask questions. However, it wasn't time for the media to ask questions yet, so they could only suppress their anxiety and listen carefully to Xing Jianzhong's speech on stage. As we all know, Paradise Corporation is a high-quality company with great potential for development. The Jade Skin Cream produced by Paradise Pharmaceutical Factory is popular all over the world, and the heart-nourishing soup has also benefited countless families with autism. I think it means a lot to our Chongqing to have such a company choose Chongqing. Xing Jianzhong said. First, it's about the social influence. Xing Jianzhong's speech had a lot of formal words, but the reporters had also recorded the entire process with their recording pens. In the end, Xing Jianzhong said with a smile, "I can reveal a few specific figures to you here. The total investment amount for this project is more than 1.5 billion. The initial capital for the first phase is as high as 500 million. And after the completion of the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, it would provide at least 500 jobs in Chongqing County. It was foreseeable that the factory manager of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical would become a booster for the economic growth of Chongqing County. I'm full of confidence in this." The reporters applauded enthusiastically, not because Xing Jianzhong's speech was wonderful, but because he had finally finished. "Thank you, Secretary Xing," Wu Liqian said. "Let's welcome Mr. Xia Ruofei, the chairman of the Peach Blossom Company, to speak." Xia Ruofei smiled and patted the microphone lightly. Then, he moved closer to the microphone and said, "Thank you, reporter friends, for coming. Why do I feel that all of you look so familiar? We've been seeing each other a little too many times recently." The reporters in the audience suddenly laughed. A bolder female reporter said loudly, "This means that you've been especially popular recently, President Xia." "Ha ha ha. I don't know if it'll be popular or not. I knew I had to be more careful when dealing with you guys. Once I'm not careful with my words, you'll immediately magnify them," Xia Ruofei said half-jokingly. "President Xia, you're the pride of our 3 mountains. We definitely won't slander you," the female reporter said loudly. She looked like a fan of Xia Ruofei. "I'll remember that. The next time I see any negative news about me in the newspapers or on the internet, I'll come to you," Xia Ruofei said. "No problem." The female reporter patted her chest and said. The shaking waves made the male reporter beside her steal a few Glances. Xia Ruofei's casual conversation with the reporter drew everyone closer. In fact, in some foreign talk shows or speeches, a joke would usually be told on stage to make the atmosphere a little more relaxed. Xia Ruofei continued, "All right. Let's get back to the main topic." The Paradise Corporation had chosen Chongping County after rigorous inspection and verification. First of all, I would like to thank Chongtai County and the other districts for the location of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory branch. Our company has almost gone to all the districts and counties around the Three Mountains. Wherever we go, we receive a warm welcome. Thank you. Although we chose Chongping this time, I believe that the pharmaceutical factory will expand again. Xia Ruofei said, "We will have many opportunities to work together in the future." Then, Xia Ruofei said, "I don't want to introduce the project of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. Thank you to the leaders of Chongping County. You've provided us with a series of favorable policies that we can't refuse. It can be said that you're protecting the stable start and rapid development of the pharmaceutical factory." Next, Xia Ruofei briefly introduced the factory's scale, the number of production lines, estimated production capacity, the number of jobs available, expected annual interest tax, and so on. After the introduction, Xia Ruofei ended his speech. Wu Liqian followed the procedure and said, "The next stage is the signing of the letter of intent between the Peach Blossom Company and Chongping County. Please welcome Secretary Zheng and Chairman Xia." 1950 Small Trick 1. Xia Ruofei stood up and made way for Xing Jianzhong. Then, the two of them walked side by side to a signing table that had been prepared. The two of them sat down behind the table, and the assistant handed over the contract of intent. After the two signed the contract, they exchanged it and signed it again. It was a symbolic signing ceremony. In fact, this was just a prop. The real contract of intent had already been signed in the lounge under the witness of the lawyer. It was the same as a lottery winner taking a picture of a prop check. After all, this contract of intent involved many detailed terms and many aspects, and both parties were very cautious. In this situation, it was impossible to check each one by one, so it must be signed in advance. Although if the local government wanted to renege on their promise, it was basically a situation where there was no way to sue. No matter what, the contract still had to be treated with caution. Moreover, this was a combination of interests in itself. As long as Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory could continue to shine, continue to generate profits and taxes for Chongping County, and increase GDP, the possibility of Chongping County breaking their promise was very low. Besides, Xia Ruofei was not worried that Chongping would go back on their word or wait for the pharmaceutical factory project to start construction. If they really made him angry, he could play his cards against the rules. Song Qiming, the head of the Three Mountains, treated him like his own nephew. As long as he was in the right, he could not sit by and watch him get bullied by Chongping. After the contract was signed, Xia Ruofei and Xing Jianzhong stood up and shook hands with each other. At the same time, they showed the contract of intent to the camera. Of course, it was only the cover of the folder. The reporters were also very supportive of Xia Ruofei and pressed the shutter. Under the camera light, Xia Ruofei, who was wearing a tailored suit, looked very radiant. Even Wu Liqian, who was sitting on the side of the podium, couldn't help but feel a little lost. She shook her head lightly and waited for Xia Ruofei and Xing Jianzhong to return to their seats before she said, "Next up is the media Q&A segment. I'll appoint the media friends to ask questions." Please introduce yourself before you ask questions. Thank you for your cooperation. As soon as Wu Liqian finished speaking, the reporters below the stage immediately raised their arms in unison. The lady in orange in the middle of the front row. Wu Liqian pointed at a female reporter and said. The female reporter took the microphone from the staff and said, "Thank you, MC. I'd like to ask Secretary Zheng, during this period of time, there have been rumors on the internet about Deputy Secretary Liu Haojuan of Chongqing County's lifestyle. Can Chongqing County provide positive and specific information?" Zheng Jianzhong's face sank slightly. Today was their day to hold their heads up high, but the first reporter came up to them and touched on a sore spot. Wasn't this too disrespectful? Xia Ruofei maintained his smile. It was none of his business anyway, so he was just a quiet onlooker. That was good. Wu Liqian also frowned slightly and asked, "My reporter friend, I just reminded you to tell me which media you're from before you ask questions. You haven't introduced yourself yet." Today's press conference was arranged in a hurry. As for the media, Chongqing County wasn't as well prepared as before. At least, they didn't give the media some preset questions. But generally speaking, the seating arrangement of reporters was also very particular. This female reporter's seat was in the middle of the first row, which meant that the media she represented should not be small. The female reporter showed a reserved smile and slightly raised her chin. "I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm a reporter from Beijing News Group and Yanjing E-Family Network. Secretary Zheng, can you answer my question now?" Wu Liqian couldn't help but frown. The questions of new media reporters were often sharper than those of traditional media reporters. Moreover, Yanjing E-Family website was a website under the Beijing newspaper group. This website was not only a local website in Beijing. In fact, in the past few years, the Yanjing E-Family website had developed rapidly and was already a comprehensive portal website. Its reporter stations were spread all over the major cities in the country. This was also the reason why this female reporter could get such a good position. The staff of Chongqing County must have arranged her position according to the importance of the media. "I'm sorry," Wu Liqian said. "Today is the press conference regarding the signing of letter of intent between Chongqing County and Taoyuan Company. It has nothing to do with the topic. It's all right, County Head Wu. I'll answer this question." Zheng Jianzhong waved his hand. Wu Liqian looked at Zheng Jianzhong, nodded slightly, and closed her mouth. Zheng Jianzhong knew that if he avoided the question, the reporter would make a big fuss about it, and Chongqing County would be in a more passive position. These days, Chongqing County had not responded to this question directly. In fact, they were very passive in public opinion. Since this reporter had brought it up today, they could take this opportunity to clarify. Of course, there was another reason why Zheng Jianzhong had made such a decision. Zheng Jianzhong pondered for a moment, thought about his words, and then said, "Regarding the question raised by this reporter friend, we don't know the specific situation and can't confirm the authenticity of the online rumors. What I can tell everyone here is that Comrade Liu Haojuan has officially submitted his resignation application to the organization. After we reported it, the higher-ups have approved his application. Just yesterday, Comrade Liu Haojuan has completed all the resignation procedures. In terms of organizational and administrative relations, he is no longer a member of our Chongqing County." 1951 Small trick, too, he didn't speak very quickly because he had more time to think and to prevent himself from saying the wrong thing. The female reporter didn't want to let him go so easily and immediately asked, but, according to the rumors on the internet, the adulterous affair should have happened when Liu Haojuan was the deputy secretary, right? Shouldn't the Chongqing District Committee be involved in the investigation? The investigation will definitely be carried out, Xing Jianzhong said. With a smile. It's just that Comrade Liu Haojuan has already returned to his hometown in Beijing, and the person involved in the incident you mentioned can't be contacted for the time being, so the investigation has not made any progress. Even if, I'm just assuming, even if the rumors on the internet are true, it's still within the scope of a lifestyle problem and not related to a crime. According to the organization's discipline, the most severe punishment is punishment from the party. Now that Comrade Liu Haojuan has resigned from his position, it's much more serious than punishment from the party. Xing Jianzhong paused for a moment before he continued, here, I also sincerely hope that all media friends here will pay more attention to the achievements of our Chongqing County, instead of focusing on some groundless news. If they only report these after dinner gossip, I think it will be difficult for such a media to have any big development. There are still many things worth reporting in our Chongqing County. For example, the introduction of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project this time can greatly promote the development of the county's economy and provide more and more employment positions. Regarding the introduction of the project, the county party committee had arranged the information and thought of some possible questions from the media in advance. They had also prepared the answers in advance, so when Xing Jianzhong spoke about this, he was obviously much more fluent. That's my answer. I hope this reporter friend will be satisfied. Xing Jianzhong ended his answer with a smile. Thank you, Secretary Zheng, the female reporter said. I still have one last question. Is that okay? At this moment, Xing Jianzhong definitely had to show a friendly attitude. He smiled and raised his hand. Ladies have special privileges. I don't think the other reporters would mind, so please go ahead. The female reporter had a faint smile on her face and asked, Secretary Zheng, it said that the project to bring in Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory was previously handled by Deputy Secretary Liu Haojuan, but there wasn't much progress. However, after it was changed to Deputy County Head Wu, this project was easily won in just 2 to 3 days. Is there any inside story behind this? Xing Jianzhong's face showed a hint of displeasure. He didn't know what the female reporter's purpose was, but all the questions she asked involved Liu Haojuan. The question just now was not a question, but a checkmate. If there was such a thing, didn't it mean that he didn't know people well and made a mistake in his decision? If there was no such thing, the female reporter might be able to come up with other evidence to refute him. Moreover, the female reporter's questions were all about Liu Haojuan, which made Xing Jianzhong feel that something was wrong. He stared at the female reporter for a few seconds before he slowly said, I don't know where you got this information, but what I want to say is that Comrade Liu Haojuan was indeed in charge of this work when he was in office. Deputy County Head Wu thought that she had been studying in Beijing before, and this time it was for the organization's needs, so he asked her to take a temporary leave to come back and take charge of this work. This was just the normal division of work, there was no inside story. In addition, no work can be done overnight. Deputy County Head Wu was able to discuss this project in such a short period of time because of Comrade Liu Haojuan's effective work. His work has laid a solid foundation for the subsequent negotiations. Even though Liu Haojuan did nothing, Xing Jianzhong had to pinch his nose and praise him a little. Otherwise, it would be difficult to answer this question full of traps. Of course, Lu Haojuan had already packed up and left, so there was no harm in giving him a few free praises. It was like a person who had passed away. The life announcement at the memorial service would be full of words of praise. Even if the person's life was full of misdeeds, no one would criticize him at his funeral. After Xing Jianzhang answered the question, Wu Liqian immediately said, "Friends from the media who are going to ask questions later, please be careful not to stray from the topic. Let's continue with the questions." The man in the striped suit on the left of the third row, "Please ask." This time, Wu Liqian specifically picked a reporter she knew, because she was worried that the situation just now would happen again. Xing Jianzhang had responded appropriately just now and didn't leave any evidence for the media to say. After all, he was an old secretary who had been in a leadership position for so many years, and his words were watertight. The male reporter stood up and said, "Thank you, host. I'm a reporter from the Sanshan Megacity newspaper and the Sanshan Megacity network. This question was for Director Xia. I would like to ask why the Paradise Corporation chose to invest and build a factory in Chongqing County? Would the company's strategic focus shift to cosmetic production in the future?" "Thank you." Xia Ruofei had been watching the show. Actually, when the female reporter asked the second question, Xia Ruofei also felt that something was wrong. He thought of the female reporter's company, Yanjing E Family Network, and his heart was moved. It was a website under the Beijing newspaper group. Lu Haojuan's father, Lu Chuanfeng, was a deputy minister of the publicity department and also the chairman of the Beijing newspaper group. It seemed that Lu Haojuan was not willing to lose. Even if he had been pulled down from the stage, he still wanted to mess things up. Xia Ruofei said in his heart. The only reason why the people from Chongqing knew so little about Lu Haojuan's background was that they would not have arranged for the female reporter to sit in the center of the room. Wu Liqian would also not have asked her questions. In that case, he could only ask Xing Jianzhang questions after the press conference. However, this way, the impact would not be as great as the questions at the official press conference, and Xing Jianzhang could continue to play Tai Chi. Xia Ruofei's mouth twitched. Lu Haojuan was too narrow-minded. He could only resort to such disgusting tricks. In reality, no matter how much Yanjing's family spread the news, it would be difficult to cause any substantial damage to Chongqing and the Tao Yuan Company. Xia Ruofei's mind was filled with these thoughts, so he couldn't help but be a little distracted. Xia Ruofei came back to his senses after the reporter asked his question. He touched his nose awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't hear you clearly just now. Can you please repeat it again?" "All right. I want to ask Chairman Xia. Why did you choose to build a factory in Chongqing County? Also, does the launch of this project mean that the strategic center of Paradise Corporation will shift to cosmetics production in the future?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Actually, you have two questions. The first question is very simple. Whether it's the geographical location or the investment environment of Chongqing, it meets our requirements. In addition, everyone knows that our Paradise Corporation has a farm located in Chongqing. This time, we plan to expand the farm scope at the same time, and have optimized the land acquisition plan. In the future, the factory and the farm can be connected together, which will be more conducive to management. Of course, there's a more important reason, and that is that Chongqing County has given us many preferential measures." It could be said that he was full of sincerity. Once again, I would like to thank Secretary Zhang, County Head Zhu, and Deputy County Head Wu for their support and help to the Paradise Corporation. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, the second question. Do you want to move the company's strategic center? In fact, the pharmaceutical factory is only one of the core businesses of our Paradise Corporation. I can't deny that this is very profitable, but I think our company's determination to develop in multiple ways will not change. And after the new factory is built, half of the production line will be used for the production of the heart-nourishing soup. I hope it can help more children with autism. Right, speaking of which, let's also announce a piece of news. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. 1952 promotion by half a rank, 1. Xia Ruofei paused for a moment. After everyone's attention was on him, he smiled and said, tomorrow, our company will be holding a special auction in Hong Kong. Many of Paradise Corporation's products will be up for auction, including the best truffles, one-headed abalones, cordyceps, wild ginseng, and so on. This auction will be hosted by Hong Kong's Hengfeng Group, and so far, we have received more than 300 million Hong Kong dollars as the auction deposit. Some of the super rich in Europe and the United States, as well as the managers of world-famous Michelin star restaurants, have arrived in Hong Kong in advance. This will be the first time our company will auction off a series of high-end products. There was a commotion among the reporters. Everyone was more concerned about the news in the mainland. The Peach Blossom Company's product auction in Hong Kong had been hyping up for some time, but the ordinary people in the mainland, including these reporters, were not aware of this news. Some of the high-end auctions in Hong Kong were very well known in the world. It was quite impressive for a company from mainland China to hold a special auction in Hong Kong, and the deposit of the auction alone was more than 300 million Hong Kong dollars. No one suspected that Xia Ruofei had given a false number because the news of the auction was not a secret. Previously, no one had paid attention to it. Now that they knew the news, they could just go to the Hengfeng Auction House's official website to check. Moreover, the speed of the mobile internet was very fast these days. Basically, such high-end auctions would have a live video broadcast of the entire process, the number of rich people attending and the approximate number of people attending could be roughly calculated through the live broadcast. Hence, there was no point in Xia Ruofei making a false number as it would be exposed very quickly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, that's why, of course, we won't shift all our focus to the production of the jaded skin cream just because it's selling like hotcakes. The company's strategy is to go for the high-end and premium route. In the future, our company's product line will become richer and richer, and the fields we will be involved in will also become wider and wider. After Xia Ruofei answered this question, the reporters immediately got excited and couldn't wait to continue asking questions. Wu Liqian quickly appointed another reporter. The next few reporters asked Xia Ruofei questions one after another. Many of them were about the details of the auction. Xing Jianzhong didn't feel unhappy about being ignored. On the contrary, he was secretly relieved. The female reporter's question just now had made him sweat a little. Time was short, and the answers to these questions were not prepared in advance. If he was not careful, he would say the wrong thing and then be magnified by the media infinitely. Now that everyone's attention was on the auction that Xia Ruofei had mentioned, he felt much more relaxed. Xing Jianzhong even secretly thanked Xia Ruofei. He felt that Xia Ruofei had chosen to reveal the news of the auction at this time, to help him divert the reporter's attention. After Xia Ruofei had answered about 4 to 5 questions, Wu Liqian said, "Thank you for your questions, reporters. Because of time constraints, President Xia has to fly to Hong Kong to attend the auction, so today's Q&A session will end here. Thank you." After the press conference ended, the reporters didn't want to leave. They all gathered around the podium, hoping to continue asking Xia Ruofei questions. Usually, after a press conference, the spokesperson would be willing to answer questions from the reporters. However, Xia Ruofei was in a hurry today, so he had to separate the crowd and said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have to rush to the airport immediately. If you want to know more, you can contact our company's marketing department or directly contact the Hengfeng auction house." Thank you, everyone. Finally, they returned to the lounge next to the conference room. Xia Ruofei wiped his sweat and said, "The reporters are so enthusiastic." Xing Jianzhong laughed and said, "That's because you have your own traffic, President Xia. Usually, when we want to release news in our county, many media outlets are not willing to come. This time, when they said it was related to the cooperation with the Paradise Corporation, even though they only contacted each other last night, the media in Sanshan all rushed over. Xia Ruofei didn't expect Xing Jianzhong to know the internet slang for built in data. He couldn't help but feel surprised. He smiled and said, "Secretary Zhang, you're too kind." Xing Jianzhong asked with a smile, "You really don't want to stay for a meal? I've already asked the comrades from the county party committee to book a hotel." Xia Ruofei shook his head. "Secretary Zhang, I didn't lie to the reporters. We really have to catch a flight to Hong Kong. We even brought our luggage with us." Sanshan's airport was located within the borders of Chongqing County. Xia Ruofei and the rest had planned to go to the airport directly from Chongqing County after attending the signing ceremony and the press conference. They did not have to make a round trip from the city. Therefore, a few of them who were going to Hong Kong had packed their luggage in advance and placed them in the car. "All right then. I won't keep you," Xing Jianzhong said readily. "Director Xia, I wish your Hong Kong auction a great success." "Thank you, Secretary Zhang." Xia Ruofei smiled. "We'll push on with the pharmaceutical factory project as soon as possible. Of course, we'll also need help from Chongqing County for the land acquisition. Otherwise, we won't be able to proceed with the land leveling and construction." 1953 Promotion by half a rank, 2, "Don't worry about that, President Xia," Xing Jianzhong said, after the specific land acquisition area is mapped out, the county will handle it. Just wait to receive the land. We also hope that the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory can start production as soon as possible. Then I'll leave it to everyone. Xia Ruofei said, "Secretary Zheng, County Head Zhu, County Head Wu, we'll take our leave first." Xia Ruofei winked at Wu Liqian, and Wu Liqian smiled. Xing Jianzhong and the others personally sent Xia Ruofei and the others out of the hotel. They waved and watched as Xia Ruofei and the others left in their commercial vehicle before they turned around and walked back. In the hotel lobby, Xing Jianzhong affectionately said, "County Head Wu, it's all thanks to you that this matter was so successful." "Secretary Zhang, you're too kind." Wu Liqian smiled and said, "It's all because of the trust of the leaders and the cooperation of the comrades that we were able to close this project in such a short time. I didn't make any personal contributions." At a time like this, she should be polite and humble. Anyway, no one could take her credit and achievements away. Xing Jianzhong smiled and looked at Zhu Zhihong, saying, County Head Zhu, in the future, you should recommend more capable and humble officials like County Head Wu to our party committee. Secretary Zhang, County Head Wu is my most capable subordinate. Zhu Zhihong forced a smile. You're stealing my girl without saying a word. It's hard for the government to carry out their work. Wu Liqian was confused when she saw the first and second in command teasing her. She couldn't help but ask, what are the two leaders talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. Xing Jianzhong and Zhu Zhihong looked at each other, then laughed and said, County Head Wu, County Head Zhu has some opinions. It's like this, didn't Lu Haojuan resign from his position? Right now, the party committee is lacking a deputy secretary. After discussing with County Head Zhu, I recommended you to the higher-ups, hoping to give you more responsibilities. The city has already agreed to our recommendation in principle, so you can take care of the work at hand in the next 2 days and be ready to hand it over at any time. Me? Wu Liqian's eyes widened. Isn't this a little too sudden? Lu Haojuan had been forced to resign after the scandal. At first, Wu Liqian just felt relaxed because she didn't have to face his endless pestering. She didn't think about fighting for the position of the deputy secretary. After all, she had been the executive deputy county head for less than 3 years. A deputy secretary was equivalent to the third in command. Such an important position shouldn't have been hers. She didn't expect that this position would fall into her hands even though she didn't fight for it. This was an unexpected surprise. Xing Jianzhong smiled and said, the position is vacant now, but someone has to do the work, right? Also, with County Head Wu's ability and prestige, he's the most suitable candidate to take over. That's why I don't think it's sudden at all. Thank you for your trust, Wu Liqian said. No one wouldn't want to keep improving in their career. Since she was given a more important position, she couldn't refuse it. Although the deputy secretary and the executive deputy head of the county were of the same rank, they were ranked differently in the team. The importance of the two positions naturally had a difference. Wu Liqian had been promoted to the deputy county head position in just 1 or 2 years, which could be considered a promotion. Xing Jianzhong waved his hand and said, it's mainly because you've done well in your work. County Head Wu, although the project contract has been signed, the working group can not be disbanded. It can be used as a temporary part-time organization. Normally, the comrades should go back and divide the daily tasks. If the working group needs anything, you can call everyone together at any time. The task of this working group is still to coordinate with the Peach Blossom Company. The construction period of the entire project will take at least a few months. During this period, there will definitely be a lot of things that need to be coordinated. How was it? Do you have the confidence to complete the mission? No problem, Wu Liqian said. Secretary, please rest assured. However, Secretary Zheng, I have a request. Do you still want to go back and continue your training? Xing Jianzhong chuckled and said, County Head Zhu has already told me about this. We respect your personal wishes. If you want to go back and continue your studies, there's definitely no problem. It's just that you'll have to work harder when you're studying. Other work can be handed over to other deputy county heads, but you still have to take on the responsibility of the work group. You can remotely command them through email or phone. All right. Secretary Zheng, don't worry. I won't delay my family's work. Wu Liqian said happily. Also, the training course will only last for 2 months. I'll be back soon. Xing Jianzhong said meaningfully, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to come back after the training. Such an outstanding female cadre, if she is fancied by any ministry, I think that's very likely. Zhu Zhihong also said. Wu Liqian smiled. Don't worry, leaders. I'm not going anywhere. I'll go back to Chongping. After the training, we will remember your promise. Xing Jianzhong said, then we'll wait for you to come back after you finish your studies. 1954, promotion by half a rank, 3. Sancheon Airport. In front of a slightly lower building next to the main building of the terminal building, Xia Ruofei and the rest got off the car. Lei Hu, who was the driver today, was busy taking everyone's luggage from the trunk, while Xia Ruofei was briefing Xue Jinshan, who was left behind. Keep a close eye on the pharmaceutical factory project. Xia Ruofei said, we won't be in Hong Kong for long. These few days, we will focus on land acquisition. We have to keep in close contact with Chongping County. If necessary, urge them. You can contact County Head Wu directly. She will spare no effort to solve the problem for us. While she is still in Chongping, we should quickly settle the land acquisition. The scope of the land that Taoyuan Company needed had already been clearly stated by the company. Thus, Xue Jinshan only needed to cooperate with Chongping County for surveying and mapping in the early stage, and then urge them to complete the land acquisition as soon as possible. The work was not complicated. Don't worry, Chairman. Xue Jinshan nodded. This was the most important matter right now. I've handed over the daily production work to the deputy director. We can't relax on safety production either. Xia Ruofei said, especially when we're giving birth to products that are either to be applied on the face or to be drunk. We can't have any safety issues. Otherwise, the reputation that we've built up with so much effort will be destroyed. I understand. I'll supervise and check. Xue Jinshan said. Xia Ruofei patted Xue Jinshan's shoulder and said, thank you for your hard work these few days. When the pharmaceutical factory project is over, I'll give you a few days off. And you can go on a vacation. The company will pay for it as compensation for not being able to go to Hong Kong this time. Then I'll thank the chairman first. Xue Jinshan chuckled, Chairman, you guys go in quickly. Don't miss the flight. It's fine. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Kanayama, we're leaving. Have a safe journey. Xia Ruofei brought Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and Peng Hao into the building with their luggage. Chairman, how are we going to enter? From here? Isn't the departure hall in the building in front? Peng Hao could not help but ask. He had wanted to ask for a long time, but he never had the chance. Xia Ruofei had been telling Xue Jinshan about work. Feng Rao smiled and explained on Xia Ruofei's behalf, Director Peng, this is the private passageway for public business. Plane passengers. Tisk, tisk. Peng Hao said. I almost forgot, we're taking a public service plane this time. Chairman, isn't it expensive to rent a plane? You've really put in a lot of effort. If I say I won't spend a single cent, would you believe me? Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. Feng Jing and the others shook their heads in unison. How could there be a free lunch in this world? The rental of a plane was easily hundreds of thousands of yuan per take, off and landing. Which company would be so generous as to directly waive the Fee? Xia Ruofei was not their father. Indeed, Xia Ruofei was not Li Yifu's father, but he was his senior granduncle. Xia Ruofei smiled but did not explain. He led Feng Jing and the rest through the security check. They were taking the Gulfstream G650 to Hong Kong today. The flight crew had already reported the passenger list and information to the airport in advance. The security check of private planes was far less strict than that of ordinary commercial planes. Basically, as long as they did not carry dangerous items such as guns and bombs, they could pass through the security check smoothly. On the other side of the security passage, a flight attendant in uniform had been waiting for a long time. Ying was a member of the G650 flight crew. She was more than enough to be a chief flight attendant in an ordinary airline. Of course, the salary of the purser of other airline companies was far less than that of an ordinary flight attendant in the G650 crew. The flight attendant came up to him with a generous smile on her face and said, "Mr. Xia, distinguished guests, the plane is ready. This way, please." 1955 Private Jet 1. After passing through a corridor, the tarmac was outside. Through the large fan's floor, 2. Ceiling glass, one could see the Gulfstream G650 business jet parked outside. The streamlined body glowed under the sun, giving off an indescribable sense of beauty. Although the Gulfstream series of commercial planes seemed to have shrunk a lot compared to the commercial planes in the distance, private planes and commercial planes were two completely different concepts. Although the Gulfstream was small, it appeared so domineering when it was parked there. The captain, Luan, and Jing Daming, along with the crew, stood in 2 rows at the door of the cabin to welcome Xia Ruofei and the others. Pang Hao mumbled softly, "Which company rented this plane? The service is really on point," even though Feng Jing and Dong Yun had both lived overseas before. This was the first time they had ever been in a business jet. Feng Jing said uncertainly, "Maybe this is their service process, President Xia." Luan stepped forward and said, "Everything is ready. Please board the plane." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Why does it sound like he's going to be the emperor?" Feng Rao and Dong Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xia Ruofei patted Luan on the shoulder and said, "I'm just joking. Captain Lu, the weather is not bad today, right? It's a very suitable weather for flying." Luan said, "I've checked the weather forecast for the route. It should be very stable along the way. Also, Sanshan Airport and our destination Hong Kong Airport will not have too much traffic during our take-off and landing phase. Today should be smooth." "That's good. Thank you for your hard work, everyone." Xia Ruofei said, "We might be staying in Hong Kong for 2 to 3 days. Do you need me to arrange for your food and accommodation during this period?" "No need, President Xia." Luan said, "The Kyushu Group has set up an office in Hong Kong. They have already made arrangements for us." "All right then." Xia Ruofei said, "You guys can tour Hong Kong. We should be here for at least 2 days." "All right," Luan said. Xia Ruofei turned around and said with a smile, "Comrades, get on the plane." When he turned around, he saw Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and Pang Hao all wearing the same expression. Their mouths were wide open as they stared at the tail of the plane in a daze. "Hey! My soul has returned." Xia Ruofei waved his hand in front of Feng Rao's eyes, and she finally came back to her senses. With a look of disbelief, Feng Rao pointed to the tail of the plane and said, "President, Isn't this our company's logo?" It turned out that when they came out of the security check and walked to The front of the plane, they were walking from the front of the plane, so they couldn't see the department. At the tail of the plane. Now that they turned to the side, the three of them were attracted by the huge Paradise Corporation logo on the tail of the plane. At first, when everyone saw the green paint on the body of the plane, they felt that it was a little novel. It felt a little like the Qinba plane that had changed its paint, but it didn't directly print Taoyuan vegetables. They felt that the rented plane was quite suitable for the scene and matched the positioning of Taoyuan Company. However, when they saw Paradise Corporation's logo, a wave of emotion suddenly surged in their hearts. If they were renting a plane from a business jet company, no matter how good their service was, they wouldn't change the paint of the plane to the client's company's logo at the last minute. Xia Ruofei raised his head and glanced at the big logo of the Paradise Corporation. He smiled and said, "You guys have good eyes." I recognized it at a glance. Peng Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Mr. Chairman, the logo is so big. As long as you're not blind, you can definitely see it, okay? Don't tell me this is the company's new business plane. When did our company become so rich and overbearing? And, as the director of China, how come I didn't know about the hundreds of millions of expenses?" Feng Rao and Dong Yin also looked at Xia Ruofei. "I didn't buy it." Xia Ruofei chuckled. Feng Jing heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. To be honest, the total assets of Paradise Corporation were only about 1 billion yuan. Although it was developing rapidly, it was still a little too extravagant to buy a brand new Gulfstream G650 plane. This plane was worth more than half the company. She did not want Xia Ruofei to be such a prodigal. This was a gift from someone else. Xia Ruofei continued. Feng Rao and the other two's eyes almost popped out. "What?" Feng Jing couldn't help but cry out, "Who would give you such an expensive private jet?" "Chairman, this is too unbelievable, right?" "Chairman, don't try to fool me if I'm uneducated." Peng Hao chimed in. Even the former richest man in the United States, Mr. Bill Gates, couldn't be so generous, right? Unless you're his illegitimate child. At this point, Peng Hao couldn't help but chuckle evilly. Xia Ruofei glared at Peng Hao and said, "I'm not lying to you. It's a gift from an old friend of mine." "Do you know about the Kyushu Group in the United States?" Feng Jing and Dong Yun nodded in agreement. As Wanwan worked overseas, how could she not have heard of the Kyushu Group? Although the Kyushu Group was not one of the top richest people in the United States, the company's Chinese background was enough to make all the overseas Chinese very familiar with it. 1956 private jet, too. This plane was given to me by the chairman of the Kyushu Group, Li Fu. Xia Ruofei said, "But it's still under the Kyushu Group's name. It's just for my long-term use." "I see," Feng Jing said. There was still a difference between giving away an airplane and giving away the right to use an airplane. However, Xia Ruofei's next words made her gasp. Xia Ruofei said, "So, Captain Liu and the others are actually all employees of the Kyushu Group. All the expenses incurred by this plane are borne by the Kyushu Group. In fact, I only have the right to use it." That's all. Feng Rao and the others couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Wasn't this even better than giving it away for free? Even if an ordinary person was given an airplane, he would not be able to afford it. Even if the plane did not fly for a day, the daily rental and maintenance costs generated by the airport were not something that ordinary people could afford. But now, the Kyushu Group had covered all the expenses, and Xia Ruofei could use it at any time without having to pay a single cent. There was actually such a good thing in the world. Could it be that Xia Ruofei was really the illegitimate son of the chairman of the Kyushu group, Li Fu? The age didn't seem to match, right? Li Fu is quite old. Feng Jing couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Xia Ruofei saw Feng Jing's strange look and knew that she must have misunderstood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Don't look at me like that. The reason why Mr. Li Fu gave me an airplane is because there are some hidden reasons. Anyway, it's not what you think. Let's put it this way. The help I gave him is no less valuable than an airplane." Feng Jing could understand Xia Ruofei's explanation. She knew that Xia Ruofei had good medical skills. He was the one who had developed the jaded skin cream and the heart nourishing soup. Although Xia Ruofei was being tactful, Feng Jing guessed that Xia Ruofei had used his medical skills to help Li Fu. After all, world-class tycoons valued their lives very much. If he really did save their lives, what was a plane worth? Although Feng Rao's guess was wrong, it was not far from the truth. Xia Ruofei did not save Li Fu's life, but it was equivalent to giving him a second life. In the eyes of cultivators, how could money in the secular world compare to the help and support on the road to cultivation? Moreover, Xia Ruofei was Li Fu's granduncle, master, so it was only natural for him to be filial to his elders. Xia Ruofei said, all right. Let's not waste time here. Let's get on the plane. Let's go. Let's go up and take a look. Peng Hao shouted. If it was a rented plane, no one would be too interested. After all, it was someone else's. Although the rent was more expensive, it could only be used once or twice. Even if they rented it again, it might not be this plane anymore. However, this was Xia Ruofei's private plane, so it was a different feeling. The group boarded the plane one after another, with Xia Ruofei at the back. Before he stepped onto the ramp, he turned back and asked, by the way, have you packed the things that Tao Yuan Farm sent over? Before Xia Ruofei set off today, he had already packed all the auction items into boxes and asked Ji Lingyun to personally escort them to the airport with 3 cars and more than 10 veteran soldiers. After all, the overall value of these items was quite high. The key was that the press conference would be held tomorrow. Xia Ruofei did not want any accidents to happen during the delivery process. Yes. Luan replied immediately. They're all in the plane. According to your request, we've installed a freezer. The boxes 01 and 02 are already in the freezer. Xia Ruofei placed the truffle and 1 head abalone, which needed to be frozen, in 2 thermal containers. They had been kept fresh with ice during the transportation process. After they were sent to the plane, they were directly placed in the freezer. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, that's good. Captain Liu, let's leave as soon as possible. All right, Director Xia. Luan accompanied Xia Ruofei to board the plane. The airport usually gives priority to small business jets like us. I also contacted the air traffic control department yesterday. As long as we close the doors and get ready, we won't have to wait too long. After everyone boarded the plane, the stewardess retracted the accommodation ladder and closed the cabin door. In the cabin, Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and Peng Hao were still looking around the plane with great interest, occasionally letting out sounds of praise. Even Dong Yun, who had a rather cold personality, revealed a look of envy. This plane could have been customized by a Mexico tycoon, but the order was later cancelled, and Li Fu bought it. Although Li Fu was worried about the difference in Eastern and Western aesthetics, so he made some changes to the interior design, he was sure that he made better changes. It would not be lower than the original Mexico Tycoon standard. Therefore, the interior of the plane could be said to be extremely luxurious. The entire cabin was decorated with warm colors, and the decoration was made of mahogany with a strong contrast, giving a very modern feeling. In addition, some of the more prominent parts were decorated with red sandalwood strips, which made it even more high-grade. There were a total of 4 single seats in the front area, all of which were handmade leather sofas from the Aristio brand. The color matching matched the double-colored leather ceiling and the leather walls of the side cabin. The metal part glowed with a silver light. The floor was covered with a hand-made Italy wool carpet, which made it look noble and luxurious. The lights on the top of the cabin emitted a soft light, making the entire cabin space seem even more dreamy. "It's so good to be rich," Peng Hao couldn't help but mutter. "Chairman, I saw a single room at the back of the plane. There's even a double bed." Xia Ruofei looked at Peng Hao's perverted eyes, and knew that he must be thinking of something like vibration in his mind. He couldn't help but glare at him and said, "Do you want to go up and lie down? It's only 2 hours to fly to Hong Kong from here. Is it enough for you to sleep?" When Peng Hao heard Xia Ruofei's unfriendly tone, he quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm just envious. I don't have that kind of intention. Brother Fei, I'm in the wrong, okay? Director Peng, the chairman is inviting you to go to bed with him," Feng Jing said with a smile. Xia Ruofei almost vomited blood. The air stewardess beside him, who was preparing for take-off, was also trying very hard to hold back her laughter. Xia Ruofei said, "Everyone, pick a seat. Put on your seat belt, the plane will take off soon." There were 4 single-seater sofas in the front area. Xia Ruofei's group also had 4 people. Everyone chose their own seats and sat down. Peng Hao's body almost sank into the sofa. He let out a comfortable moan. "This is so enjoyable. When I have money, I'll have it too." "You want to buy a plane like this?" Feng Rao asked with a smile. Peng Hao's expression froze for a moment before he said, "I want to buy a sofa of the same style and sit on it every day at home." "Ha ha ha." Xia Ruofei and the others burst out laughing. At this moment, 2 air stewardesses came over to serve everyone. They brought red wine and drinks. At the same time, he brought the menu. "We can even order food?" Peng Hao said. "There aren't many choices. Everyone can choose." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "But don't eat too much. I'm guessing that after the plane lands, Chairman Ma will treat us to a meal. Then I'll save my stomach for a big meal." Peng Hao said. "As you wish." Xia Ruofei shrugged. Having said that, the 4 of them still looked at the menu and each ordered a meal. At this moment, the plane trembled slightly and began to push outward. Captain Luan's announcement was also heard from the cabin. 1957 arrival in Hong Kong. 1. The Gulfstream G650 was allowed to enter the runway after a Boeing plane landed and left the runway. After taxiing into the runway at the end of the runway, the Gulfstream plane accelerated rapidly on the runway against the sun. The people on the plane suddenly felt an obvious back-pushing feeling. Then, the nose of the plane rose slightly, and the plane jumped into the sky. The flight from Sanshan to Hong Kong was only about 2 hours. The Gulfstream G650 was equipped with 2 Rolls-Royce engines and could reach a maximum speed of 0.925 Mach, which was much faster than the general commercial aircraft, so the entire flight time was shorter. About 20 minutes after taking off, the plane had climbed to a cruising altitude of 41,000 feet. At this altitude, it could avoid most of the crowded routes and bad weather. Therefore, the entire flight was just as Captain Lewin had said before taking off. It was quite stable. Less than an hour had passed on the cruise, and the plane began to slowly lower its altitude again. When the plane landed smoothly on the runway of Hong Kong International Airport, the setting sun was still high above the sea in the west of the airport. Sitting in the cabin, one could see the sparkling sea. In fact, this was just a bay, and on the opposite side was Pearl. The Gulfstream G650 plane slowly entered the tarmac through the runway. It was far away from the busy parking space next to the terminal and had a quiet feeling. The only thing that matched the busy Hong Kong airport in his impression was the various models of aircraft taking off and landing on the runway in the distance. The sound of the plane's engine was rapidly decreasing. After the car was shut down, Captain Lewin walked out of the cockpit first. He handed over the follow-up work to Captain Xing Daming, who was acting as the co-pilot. President Xia. Lewin walked over and greeted Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled. Not bad. The flight was very stable. Thank you. Lewin said, I wish you a happy life in Hong Kong. At this moment, the air stewardess had already opened the cabin door and let the accommodation ladder down. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, then we'll be leaving first. Captain Liu, I wish you all the best in the next few days. At your call, Lewin said. He led the crew to see Xia Ruofei and the others off at the cabin door. There were already 3 cars parked on the tarmac. One of them was a small refrigerated cargo van, the other was a Mercedes-Benz luxury business vehicle, and the third one made Peng Hao and the others' eyes light up with an extended phantom of a Rolls-Royce. Judging from the thick body of the car, it should be a customized bulletproof model. Xia Ruofei could not help but raise his eyebrows as he saw Ma Xiong standing beside the car. Ma Jiming, his wife, and their daughter, Huan Huan, were also with Ma Xiong. Lu Qian was also in the welcoming party. In fact, this Rolls-Royce Phantom was one of Ma Xiong's cars. It was also a limited edition. There were only 2 of them in Hong Kong, and the cost was more than 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Although the mass-produced Phantom was the most luxurious car in the market, it paled in comparison to Ma Xiong's limited edition extended bulletproof Phantom. Uncle Xia. Huan Huan was the first to show an extremely happy expression. She ran towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei also let go of his luggage. He squatted down and opened his arms, and Huan Huan jumped into his arms. Huan Huan has grown taller. Xia Ruofei laughed and touched her nose. An innocent smile appeared on Huan Huan's porcelain doll-like face. She said proudly, yup. I'm already in primary school. Even though she had not met Xia Ruofei many times, she did not feel unfamiliar with him. Before the age of 4, Huan Huan lived in her own world. She had almost no reaction to external stimuli and was considered a person with severe autism. Xia Ruofei's appearance was like a crack in the dark world. The light from the outside world shone in, and Huan Huan walked out completely. To her, this was like a rebirth in a sense. It was Xia Ruofei who had brought her out of her lonely world. Xia Ruofei was the first person she had seen when she left this world, so she had a natural closeness to Xia Ruofei from the beginning. This closeness did not drift apart with time. It could be said that Xia Ruofei had a special place in Huan's heart. In a sense, even Ma Jiming and his wife could not compare. Of course, these were two completely different feelings, and there was no way to compare them. In fact, when Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin saw that Huan and Xia Ruofei were so close, they were both happy and envious. Ma Xiong also greeted him with a smile. Xia Ruofei carried Huan easily with one hand and dragged her luggage with the other. Mr. Ma, why did you come to the airport in person? As a junior, I can't afford to do that, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Xing is the Ma family's benefactor. Of course I have to welcome him personally. Ma Xiong laughed heartily. Then, Ma Xiong pouted at the airplane behind Xia Ruofei and asked with a smile, this model of plane is not bad, right? Xia Xing, you should have bought a private jet a long time ago. That's more befitting of your status. Ma Xiong's private jet was also a Gulfstream G650. In fact, many tycoons in the world preferred Gulfstream series business jets. When he saw the logo of Paradise Corporation on the plane, he naturally thought that Xia Ruofei had bought it recently. Xia Ruofei didn't explain much and said, it's indeed very good. Mr. Ma, let me introduce you to the elites of our company. 1958 arrival in Hong Kong, 2, President Feng, we're old acquaintances. Ma Xiong said with a smile. Hello, Chairman Ma. We meet again. Feng Rao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei introduced Dong Yun and Peng Hao one by one. Naturally, Ma Xiong also welcomed them warmly. Then, Xia Ruofei asked again, oh right, old Mr. Ma, all the auction items have been shipped over. Are you ready to receive them? Everything's ready, Ma Xiong said. Ma Jiming, who was at the side, understood and waved his hand. The small refrigerator van immediately reversed, and several staff members got out of the car and quickly walked forward. Xia Ruofei gestured for Luan to bring a few people to the back cabin to retrieve the things. Ma Jiming also personally boarded the plane and supervised them from the side. Although the items Xia Ruofei brought were priceless, they were not too big. The few big boxes were moved in a short while and were all placed in the refrigerated compartment. Xia Xing, we've also hired the best security company in Hong Kong. They've sent 5 cars and dozens of elites to wait outside the airport. They're in charge of escorting this batch of auction items. Ma Xiong said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, thank you. Old Master Ma, are these items to be sent to the hotel? Then let's follow the convoy. The auction would be held at the Hengfeng Jiehua flagship hotel in Hong Kong. Xia Ruofei and the others would be staying there as well. Therefore, the cars should be going the same way. Xia Ruofei also wanted to be as close to the auction items as possible. It was not that he did not trust the guards that Ma Xiong had hired with a huge sum of money. However, there was always a what if. With Xia Ruofei's current cultivation, as long as he was in the convoy, the what if would definitely not exist. Good. Let's talk in the car. Ma Xiong said, everything has been arranged at the hotel. Please rest for a while after you arrive. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I've also invited a few old friends from Hong Kong to accompany me. Xia Xing, CEO Feng, and the 2 directors, please do give me the honor of coming. We definitely wouldn't dare to refuse old Mr. Ma's hospitality. Xia Ruofei joked. Come, Xiaosheng, please get in the car. Ma Xiong laughed. Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong got into the Rolls Royce Phantom. Huan naturally wanted to stay with Xia Ruofei. Ma Xiong doted on his granddaughter a lot, so she got into the Rolls Royce Phantom as well. Ma Jiming personally sat in the refrigerator van, while Tian Huixing brought Feng Rao, Dong Yun, Peng Hao, and Lu Qian, who had come to pick them up, to sit in the Mercedes-Benz commercial car. The three cars drove out of the airport's restricted area in a single file. Outside, 5 bulletproof cars were lined up in a row. The people in the cars were all big men in black suits and sunglasses, with cold expressions. When the convoy drove out, the 5 cars immediately started. 1 of them led the way, 2 protected the flanks, and 2 covered the back, forming a larger convoy. They drove out of the airport and headed in the direction of Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel. The accident that Xia Ruofei was worried about did not happen. The fleet of cars arrived at Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel smoothly. The auction items were immediately taken out of the car and sent upstairs by the elevator. In the magnificent hotel lobby, publicity materials for tomorrow's auction could be seen everywhere, including brochures that could be taken away and read at will, as well as signs and promotional posters in eye-catching positions. From time to time, well-dressed guests would stop in front of these promotional posters, and people would constantly take away the brochures from the shelves. They seemed to be the guests of tomorrow's auction. Xiaosheng, I've already told the hotel to stop accepting reservations for meetings and large-scale events from 3 days ago, Ma Xiong said with a smile. We don't want to affect the auction tomorrow. A high-end hotel like Hengfeng Jiehua had a few conference rooms and banquet halls of various sizes. Moreover, there were almost no breaks in the orders for all kinds of conference activities. In order to prevent the hotel from having many activities at the same time tomorrow, Ma Xiong directly cleared the hotel in advance. Mr. Ma, your hotel will suffer a huge loss this way, Xia Ruofei said. Ha ha ha. It's just a small amount of money, not worth mentioning, Ma Xiong said. In addition, there have been many guests coming from all over the world over the past few days. The hotel's check-in rate has also increased a lot compared to the same time last year. This is all because of the auction. Therefore, there's no loss to speak of. Even though Ma Xiong said that, Xia Ruofei still said, You're so considerate. He knew that even during the off-season, the check-in rate of Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel would not be low. If they undertake a few fewer activities, the hotel would suffer a real loss. Let's not talk about this. Ma Xiong waved his hand and said, Xiaosheng, I have an afternoon tea appointment with Director Gua, so I'll take my leave first. Jiming and the others will arrange everything. We'll meet at dinner. All right, you can go now, Xia Ruofei said immediately. As a rich man, Ma Xiong's schedule was usually very full. Xia Ruofei already felt that it was troublesome for him to make a special trip to the airport to welcome him. After Ma Xiong left, Ma Jiming and his wife brought Xia Ruofei and the rest to the presidential suite on the top floor in the special elevator. This was how the Ma family welcomed Xia Ruofei. As long as Xia Ruofei stayed in any of the hotels under Hengfeng, the best room would be reserved for him. Hengfeng Jiehua was a high-end brand under Hengfeng Hotel Group, so the best room was naturally the presidential suite on the top floor. From the moment they boarded the plane at Sanshan, Peng Hao felt that his eyes were dazzled. A private jet worth hundreds of millions, the arrival of the super rich in Hong Kong at the airport, the luxurious presidential suite. After all, Peng Hao was a senior executive in the company. He had seen a lot of things with Xia Ruofei in the past 2 years, but he still felt like he was in the grand view garden. The big boxes of items that Xia Ruofei had brought had already been sent to the presidential suite. Ma Jiming had arranged for someone to renovate one of the staff's bedrooms in the presidential suite in advance. He had cleared out everything inside and then placed 2 huge refrigerators to store these precious auction items. Xiaoxing, everything is here. You can check it. Ma Jiming carried Xia Ruofei to the room where the auction items were placed. Xia Ruofei scanned the boxes with his spiritual power and knew that they had not been touched. He left a faint mark on each box with his spiritual power. If the boxes had been opened, he would have sensed it long ago. Not to mention ordinary people, even cultivators might not be able to discover this spiritual mark. Therefore, it was basically impossible for anyone to avoid the spiritual mark and open the box to steal things without anyone knowing. If he was really that capable, he wouldn't be interested in the things in the box. Top-grade truffles and abalones were simply priceless in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of cultivators, perhaps only a few old mountain ginsengs had some value and could barely play a little role in the formulation of spirit herbs. However, this little value was relative. In fact, the value was very limited. After all, they were not spirit herbs. Or spirit herbs. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "There's no need to check. How can I not trust you?" "Thank you, Xiaoxing, for your trust," Ma Jiming said. He had been keeping an eye on this batch of boxes the entire time. Naturally, he was confident that they would not be swapped. However, his confidence was his own business. These boxes were worth over 100 million. He was very touched and happy that Xia Ruofei trusted him so much. Ma Jiming and his wife knew that Xia Ruofei and his team must have something to do, so after leaving the room cards of Peng Hao and the others, they took Huan Huan and left. Huan Huan was naturally very reluctant to leave, but she was much more sensible than before. Tian Huixin told her that Uncle Xia was busy and that she would be able to see Uncle Xia again at dinner. She did not act coquettishly and obediently followed her parents to wave goodbye to Xia Ruofei. After Ma Jiming's family left, Xia Ruofei brought Feng Jing and the others to the small conference room in the presidential suite. They wanted to have a short meeting. "Chairman, isn't it a little unsafe to leave the items in the room like this?" Feng Jing asked as soon as she sat down. "Do you want Boss Ma to arrange for a few guards to stay here?"